Now Arsenal have the chance to move 10 points clear at the top of the Premier League tonight if they beat Newcastle at the Emirates Stadium. It's unlikely to be straightforward, though. Newcastle having a brilliant season. They're third in the league. It's going to be fascinating. You can hear it live here on 5 Live and on BBC Sounds. Over on 5 Sports Extra, it's Everton against Brighton, and there'll be updates on Leicester against Fulham and Manchester United on Bournemouth. Let's go to the Emirates. Our commentary team, Ian Dennis and Matt Upson, will be watching and join us now. Gentlemen, hello.
Hello, Tony.
Evening,
Happy
Tony.
New Year to you.
Hello. Did you enjoy that bit of funk there, gents, or were you not up in time?
I think it's more Matt's music than mine. I
Well,
think
you were bopping your head.
Well,
he's having a little jive to my left.
Matt, Ian likes Deacon Blue, so I think that's where
where it's at.
That's where we draw the line.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know me well, Tony.
Yeah, Deno, I did want to say it, and I thought I'd say it on air as well. Your work at the World Cup with John was fantastic. I was going to send you an email, but I thought, no, I'll say it on air.
That's very kind. Thank you.
And let both
the
of
tenner's in the post.
But let both of our listeners know as well. So that's great. Ian, this is going to be a cracker tonight, isn't it?
It is, yeah, very much so. I mean, Newcastle United and Manchester City dropping points at the weekend, and Arsenal taking full advantage. And if Arsenal can win tonight, you know, they'll go 10 points clear of Manchester City. And you look at the league table, and teams when they've been in this position collected anywhere 43 or plus points after 16 games have gone on to win the title, every single one of them. So for Arsenal, they're having a sensational season. Newcastle United have made real progress in the last 12 months on the pitch under Eddie Howe. Certainly, I think they'd have snapped your hands off to be in this position at this stage. But if they can get the 3 points tonight, then they themselves can be a real statement from Newcastle United. So it's going to be a really good game.
Yeah, and on that point, Matt, it's a chance for us all to assess Newcastle at the kind of the highest level. Their fans, though, they were pretty hacked off with that draw against Leeds the other day.
Yeah.
They'll be coming here expecting to try and get something.
Well, it just shows you, Tony, doesn't it, how, you know, expectation of football fans does change very quickly. And they've got good cause to have changed their expectations because, like Deno just mentioned, the job that Newcastle and Eddie Howe have done over the time he's been there has been exceptional. And they've now put themselves in a position where I actually feel they're really solid contenders to finishing in the top 4 with the way other teams are looking at the moment. Chelsea, Liverpool struggling. I think that any kind of positive result here, or even a positive performance where they might not get the points, but they really look like they could win the game, I think it'll be a massive boost for them.
All eyes are on Manchester City. Everyone keeps expecting them to win every game that's put in front of them. Everton got a draw the other day. But what about Newcastle just in the long run, Matt? Saudi investment. Is this just the start? Is this where we ought to expect to see them nowadays?
Well, I think they've started, Tony, in a reasonably moderate way, haven't they, in terms of the way they've gone about it, which for me is one of the reasons why they look as solid and they've been as consistent as what they have been. They haven't, you know, gone all guns a-blazing, throwing, you know, bundles of money at players and transfer fees. They've been quite steady the way they've built it through. A couple of key players have come in with a bigger price tag, but you have to say they've put a solid foundation there with players that are just solid players. They're reliable. They do the same job every week. You know, players like Trippier, great leaders, great talkers. Dan Burn, Botman's coming very solid. And I think credit to them for that. And that may well just give them a little bit more longevity this season in terms of how consistent their performances are.
Deno, team news in 15 minutes or so, I guess. Are we any serious injuries? Are we expecting both sides to be pretty full strength tonight?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, Newcastle United will probably give Callum Wilson a start. He missed the Leicester game through illness, but he returned. He came off the bench against Leeds United on New Year's Eve. And you know, as for Arsenal, I think, you know, their injuries are just well documented. Of the players who are out, Smith Rowe, Nelson, and Jesus, who's out with that knee injury. So I can't imagine too many changes from both managers tonight.
Well, look, what's your predict, Matt? Where do you think this is going to be?
I'm going home win for Arsenal. I think it's going to be a tight game, maybe one goal deciding it, but I think Arsenal win tonight.
Okay, look, well, I'm looking forward to it anyway. I can't wait. Cheers, chaps. Enjoy the game. That's it for Drive today. Kelly's on the way with sports. We'll be back with Claire tomorrow on Drive from 4.
The voice of the UK. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
BBC News at 7 o'clock. This is Claire Runacres. The government says the NHS is facing an unprecedented challenge, but insists it's doing everything possible to ease the situation. Senior doctors have spoken of unsustainable pressures, with claims that some departments are in a complete state of crisis. The Health Secretary, Steve Barclay, says ministers are focused on supporting the health service.
We're putting in more funding. We've got more staff, over 34,000 more staff working in the NHS. So there's more nurses, more doctors. We've got an extra 7,500 going into social care.
Rail passengers have faced another day of disruption after more strike action by members of the RMT union. They've begun a 48-hour walkout. The unions accuse the government of blocking a deal to end the dispute, but ministers say they're doing everything possible to resolve it. A BBC investigation into the case of a 15-year-old girl accused of terrorism offences has found that MI5 were warned that she was a victim of exploitation months before she was charged. Prosecutors eventually dropped the case against Rhiannon Rudd when they concluded she'd been groomed online by an American extremist. She took her own life last year. Her mum, Emily Carter, says it should never have ended the way it did.
They should have seen her as a victim rather than a terrorist. You know, she's a child. An autistic child. She should have been treated as a child that had been groomed and sexually exploited.
The UK is to provide more equipment to Ukraine in the coming weeks. The Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, spoke to President Zelensky this afternoon. He told him that Ukraine could count on the UK support for the long term. The former Manchester United star Cristiano Ronaldo has been unveiled at his new Saudi Arabian club Al Nassr. The star says he had many opportunities to sign for top clubs before joining them. However, when speaking to the media, Ronaldo accidentally said he was playing in South Africa.
So for me, it's not the end of my career to come in South Africa. This is why I want to change. And to be honest, I'm really don't worry about what the people say. I took my decisions and I have responsibility to change that, but for me, I'm really happy to be here.
A teenage beauty queen from North Yorkshire says her TikTok account was shut down because her acne was deemed as gruesome content. Eva, who's 16, has been using the app to raise awareness of the skin condition. She says she couldn't understand why her account was deleted.
And when there's other things on TikTok that's even worse than what I was posting, promoting something that's wrong, and I'm promoting something that should help people, I didn't let it bring me down. I created the account again the next day and I made it even better.
TikTok has now reinstated Eva's account, saying they don't get every moderation decision right. The weather, another band of heavy rain will sweep across the UK tonight, with yellow warnings in force for Wales and parts of Scotland. Elsewhere, there'll be a mix of clear spells and variable cloud. BBC News, it's 7:03.
5 Live Breakfast.
Welcome to 5 Live Breakfast. Rick and Rach with you.
Loads of people heading back to work, getting the kids ready for school after Christmas and New Year.
New Year, new strikes. Around 40,000 rail workers from the RMT union have gone on strike again, causing severe disruption on the day that lots of people return to work after the festive break.
Union members are taking part in 2 48-hour walkouts starting from today and also again on Friday in this ongoing dispute over pay and working conditions. And then you've got drivers from the ASLEF union striking on Thursday.
These commuters in Luton have mixed feelings about the action.
I won't be able to get to work, which is really affecting my business.
Financially, it's a burden as well. Times are tough anyway right now.
Rachel Burden and Rick Edwards.
5 Live Breakfast. Weekday mornings from 6. Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Live Sport with Kelly Cates.
This evening's Premier League commentary on 5 Live Sport pits first against third.
Comes up Lewis Dunk, Saka will pick up the rebound and score! 1 minute into the game, Arsenal take the lead!
I've watched a lot of Arsenal this year, been hugely impressed. I think Mikel's done an incredible job. Yeah, I think it's been a really good examination of how far we've come.
Willock with a shot! Newcastle take the lead! And this great Newcastle revival continues!
There's an evolution, not a revolution, at Manchester United under Eric Ten Hag. Bournemouth are the visitors at Old Trafford. Will Perry is there.
A chance for Manchester United to go third in the table tonight, Kelly. Rashford's alarm clock worked. He's back in the starting 11. Maguire is captain. We'll see what kind of fight Bournemouth put up, sliding towards the relegation zone. Maybe some pad work with Michael B. Jordan has prepared them for Old Trafford.
Leicester welcome one of the season's surprise packages in Fulham. Lee Blakeman is at the King Power.
And Fulham are looking to record their third straight win. They can move level on points with Liverpool tonight. Leicester, back-to-back defeats following the World Cup, are still without James Maddison, while an injury also rules out Patson Daka, so Jamie Vardy starts up top.
Everton have picked up just 2 points from the last 15. Brighton and Chris Coles are at Goodison.
A slightly more upbeat Goodison Park after Everton's draw at Manchester City. 2 changes from their team. Starts for Dwight McNeil and Tom Davis. Moses Caicedo returns for Brighton in one of 4 changes. Argentinian World Cup winner Alexis McAllister is on the bench.
All those games kick off at 7:45. Man United play Bournemouth at 8.
From BBC Sport.
This is 5 Live Sport.
And we'll be in Santos in the next half an hour to join our reporter James Reynolds. He's been watching Pele's coffin as it's been driven through the streets on the way to his funeral. But our base tonight is the Emirates. Arsenal could have a 10-point lead over Manchester City in just a couple of hours' time if they beat Newcastle. Eddie Howe's side sit third, 2 points behind Manchester City. At the Emirates for us this evening, senior football reporter Ian Dennis and former England, West Ham and Arsenal defender Matthew Upson. Denno, this could be a fascinating evening and there is a huge opportunity for Arsenal here, even if they will have played a game more than Manchester City, to set down some kind of psychological challenge.
Very much so, Kelly. Yes, Happy New Year to you. Certainly it was a Happy New Year for Arsenal when you think on Saturday, after both Manchester City and Newcastle United had dropped points, that they had that big win at Brighton, and as you say now, a chance to go 10 points clear. And also, if that was to happen, Manchester United, of course, if they could beat Bournemouth, they would actually overtake Newcastle and go third in the table. So there could be significant changes at the top of the Premier League. The thing is, from an Arsenal point of view, is that all previous teams, when they've won as many as Arsenal have, 43 points or more after 16 games of a top-flight season, they've gone on to win the title. And certainly Arsenal now have a chance to go, as you say, 10 points clear. They'd really lay down a marker.
Matt, Newcastle have been on an excellent run of form. That's what's got them into third place in the first place. But is this a different level of test for them against Arsenal?
Yeah, it absolutely is, Kelly, to be honest. And I think, to be away from home at Arsenal in the form that Arsenal are in, I know Newcastle have a lot of confidence. I think 4 wins out of the last 5 were just the draw against Leeds, in which they, fully probably deserve to win the game. I think it'll be a good test for them, and it'll be a good indicator for Eddie Howe, because he's put this group together, he's seen them develop, he's seen them grow, and then all of a sudden they've now got the biggest test of the season at the moment, which is away at Arsenal against a team that are absolutely flying. So I think he'll learn a lot from his team today and how capable they are of continuing this run of form.
I think we're sort of done with asking the question about whether Arsenal are genuine title challengers now, given that they could go potentially 10 points clear. What about Newcastle in terms of their ambitions? Are we taking them seriously in terms of their push for top 4, given the number of points they've already got on the board?
I am, personally. I take them seriously for top 4. Absolutely, because I think there are other teams that are really flagging in that sense. You look at Spurs, you look at Chelsea, you look at Liverpool, really struggling to put a solid run together and even look like a team that's going to have that kind of foundation. So I think that Newcastle could pounce on that, and they've certainly got the momentum, and they've got that feeling of that there isn't that pressure to be in the top 4 for them at the moment. It would be an amazing achievement, and you're playing for Newcastle, there's always pressure from their supporters because they're so passionate, but there's no expectation of them to do that. So I think that could weigh in their favour as well.
Denno, what's the team news?
Well, it's actually quite simple, because Arsenal have named an unchanged side from the team that beat Brighton. So that's Ramsdale, White, Gabriel, Saliba, Zinchenko, Xhaka, Partey, Ødegaard, Saka, Nketiah and Martinelli. And as for Newcastle United, just the one change, and that's Wilson for Wood. So Pope is in goal, back for Trippier, Schär, Botman and Byrne, Willock against his former club, Guimarães and Sean Longstaff, with Joel Linton, Wilson and Almiron.
Thank you very much for that. We'll get more from Denno and from Matt Upson very shortly. We're also joined by former England and Tottenham goalkeeper Paul Robinson, who's at Goodison for Everton against Brighton. Paul, how tall are you?
If you're making a comment towards the size of this press box, yes, I can't put my legs out straight, put it that way. It's not made for giants.
You're folding yourself into position at Goodison this evening for Everton against Brighton. Look, that's got commentary on Sports Extra, and we'll come to that game in just a second. But As a former Spurs player, is it equally as uncomfortable to look at this gulf between Arsenal and Tottenham at the moment?
I think it is, yeah, because I, like many other people, have been waiting for when Arsenal's run was going to come to an end. But it doesn't look like it is. They're the real deal this year. And from a Spurs point of view, yes, you look at the league table, performances haven't been great, results not overly good, but they're fifth and pushing for the top four. And you would have said that was kind of acceptable. But with that lot across the road doing so well this season, the signings the manager's made, they've been excellent this season, Arsenal. As much as it pains me to say it from a Tottenham point of view, the greatest gift you can give a manager is time, and they're reaping the rewards for it.
And as much matters as they've been great as a team, they do have individual players in there who just seem to be at the absolute peak of their form. Rio Ferdinand was saying about Odegaard that he's playing like Mozart at the moment. He's rolling that, I don't know what he was like at football. He said he's rolling the ball through people's legs. Looks like a reincarnation of Ozil at his best. He's a joint top scorer for Arsenal, but even taking the goals out of his game, has he got an argument to be the best midfielder in the league right now in terms of performances?
Yeah, I think when you look at a player and they're doing high-level things that look easy to them, you know they're in the right place. I mean, I never really hit that level as a player, to be honest. Everything was a bit of an effort sometimes, but he makes it look simple, and it's top-quality stuff. And what I like about him, it's early, it's simple, it's 1 and 2 touch a lot of the time. And I think he just gets things moving. He understands the players he's playing with. He understands what Martinelli wants to do, where he wants the ball, how early he wants it. And all of that coming together, to me, puts him in form-wise in that position. I think you can look at Kevin De Bruyne, other midfielders in the Premier League, and say perhaps they are better players than him on a whole in terms of when they're on their main game. But certainly at the moment, like you mentioned, other Arsenal players are, they're playing at their best. They're playing 9 out of 10, 8 out of 10 performances, 10 out of 10 on the odd occasion every week. And I think that's why Arsenal is so strong at the moment.
Yeah, I think there'll be a few people screaming Kevin De Bruyne's name at the radio as I ask that question about Martin Odegaard. But Paul, in terms of the comparison with De Bruyne, it's not really a sort of question about who's better, but more the case that for the past few seasons, De Bruyne has been the measure for great midfielders in terms of the way that he plays and in terms of the numbers that he produces. So when you compare him in that sense with Odegaard, he's got 3 goals compared to 7 for Odegaard, but he's got 9 assists to Odegaard's 5. So it's working out with 0.86 goals per 90 or assists and 0.82 for Kevin De Bruyne goals or assists per 90. There's not really much in it in terms of what they're actually producing, and it just highlights how important he is to Arsenal.
Yeah, and without all those stats, the sheer fact that we're here talking about Odegaard and putting him in the same bracket as Kevin De Bruyne and comparing him to that man, I mean, he's been the benchmark for how many years now in the Premiership? He's been the Premier League's best midfielder for a long time, if not one of all the all-time great midfielders. And the fact that you're talking about Odegaard in the same bracket is credit itself. It's another big decision that Arteta got right. There was a lot of raised eyebrows when he named him captain. People look at the team and you say there was a lot of other potential captains, if you like. Captains don't always have to lead by voice. They lead by example and they lead by performance. And he's certainly done that this year.
I almost feel, Robbo, that giving him the captaincy has maybe drawn that out of him. Don't you feel like his performance almost kind of kicked on when he had that responsibility?
He's almost enjoyed the responsibility, hasn't he? Yeah. Taken on that role in the dressing room as a leader. Whether he's vocal in the dressing room, we don't know. We're not privy to that type of information. But he certainly stood up to the plate on the pitch and delivered.
Deno, you've watched him since he's arrived at Arsenal, and the Arsenal fans warmed to him pretty much immediately. There was a sense that there was a really special player had come to the Emirates. But in terms of the development of his game, and Matt and Paul were saying there, they think some of it may have come from being made captain. But what have you seen in terms of the changes in his game?
Well, the interesting thing for me, Kelly, is the fact that, whilst listening to Matt and Paul talk about him, he's still only 24 years of age. And you look at the clubs he went to Real Madrid when it was 2015. He's had different loan experiences at Heerenveen, Vitesse, Sociedad before he came here to Arsenal. So I would imagine that he's had quite a lot of life experience as well as moving around as a young boy. But still, to be 24, to be a natural leader, that takes something special, doesn't it, from an individual point of view?
Well, certainly to captain a club like Arsenal at that age is an amazing achievement. And it's what's interesting is that he doesn't come across as that particularly vocal, almost outgoing type personality until you see him kind of play football. And then lately I've just gone, wow, I can see where it's at. And that's why I said to Robert about, is giving him that responsibility drawn that out of him, or is it something that Mikel Arteta saw anyway and thought, no, he's definitely the captain material? Perhaps it's a little bit of both. But he certainly has grabbed it with both hands, and now I see a player that's confident, expresses himself on the pitch really well. He's going to make better choices. Like I say, he's made a lot of mistakes in terms of learnt on the pitch, and now his decision-making with the ball is absolutely spot on. He very rarely makes the wrong choice, and I think in the centre of the park is crucial.
The other player whose improvement has been really impressive, Matt, is Gabriel Martinelli. I mean, this time last year, he'd started 5 of the 16 matches. This year, he started, or this season rather, he started all 16. He got 1 goal in those 16 games last year. This season, it's 7. And it's almost about changing the way that he plays. He's massively up on everything, not just on the number of minutes and the number of goals, but on things like shots and shots on target, the amount he's getting in the opposition box, just getting on the ball, completing dribbles, all that kind of thing, crosses, everything is up for him.
Yeah, I mean, I've had a look at some of those stats, and it's amazing how much more they are than last season. But the one stat that I haven't seen, I don't know if it's out there, is his ability to press and regain possession, and whether or not that's something that well, it is something that's really changed in him. And I'm just seeing a far more aggressive player out of possession. I watched him in his first home game this season. Jesus played, who obviously is led by example in that aspect. That's his key asset for Arsenal. It's not so much goals, it's more what does he do in terms of leading the line, applying pressure. He's a real team player. And I think Gabriel Martinelli has just adopted that same philosophy, whether or not that's rubbed off on him or is something that it was going to happen anyway. But the introduction of Jesus, I think, has brought that out in him. And then everything else is lifted on top of that. They're going to win the ball more in the opposition half or the attacking third. He's going to have more ball in that area. But he was so aggressive out of possession. The way he was pressing, shoulder-to-shoulder challenges, trying to knock players to the floor. And I just saw a different player. And I think that's shown in every aspect of his game this season.
We saw it a little bit with Jesus before his injury, but after his move from Manchester City, Paul, where he looked like a player who'd grown. He actually looked like he'd physically grown in terms of his appearance on the pitch, and that development that we've seen from Martinelli. I mean, but it's hard to know which came first, the kind of consistency of starts or the improvement in his performances.
I think you can contribute some of that to Jesus, like what Matt said. I think when you get a player of Jesus' quality into the dressing room, a player who's still hungry to win trophies, a player who's still hungry to prove that he's the best striker in the Premier League, and his work rate was the first thing that Martinelli would have looked at. I think the thing with Martinelli, whether this was going to happen to him anyway or not, I think this was probably just kick-started it a little bit earlier. There's now end product to his game. He presses, he works hard off the ball, and he's becoming the all-round player. And what does help him is playing alongside the likes of Jesus, playing alongside the likes of Saka. The thing for me for Arsenal now is how they continue, how they go on without Jesus now, because yes, we know that his goals have dried up in recent weeks. And I was interested to ask Matt now, how do you think they will go? Do you think they'll stay with Nketiah? Do you think they'll go into the market in January? Do they have to go into the market in January?
I think they might go into the market, but maybe not for a centre forward. I think Nketiah's shown that he's capable of stepping in. I've been so impressed with the sharpness that he showed in games. I think he's a good professional, Nketiah. I think he trains well, from what I gather. He ticks all the boxes in terms of preparation, being ready to play, even though he's had really limited minutes. And when his chances come, we've seen that he's ready. That's not easy for any player, especially a young player, to step in and be as sharp as what he is and contribute the way he has. So maybe that's answered a question for Mikel Arteta, and there'll be other areas of the pitch that they're certainly looking to strengthen and in depth in maybe wider areas or as a holding midfield player or wherever that may be. So whether it's that centre forward position or not, we'll have to wait and see.
The Telegraph's Northern football writer Luke Edwards is with us as well this evening. Happy New Year, Luke.
Happy New Year to you all. Lovely to speak to you.
We will speak about Newcastle as well in just a moment, but as you've been hearing, the guys are talking about Arsenal and what they might do in the transfer window. The most noise is Shakhtar Donetsk's Mykhailo Mudryk, but there's been a little bit of talk about that deal possibly being hijacked. What's your thoughts on this? What's your information?
Well, speaking with my BBC sort of transfer gossip daily head on, I think they'll get Mudryk for sure. I think it's really interesting with the Nketiah debate that you're having there, because Arteta really went into bat to get him a new contract just under 12 months ago now, and he's getting the rewards for that. Now, Newcastle and Arsenal in the same sort of situation in this window. Do they stick or twist? Arsenal are obviously going for the title. They don't want to drop off the top spot, but they've lost their main striker in Jesus. But I think in Nketiah they've probably got an able deputy, but then there is still that temptation. Do they go and get someone like João Felix from Atletico Madrid, who's available on loan? They've been tracking him as well, but you've got this sort of three-way tugging war between him and Chelsea and Manchester United, and it's sort of an obscene amount of money, £13 million that Atletico are looking for to loan a player for 6 months. So I think Arsenal are, like pretty much all of the clubs in the Premier League at the moment, apart from the slightly bonkers Chelsea, are sort of just waiting to see where things fall. I don't think we'll see anything happen in the next sort of week, 10 days. They're just waiting to see. But I think in Nketiah, they've probably got an able enough deputy to slot in and not waste money now, because for all these clubs now, there's a decision to make. Whatever we spend in January comes off the summer budget. And that's a problem. That's a huge risk to take, to spend, pay over the odds now in January, and then have less money to spend in the summer. I think
that also the spread of goals in the Arsenal team is important in looking at this. You're looking at Odegaard with 7, Saka 6, Nketiah 5, Martinelli 7, Xhaka's weighed in with goals. Centre backs has got a couple of goals each. There's goals all over the pitch, so you're not losing a striker in Jesus who's your main goal threat. And I think that for a team who's chasing the title is a real problem. But it isn't that. So I agree. I think Nketiah has shown that he's capable of fulfilling that role and maybe scoring a few goals while he's doing it.
Look, have you seen the... Sorry, go on. Sorry, carry on.
I was going to say, it's a coming of age opportunity for him, isn't he? He bided his time. He's come through the youth team at Arsenal. They've always rated him. Yeah. So give him a chance. See what he can do. Yes, it's a risk, but there's risk in all sorts of football. There's always a risk in football. That's what management is. Give him a chance to see what he can do. They obviously believed enough in him to give him a new contract to see what he can do.
Luke, what I was going to ask you about was, have you seen on Twitter, you know, normally in every transfer window there are fans who are tracking private jets all across the globe, trying to work out where everybody is. Have you seen the kind of the espionage that's going on with Mudryk, with his training situation? So he posted a picture of himself on Instagram, and somebody said, well, do you know, that's a British name of weights that he's using. That's a British company. And then someone else replied saying, and I tell you what, that smoke alarm in the corner looks like it's made to UK specifications.
There's amateur sleuths all over the place in the transfer window. I mean, he's been flirting with Arsenal for months now, hasn't he, on Instagram? I think he spends most of his time looking at the official Arsenal Instagram account and liking their posts. So I think in the modern world, I think that's basically what we used to call a come and get me plea. I think if you start you start liking posts on Instagram, you want to join that football club.
Absolutely, and especially if it looks like he is, if that sleuthing is correct, and he is in brilliant. The UK with private written on the door in English as well, was one of the other clues that they looked at. But look, let's get to the bottom of Newcastle and the improvement that we've seen in them. I mean, obviously it's going to be a big test for them against Arsenal, particularly at the Emirates this evening. Luke, your piece in the Telegraph is, you do reflect on the fact that there's £200 million spent, but also you've kind of looked at the obsessive approach to detail of Eddie Howe.
Yes, and I would put, and I don't say this lightly or flippantly, I think the biggest single factor in where Newcastle are now is not the £200 million they've spent on players. Obviously it's a huge help, don't get me wrong, but I think it is Eddie Howe, the manager. The job he's done is stunning, and again, I don't use that word lightly either. It's incredible, really. They've lost one game this season. They have the best defensive record in the league, and that is down to good management, good coaching. Yes, he's got better players than Steve Bruce had. He's got better players he had when he took over. But six of the most regular starters this season were playing last season as well, and before he arrived. So it's a remarkable job he's done. His work ethic is, well, I find it ridiculous, to be perfectly honest. And I keep saying this, and I did get teased by him recently, but I did say something about, I do feel sorry for his family because they rarely see him. He didn't seem to mind, to be honest, but it's true. And the other thing about him is his communication skills for a modern manager. They are impeccable. I think, gone are the days where you can. Matthew Upson will remember managers screaming at his face, throwing things at him.
Never
you
happens.
you can't do that anymore. But Eddie Howe has sort of embraced that. He's not soft, but he doesn't. One of the key things that I found in that piece in the Telegraph was that he never humiliates or criticises players in front of the group in the dressing room where they might feel embarrassed or they might feel like they've been picked on. But what he will do is have a series of one-on-one meetings with them, and what the players have been saying to me is that he will criticise you, but you will come out of that meeting feeling better for it than worse. And I think that in the modern world that we live in now, where you can't talk to people the way you could 20, 30 years ago, you can't just criticise and shout at people anymore. I think he has grasped that better than most. And I think his communication skills and the way he interacts with his players, and the fact that, as I say, he can criticise someone and they still come out feeling good from that meeting and feel like they've benefited from it. I think that's a really, really strong skill to have in the modern manager. And he, as I say, going back to it, he's done an incredible job, and there will be more money spent. And I guess my only worry, Kelly, sort of looking forward, is that Newcastle are way ahead of where they expected to be. Way ahead of where they expected. They did not expect to be sitting third in the table in January. They did not expect to be challenging for a Champions League place or, even talk of a title challenge. So I just hope they don't get too overexcited and then see that if Newcastle do fall away, if they drop down to 6 or whatever, that isn't seen as a failure, because it's still huge improvement. But they've come on so rapidly.
With that, though, Luke, he seems to have changed tack in recent weeks, because before he would be looking to try and play down the expectation levels, as you know, on Tyneside, they're very, very quick to soar. But in recent weeks, he seems to actually be now embracing that by just saying, well, let's see where we go. Let's just see where it takes us.
I said last week on the show, I thought that was incredibly clever, what he said, because Ian, as well, you've got to allow Geordies to dream. You've got to allow them to have hope and aspirations for their football club. And I think when he answered that question with, I'm not going to say we can't win the title, I thought it was perfect, because it just struck the right balance. It was still cautious, wasn't it? But he wasn't ruling it out. And of course, we've seen in football, we all still remember Leicester City winning the title. And quite frankly, if Leicester can win the title with the squad they had, Newcastle United can win the title with the squad they've got. And I think Eddie just realised it was time to let those hopes and aspirations off the leash a little bit. Let the dreams, let the excitement build. And I think Newcastle again are never more of a powerful football club when they have momentum behind them. We saw it with the Kevin Keegan era. We saw it with Bobby Robson when he first came in. And that is what we are seeing again now on Tyneside. We're seeing a juggernaut, really, which is building up speed and smashing everything out of the way. And of course, we're going to find far more where they are and how realistic this talk of top 4 and title challenges are when they play Arsenal this evening. That's why it's such a fascinating game.
Paul, there's a couple of points here on Eddie Howe. One is the approach that he has on the training session, and the access that he has to all the information that comes out of that, and the way that he's developed the players who were already at Newcastle. And the other one is, yes, he has spent the money, as Luke said, but there was a question mark over whether he would have the ability to do that, because that was one of the things that was sort of thrown at him towards the end of his time at Bournemouth.
Yeah, his man management skills are coming to light. You're really seeing his man management skills and the fact that he's been able to improve the players that were already there. And I think the signings that you give him a lot of credit for, because we all know the huge wealth, the finances that Newcastle have got. He's actually signed players for the situation that they were in. Last season their aim was to stay in the Premier League. This year he's signed players. I mean, Guimaraes probably the standout one of the lot, but he signed players for the situation they're in. He's signed players that will make them better and improve them without going for world stars who are at the end of the career looking for a last big payday, like we saw, sometimes at City with the Robinho signing in the first place. all of a sudden the huge wealth comes into a club, and you immediately expect this huge bundle of world stars to turn up. So the credit you've got to give him is strengthened. He's strengthened well. He's made players better. And I think the question I'd like to ask Luke and Deno as well, you've interviewed Eddie Howe over the years. You've probably spent a lot of time with him, more than I have. One of the criticisms levelled at him was he could only do it at Bournemouth. He went to Burnley, didn't do it there. How have you seen him develop as a person, as a player, and as a manager? When you speak to him, is he different?
I'll go first, Dennis. Yeah, I totally have. And do you know what? When he got that job, I sat in front of him in the first day at his first press conference, and I had all those reservations, all of those misgivings. I knew, great bloke, done really well at Bournemouth, but I wondered whether he could do it at a big club. I think the way he has embraced, because he's so methodical and meticulous, he's looked at what makes Newcastle United tick as a football club, and he's looked at what makes Newcastle tick as a city, and he's done his research, he's done his due diligence, he talks to people and he listens, and that is why he's been such a successful football manager at Newcastle, because he canvassed opinion, he talked to people he knew, he talked to people like Alan Shearer. He's got, he's places great importance on having Sean Longstaff in the team, Dan Burn in the team, Paul Dummett in the squad, even though he plays, who are Geordies, who are from the city, who are from the area. And I think that's another hidden reason why he's actually succeeding, because he's not scared to take advice from people and act on it.
The thing is, for me, Paul, and it obviously be different from a personal level, but because no manager likes losing, but he doesn't seem to get carried away when they win, and he doesn't seem to get too despondent when they lose. He seems to be, when he's in front of the cameras or speaking to the media, he just seems to be quite level-headed.
Ian Dennis and Matthew Upson at the Emirates for us this evening. We're also joined by Luke Edwards of The Telegraph. Paul Robinson is going to be watching Everton against Brighton. Everton in 16th place, Brighton in 9th, and there will be commentary of that on Sports Extra. Chris Coles is going to be bringing updates for that one for us as well. Brighton's World Cup winner Alexis McAllister had that fantastic return to training, Chris, but he doesn't make the starting 11.
Only on the bench, Kelly. Yes, I'm sure many have seen that glorious welcome back he received from Brighton following his fairy tale with Argentina at the World Cup. He only reported back yesterday, so takes his place on the bench. The team news is interesting for Brighton. 4 changes from that 4-2 defeat at home to Arsenal, where by and large they played very well. So Roberto De Zerbi's selection has raised a few eyebrows. Perhaps not the number of changes, but the personnel. Top scorer Leandro Trossard, Adam Lallana, Tariq Lamptey and Billy Gilmore all benched. Moses Caicedo returns from suspension. Jeremy Sarmiento and Joel Veltman also return, while 18-year-old Evan Ferguson scored against Arsenal, gets his first start. 2 changes for Everton from their impressive end to last year, a very creditable 1-1 draw with champions Manchester City. Amadou Onana is suspended. Tom Davies comes in for him, and Dwight McNeil plays, with Ben Godfrey dropping to the bench. Frank Lampard's quandary to stick with the change of formation, so fruitful against Manchester City, but perhaps a little too defensive for a home game, or return to the tried and tested. He's opted for the latter, so it is a return to 4 at the back.
Chris Coles is going to bring us regular updates of that game between Everton and Brighton. Paul Robinson, as I say, part of the commentary team on Sports Extra. Paul, from Everton's perspective, this could be a long second half of the season if they don't turn around their form very soon. How much encouragement can they take from that draw against Manchester City? How much can they read forward from that?
They've got to use that as a huge turning point in their season, Kelly. I think myself, like many others, didn't give them much chance going to Manchester City at the weekend, and the performance that Frank's team put in was a performance of a team that the manager hasn't lost faith with his players, and vice versa. That was a massive result for them, because if they'd have gone there and lost, as I suspect a lot of us expected them to do so, probably apart from the people in the changing room, in that dressing room, they believed in themselves. Tonight could have been very different. If they'd have gone there, lost heavily, it could have been very toxic here very quickly tonight. All of a sudden there's an air of expectation. They're playing against a very good Brighton side, but they'll come here tonight with hope. They'll come in with real confidence, and that draw will feel like a victory for them, because it really was an excellent performance.
Paul, for now, thank you very much. We'll let you go and continue with your Sports Extra duties. You can listen to Everton against Brighton on Sports Extra, and we'll be joined by Paul again at full time when we're going to look back on all of the evening's games. Matthew Upson, former Brighton player, of course. Matt, in terms of the way that that Brighton played in that defeat. You know, as Chris was saying, there wasn't an awful lot wrong with it. It's just that Arsenal have been so good this season.
Yeah, well, they showed Brighton that they have the capabilities to hurt Arsenal. I thought there was a real wobble for a moment there, very tight offside decision as well. And I think that Brighton have been playing well, but they just haven't been getting the points possibly they deserve. But they showed that they're a team that can still push and contend. The changes tonight are interesting, aren't they? You know, a lot of changes, maybe just to freshen it up and get fresher bodies and legs on the pitch. But I still think Brighton are doing pretty well.
So Everton take on Brighton. As I say, that one is on Sports Extra. We'll be able to listen to it. That's a 7:45 kickoff, as is Leicester against Fulham. And our commentary match, which is Arsenal against Newcastle. That's where Matt is with Ian Dennis at the moment. 8 o'clock, we'll have updates for you from Manchester United's game against Bournemouth. But also today, the funeral of the legendary Brazil striker Pelé has been taking place. Thousands of people have lined the streets of Santos, the city of his former club. Pelé died last Thursday at the age of 82. The BBC's James Reynolds has been there, and he joins us now. James, I've seen some of the images across social media. What was it like to actually be there? What could you take in?
Quite a lot, despite the fact that I was pretty much smashed by a Santos flag at one stage as the procession went by. It was a really informal event. People lined either side of the main avenue here, 6 deep. Many brought along their kids, wanting their kids to have those memories. The Outriders came along, and then a red fire truck came along, and Pelé's body, his coffin, was on the top of the fire truck, escorted by 6 officers. People took photos, they clapped, there were Santos fans cheering afterwards. And it was a day, as one man said to me a bit later, it was a day of both sadness and happiness, and he didn't know which emotion to feel, so he decided to feel both.
Yeah, it came across that way, that there was that mixed feeling, that sense of wanting to celebrate his life, but also mourn his passing. Was that the feeling that you picked up being in the centre of it all?
It was, and he was 82 years old, and anyone listening will know in their own lives that if you go to the funeral of someone who's made it to their 80s or to their 90s, you feel it is right to be able to laugh and to smile and to celebrate that person's life at the end of a very, very long journey. And I think that's what people here felt. They were sad, of course, to have lost their national icon, and they know he will never be replaced, but they did feel it was right to take pictures of each other and to celebrate and to talk about their favourite goals, which ones, and their favourite near Pelé goals. And that's a very long and very fun conversation to have.
Yeah, all the goals were sort of shown right at the time of his death, and it's moved on to that famous dummy as the one that seems to be sort of shown everywhere. Yeah, I know exactly the moment, and I think a lot of people listening will know exactly the moment that we're talking about, and it was so close to being a goal as well. So what happens now, James? What's the next thing to happen?
Well, he's been buried now, and there's a mausoleum. It's in the form of almost like a residential building. He's buried on the first floor there, and the idea, I think, is that people will be able to visit it. But the FIFA president, Gianni Infantino, has said there should be stadiums named after Pelé across the world. But just one final thought. I covered the funeral of the Queen back in September, and this was essentially the funeral of a king. And I was thinking before speaking to you about the difference and the similarities between the two, perhaps a bit more formality in the UK, but the difference was this, really. In the UK, there's a new monarch, a new king. That's how it works. Here, Pelé's kingship was his and his alone. There is no new Brazilian king. It was his. It went with him.
James, thank you so much for joining us. James Reynolds, who's been in Santos today, where the funeral of the legendary Brazilian striker Pelé has been taking place. And as he said, a real mix of emotions on the streets as fans gathered to both celebrate his life and to mourn his passing. The live football continues this evening on 5 Live Sport. We're going to bring you regular updates from Leicester against Fulham, from Everton against Brighton. Arsenal against Newcastle is our commentary game this evening. Manchester United taking on Bournemouth as well. That one is an 8 o'clock kickoff. Manchester United can move up into third. Marcus Rashford, having not made the team last time because he didn't make the team meeting. Will Perry, at Old Trafford, did you get there on time? Did you oversleep?
I did, and Marcus got to the team meeting on time, Kelly, so congratulations to him and the
well
alarm
done,
clock.
both of you.
Yes, but it's fair to say, isn't it, Eric Ten Hag slowly moving Manchester United in the right direction as Ronaldo unveils himself in 40-degree Saudi heat, or was it South Africa heat? I'm not sure, and I don't think he is either. United, they've got a big job on their hands here at Old Trafford in the sideways rain. A win, as you say, could take them up to third tonight, depending what happens with Newcastle. 8 victories from 9 games is a hell of a way, isn't it, to start 2023. 4 Manchester United changes from that victory at Wolves. Rashford, as we say, woke up on time. He's in now for Garnacho. Maguire, who watched Shaw play at centre-back over him at Molineux, starts as captain. In for Varane, who's a sub. We're told his fitness is being monitored. Lindelof replaces Malacia, with Van der Beek in for the injured Anthony. A second league start of the season for the Dutchman. World Cup winner Lissandro Martinez returns, as do Diogo Dalot and Scott McTominay. They're on the bench, so it's De Gea in goal. Wan-Bissaka, Lindelof, Maguire and Shaw the back 4. Eriksen and Casemiro the sitters, with Fernandes, Van der Beek and Rashford behind Martial. As for Bournemouth, slipping towards the dreaded bottom 3, Gary O'Neill's side have lost 6 of the last 7 in the Premier League. 26 goals conceded in their 8 away games this season. They've made 2 changes from that Palace defeat. Mepham and Christian for Zamora and Moore. Billings fit to play despite picking up that knock against Palace. So it's Travers in goal, Smith, Senesi, Mepham and Kelly the back 4. Cook, Lerma and Billing in midfield, with Christie, Solanke and Anthony in front of them. Kelly, not only is Harry Maguire back in the team as captain, there's also a double-page pull-out poster of him in the programme. Anyone wants that, get in touch with me. Amazing what a month in Qatar does.
Absolutely no chance you're letting that one go. It'll be up on your wall by the end of the evening, Will Perry. Thank you very much. Will's going to keep us up to date with everything that happens at Old Trafford. Remember, that one is an 8 o'clock kickoff. Everything else 7:45, including Leicester's game against Fulham. We talked about how well Newcastle have done this season, but Fulham have got a great shout to be the surprise team so far. They're in 7th. They're at the King Power playing Leicester, who are in 13th. And have had back-to-back defeats. Lee Blakeman has the team news.
Hello, Kelly. Some late team news here. Let's deal with Fulham first, because that's nice and straightforward. Looking for their 3rd straight Premier League win, Fulham, after beating Palace and Southampton over Christmas. 1 change for Marco Silva tonight. Issa Diop drops to the bench. Toshin Adarabioyo comes in. Leicester, as you say, 2 games, 2 defeats since the World Cup. That had resulted in 2 changes tonight. The 2 initial changes, Daka missing out through injury, and Didi had been dropped to the bench. Tielemans and Vardy both named to start. Well, a late change, it's just been announced by Leicester. Following the warm-up, Kiernan Dewsbury-Hall was due to start, but now isn't. Wilfred Ndidi will come back into the team, so clearly a problem in the warm-up with Kiernan Dewsbury-Hall. As soon as we know more about that, we'll let you know. Team's just on the way out here.
Lee, thank you very much for that. So 4 games tonight: Leicester, Fulham, Everton, Brighton. 8 o'clock kickoff between Man United and Bournemouth, and our commentary match in just a few minutes' time between table-topping Arsenal and 3rd place Newcastle.
A very good team, really well coached. I think what Eddie's done in that short period of time, incredible.
I'm sure the players will relish the opportunity to go against them and hopefully learn some more about ourselves.
Guimaraes to Almiron! Saka will pick up the rebound and score!
Wilson! Newcastle United now take the lead!
Odegaard! Left-footed shot to the back of the net, and Arsenal have doubled their lead.
They're such a well-balanced side.
Yeah, they have a great balance and understanding of what and who they are and what they're very, very good at.
Martinelli scores, and that should put it beyond doubt now.
You watch this pass, it's absolutely top draw.
Saint-Maximin! Oh, that's wonderful! Equaliser for Newcastle! It's a brilliant goal from Alan Saint-Maximin!
And then they have created, I believe, a momentum around the team that they play the same way against any opponent.
Nketiah makes it 3. 2 games back in the team. 2 goals for Nketiah.
So Arsenal against Newcastle, our commentary match this evening from the Emirates. We're also on the red button tonight. So if you want to listen to our commentary alongside the final score graphics and video printer, and then you can see all the goals as they go in the 3 other Premier League matches this evening, all you need to do is press the red button, go to BBC iPlayer or to the BBC Sport app, and just choose 5 Live final score. You'll get everything that you need there. But not long to go then until kick-off in this huge game between the table toppers and the team that lie in third place, Newcastle United. With you for this one, Matthew Upson and Ian Dennis.
Thanks, Kelly. It's a filthy night in North London with the swirling rain and the blustery conditions, and certainly for Newcastle United their record is quite grim as well here at the Emirates. They've gone over 10 hours without a goal on a night where Arsenal can actually go 10 points clear at the top of the table. Arsenal are unchanged from the side that beat Brighton. Ramsdale is in goal. White, Gabriel, Saliba and Zinchenko. Xhaka, Partey, Odegaard, Saka and Nketiah and Martinelli. One change for Newcastle from the team that drew with Leeds United, a team that ended their winning sequence at the weekend. Pope is in goal. Trippier, Schär, Botman and Byrne, Willock, Guimaraes, Sean Longstaff, Almiron and Joel Linton, and that one change is Wilson starting instead of Wood. What an atmosphere, Matt Upson.
Yeah, listen to that noise. It's taken a while for the Arsenal fans to really get behind their team like this. You know, recent seasons gone by, but they are here tonight and they are making a lot of noise.
In fact, you can draw comparisons with Newcastle United and St James's Park. It wasn't that long ago that it was toxic here, and it was certainly toxic on Tyneside, yet both sides now are benefiting from the turnaround in terms of the atmosphere. A real feel-good factor both in the northeast and in North London, and we're underway as Newcastle United in their black and white striped shirts, black shorts and black socks are playing from right to left as we look against an Arsenal side in their traditional colours, the red and white shirts and the white shorts, and with Ramsdale all in yellow away towards our left-hand side, they're playing from left to right. But for Newcastle, they've not scored in their last 7 visits since Jose Perez back in December 2014. 10 hours and 57 minutes and counting since they last scored at this stadium. But can they get back on track and derail an Arsenal side that could potentially be 10 points clear of Manchester City? Fascinating game at the top of the table as the referee, who is Andy Madley, gives an early free kick to Newcastle United.
Not sure about that, Deno, to be honest. It looked like both players going for the ball. Saka is in it with the foul, but it was pretty much shoulder to shoulder, jumping into the challenge, and a little bit unfortunate to give that foul away. It's that slick, greasy pitch, isn't it? A lot of water coming out, like a fine drizzle, isn't it? It's just swirling around the stadium.
Trippier to take the free kick then, about 12 yards forward of the centre circle. Arsenal have got everybody back just outside the D of their penalty area. Quite a flat ball in, headed out by Gabriel. It's going to come out to Longstaff, and the referee in fact has spotted that the flag is up on that far side, and it will be a free kick to Arsenal. By the way, every football fan at this time of year, when fixtures are getting changed in terms of the various kickoffs and the travelling up and down the length and breadth of the country, but what support from Newcastle United over there. 3,000 of them. Obviously a train strike today, first of a 48-hour train strike, and yet their support, fantastic.
Unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, that away end is just absolutely packed out. Like I say, it's a horrible evening, but they've turned out here with difficult transport issues, so, you know, all credit to them.
Play back underway from the free kick. Martinelli on the far side. Here is Xhaka, plays the ball back. Zinchenko collects it short of the halfway line, goes infield. Saliba under pressure. White quickly places a short ball towards Partey, able to turn through the middle. Xhaka lets it run through. Martinelli left corner of the penalty area. Martinelli in the box, gets the shot, partially cleared, comes out towards White, sliced it. Awkward for him around knee height off his left boot. Martinelli's kept it alive, far side, and Newcastle United still haven't got it away. Odegaard on the volley, left-footed, 12 yards out, couldn't keep it down. Out for a goal kick. Listen to the Arsenal roar, 0-0.
Wow, what a move from Arsenal. Real high-intensity tempo. They've started this game. And the one thing that's different about Arsenal this season for me, a massive thing, is what started that, is you've got Granit Xhaka running from midfield. He is such an attacking midfield player now. All of a sudden, he's bursting past the centre forward. lets the ball bounce wide, then all of a sudden Martinelli's 1v1 dribbling into the corner of the 18-yard box. I mean, it happened out of nothing, really. Just that direct approach, sometimes some short passes, then all of a sudden they'll mix it up and go a little bit longer over the top.
And it was an awkward one for White off his left foot, as Almiron will try and wriggle away. But he's quickly crowded out by the red and white shirts. You can see the rain off the floodlights, the way that it's swirling, the way that Newcastle are playing from right to left.
Is that why you wore that fisherman's jumper tonight? Because of the wet and windy conditions?
You're certainly not a fisherman's friend.
You're thinking ahead, didn't you?
Here is Zinchenko playing the ball out up towards Martinelli on that left-hand side.
You say that about the Newcastle supporters, I mean, even if Newcastle was sitting third, fourth, bottom, it'd probably look the same.
It probably would. There won't be many bare-chested supporters over there in that end on this night tonight, I wouldn't have thought. Willock against his former club couldn't get there. Ødegaard, referee's played the advantage, Andy Madley. Ødegaard now towards Saka, right-hand side. Joe Linton back there helping out with Byrne. He'll try and beat both of them, and he does. Round the back, and he goes for goal off the legs of Pope towards Xhaka. Newcastle head the ball away through Sean Longstaff. Martinelli plays it back. Such a positive start this by Arsenal. Partey goes square. Zinchenko laid off towards Ødegaard. Xhaka, Martinelli back towards Xhaka. Xhaka with a shot blocked, comes out towards Saka. Goes down under the challenge from Joel Linton. Andy Madley has a good look at it. No penalty.
Wow, Newcastle just need to get a moment in this game. They're under siege. Arsenal really turning the screw at the moment.
Can't get out, Newcastle United. They're firmly rocked onto the back foot. Saka went past the two players on this near side to the right, and here he is once again.
It's an interesting matchup, though, isn't it? Saka and Byrne. I mean, Dan Byrne does brilliantly with how big he is to cope with those situations, but the low centre of gravity that Saka has and his ability to turn, there's nobody sharper than him at the moment in those twisty, turny situations.
But Joel Linton at the minute is playing left of midfield.
Yeah.
It's almost like a 4-5-1 for Newcastle because of the intensity of Arsenal's start. BBC Radio 5 Live, 5.5 minutes played. Let's go to Goodison. Chris Coles.
Very bright Everton start, very nearly rewarded with the game's opening goal. Still 0-0, but Alex Iwobi, right foot shot just inside the penalty area. Well saved by Robert Sanchez, diving to his left-hand side. Everton on top, 0-0.
Commentary of that one is on Sports Extra. Newcastle United try and win the ball in the Arsenal half. They lose out. Saka gets away from Longstaff. Saka now running in field. They've got two over. One of them is Martinelli. Martinelli towards Xhaka. Xhaka on the slide into the side netting. Such another promising move from Arsenal. And Newcastle United have had quite a difficult opening 6 minutes.
What a start to the game this is. Honestly, I cannot tell you how badly Arsenal want this at the moment. It's just so good to see the energy. I mean, Ben White is running past Saka on the overlap, really draws the play out. Saka decides to play the ball wide to Martinelli, who's driving into the box, and then another run from Xhaka. I mean, the turnover of the ball and how quickly Arsenal are running forward at the moment from right back, centre midfield. I mean, they're really trying to get this goal very early in this game.
That's the voice of Matt Upson, who's with us here at the Emirates on BBC Radio 5 Live. We've been playing for 7 minutes. It's Arsenal 0, Newcastle United 0. Everton Brighton, we've just heard from Chris Coles at Goodison. What about Leicester City Fulham? Another 7:45 kick-off lead lately.
Leicester 0, Fulham 0. Couple of early chances, both have gone Fulham's way. Willian firing over from the edge of the area, and then Willian seconds later firing wide from the edge of the area. Lively start, Leicester 0, Fulham 0.
Martinelli tried to thread a ball through. That was stopped on that far side by Cher. Trippier lifts the ball long, headed back by Zinchenko. Guimaraes is quickly closed down and fouled by Granit Xhaka, and that'll be a free kick to Newcastle United, and it offers just a little bit of respite because of Arsenal's start.
Oh, it's been phenomenal. It really has. I mean, Newcastle got to take a breath really and just gather themselves, try and slow it down a little bit. You can sometimes come to these kind of games and it's first v third, could be a little bit, let's just feel them out, have possession of the ball, settle ourselves. Arsenal have just gone, no, we're going to go bang, we're going to get wide, we're going to go forwards quickly, we're going to get runners into the box. They've just tried to hit Newcastle really early.
Trippier with a free kick for Newcastle United, just inside his own half. He lifts it long, it's flicked on by Cher. It was cleared away well actually by White, who was tucked in. Quite a narrow back four at the right back for Arsenal on the half volley, was able to clear. Almiron has picked it up midway through his own half, and Newcastle United are forced to go back towards Nick Pope, who's kept the most clean sheets in the Premier League this season with 9. Just on the evidence of what we've seen so far tonight, that record's going to be tested.
Hugely tested. I mean, from this start, conditions aren't easy either, are they, for a goalkeeper? I expect a lot of potential long-range efforts. Any free kick, anything skipping in front of a goalkeeper on this kind of pitch with a bit of a swirly wind, very difficult to handle. Be very surprised if there are clean sheets at maybe either end in this game.
9 minutes in, Arsenal building from the back. Partey out to Ødegaard. Ødegaard now running forward, blocked by the run of Willock. Ødegaard slides into the challenge to try and win it back, and the referee then gives a foul because Partey's fouled Willock inside the centre circle of the Arsenal half. But it's quick, it's positive. There's a real purpose about Arsenal's play,
isn't there? And there's a real kind of togetherness. Everyone's moving off the ball at the perfect moment. They're finding each other with passes. When they get the passing going, it's so slick, and the interchange and the movement from out to in, it's good to watch when it all comes together.
And that belief that Arsenal are playing with, and that confidence, appears to be reflected certainly with the supporters and the atmosphere here in North London. However, Guimaraes will come forward for Newcastle United. Out it goes to Trippier. Almiron on the overlap, right hand side. Almiron, Trippier. Guimaraes will play the ball inside to Almiron. Now it's with Byrne, the left back, midway through the Arsenal half. Joe Linton. Now Newcastle United have an opportunity to try and keep the ball in these horrible, wet, swirling conditions. The black and white striped shirt of Cher rippling in the breeze as he collects the ball back from Botman. Just inside his own half now, right of the centre circle. Arsenal are pressing. Newcastle United still have the ball, but have been forced back a little bit, and we've been playing for just over 10 minutes here on BBC Radio 5 Live. Eddie Howe and Jason Tindall in that technical area watching on, trying to get their instructions across to their players, but Arsenal putting pressure on Longstaff. He releases it. Cher now will step forward out of defence, bobbles a little bit for him, up towards Wilson. Wilson able to turn. Wilson shoots, right-footed. Comfortable save for Ramsdale, all in yellow, 0-0.
Nice piece of control from Newcastle. Had to kind of just steady the game a little bit. They certainly did that with that passage of play. You can see the team's got a bit of confidence in terms of handling the ball, especially across the back in these conditions. It can be like a bar of soap at times, and they handled it really well, moved the ball forward, and I think Wilson just fancied, I'll have a hit on this kind of surface. I'll just fire one in and just test Ramsdale, and he just coped with it really well.
But also, as you say, that control spell from Newcastle United, an indication from them that they're not going to just come here and park the bus.
No, absolutely not. They're a confident team that are on a great run, and just slowly, last couple of minutes, starting to grow into this game a little bit.
Almiron picks up the loose ball on the right-hand side for Newcastle United. And then Trippier gets forward. Every outfield player is in the Arsenal half. It's played up towards Almiron. One bounce, though, and it's away and out for a goal kick to Arsenal. You look at the record, though, of these two teams. Newcastle United have suffered just one defeat all season. A late goal at Anfield as Liverpool won by 2-1. Arsenal have dropped 5 points all season.
It's incredible, isn't it? I mean, what a run. And you can see it in the players, whether or not it's... I mean, there's a large number of this group who have never won a Premier League. Yeah. And you've got a manager who's very young, never won a Premier League as a manager. And you kind of think, well, that goes a long way as well, because you can tell they've just got a hunger about them at the moment, and that belief and the quality is all just coming together all at once.
12.5 minutes played on BBC Radio 5 Live. You might well be listening on BBC Sounds as well. Always gives you the option to rewind and pause, as here is Guimaraes running forward. Spreads play out towards the right-hand side. Trippier brings it under control at around knee height, runs forward. Almiron able to turn outside the area for Newcastle United. Almiron looking to try and get the shot away. It's an acute angle on that right-hand side. Trippier now sends over the cross. Willett was there. Joelinton was arriving, headed away by Ødegaard. That was a sharp turn by Nketiah, and Nketiah now is away for Arsenal. Midway through the Newcastle half, drifting out towards the left-hand side. Enters the penalty area on the left. Checks back. Nketiah pulls it back. Xhaka scuffed it, and then it was too far in front of Ødegaard, and then agonisingly from an Arsenal point of view behind Saka, who's kept the ball in play. Arsenal still attacking, 0-0. Partey chips it across towards Zinchenko, left corner of the penalty area. What a bright opening 14 minutes it's been at the Emirates. The ball played forward and then cleared by Botman, only as far as Partey. Now it's Arsenal's turn to have every outfield player in the Newcastle half. Ball goes long by Gabriel. He's picked out Saka, eventually gets it under control, plays it ahead of him. Ødegaard coming across and teetering across the byline he was, and the last touch came off Ødegaard, and the assistant referee has said it will be a goal kick. Let's go to Will Perry at Old Trafford. Manchester United, Bournemouth.
Yeah, lovely moment here before kick-off. Ian, Lisandro Martinez, a World Cup winner, and everyone on their feet at Old Trafford, including the Bournemouth fans, applauding him as he comes out to the centre circle with his World Cup winning medal on the bench tonight. But a beautiful moment for the Argentine.
Thank you, Will. Just before, I was talking before about BBC Sounds, and on the day that Pelé has been laid to rest with thousands of mourners in Brazil, we do have, of course, on the BBC Sounds, the podcast Remembering Pelé, still available should you wish to take a listen. Meanwhile, there's been a goal at Goodison. Chris Coles.
And it's gone to Brighton. Everton 0, Brighton 1. It had been domination from the home side, but Brighton, really for the first time in this game, building up a head of steam, and Japanese international Kaoru Mitoma capitalising on a Nathan Patterson mistake to burst into the penalty area, finish into the bottom left-hand corner, and give the visitors the lead. With 15 minutes to played, Everton 0, Brighton 1.
Almiron looking to turn. Commentary of that is on Sports Extra. The ball, though, goes out towards Joelinton, left corner of the area. Still 0-0 here at the Emirates on BBC Radio 5 Live, and Joelinton will win a corner kick for Newcastle United.
I mean, we've just got to go back to that little piece of play and just mention Eddie Nketiah there from that piece of centre-forward play. Had a little bit of everything a moment ago. Used his body, shrugged off the challenge, spun, picked up the ball, drove with it, sat Botman down in the box, I think it was, checked back and then fed it back to Xhaka. It was a lovely piece of play from Eddie Nketiah, who, along with the many other Arsenal players, has started this game so brightly.
Mitoma, who scored against Arsenal at the weekend, that his fourth goal of the season, giving Brighton the lead. That's on Sports Extra. Leicester City 0, Fulham 0. Manchester United, Bournemouth underway, of course, at 8 o'clock. So very much in the early stages there at Old Trafford. Goalless here. Newcastle have a corner kick left-hand side. Trippier to take it. Arsenal have everybody back. Trippier on the left-hand side, right-footed. It's an in-swinger. The header from Cher drops off target. Goal kick.
Tough header because Cher's coming away from the goal. Nice delivery into the box, as you'd expect with Trippier. But
long ball downfield from Ramsdale. There was a slip by Longstaff. He actually recovered very, very well. He was under pressure of all people from Ben White.
Ben White has been flying up the right-hand side of this pitch. At any moment, he's on his bike every time, whether it be to draw players his way or to press the ball. And I thought Longstaff was in big trouble then. You're absolutely right. He just managed to stay on his feet and just recover in time.
Good game, though, isn't it?
Excellent game. Really is a good start to the match, and just over a quarter of an hour gone, 17 minutes gone, and it's a treat at the moment.
Arsenal, who've won all 7 at home, looking to win their opening 8 home games in the top flight for the first time. They did 7 in 1934 and 35. Newcastle United, of course, had their winning sequence ended at the weekend, and now they are cast in the role of party poopers. There's been a goal at Leicester now. Lee Blakeman.
Leicester 0, Fulham 1. It had been coming. Ball in from the left, nicely finished off by you-know-who, Alexander Mitrovic, for his 11th goal of the season. Tidy finish, bottom corner, 18 played. Leicester 0, Fulham 1.
Fulham going into that game with back-to-back wins. Leicester City back-to-back defeats and only 3 points clear of the relegation zone. Here at the top of the table, we are focusing our eyes on Arsenal against Newcastle United. and it's been an entertaining 18 minutes so far. Botman at the back for Newcastle, forward ball along the ground. Joe Willock, former Arsenal player, 11 goals and in 78 appearances in his 4 years at Arsenal, as Zinchenko climbs high to head the ball out of play on that far side.
He's got a nice diagonal passing in Botman, hasn't he? Like shifting that onto his left foot and clipping that ball out to Almiron on the right-hand side. It's really well measured. He looks very confident in just hitting that at any moment. Something Arsenal have to be aware of, that switch of play into a player like Almiron can really create some space out on that right-hand flank for Newcastle.
£32 million they signed him from Lille as Partey in the midfield. Finds the feet of Saka over the halfway line. Saka goes back inside towards Thomas Partey. The square ball for Zinchenko. Zinchenko out to the left touchline for Martinelli. Midway through the Newcastle United half. Back with Zinchenko. Diagonal ball spread out towards Saka. Controls it with the outside of his left boot. Enters the penalty area right-hand side. But Byrne got the block in. And it will go out for a throw to Arsenal, down by the corner flag, which White wants to take. But a great deal of movement for the England international. And he goes to Saka, who's quickly crowded out, back towards White, digs out the cross, headed away by Botman. Zinchenko heads it forward, headed further on by Martinelli and picked up by Pope. 20 minutes we've been playing now. Newcastle United appear to have weathered that early storm from Arsenal.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was quite a storm as well, wasn't it? One of the brightest starts to a Premier League game I've seen for a while from Arsenal, really going for the throat very early on, haven't managed to capitalise and get a goal, but still very dominant in a lot of ways. And I think it's just forced Newcastle a little bit more defensively. I'm looking at Willock and Longstaff are really narrowing off in that middle of the pot. The movement from Arsenal with Odegaard and Xhaka off the Partey, lots of different angles and levels they're receiving the ball. And I think Newcastle is just trying to solid up that middle of the pitch.
Referees had to stop play, Andy Madley. It was Joel Linton who's gone down. He wasn't really moving at the time when Andy Madley blew his whistle, and of course the referee has got to quite rightly be sensible and take every precaution in that area of the straight away the physios are on and just tending to a potential head injury for Joel Linton. So there's a stoppage in play. You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Live. We've been playing for 21 minutes and it's Arsenal 0, Newcastle United 0. What about the start at Old Trafford? Manchester United, Bournemouth, Will Perry.
Coming up 6 minutes gone, still Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 0 as the ball's cleared up field by Mark Travers, the Bournemouth goalkeeper. United with a lot of the ball, as you'd expect. Ericsson picked out Fernandes with a lovely pass with Rashford trying to drive through the Bournemouth defence, but the ball was never under control, cleared by the visitors. Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 0.
Joel Linton is still down. On Sports Extra tonight, it's at Goodison Park. We have Everton-Brighton. Chris Coles is keeping an eye on this one for us.
So nearly a second goal for Brighton. They lead Everton by 1-0. Karu Mutoma's goal. But Evan Ferguson, the 18-year-old, his first start for Brighton, fresh from scoring his first senior goal against Arsenal a couple of days ago. He's hit the base of the post. Brilliantly swiveled technique from the penalty spot. Left foot, Pickford beaten. The post in the way. Still Everton 0, Brighton 1, 21 minutes played.
Joel Linton's back on his feet. Play is yet to resume. We can squeeze in Leicester City, Fulham with Lee Blakeman.
Leicester 0, Fulham 1. It could easily have been 2 though. De Cordova-Reid's ball in from the right. It fell to the right man. Mitrovic, edge of the area, snatched at this one. Fortunately for Leicester, who are all over the place. Leicester 0, Fulham 1.
Play is back underway and Joel Linton is back on the field.
Can I just say, in that break of play, did you see Mikel Arteta with the team? I mean, he got them all over in a huddle, and I'm actually exhausted having watching how he was communicating. I mean, the hand signals were going off the charts. I mean, they were everywhere, the movement, the energy, and you see him in operation. He's got some energy, hasn't he? And he was just got the whole team over, really giving lots of direction, lots of instruction in that period while Joel Linton was just getting treatment.
He's animated at the best of times,
isn't he?
And once again, all in black with his jet black hair. I mean, you wouldn't know looking at him as a manager. There's no hint of grey there, is there?
No. Obviously not stressed, is he?
No. Although just because you've got grey hair doesn't mean that you're stressed. Here is White. Saka. Now with Thomas Partey in the centre circle. Diagonal ball, Byrne read it well, just stepped forward at the right time. Willock picks it up, plays it ahead to Joel Linton, miscontrols the ball, pulls back at Partey. Again the referee, good refereeing from Andy Madley, letting the game flow.
Yeah, Partey got his body in well, took the foul, but then they allowed the play on.
Saka released on the right, the return ball from Ødegaard goes ahead of him. That's going to be interesting here with Byrne against Saka. Because, I don't know, when you look at Dan Byrne, whether it's because of his height, you don't necessarily think that he's the quickest. Yeah, he hasn't. There was just that one opportunity where Saka went past him and Joel Linton.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's any disgrace for any defender that Xhaka's dropping his shoulder and going round you at the moment. He's got an unbelievable kind of low centre of gravity, and the speed in which he drops that shoulder and goes is pretty blistering. And he is the type of player that is the trickiest of customers for a Dan Byrne, though. And I think that's the point. The matchup is not an easy one for Dan Byrne, and if he gets through this game having contained Saka and not allowed him to influence the game with any key moments, he'll have had a really good game, Dan Byrne.
That's the voice of Matt Upson, who scored his first league goal of his career against Newcastle United. Wasn't for Arsenal, it was for Birmingham City. The first of 14 league goals in your career at St Andrews in a 2-2 draw. We're level here at the Emirates as Saka tried to come on the inside there of Byrne and Joel Linton, and then the ball just went away from him. Byrne now to Botman, who clears inside the Newcastle United penalty area. Saliba beats Wilson in the air. Forward ball finds Partey to Zinchenko. Lets the ball settle on the left-hand side before playing it forward to Martinelli. Back to Zinchenko. Lets it come across his body, the Ukrainian, and then turns and plays a left-footed ball back to the left. Interception from Cher, and he's done well to nick it away and continue to slide into the challenge, but that loose ball picked up by Martinelli. And Newcastle United once again are coming under pressure as Arsenal get it out towards Saka, growing in confidence. Joel Linton had doubled up on him, plays the ball inside, the support from White, the right back, and then it was Trippier who was tucked in. He slips in the wet conditions, greasy underfoot. Joel Linton up towards Wilson. Wilson dives forward. Arteta not animated but apoplectic. And it'll be a free kick to Newcastle United, and now he takes his frustration out on the fourth official.
Yeah, and Callum Wilson's looking at him, kind of shrugging his shoulders like, come on, it's a foul. And I get the point Mikel Arteta's making in that Callum Wilson got his body across. It's intentional. He receives the contact. Is it enough to knock him to the floor? Probably not. But when you get that bump and your team's under pressure, you're a centre forward, it's good play to take the foul, go over, win the free kick, slow the game down. And Mikel Arteta, he's got head of steam up at the moment, hasn't he? He's really trying to push the team, and Newcastle just trying to calm it down a little bit.
Trippier with a free kick. It's a high one to the edge of the area. Byrne was up there, knocks it up into the air. Arsenal get it away, and Nketiah tries to direct his header out towards Martinelli, and actually receives it inadvertently off Cher, and then that was a late challenge, and Guimaraes is shown a yellow card from Andy Madley.
I'm not sure if he made contact there, Deno. I'd like to see that again on a replay. He's shaking his head, Guimaraes. Yes, he's late. He goes into ground, but I'm not sure if he makes minimal amount of contact. It's a late tackle, but I'm not sure if that's a yellow card, to be honest.
Arsenal attacking, still goalless on BBC Radio 5 Live. Martinelli far side the left. It was a combination of Almiron and Trippier who stopped the run of Martinelli, and Almiron now clears long. Wilson trying to get on the end of it, being held off by Gabriel. And Wilson has just gone and caught Saliba, and he now is shown a yellow card. Don't think there was any malice, but it was a high boot, and it caught the Arsenal defender.
Yeah, I think Saliba just took a little bit more time than what Callum Wilson was expecting him to. I think he thought he was going to deal with it earlier and just pop the ball over his head with a pass. He didn't. He waited for the ball to drop down a little bit lower, maybe left it another bounce and then tried to clear it, and Wilson is just trying to toe the ball away with his foot, and in doing so he does raise his studs, and it's one of those nasty ones which I've done many a times where you kick the bottom of a centre forward boot and it isn't pleasant. It might have a bruise there on the top of the foot tomorrow morning.
So 2 yellow cards in the space of 60 seconds for Newcastle United. Arsenal 0, Newcastle United 0. and it's a good noise as we approach 8:15 on this Tuesday evening. It is a Tuesday, isn't it?
I was just thinking that when you said that. I thought, I have no clue what day of the week it is at the moment.
Here is Partey. Very, very soon normal service will resume once the festive, well, we're over the festive period more or less now anyway, aren't we? Here is Joe Linton on this near side, the left.
You're not one of these people that still wishes someone Happy New Year in the middle of January.
No.
What's your cut-off point?
Probably today, actually,
yeah,
I think.
Okay.
You?
New Year's Day, I think.
We're approaching the half hour. Ødegaard pokes the ball to Nketiah, picks it up midway through his own half, goes down under the challenge of Dan Burn, and once again Arteta is putting pressure on the officials, and Jason Tindall now is responding from the other dugout, and all of a sudden the fourth official has just got a little bit of work to do just to try and calm down both respective benches.
Well, I think Mikel Arteta's been that animated about these decisions that the Newcastle bench or staff have to feel like they've got to kind of retaliate or get involved here a little bit. He's so active on that touchline. He really, I know he always is, but whether or not it's because of how the game started and the pace of this game is pretty frantic, and whether or not that's just rubbed off on him a little bit as well.
Cher carries the ball forward, carries it a long way to the halfway line. His forward ball towards Willock was cut out by Saliba. Picked up now by Partey. Back to the central defender Saliba. He goes towards Gabriel. Gabriel to Zinchenko, the left back, midway through his own half. Now with Partey. Newcastle United have every black and white striped shirt behind the ball. Almiron will go towards Partey, who just comes to a standstill and ushers Gabriel ahead of him. Out it goes to that far side, the left. Zinchenko's actually playing ahead of Xhaka. Xhaka temporarily has filled in on that left-hand side. Ødegaard had made a run forward, nobody spotted it. Arsenal being patient at this stage. We've got 15 minutes to go to half-time, it's 0-0. And in the minute, Newcastle United are just dropping off, and Xhaka, it is, short of the halfway line on that left-hand side. Martinelli has now gone in field. Zinchenko is the player on the left-hand side. Ødegaard once again is looking to try and make that run. He's itching. Here is Xhaka on the halfway line. Plays it short towards Partey. All of a sudden, for the first time, it felt a little bit like a game of chess there, as Arsenal were waiting and deciding what to do.
Yeah, for the first time. Normally, so far the game's been played almost on instinct, hasn't it? They've seen something, done it, thought about it later. It's been that kind of start for Arsenal, and a lot of it has come off. But now, you have to credit Newcastle. You have to credit they've weathered that storm. They've got a foothold in the game. They're now starting to kind of get a grip of their role in this match.
Xhaka, his ball in field, well read again by Burn, clears it away left-footed, only as far as Zinchenko. Picks it up midway through the Newcastle United half. Partey gives it back to the Ukrainian. But again, Newcastle, 4-5-1. Urged on now by the home support. Gabriel was under a little bit of pressure. And Zinchenko, it was, with Almiron snapping at his heels, is forced to go back. And Arsenal are almost now midway through their own half. And they're biding their time. Xhaka it is. Here's it ball inside. Cher pulled back, free kick. Let's go to Goodison, Chris Coles.
Brighton still have a one-goal lead over Everton, and they look very comfortable. Evan Ferguson coming close a few moments ago, right foot shot just over the bar. He's confident for 18 years old. The Goodison Park faithful getting restless. Everton 0, Brighton 1.
Commentary of that one's on Sports Extra. Leicester Fulham, Lee Blakeman.
Leicester 0, Fulham 1. How Leicester aren't level though, Ian, I have no idea. Tielemans, perfect cross from the right. Perez, unmarked, back post, 6 yards out. Hits it miles over. 13 to go until the break. Leicester 0, Fulham 1.
Free kick for Newcastle United. Cher hoisted out towards Joe Linton whilst you're away, and Nketiah has been booked. Ball played forward by Joe Linton down the left side towards Willock. And the return ball to him, and Joe Linton actually wins it back, keeps the ball in play on this near side, the left, delivers the cross, cleared away on the half volley by Saliba, up towards Nketiah. Newcastle United, though, stop that run of Nketiah and then go into the centre circle towards Cher. And Cher to Willock, wasn't expecting that. Move breaks down, they lose the ball. Arsenal now look quickly out towards Martinelli. Was driven quite hard to the feet of Martinelli by Xhaka. Controlled it well. Ødegaard, central position. Challenged by Joel Linton. Referee says it's a free kick. We'll go to Old Trafford. Will Perry.
Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 0. Nice move, Fernandes out to Shaw. Ball into the box. Martial, whose header was high and wide. A few tackles flying in as well. The latest from Van der Beek. Lucky not to be booked after wiping out Smith. Anthony's wasted a free kick for the visitors. Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 0.
Thanks, Will. The referee's coming under pressure, whether it be from Arteta or the crowd, but not every foul has to result in a yellow card.
No.
Yeah, that's the impression you get from the Arsenal support.
Yeah, I mean, he's made a rod for his own back a little bit, the referee, in the sense that sometimes you've got to make a little allowance for the conditions, I feel. It's that type of evening where you can easily just gradually, unintentionally mistime something, commit a foul that might look a little bit like a yellow card, but really it isn't. And I think that's a difficult balance to strike, isn't it?
So, Matt Upson with us here on BBC 5 Live. 11 minutes to go to half-time. Odegaard to take it, midway through the Newcastle United half. His right arm is held aloft. He's approaching this really almost in front of the ball. That's how much he's going to have to wrap his left foot around it. And he does exactly that. And the header just drops wide. Is it Gabriel?
Gabriel, yeah.
Who got up. Saliba was also there, and the looping header off target, and Pope was quite pleased to see it drop to his left-hand side of his goal, 0-0.
I mean, he really exaggerates that curl, doesn't he, Odegaard? When he plays those free kicks, just really whips it, and that's very close. You look at the replay, probably a foot wide as Gabriel gets above anyone. The ball really drops quickly because he puts so much curl on the ball. It gets up high and then it drops quite quickly. Gabriel read it the best and got a good header on it, but it's a tough one to score from because there's not a lot of pace on it, is there? It's kind of just lofted in there. You have to generate your own pace to score.
The frantic nature of the game and the intensity, I've enjoyed the 35 minutes so far, but when you actually assess the chances that have been created, few and far between.
Not many real efforts on goal, have they? Arsenal got to the byline a few times and created some nice openings, but like you say, that final ball or final effort on goal hasn't quite been there.
Xhaka hit the side netting early doors. There's been a tame shot from Wilson that was comfortably saved by Ramsdale, all in yellow, away towards our left-hand side. As Arsenal stroked back very casually by Zinchenko to Gabriel. Nketiah slips, falls over, ball runs through towards Pope. All in green, away towards our right. He clears long. Wilson and Joel Linton both go for the aerial ball, but neither of them can get the touch, and it's Zinchenko who picks it up for Arsenal. But that was careless by Zinchenko. Straight to Joel Linton. Now Wilson back towards Joel Linton, enters the penalty area. Joel Linton, the angle is tight, keeps his feet, pulls it back towards Wilson, closed down by Gabriel, headed forward by Almiron and caught in the end by Ramsdale. And he throws the ball out underarm, and all of a sudden Xhaka is urged on. Still 0-0, 5 Live, 9 minutes to go to half-time. Challenge comes in from Almiron. Xhaka writhing around in agony.
He's going to get yellow card out again.
And Andy Madley is coming under pressure to show yellow once more.
I'm not sure if he is. He's walking over. He's having a long think about this, the referee. Bending over and having a chat with Almiron, who made a typical attacking player's recovery tackle. And yes, it's a foul, but it's a genuine attempt for the ball. And I think that, you know, it's not particularly dangerous or reckless and doesn't warrant a yellow card, and the referee has made the right choice there.
Andy Madley was met by that little boyish, impish grin from Almiron, and also the thumbs up as well. Almost like a smiling assassin. Who could ever book Almiron with a look like that? As the ball is over the top by Saliba to Saka. Saka hooks the ball in play, and Nketiah does well actually to keep it alive with his back to goal. Able to turn, is he? Right corner of the penalty area, and Nketiah's done well. Saka to Odegaard, lets it run through. Partey, shot, blocked by Willock. Still 0-0, comes out towards Saliba. Arsenal looking to finish the half the way that they started it. Thomas Partey, they're playing from left to right. Elsewhere, Everton 0, Brighton 1, Leicester 0, Fulham 1, Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 0. Tomorrow more live Premier League commentary. Crystal Palace, Tottenham from 7, and Thursday night we're at Stamford Bridge, Chelsea against Manchester City. We could say capital gain on BBC Radio 5 Live this week. And that's not even talking anywhere near our level of football that we've got you on FA Cup weekend. 4 commentaries alone on Saturday, starting at Priestfield, Gillingham against Leicester. And then next week, it's the League Cup quarter-finals. Newcastle United will actually take on Leicester City, who are still trailing against Fulham by 1-0. Everton 0, Brighton 1. But there's been a goal now at Old Trafford. Will Perry.
Manchester United 1, Bournemouth 0. Beautiful free kick in from Christian Eriksen from the left-hand side. Pinpoint. There was Casemiro on the volley past Travers. Lovely goal. 1-0 Manchester United.
That's an 8 o'clock kickoff. This was 7:45. We're in the 39th minute and it's still 0-0. Martinelli far side the left to Zinchenko. Turns. Marshalled by Longstaff. Partey will play the ball back out to Zinchenko. Early ball forward. Stopped and cut out by Trippier. Ball up towards Wilson. Tightly marked by Gabriel. Wilson goes to ground. Referee says no foul. Almost falls towards Almiron. Guimaraes now will come forward. He was having his shirt pulled there. Ødegaard with a challenge. The referee tried to let the game flow, and he's brought it back for the earlier challenge where there was a pullback on Guimaraes. Good refereeing once again from Andy Madley.
I agree, spot on. It's whether or not he's going to book Ødegaard for that initial tug. I'm not sure if he's finished with this. Andy Madley is calling Ødegaard over, and he's got the yellow card out of his pocket, and he's left with little choice, if I'm honest, because I think there's a tug back, and whether or not there's a lot of a tug back, there's enough for Ødegaard to impede the Newcastle player. Was it Joe Linton or Guimaraes, maybe?
Guimaraes, yeah.
Who was driving away from him, and then there's a shirt tug as well, little hand on the shirt, and it's the right decision from the referee. Good decision to try and allow play on, then to put it back and give the yellow card.
Ødegaard shown yellow. Arteta must be treading a fine line, testing the patience of the fourth official down below, because it's incessant, the way that he's just chippering away.
Yeah, it's relentless, isn't it? Like a barrage every time there's a decision. They're not happy with the yellow cards the Arsenal players have had.
Trippier goes long with a free kick. A couple of Newcastle players go down, but the referee has spotted a foul, and it'll be a free kick to Arsenal. And then Joel Linton has kicked the ball away, preventing Arsenal from taking a quick free kick. It's brewing rather nicely, Matt Upson.
Yeah, the referee's got to be a little bit careful that this doesn't start to get a little bit out of control. It's been a very high-tempo, competitive game, and it's just spilling over a little bit on the touchlines, especially with the Arsenal bench, and also on the pitch. There's a big reaction, and the crowd are hyped, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Yeah, well, the significance of Arsenal going 10 points clear, bearing in mind that no side, when they've been in this situation, all previous teams have gone on to win the title after collecting at least 43 points after 16 games. Spurs 60-61, 46 after 16. Chelsea 05-06. Manchester City, Liverpool in more recent years. Arsenal, a little bit late, was it, from Xhaka? Yeah, going to be a yellow card. Xhaka's shown yellow. And all of a sudden, the yellow cards are starting to mount up on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels too hyped, everything at the moment. And I think Mikel Arteta, I've noticed that there's another 10-15% in on his usual levels. Decisions like that from Xhaka to try and win that ball. I love the commitment, I love the energy that Arsenal was showing, but there's moments where you just got to step off that in a game. You cannot win that ball. You're throwing yourself into a tackle that you're only going to get a yellow card just before half-time on a wet, windy night in the middle of the midfield. You've got to be careful now. All of a sudden, your decision-making process has to adapt to that yellow card. 5 yellow cards in total, and discipline is certainly the watchword for both sets of players tonight, as the rain still hasn't relented. Newcastle United unsettling the rhythm of Arsenal, a little bit similar to what Leeds did to Newcastle at the weekend, actually. 10 yards in from the touchline on the right-hand side, almost midway through the Arsenal half. It's a free kick, headed away by Gabriel. Well, actually, it drops back inside the penalty area. Gabriel, a second header, cleared, only as far as Guimaraes. Comes to Willock, sliced it, tried the back heel, didn't quite come off. Dug out by White on the edge of the area. Newcastle try and win it back.
No foul. Odegaard now picks it up. Odegaard out towards Martinelli. It's played behind him. He keeps the ball in play though on that left-hand side. Martinelli darts forward. Newcastle though quick to get so many black and white striped shirts back there, defensively helping out. They do have the best defensive record in the top flight. The fewest amount of goals. They've only conceded 11 all season. And Eddie Howe is urging his side not to sit too deep. The Arsenal supporters are urging Arsenal forward, but at the minute they're still inside their own half.
Surprised that Odegaard just didn't slip that pass in behind a moment ago. Martinelli had his hands up in the air, he got on his bike and just wanted it in behind.
Looks offside against Wilson. It is, there's the late flag. Big chance at Old Trafford, Will Perry.
Big chance for the visitors. Still Manchester United 1, Bournemouth 0, but Solanke, cooked ball in, glancing header wide, should have scored. He's scored once every 4 Premier League games this season. He's gone 3 without a goal, so he's due one. And Anthony bursting into the box. Brilliant save from De Gea, but the offside flag was up. 1-0 United.
Thanks, Will. BBC Radio 5 Live with 60 seconds remaining of this first half. Saka on this near side the right. White going ahead of him on the overlap. Joelinton comes over, and then the assistant referee has said that that will actually be a goal kick to Newcastle United, and it's still 0-0.
Surprisingly, but when you look at it, there hasn't been that many clear efforts on goal.
No.
Neither goalkeepers really had much to do, have they? It's all been about the franticness, the intensity, the ability to press and run in the middle of the park and really just try and get a foothold. It's been a little bit too frantic, so maybe that quality's just suffered a little bit.
We'll find out very soon how much added on time there will be at the end of the first half. There have been a couple of stoppages as Botman tight behind Nketiah. Guimaraes now inside the centre circle. Back it goes to Trippier. Trippier goes further back towards Cher, and now it's back with the Newcastle United goalkeeper Pope, who spreads a diagonal ball out towards Byrne. Did ever so well to bring that under control. 2 minutes of added on time, which we're now into here on 5 Live. Newcastle have given away. Joelinton though helps win it back. Wilson was pulled back a little bit by Partey. The referee, the Arsenal fans are not happy with the referee, but I don't think there have been too many decisions that Andy Madley has made that you'd actually go, I disagree with that one. I thought he's refereed the game well under pressure.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think he gave a yellow card to Nketiah, which again was for a little bit of a tug back with his hand, which I felt was a bit harsh. They didn't like that, but other than that, it's not been an easy game for a referee, has it? It's been one of those matches that you've eyes in the back of your head. He's got most of the decisions pretty much up bang on.
Free kick by Trippier. Wilson trying to get there. He's scored in each of his first 3 Premier League games against Arsenal. He's gone 7 since without a goal. As Byrne delivers a quick cross in from the left-hand side, only partially cleared, comes out towards Longstaff on the stretch on the edge of the area. He was closed down very quickly by Xhaka. It was a good challenge actually by the Swiss international. Sensed the danger, and the ball's gone behind, and Newcastle United have got a corner kick in stoppage time now.
Yeah, interesting situation. Arsenal done a lot of the driving work in this first half, trying to take the game to Newcastle, and it's just typical. These kind of moments is where you really need to tune in just before half-time. Don't let that work go to waste and concede now.
So Newcastle United in the swirling rain, playing from right to left. On this near side the left have a corner kick. Trippier to take it. Will be an in-swinger from the England international. His right arm is aloft. In it goes now. Glancing towards the far post, Joelinton threw himself at it, and it's gone behind and out for a goal kick. It came at him very, very quickly.
It's the speed, wasn't it? Real glancing header. But he was at that back post area, picked up a great position where any goal scorer wants to be. Just tap-ins there, and it is very close. It is a considerable miss from Joelinton.
Well, the half-time whistle has sounded, and there were boos and jeers from the Arsenal supporters. But that will be directed towards referee Andy Madley, who's just having a word now with Xhaka. But it's certainly been a competitive game, played with a real intensity, very frantic at times. But when you come to clear-cut chances, Xhaka side netting early on, Gabriel had a header off target, and Wilson and Joelinton have had half chances maybe for Newcastle United.
Yeah, I think I just feel like Arsenal need to calm it down a little bit. Love the passion, love the intensity, but there's moments where it's just got to simmer and let their quality shine. It's been a little bit too frantic in this first half, but credit to Newcastle for weathering that early storm. I mean, they really did come out of the blocks, Arsenal. try and punish Newcastle early on, and credit to them for settling into the game and coping with it.
No goals, but it's been enjoyable. Half-time then at the Emirates, Arsenal 0, Newcastle United 0.
No goals, which means that there's even more emphasis on the performance of the referee. That's what everybody's talking about, is Andy Madley. 6 yellow cards in that first half. Jason on social media, Matt, says Andy Madley's lost control of this. He gave 1 cheap yellow, and now he's pressured into giving 1 for every challenge. Saliba and Saka in particular need to be careful, because they'll miss the next game against Spurs if they get another yellow card. But you were saying you think they're pretty much justified. He's not like an English incarnation of Antonio Mateo Lahoz.
I think early on he got a little bit carried away, and there was a couple of tackles early on. I wasn't too sure about the Nketiah yellow card. It's a foul, but it's one of those where it's a talking to for me, and behave yourself. It's in an area of the pitch that hasn't really affected anything, and I think just little moments like that, sometimes you've got to referee the conditions as well, Kelly, and I know that sounds silly and it shouldn't be special dispensation for players when it's raining or windy, but the speed of this game, how it's been played and the conditions do come into play, and I think just not allow the game to go out of control with reckless tackles, but just be a little bit more. I don't think he's far wrong, though. I wouldn't start jumping on him and saying he's had an absolute nightmare, but a couple of those challenges, maybe he just made a bit of a rob for his own back.
And it did just start to get a little bit fiery towards the end, but the energy in that first half, particularly at the start from Arsenal, and I heard you saying at the beginning, you could tell the intensity. This is something that they're fighting for. They can see that 10-point gap, and that's what they're focusing on.
Oh, it's absolutely bubbling here. It really is, in terms of that. It's sometimes bubbling over the top, and I think that You'd probably see a more polished performance if they just steady that down a little bit. I love the fact they feel that way. It's a group of players, a lot of young players in this situation, a young manager, and you can tell the energy's there. There's absolutely no question. In the crowd, supporters are enjoying it. They're getting on every decision. They're trying to impact the game. But that composure, that quality that Arsenal have shown, they need a little bit more of that, and I think it will come if they just settle down in this second half.
There have been a couple of chances for Newcastle. How much of a threat do you think they've posed?
Yeah, I think they've posed a decent threat. I'm more impressed with how they've coped at the back, and how the attacking from wide areas, how they've defended those 1v1s. The 2 centre-backs, Shah and Botman, have been solid. I think Nketiah's played well. There's been a lot of good stuff. There's a lot to look at, and it's been a really entertaining first half. But I think it's only 1 shot on target from either team. Neither's really troubled the goalkeeper. So that's the one part of the game that's missing, is just that quality or the creative, that final pass to create a real goal-scoring opportunity.
Matthew Upson and Ian Dennis are at the Emirates for a commentary match this evening. It's Arsenal against Newcastle. 4 Premier League matches, 3 of them, including Arsenal-Newcastle, 7:45 kickoffs. 8 o'clock kickoff at Old Trafford, where Manchester United beat Bournemouth 1-0. Will Perry.
Just under 10 minutes to the break here, Kelly, and Manchester United have a free kick in a very dangerous position. It's on the edge of the D, just to the right, after Casemiro was fouled by Billing on the edge of the box, and it looks like it's going to be Christian Eriksen who's going to try and bend this one over the wall. Rashford stood there as well just before that, a ball into the box, into the 6-yard box where Rashford was lurking. Excellent bit of defending from Kelly, who managed to clear it, albeit unorthodoxly. Michael Salisbury blows the whistle. Still, we don't know whether it'll be Rashford or Eriksen who takes it. They're clustered next to this ball as we wait for them to have a shot at goal. Here's Eriksen, right-footed, hits the top of the Bournemouth wall, out for a corner. 1-0 United.
Will, thank you very much for that. Will Perry will bring us updates on that. The half-time whistle has gone at Goodison Park. Chris Coles.
A new year, but the same old Everton problems. Everton 0, Brighton 1. It's a deserved advantage for the visitors, given to them by Kaoru Mitoma, the Japanese international's 4th of the season, capitalising on Nathan Patterson's misjudgment to calmly finish into the bottom corner. Further opportunities too. The best for Evan Ferguson, the 18-year-old on his first start, hitting a post after his smart left-foot volley. Excellent technique. He was very unlucky. Roberto De Zerbi made 4 changes to this side. It surprised many, but they remain very, very fluid. Everton started well. Crowd behind them. Alex Iwobi's shot well saved by Robert Sanchez. But that's really being as good as it got for Everton. Dominic Calvert-Lewin looks isolated. The fans are getting frustrated. A lot of their anger has been directed at the referee Andre Mariner, who's let an awful lot go. But all the optimism from that excellent draw at Manchester City has evaporated after that first 45 minutes, which sees Brighton have that 1-goal lead. Everton 0, Brighton 1.
Chris, often you get a sort of flatness after the opposition have scored within the home crowd, but the Everton fans, you're saying, are getting frustrated with this performance, because although they got the 1-0 draw against Manchester City, that wasn't at home in front of their own fans, and this is what they've seen before the break for the World Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. Their home form in particular has really cost them this season. They've not lost 3 in a row at home in 2 years, and that is what's facing them here tonight. When they went behind, Kelly, you didn't get the sense that the fans had lost faith in the players. The support by and large has been very good towards the players. You sense the anger has come not necessarily at Frank Lampard, but those above Frank Lampard in the Everton hierarchy. They're giving the players the support. There were boos at half-time. I fancy, though, more towards the referee and not necessarily the performance of the players. But Frank Lampard has decisions to make at half-time. He does have firepower on the bench. He does have the likes of Neil Maupay, formerly of Brighton and Hove Albion. Ellis Sims has just been recalled from a loan spell at Sunderland. Yes, he was scoring in the Championship. It's a different level in the Premier League. The fans have not lost faith in the players, but they just need to see an awful lot more from their team, especially going forward. And the worry is Brighton look assured, as they have done all season. They play with such brilliant fluidity whenever they go forward. Curry Mitoma looks dangerous. He's got his goal. Evan Ferguson looks really bright, 18 years of age, his first start. As the cliche goes, Kelly, the next 10-15 minutes, or certainly the first 10-15 minutes after the break, the next goal is absolutely massive.
Chris, thank you very much. Chris Coles will bring us news of any goals that go in at Goodison when the second half does get underway. Half-time meanwhile at the King Power, it's Leicester against Fulham. Lee Blakeman.
Interesting that we were just talking about the fans there at Everton, because Leicester booed off, Kelly. Leicester 0, Fulham 1. Mitrovic with the goal that separates the two teams here. Willian's ball in. Mitrovic allowed far too much time and space to take a touch and then drill it hard and low past Danny Ward. Since then, Leicester have had chances, some big chances. Perez firing over, unmarked at the back post, 6 yards out, cleared the crossbar, an all Brighton ball across the face of goal. All it needed was a faint touch. Didn't get one and went all the way through, and Castagna headed narrowly wide at the end of the half. Leicester with more injury problems as well. Daka missed tonight's game because of injury. Dewsbury Hall was injured in the warm-up. Sumari went off injured early on, which is why Albrighton is on at the moment. Leicester heading for a third straight defeat. Fulham a third straight win, because at half-time it's Leicester 0, Fulham 1.
Lee, as you're saying, though, the crowd are getting frustrated, but there have been chances for Leicester.
Oh, loads of them. The one in particular, Kelly, that I just can't get past is the one from Perez. Leicester did everything right. They've looked brilliant in the build-up. From midfield until they've got to the final third, they've looked superb on occasions tonight. Tielemans out wide, ball in, the perfect cross. Perez in the perfect position, nobody around him at the back post. We were all just waiting for the net to bulge here, and he cleared the crossbar by such a distance. I think the ball nearly landed in Nottingham. An awful miss from Perez. But the fans getting restless here. You just wonder what it's going to take for them to turn. They've been in worrying positions before. I remember doing a game on a Monday night for 5 Live earlier this season, the big East Midlands derby between Leicester and Nottingham Forest. Leicester, under massive pressure that night, had the answers and ran out 4-0 winners. At the moment, with all the injury problems that Leicester have, you wonder if they've got enough firepower to come up with more of those answers, because they certainly need them at the moment.
Yeah, and they're only 3 points above Nottingham Forest in the Premier League table as things stand. Lee, thank you very much for that. So, just to recap, at half-time, Leicester trailing by 1-0 at home to Fulham. Everton also 1-0 down at home to Brighton. Our commentary matches at the Emirates, where Arsenal and Newcastle are drawing 0-0 and what's a pretty fiery encounter. Back there for the second half very shortly, and we'll bring you the half-time report of Manchester United against Bournemouth, with United leading by 1-0. That one was an 8 o'clock kickoff, so just approaching half-time in that one. We'll bring you all the very latest half-time scores in just a second, and we're also saying happy birthday to Sports Report, the iconic show first broadcast 75 years ago today. If you missed last night's special programme celebrating the show, it's now available as a podcast. Just head over to BBC Sounds and search for 75 years of Sports Report. Now, though, it's time for the BBC News with Jill Mackenzie.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thank you. Good evening. The government says it's doing everything possible to resolve pressures on NHS services after renewed criticism about long waits for emergency care. Health leaders say the current problems are down to long-term staffing and funding issues, not just the pandemic. Our Deputy Political Editor is Vicky Young.
There are lots of issues which are outside of the government's control, but I think the problem is for the Conservative Party, having been in power for 12 years, it is difficult for them to avoid at least some of the blame for what is going on. And the danger, of course, is that this winter crisis goes on to become a spring crisis, and that actually there end up being longer-term problems that need to be dealt with.
Only a fifth of trains have been running in England, Scotland and Wales today, with the same expected tomorrow. RMT union members are staging a 48-hour strike over pay and conditions. They'll walk out again on Friday and Saturday. The Transport Secretary Mark Harper says the union should get back to negotiations, but the RMT has accused the government of blocking a deal. Hospitality UK says the disruption caused by the rail strikes will cost the industry £2.5 billion. Kate Nichols is its CEO.
In the run-up to Christmas, it was down 29% on 2019 levels and as much as 49 to 59% in the city centres that were particularly badly affected by train strikes. The industry is incredibly frustrated that this has been dragging on for 8 months. We've had a long-term impact on sales, but also there's a long-term impact on consumer confidence and willingness to book going forward.
A woman who lied to police, claiming she'd been groomed and exploited by an Asian gang, has been found guilty of perverting the course of justice. 22-year-old Eleanor Williams from Barrow-in-Furness falsely accused some real people and made up other supposed abusers. And Pelé has been laid to rest at a private family ceremony. Thousands of mourners lined the streets of the Brazilian city of Santos to watch his funeral procession earlier.
On BBC iPlayer.
Well, the last few years all seemed a bit easier somehow, hasn't it?
We move on, don't we?
Catherine Kaywood is back, and so is an old enemy.
Got some intel for you from the prison. You're not going to like it.
Tommy Lee Royce.
How do?
He's a narcissist. He's a psychopath. He's using you, and you're letting him.
I get it's complicated, but he's my dad.
The final series of Happy Valley.
What I'd like is for you and me to spend some time together.
Continues on BBC iPlayer. This is 5 Live Sport with Kelly Cates.
Back to the Emirates very shortly for the second half of Arsenal against Newcastle. No goals, but 5 yellow cards in the first half of that one. Second half coming up, and they're just approaching half-time at Old Trafford. Man United against Bournemouth. Will Perry.
Yeah, we're in added time. Manchester United 1, Bournemouth 0. Casemiro's volley midway through the first half, the difference, but Senesi slipped as he challenged Van der Beek, clattering into the Dutchman's right knee, wriggling in pain for a couple of minutes. You could really see the agony on his face. He got back to his feet, couldn't continue. He's limped down the tunnel, replaced by Garnacho just before the break. As it stands, Manchester United level on points with third place Newcastle. Manchester United 1, Bournemouth 0.
Well, thank you very much. As soon as the half-time whistle goes, we will let you know in that match. We're also across all this evening's Premier League action. Everton trailing 1-0 at home to Brighton. Leicester 1-0 down at home to Fulham. Regular updates from there, but our commentary match is Arsenal against Newcastle at the Emirates. Matthew Upson and Ian Dennis are there. Matt, we talked about the chances that Arsenal have created in that first half, and I know you were really impressed with that Newcastle defence. That's now a clean sheet in the first half in their last 14 Premier League games, and while we always focus on their attacking talent, it's built on a really solid defence.
It's an amazing record, isn't it, to be honest? I mean, that is a brilliant record for the goalkeeper, centre-backs, full-backs, and for the whole team. It's a real team effort, but I'm so impressed with how solid Botman and Shara, and Dan Burn has got a tricky evening against Saka, 1v1s in those wide areas, and he just manages to cope well enough. Whether or not we'll see in this second half Saka hit another gear and maybe be the difference, but so far they've done excellent.
So the managers making their way out to the dugouts. The players are pretty much set for the second half at the Emirates. Taking you through it, Matt and Ian Dennis.
Have you noticed, Matt, that the last time we saw Lady Kelly was in the desert? It was nice and warm and not ventured out of the studio
I
tonight.
know.
Yeah.
She used to enjoy coming to the grounds.
I always thought she was a team player.
But no, now it's just a different story.
Yeah. Anyway, neither
Like
side...
the Wicked Witch of the East that dissolve in the rain.
Neither side has made a change as the second half is underway, and Arsenal in their red and white shirts and white shorts are playing from right to left, and they line up with Ramsdale in goal, a back four of White, Gabriel, Saliba and Zinchenko, Xhaka, Partey and Ødegaard, Saka and Nketiah and Martinelli. Give you the Newcastle side in a moment. They have actually reached half-time now at Old Trafford. Manchester United do lead Bournemouth by 1-0 in that 8 o'clock kickoff. Zinchenko tried to drill the ball in low. It's cleared by Newcastle United. Almiron has given it away. Xhaka, Swiss international, back towards Partey. Partey midway through the Newcastle United half. Short to his left, Zinchenko rolls it forward, and Nketiah enters the penalty area, and Nketiah with his head down can't get a sight of goal. He does pull it back to Ødegaard. Willett got there first with a clearance, and it's clattered away by Longstaff. So Newcastle United have Pope in goal, Trippier, Schär, Botman and Byrne, Willett, Guimaraes and Longstaff, Almiron, Wilson and Joel Linton. 5 yellow cards from Andy Madley in that first half. The rain, however, appears to have eased on a blustery night in North London. It'll still be a little bit greasy in terms of the playing surface, but at least the rain appears to have stopped, because it wasn't particularly pleasant for the players down there at the minute. And Arsenal with Zinchenko. Again, he's done well. He's picked out Xhaka. Turns, Ødegaard. They've got 2 over on the right. One of them is Nketiah. Saka looking towards Nketiah. Cut out. Willett. Cleared.
The first touch from Martin Ødegaard there in the midfield is absolutely brilliant. This ball skipping into him with real pace, and he just cushions it with his right foot and then finds the pass.
Ødegaard can't get a sight of goal. He was quickly crowded out by 3 Newcastle United players. The referee has played in an advantage there as Wilson runs over the halfway line. Fouled by Xhaka. Pushed over from the back. Xhaka actually was one of the players on a yellow card.
That's what I thought when I saw it.
It was a blatant two-handed push on the back of Wilson.
I'm sure he's got a yellow, Xhaka from the first half, and I tell you what, 2 hands on the back of an opponent when you're behind, well, he doesn't really shove him. I think the referee's close enough just to see the level of the contact, but his hands are up and he trips him from behind, and that was a yellow card in the first half, no?
Yes.
100%.
Yeah. One wonders, if he hadn't been booked, would he have then shown the yellow card?
Yeah.
There was certainly no attempt to play the ball from Granit Xhaka. Potential lucky escape for the Arsenal player. 3 minutes into the second half. Arsenal 0, Newcastle United 0. You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Live, whether it be on the wireless or indeed through the BBC Sounds app. Trippier to take the free kick for Newcastle. Right-footed. Schär with his header towards the far post, onto the roof of the net and out of play for a goal kick.
I'm not sure if he realised how good a spot he was in there, Schär, with that. He got up free of any challenge at the back post and should do better with his header. The ball's flighted right across the back. Whether or not there was an offside shout, maybe, but did do the best with the header.
Ramsdale caught dallying in possession by Joel Linton. Newcastle United now with Guimaraes, goes down under a challenge from Partey. Longstaff. Arsenal's outfield players have actually done well to protect their goalkeeper there after that error. Just a little bit too hesitant, the England international. Rolled into the path of Almiron. Almiron across the 6-yard area towards Wilson. Couldn't get a touch.
Wow.
Real threatening moments from Newcastle United.
What a pass from Kieran Trippier as well. Very similar to the kind of link-up that White and Saka have. That telepathy between Trippier and Almiron was clear to see there. Great ball from Trippier, and Almiron very nearly creating a goal for Newcastle.
See, when Kelly at half-time read out some of the tweets to 5 Live Sport on the old social media, and they're saying the referee's lost the game.
Yeah.
Again, there was a foul on Saka. He let the game flow. He's tried to let it flow at every opportunity.
Yeah, no, I think he's tried to do that. The clearest one was the Odegaard yellow card, where he's allowed it to play on, brought it back and booked him for pulling his shirt from behind. It's a booking. You can't do that somebody goes past you. You can't grab them and pull their shirt and impede them. So, you know, there's a couple that I think it would be really picky to criticise him, and he's got a lot right. So the balance is, for me, that he's done well in this game so far, the referee.
Matt Upson with us on 5 Live. Willock, strong run down the left-hand side, charging forward, now level with the penalty area. Wilson waits inside the penalty area. White gets a foot on the cross. Newcastle get it back out towards Joel Linton. Guimaraes, central position, sends over across towards the right. Almiron on the volley, hits it back first time. Partey heads it away just inside the Arsenal penalty area. Now it's Arsenal who have everybody back behind the ball. Trippier to Almiron. Almiron to Guimaraes. Longstaff lets it run through towards Almiron. Gabriel slides. Longstaff picks up the pieces for Newcastle United. Back towards Trippier. Just think, January of last year, Newcastle United was second bottom. There was something like 10, 12 points adrift of Leeds United. And they had that flirtation with relegation. Eddie Howe cites the win at Ellen Road, a 1-0 win. Joe Shelby with the only goal of the game in January last year as a turning point, a catalyst. And now here they are. They've been transformed from relegation candidates to European contenders. And even some are saying they're in with a shout of the title. That's how far Newcastle United have progressed in these 12 months under Eddie Howe.
Well, I think the confidence has progressed in this game as it's gone on. They've come out in this second half, I think, a more confident version of themselves and how they started the game. And that says a lot. They took a bit of a pounding early on, but they've certainly grown into this match.
Odegaard, and we all know how far Arsenal have grown when you think back to the toxic start to last season. And what was it, 3 straight defeats as there's a Newcastle United player down, and the Arsenal supporters aren't happy. And Arsenal, with a run of 3 games against Newcastle, Spurs and Manchester United to come, the last 3 teams to have actually beaten Arsenal in the league. And at the minute, Newcastle are holding the league leaders. 0-0 here, Leicester 0, Fulham 1, Manchester United 1, Bournemouth 0, another goal at Goodison. Chris Coles.
Disastrous start to the second half for Everton. Brighton have a second goal. What a few days Evan Ferguson is having. The 18-year-old got his first Brighton goal against Arsenal, rewarded with his first start tonight, and he scored again, tapping in from 6 yards. Goodison Park is not a happy place. Everton 0, Brighton 2.
In fact, Ferguson and Matoma, who've got the goals tonight for Brighton, were both on the score sheet at the weekend. And for Everton, that would be 7 without a win in all competitions. They're just a point above the relegation zone. Leicester 0, Fulham 1, Manchester United 1, Bournemouth 0, 0-0 here. We're with you through until 10:30. Tomorrow night, Crystal Palace Tottenham is our commentary, and then Chelsea Manchester City on Thursday. And on Friday at 1 o'clock, another chance to hear the excellent programme last night where Mark Chapman looks back at 75 years of Sports Report. And if you can't wait till Friday, it is available on the BBC Sounds app as a podcast special. But we've been playing for 8 minutes into this second half, and it's still 0-0. Saka picks it up for Arsenal. Partey outside the centre circle. Zinchenko, early first-time ball. Xhaka plays it behind Martinelli. Martinelli, though, keeps the ball in play. Level with the penalty area. Zinchenko joins the attack. Has time to have a little glance over little shoulder. Martinelli rolls the ball back to Gabriel.
I mean, a couple of times in this game, Martinelli's been played to feet. And every time the midfield players have the ball, he only wants it in one area, and that's in behind. And I think a couple of times they've just gone to feet as opposed to just sliding that ball and asking the question in behind the fullback, which is exactly where Martinelli is wanting to go every single time.
We'll get an update now from Leicester City. Lee Blakeman.
Oh, I'm going to say what I said in the first half. How are Leicester not level? Leicester 0, Fulham 1. Great ball down the left. Barnes through on goal, in behind, just Leno to beat, tried to chip him and hit it straight at him. Massive miss by Barnes. Leicester 0, Fulham 1 still.
Newcastle United still drawing here with Arsenal. Newcastle have suffered 11 straight defeats at Arsenal in all competitions since an Andy Carroll goal in November 2010. But here, they're holding their own against the league leaders, who are looking to extend their advantage over Manchester City to 10 points at the top of the Premier League, as we've been playing 10 minutes in this second half. Arsenal actually only have a better record than that of Newcastle in terms of successive wins against Stoke City, with 16. A bit about, can you do it on a wet night in Stoke? Can you do it on a wet night in North London? Arsenal now looking to do exactly that with Partey. Has he overrun the ball in the centre circle? No, he's done very well. To Zinchenko, over the halfway line. Zinchenko to Xhaka. Xhaka has time to have a glance around. He finds Ødegaard. Ødegaard, though, couldn't keep it down. Inside the D of the penalty area, left-footed over the top, and we're going back to Everton, Brighton. Chris Cole.
This is turning into a calamitous evening for Frank Lampard and Everton. Everton 0, Brighton 3. Solly Marge, so easy, skipping through the defence. Defender slips in front of him. He places it past Jordan Pickford, and Brighton, with 55 minutes played, are 3-0 up at Goodison Park.
Chris says a calamitous night. That's on Sports Extra, by the way, the commentary of that. You can certainly feel the significance of this fixture inside this stadium tonight, Matt Hudson.
Absolutely. It really has been a very loud atmosphere inside the Emirates, and the supporters are just desperate, aren't they? Like almost like how the team are portraying in the manager, the energy, the feeling that they need to get this 3 points to just increase that gap over Manchester City to 10 points, which, let's face it, would be unbelievable really at this stage of the season. But it's just really kind of levelling out this game. It's not a lot in it at all. I just saw Zinchenko before that you handed over to Goodison. He's hit 3 passes in this game where he's broken a line brilliantly. His passing out from the left back position, how aggressive it is into feet, is absolutely superb.
Xhaka spreads play for Arsenal, out towards Saka. Saka charging forward, challenge comes in from Joel Linton. And Joel Linton might well get a yellow card. Andy Madley is going to book the Brazilian here, I'm quite sure. Yeah, the yellow card has been drawn from his right pocket.
Well, unless he got a tiny piece of the ball, it certainly is a yellow card. I don't think he did get any of the ball. He goes to ground, really lunges flat out to try and win it, and it's just on the corner of that 18-yard box as well. Just had a quick glance at the replay. Saka's driving with the ball, and I tell you what, he might get a slight toe on that ball there, Deno. I think he maybe just grazes it. Yep, gets a touch on that. Referee doesn't see that, but he certainly wins the ball, Joe Linton.
3 yellows apiece now, 6 yellow cards from Andy Madley. Free kick to Arsenal, right corner of the area. Saka waits to take it. Arsenal have got everybody forward. 3 wait just outside the penalty area. Newcastle United have every black and white striped shirt inside the box. Now what's gone on here? Almiron has not retreated the full 10 yards, and now he has just been booked.
Well, it's getting a bit silly now, isn't it? The amount of bookings in this game, but that's just silly. Almiron, I mean, you can't be any clearer than a big white line drawn on the floor as to how close you can stand, and if he wants to play about and try and bend the rules in that way, then he's going to get found out, gets a silly yellow card.
Saka with a free kick, Pope with downward punch, Zinchenko on the volley, right-footed, sliced it, into the penalty area it goes, headed out, only as far as Ødegaard, lifts it back in, quite a high one, and it will be caught by Pope, straight to Everton, Chris Coles.
I cannot believe what we're witnessing here. Everton 0, Brighton 4, horrendous error from Idrissa Gueye, short back pass, Pascal Gross races through, chips it over Jordan Pickford. It's Everton 0, Brighton 4. Goodison Park is emptying rapidly. Those who are still here chanting sack the board, sack the board. Everton 0, Brighton 4.
Well, what a damaging night that could be in more ways than one at Everton. Here, meanwhile, at the top of the table, Partey goes square. White, forward ball towards Saka.
White makes a run on the inside of him. Saka dances away from one challenge, back towards White. Newcastle have everybody back behind the ball. We're still at 0-0 here as we approach the first quarter of an hour in this second half. Zinchenko to Xhaka, finding space. Zinchenko inverted. The left back, very similar to what you'd see, of course, from his time at Manchester City. Back out to the left for Xhaka, edges his way forward, 30 yards out from goal. Zinchenko is free on the infield. Now it's with Partey, out towards White. Newcastle United just trying to keep their organisation at this stage. Zinchenko once again is free. Partey chips the ball forward, and Burn, Saka has actually gone down off the ball. It goes and runs through for a goal kick, 0-0, but Saka is down.
I tell you have to credit the players for the level of intensity physically that they're putting into this game. You know, it's been a heavy build-up of fixtures, but to be able to put this level of energy and running into a match is impressive. We're an hour in, and I think that could certainly factor in the end result of this game, which team is able to cope with that type of intensity, whether or not both teams will make changes soon. But Arsenal may be forced to make one because Saka hasn't got up off the floor yet.
Well, Saka is still down, and the referee is just keeping an eye on making sure that is everything all right. In the meantime, a lot of the players are taking liquid refreshment, and once again Arteta micromanaging the way that he does. He's having a word with every player. We'll take advantage of the stoppage in play. We know Everton 0, Brighton 4. Leicester Fulham, another 7:45 kick-off. Lee Blakeman.
Leicester 0, Fulham 1. Still this time Vardy's turn to miss a great chance. Played through on goal, just Leno to beat. In behind, Leno made the block with his legs. Tielemans is just fired wide from 25 yards. Leicester knocking, but Fulham have the answers. Leicester 0, Fulham 1.
Manchester United Bournemouth. Will Perry.
Just underway in the second half. Manchester United 1, Bournemouth 0. Smith in the book early in this second 45, cleaning out Garnacho as he burst towards the box. Garnacho on for the injured Van der Beek. Rashford took the free kick straight into the wall. Manchester United 1, Bournemouth 0.
So 7 yellow cards. I wouldn't necessarily say that Andy Madley has anywhere reached the levels of Antonio Mathieu Lahoz just yet, would you? The Spanish referee, who I noticed was up to his old tricks, or his usual tricks, with Barcelona Espanyol last weekend.
Yeah, no, I don't think we're quite on those levels, but a couple of those decisions are taken out of his hands. I mean, the Joe Linton one a moment ago, he actually gets that wrong because he wins the ball. So, but it's hard because it's high speed, it's full stretch, there's only a tiny touch of the ball, so those errors can happen. You have to make those allowances sometime.
Ball played forward over the head of Wilson, runs through towards Ramsdale. Saka is back on the pitch and able to continue. It's still goalless here at the Emirates. A vocal Emirates. 23rd of January. Burnley at home was the last time that Arsenal were involved in a goalless draw. It's been a sequence of 40 games since then. And that's what we're looking at. However, Martinelli, left corner of the area. Martinelli on the inside with a right-footed curling shot that was just patted down by Pope. Comfortable height as he bounces that ball down, overarm out towards Joe Linton on that far side. And Joe Linton loses the ball, but has a second chance to win it back, and he succeeds. To Guimaraes on the inside, quickly closed down by Ødegaard and Partey in the midfield. Here is Zinchenko. Martinelli didn't really pose enough problems for Pope. There's been another goal at Old Trafford. Will Perry.
Well, this one's got to Manchester United as well. Manchester United 2, Bournemouth 0. Take a bow. Luke Shaw burst all the way from his position at left back into the Manchester United box, spun it out to Garnacho, put it on a plate for Shaw. Penalty spot, bottom left corner. Manchester United 2, Bournemouth 0.
Saka doing very well, threatening on the right-hand side, cutting inside the penalty area. It was an outstretched left boot from Joel Linton that forced the ball behind for a corner kick to Arsenal.
I mean, you're just waiting in anticipation in this game for that one moment from either team, that one real piece of composure and quality. Saka doing a great job there, sits Dan Burn down, tries to drive further into the box, but the recovery tackles there, which it has been all evening from Newcastle. They've worked so hard defensively, especially from the midfield, to get out in wide areas just to help the fullbacks.
Corner kick then to Arsenal, playing from right to left, far side to right, still 0-0 here on 5 Live. Should be an in-swinging corner, and indeed it is. And Gabriel trying to get on the end of it, hooked away by Guimaraes inside his own penalty area. That bouncing ball, White does well to get there before Wilson, heads it into the path of Xhaka, who gets the return ball from Zinchenko, threads it back to the Ukrainian. Forward ball to Nketiah, back towards Xhaka, creeping forwards now are Arsenal as they go square. Newcastle United trying to quickly close them down, working so hard off the ball, out towards that right-hand side. Saka once again is the outlet to White, providing the support. Partey is on the inside, move breaks down. Newcastle United now with Willock, and Willock will run forward, and the former gunner plays it on the inside to Guimaraes. The break is on for Newcastle United. Up towards Wilson. Wouldn't stick. Quickly loses out towards Gabriel. And Arsenal will come again. And Eddie Howe now is the one who's animated in that technical area. Down on his haunches, clapping and urging the black and white striped Newcastle United players to keep on going. As Saka once again will run at Burn. Saka up against the Newcastle United left back. Helped out once again by Joel Linton. Plays it on the inside, and once more it breaks down, and Longstaff will bring it away. But Newcastle can't keep the ball at the moment, keeps coming back at them, and the pressure is building. Here is Zinchenko to Martinelli, up against Trippier. Trippier stands tall, good challenge, pulled back was he? Referee says no. Arsenal now with Zinchenko. Trippier thought there was a foul. Here is Xhaka, back to Zinchenko. Newcastle have everybody back behind the ball once again. Arsenal are playing from right to left. This is Gabriel. He's pointing with his right hand. He passes the ball exactly where he said it was going to go, and Nketiah is onto it, and Nketiah trying to dance his way into the penalty area. Pope quickly off his goal line, smothers and saves.
You just get the feeling it's going to have to take something a little bit special in this game, whether it's a dribble, a shot from long range, something like that, because both teams competitively are matching each other superbly. I mean, it's a great spectacle in that sense, but just those moments. Kieran Trippier, by the way, I mean, he's handled Martinelli well so far, hasn't he? That was a great tackle there. Didn't sell himself too early. It was a 1v1. He stood up and just stepped in at exactly the right moment.
Andy Madley has given a decision against Arsenal, as they're going to make a double change, are the away team. It's going to be Chris Wood coming on for Callum Wilson. So Wilson now, that'll be 8 games without a goal against Arsenal. And then the other change is going to be Almiron, who's going to be coming off, and Murphy, who's going to be coming on.
They're just walking off there, Callum Wilson, taking his time. He kind of jogged away from the touchline, whether or not he knew he was going off, and just thought he'd just slow the game down, pretending to run off. And Newcastle casually making these substitutions.
Also on the bench for Newcastle United, incidentally, is Martin Dubravka, who has been recalled from his loan spell at Manchester United. And he's on the bench for Eddie Howe's side here this evening. We're midway through the second half, and it's still 0-0. Free kick for Newcastle United up towards the edge of the area, aimed towards Wood. Headed away, flags up, and that'll be a free kick to Arsenal. Well, if this was going to be a barometer, if you like, Matt, for Eddie Howe to see how far his side have progressed, if it stays like this, he'll be very satisfied.
Won't he? I mean, that would be a great measure. And anyone questioning whether or not you're looking at a potential Champions League position finish for Newcastle in the Premier League, then this would be the marker, wouldn't it? And so far in this game, you have to say that they look worthy of that position in the Premier League at the moment.
Also, with Almiron and Wilson going off, they were both on a yellow card of the 7 that had been brandished by Andy Madley here tonight. As a free kick once again has Arteta hopping mad, and then the ball was just tossed away. And once more, Andy Madley's just going to have to calm things down. He's coming under pressure from 2 or 3 of the Arsenal players. Hasn't been an easy game for the official.
No, he's had a lot of this type of thing to have to deal with. Both teams super competitive. A few little bits and pieces off the ball, shoves, tugs, and it's whether or not, you know, how far you take punishing those. If you let it flow too far, the game can spiral out of control, and then you've got a problem. But you don't want to punish it either, because then you're brandishing too many cards. So striking that balance has not been an easy one for the referee.
Equally, if we said that Xhaka was maybe fortunate to not receive a second yellow card, Guimaraes was booked. It was he who tossed the ball away.
Yeah, so he could easily take. So I think he's using a little bit of common sense in this game.
The persistent rain falling in North London. 20 minutes remain of normal time. And it's Arsenal 0, Newcastle United 0. Gabriel on the halfway line, left of the centre circle, finds Martinelli to Zinchenko. Gabriel plays the ball inside, Partey's able to turn, spreads play with a high diagonal ball out towards Saka, doesn't keep the ball in play. I'm hearing of a great chance, but to who to at Old Trafford? Will Perry.
Still Manchester United 2, Bournemouth 0, but it should be 3-0 United. A brilliant chance from Anthony Martial. Wonderful ball in from Casemiro. There's Martial inside the 6-yard box, has to score, flashes it wide, and he's in a bit of trouble. Had a collision in the middle of all of that. 2-0 Manchester United.
Arsenal looking to go 10 points clear. They've only dropped 5 points all season, a defeat at Old Trafford and a draw at St Mary's. They were looking for 8 wins out of 8 at the start of the campaign here at the Emirates, but Newcastle United are proving to be a thorn in their side as Murphy loses the ball. Zinchenko now will run it away from him and feeds the ball towards Saka on that right-hand side. Saka right corner of the box, curls it over. Martinelli, lovely first control of the right boot. Enters the penalty area, onto his left foot. Quickly closed down by Trippier, behind for a corner kick, 0-0.
Great body position. Kieran Trippier, all of his experience and know-how. I just love the distance he keeps. He's absolutely superb. He's not too close to Martinelli. He's not too far away. He's showing him the line, and he can adjust his feet and deal with it. Great defending 1v1.
Arteta wanted Martinelli to take his time with the corner kick on this left-hand side, and Martinelli has done exactly that. Newcastle have everybody back. Corner kick left-hand side. They go deep towards the far post. Byrne was there. Then volleyed away by Wood, only as far as Zinchenko. Heads the ball in front of him, passes the ball out towards the right-hand side, then towards Gabriel. Gabriel with a turn loses the ball and cleared away by Newcastle United and Guimaraes. And Ramsdale, all in yellow with his short-sleeve goalkeeper's jersey, has actually got time to put his foot on the ball outside the centre circle, and now he hits it downfield right-footed. But Byrne will easily win that aerial duel against Saka. That was a loose pass by Joel Linton, and Nketiah tried to dart forward, stopped, and then Joel Linton plays it forward and out towards that far side, and all of a sudden now it's with Willock, who's playing in that advanced role on the left, who has an opportunity to run forward for Newcastle United. Down by the corner flag, runs in towards the penalty area now at the byline, doesn't win the corner kick. Combination of White and Partey have cleared the ball away. Fascinating contest.
Brilliant contest, isn't it? I mean, it really is, the energy and the effort, and Arsenal just really starting to dominate this second half. The odd flurry from Newcastle, but really all the pressure is coming from Arsenal, and it's going to be fascinating to see if Newcastle can hold out.
Let's go back to Old Trafford. Will Perry.
3 De Gea saves, 2 brilliant ones. The first to keep out a Billing header, which Billing should have done much better from, to be fair. A Cook header as well was held by the Spaniard. But just as you come to me there, Jadon Anthony, an excellent De Gea, outstretched left hand to keep it at 2-0.
Joel Linton is... well, there was no... I think VAR would have maybe had a look at it, but the Saka had gone down holding his face, but the referees decided no action to be taken. Plays back underway. Arsenal are going to be making a change. Here is Murphy on this right-hand side. Still 0-0 on BBC Radio 5 Live. We're also available through the BBC Sounds app. And Trippier intelligently plays the ball off the heels of Zinchenko to win a corner kick for Newcastle United.
I mean, how many times does Trippier want to have that ball first time? He tries to nutmeg the player on purpose, doesn't he, with that pass? Just tries to pass it through the legs into the corner of the 18-yard box for any runners from midfield, and got a deflection off of Zinchenko, and he's now on the corner flag with the outswinging opportunity with his right foot to whip one in the box.
29 minutes played in the second half. Trippier corner kick for Newcastle United. It's an outswinger aimed towards Joel Linton. Referees blown his whistle. It'll be a free kick to Arsenal. Tomiyasu is waiting to come on. Wood has prevented Arsenal from taking that quick free kick, and Cher is still down inside the penalty area. And you know, when we were talking about the filthy conditions here in North London weather-wise, and I said it's not a night to be bare-chested, and I doubt even the Newcastle fans will be bare-chested.
Have you spotted someone?
If you look just behind the corner flag, he's got his arms open wide now.
Yeah, I've got him.
There is a chap bare-chested.
There you go. We need to lend him your fisherman's jumper, don't we? And just warm him up a little bit.
I'm not too sure it would fit him. Tomiyasu is going to be coming on, and the player who's going to be coming off is Ben White.
Yeah, I think Ben White just picked up a little injury in that tackle a moment ago. Really good recovery challenge, and he got up and didn't look quite right in kind of his hip or something, possibly. But he's been good. Another good solid performance. Looks kind of suited to that right back role. I don't know if he's too happy with that or not. I think he's enjoying himself and playing some good football, but really, especially in the first half, got forward very quickly, didn't he?
He did, and Tomiyasu has come on to replace him, the Japanese international. Elsewhere, it's Everton 0, Brighton 4, Leicester City 0, Fulham 1, Manchester United 2, Bournemouth 0. But here in the top of the table, first against third, it remains Arsenal 0, Newcastle United 0. Gabriel on the halfway line. Passing. Zinchenko has to go back. Can't really recall any clear-cut opportunities in this second period.
No.
I mean, that's how tight it's been. But here is Xhaka, able to turn and charge forward. Xhaka plays it out to Martinelli. Martinelli forced a fraction out wide, left-hand side of the penalty area. Back towards Zinchenko. Forward ball. Xhaka to Martinelli. Comes onto the ball. Martinelli now down towards the byline. And it was patted down by Pope. In fact, he just had that curling effort that Pope had saved earlier on. Probably that's been about it.
I would say that is about it. And it's not really, it didn't challenge Pope at all, did it? That it was very comfortable to just to collect the ball. And football matches are won and lost in both boxes, but this match has been all about the play outside of both boxes, in the centre of the pitch and in wide areas, and second balls and tackles, and how quickly you can move the ball through the lines. It's been so competitive.
There was a time when Newcastle United just didn't gain anything when they came to the capital. Seem to recall a stat of about 28, 29 games, probably in the days of Sir Bobby Robson. Well, they've won their last two in London at Fulham and Tottenham, and here they are continuing to frustrate Arsenal. But Saka, the outlet on the right-hand side, keeps the ball in play. We have 13 minutes of normal time remaining. Saka's gone the long way around to Zinchenko. Ripple of applause for his efforts to Martinelli.
There can't be many better players at shrugging off a challenge than Saka at the moment. The way he uses his body, just steps across the defender and just tries, almost like rides the contact, doesn't he? Does it so well while he keeps momentum and keeps the balance to dribble with the ball. It's incredible sometimes.
Xhaka heads it on. Martinelli runs in behind. Challenge was a very good one from Cher. He's a player who's really blossomed under Eddie Howe, and he's forced the ball behind for a corner kick. But Arsenal are knocking. If there's one side that's going to win it, it's going to be the league leaders. 12 minutes remaining. Still 0-0. BBC Radio 5 Live. Martinelli to take it. Near side the left. Martinelli fisted away by Pope. Only as far as Xhaka crosses the ball back into the danger area. Headed away by Wood. Comes out to Saka. 30 yards out from goal. Rolls it to Xhaka, just in from that touchline. Plays it to Ødegaard. Arsenal looking to knock on the door. Saka fires in the cross, comes off a Newcastle player. Pope didn't keep the ball in play despite his best efforts, and he holds on to the ball. It's another corner kick. That pressure's building once more, Matt Upson.
Yeah, it wasn't a particularly convincing punch from Pope on the previous cross. Almost a glancing punch, didn't get a lot of purchase on the ball, so whether or not Arsenal just applying the pressure now.
Ødegaard flicked on by Martinelli and just drops wide. Corner kick right-hand side. Martinelli with a little flick header at the near post, and it must have dropped very, very close to that far post. The left-hand post as we look. Goal kick 0-0.
Well, I think the Arsenal players are all looking round, to see who should be at the back post. I mean, that is a striker's position if ever I've seen one. Brilliant glancing header. It just needs a player in that back post area. It's just a 1 yard tap in, but there's nobody there. Everybody got drawn to the ball or the edge of the box. But that ideal situation with a flick on at the near post just for an arriving player to finish the move off.
Arsenal have failed to win the title in each of the last 4 seasons when they were top at the turn of the year. 02-03, 07-08, 13-14 and 15-16. A point would see them go 8 points ahead of Manchester City, who come here on the 15th of February. They've got the small matter of Tottenham away and Manchester United at home later this month before that. But 10 minutes remaining in this second half. And there is still yet to be a goal at the Emirates. But nobody's leaving early. Every Arsenal supporter is trying to play their part. As Nketiah loses the ball on the halfway line to Joel Linton against his hard-working Newcastle United side. And Guimaraes out towards Murphy. Murphy now running forward at pace with Menace, right-hand side, blocked, comes out towards Trippier, delivers a first-time cross just over the head of Wood. Saliba will let it run out of play for I think he thought a goal kick, but the referee's actually said it's a corner.
Yeah, it was a clear deflection from the cross from Trippier because the ball just kind of looped up in the air, all the pace came off of it, and it dropped down in the corner of the 6-yard box and has ran out of play.
Well, in front of that strong, loyal, travelling support from the northeast, Trippier gets a real ovation from the Newcastle supporters as he prepares to take the corner kick on the left-hand side. 9 minutes remaining of normal time. Ramsdale is being crowded inside a very busy 6-yard area, played in low by Trippier, kept in play. Back to Trippier it goes, delivers it once more. Zinchenko heads it up rather than away. Ball that drops to the edge of the area. Willock will pass it out towards Cher, who lifts the ball high. Tomiyasu was struggling, and Ramsdale and Xhaka, between them, actually marshalled the ball safely to run out of play for a goal kick.
Yeah, I think they did really well together there. It was a difficult bouncing ball. Dan Burn winning that really tricky up and under. The ball was spinning in the sky, swirling with the wind, drops down in the box. Burn gets the header, heads it towards the back post, and that could have easily been a real collision or a bit of a muddle for the Arsenal defence, but they just ushered the ball out, didn't panic. You know, there must have been a good bit of communication between the two at the back post there.
Ball lifted over the top. Pope will get there. In fact, Pope will just drop his shoulder and it will go out of play for a goal kick. Who's come close to a goal at Leicester? Well, Lee Blakeman.
Leicester so close to an equaliser. It's still 1-0 Fulham. A Perez corner headed away. Tielemans' shot come crashing off the crossbar. 10 to go. Fulham 1 up.
We have about 7.5 minutes to go. The last time that Arsenal failed to score at home was March against Liverpool. There's been 15 games since then here at the Emirates, and you can certainly see, well, Newcastle United have got the best defensive record in the top flight, because they really have restricted Arsenal to few opportunities here this evening.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with the two centre-backs for Newcastle as well. They've been very solid.
Could be a sting in the tail yet. Willock running away on that left-hand side. He's held up, left corner of the area, back towards Burn. They're still committing men forward in their black and white striped shirts. Guimaraes gets away from the challenge of Ødegaard, plays it square towards Longstaff. Longstaff now towards Trippier. So both fullbacks are pushed on. Willock's just testing his hamstrings actually on the far side. He's not participating and not active at the moment, as Murphy's played round the back, and then Murphy's cross. And there is Willock, but Willock's still doing his exercises and doesn't realise that the ball has actually bounced over him as he was stretching. Willock's not in a position to continue.
I think he's pulled up with cramp there. Then it looks to be cramp, and he just can't carry on.
Xhaka spreads it out. Martinelli races onto it, left-hand side. Martinelli enters the penalty area now, still 0-0. Martinelli waits, pulls it back. Ødegaard's missed it. Xhaka just couldn't move his legs. It was away from him in the penalty box, and Newcastle able to get the ball away. Some tired limbs at the end of this festive period, but both sides still at it. 6 minutes to go, 0-0. Ødegaard urged on by the Arsenal crowd. Tomiyasu joins the attack. Saka out wide. Saka right-hand side. Tomiyasu's gone ahead of him. Saka cuts inside. Edge of the area, pulls it back. Partey tries to place it right-footed. Comes back towards Partey. Ødegaard can't get a sight of goal at the moment. Edge of the box, tries to dink it into the path of Nketiah. Nketiah, was he wrestled there? Was he impeded by the Newcastle defender? Referee Andy Madley had a good view of it. Long-range effort from Gabriel. Bounces back to him. Arsenal now knocking at the door. 5 minutes to go to half-time, 0-0. Martinelli. He goes square. Partey. Gabriel camped outside the Newcastle penalty area now. All backs to the wall if you're in black and white. Martinelli down towards the byline. Low ball. Easily cleared away by Cher. Out of play, goes for a throw.
Well, I said after an hour or so, whether or not fatigue will play a part in this game, and the fitness levels and the competitiveness has been at the highest end that you can see in any game, especially at this time of year. And you're just starting to see a couple of players really suffer. Xhaka there just couldn't move his feet, Deno, could he? The ball was coming towards him, and it's almost like they were just stuck in the ground.
Well, Willock has stayed down in the penalty area. The Arsenal supporters aren't happy with the time-wasting efforts of Newcastle United. What about what the Arsenal fans, and clearly Arteta with his actions, feel that Nketiah was impeded a potential penalty?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think Botman just stands up. You know, you saw Nketiah do it the other day to Kehrer against West Ham, where he used his body, allowed the ball to run across him, bounced him, and a really swift turn. He tried to do the same there, but Botman got the right side and basically just stood his ground. And I think the referee's spot on.
10 successive home games they've won in the Premier League since Brighton triumphed here in April. A winning sequence that might be coming to an end if Newcastle United can continue to frustrate. But Willock is unable to continue, and with 4 minutes remaining of normal time, we're going to have Saint-Maximin, who really has been used as an impact sub of late, Alan Saint-Maximin. And Willock is being told to get quickly off the field of play by Gabriel. So Willock is off, Saint-Maximin is on. I would imagine that Joel Linton now will drop back into more of a midfield role for Saint-Maximin to take up that position wide left. 3.5 minutes remain.
Yeah, Joel Linton's gone straight into the central area with Saint-Maximin just on that left side of a 5, really across the middle.
Cries of Red Army as Arsenal with Xhaka. Little flick towards Nketiah. Nketiah with a shot. What a save by Pope. Blocks it with his legs. Reaction stay from the England international. To Zinchenko. Arsenal the closest they've come to a goal. 3 minutes remain, still 0-0. Lovely little ball played through by Xhaka, and Nketiah took it so quick. Here is Xhaka, stabs it into the path of Nketiah, unable to turn. They're appealing for handball. Andy Madley says no. VAR will naturally have a look at that one anyway. Joel Linton to Longstaff, lifts it forward. Free kick though in favour of Arsenal.
Well, the pressure really is mounting. That was the moment, that chance for Nketiah. And he doesn't do a lot wrong, Deno, really, does he? It's just a really good save by Pope with his left foot. Lovely flick round the corner from Xhaka. I'm just having a look back at that replay of the handball, but the flick from Xhaka is a bouncy ball. Good first touch from Nketiah, strikes it across goal, and Pope just gets his left leg out and blocks it.
2 minutes of normal time remaining. We're on air until 10:30. We'll try and bring you as much live reaction as we can as the free kick is played in. Glancing header from Nketiah, picked up by Pope. And if we can't get it through to you tonight before Colin Murray's programme, then it'll be in the 5 Live Football Daily podcast, available in the usual outlets. Here is Murphy, the substitute for Newcastle United. Martinelli takes it away from him, plays it back to Zinchenko. Newcastle United still working hard. Arsenal, though, still believe they can create one more opportunity. There's been a number of substitutions. I would think we're looking at least 4 minutes of added on time. Here is Xhaka over the halfway line. Trippier says he got the ball. The referee gives a free kick to Arsenal. And Zinchenko hurriedly wants to take it quickly. He goes square into the centre circle for Partey. Ball out now towards Tomiyasu. Saliba. Now Newcastle United just not putting any pressure on the ball at this stage. As Partey plays it out towards Saka. What an excellent save that was, though, from Pope from Nketiah. bearing in mind his concentration levels. Hasn't really had too much to do, but he reacted so well as he looks for a 10th clean sheet this season. Martinelli now off the left-hand side towards Parsi. Newcastle defending very, very deep. Out it goes to Tomiyasu, to Saka, holding the width on that right-hand side. Saka now goes on the outside of Byrne and overruns it, goal kick.
And that's what it means to Dan Byrne as well. As he runs off, he clenches his fist and he just punches the air. Winning a 1v1 duel at this stage of the game against Saka, or just forcing a mistake from him, is a massive win for Dan Byrne. And you have to say he's not been overexposed on that left-hand side for Newcastle, given the form that Saka's in. He's done pretty well tonight, Dan Byrne.
We're going to have 5 minutes of added on time. Here comes the board now, and there is confirmation.
And there's the reaction from the Arsenal fans as well. They're really willing their team on. 5 minutes to go. They feel there's something else in this game for them.
Judging from Arteta's reaction, he wanted a World Cup additional time of 10 or 11.
12.
Ball played forward. Wood looked offside. Flag stays down. Wood runs forward. Wood inside the penalty area. Wood waits for some support. He pulls it back, and Tomiyasu takes it away from Guimaraes. Now there is the late flag. Referee, though, will let play continue. We're into the 5 minutes of added on time now here on 5 Live. Still 0-0. Is there time for the league leaders to get the breakthrough goal to take them 10 points clear? Tomiyasu. Newcastle United still working so hard. So hard. Eddie Howe will be delighted with the work ethic as the ball is played out towards Saka. Doubled up again on him, Saint-Maximin and Byrne. Back it goes. Saliba, midway through the Newcastle half. Ødegaard now takes over, lifts it forward, runs out of play. Goal kick, Matt Upson.
Yeah, another example of the Newcastle defending, really. The fact that they've limited the impact of an Ødegaard tonight. The midfield not allowed him too much time. He tries to lift one of those little clever passes there, but the pressure's always on him. He's never left alone, with the ability to take time and choose or see that pass. Somebody's always on him. I think that's all credit to that midfield three. They've worked tirelessly tonight for Newcastle.
Newcastle United, their only defeat in 20 games in all competitions this season, came at Liverpool in the last minute in August at Anfield, when I remember listening to the commentary, and Newcastle, with their bit of time wasting, in the end it came back to haunt them. Certainly Arsenal supporters have been a little bit aggrieved, but Newcastle now have actually got a throw deep inside the Arsenal half. Could there be a smash and grab raid from Newcastle United? Down by the corner flag. They've got a corner kick. Imagine that. It's great work from Byrne, toiling away down by the corner flag.
He did well, because he kind of kept the ball and then purposefully chopped the ball with his left foot straight against the Arsenal player. I think it might have been Nketiah, was it Saka defending back there, and wins the corner, and an opportunity for Newcastle so late in the game. Set piece with the kind of height they have. Burns in there, Botman's in there.
Corner kick far side the left, 0-0 in stoppage time here on 5 Live. Trippier to take it, far side the left, it's an in-swinger. Joel Linton heads the ball up rather than goalwards, then takes it outside the penalty area on this near side the right, tracked by Saliba. Saliba now will marshal the ball. No, yeah, goal kick it will be for Saliba. Everton have got a goal back, but they still trail 4-1 at home to Brighton. We've got about 2 minutes remaining of added on time. Time is running out for Arsenal. Zinchenko over the halfway line. Newcastle once again, everybody back behind the ball, but Xhaka is able to turn with the aid of a deflection, comes to Ødegaard. Just threw himself at that, did Botman, to clear the ball away. Parsi, central position, forward ball, and the deflection will take it away from its intended path into the inside right channel, and Pope will pick it up. So Everton 1, Brighton 4, Leicester 0, Fulham 1. Manchester United lead Bournemouth by 2-0. Live reaction and all the details to come on 5 Live through until 10:30. Tomorrow night, Crystal Palace, Tottenham, Chelsea, Manchester City on Thursday. Friday night we'll preview the FA Cup third round action, and we have 4 commentaries for you on Saturday. 5 Live, your home of live football. But here in this top of the table clash, 60 seconds remain. Arsenal have a throw, right hand side to Saka. Guimaraes tracks him, slip from Gabriel, still able to control the ball, passes the ball to Zinchenko. Zinchenko, a few yards forward of the centre circle in the Newcastle half. Newcastle still working very, very hard. Arteta says slow down, but time is not a watchword here. And towards Zinchenko, trying to turn. Zinchenko loses the ball. Martinelli wins it back for Arsenal inside the penalty area. Back heels it to Xhaka. Xhaka goes on the outside. Xhaka looking for a penalty. Referee coming under pressure. Arteta is a man demented. Arteta is going absolutely loopy down below. He's like a jack-in-the-box, dancing his way down the touchline, and referee Andy Madley is surrounded by every Arsenal player looking for a penalty, for a potential handball.
I mean, the noise in the Emirates right now, the way the Arsenal fans have got behind that opportunity. I mean, does it strike the arm? Is it?
It's Murphy who's gone down.
Yeah.
The referee, or the fourth official, is Stuart Atwell, and they've quickly dismissed that.
Yeah. I mean, there's no doubt it strikes the arm, but it's not in an unnatural position, and it's not miles out of the silhouette of the body to attempt to block the ball. And it's just boiling over Eddie Howe and Mikel Arteta.
Yeah. Arteta and Eddie Howe are having words. Full-time, Everton 1, Brighton 4. Jason Tindall is taking the role of the peacemaker. By my watch, we're into 6 minutes of stoppage time now. Arsenal have been awarded a throw on this near side. Lascelles is actually preventing Partey from taking the quick throw, and Lascelles is now shown a yellow card.
I don't know what he's doing there, Lascelles, to be honest. He's just standing in the way of Partey, telling him that he's taking it in the wrong position. Well, you're not refereeing the game, so just kind of get out of the way. He was just trying to obstruct him.
In comes the long throw from Partey, headed up by Longstaff, punched away by Pope. Corner kick. 6.5 minutes of stoppage time. Mentioned that late goal at Anfield when the time-wasting backfired for Newcastle. Will it backfire here?
This place is going to erupt, Deno, if this goes in. It really is. It's just poised here at the Emirates.
We're in the 7th minute of stoppage time. The corner kick is delivered deep, drops towards Saka, and on the volley left-footed. He's put it off target, and that is the final bit of the action from an extremely competitive game. Eddie Howe and Arteta, handshakes all round, but Arteta clearly cuts a frustrated figure down below, because for only the 3rd time this season in the Premier League, the league leaders have dropped points, and their winning sequence here at the Emirates has come to an end. But for Newcastle United, they have picked up a valuable point. It's finished Arsenal 0, Newcastle United 0. Matt?
Well, as a supporter, you come to a stadium and you watch two teams empty the tank like Newcastle and Arsenal have done here this evening. You have to walk away thinking, I've got my money's worth. We've had no goals, and you could look at it from the outside and efforts on goal and say, well, perhaps it might have been a bit of a dull game, but it certainly wasn't. I have to say both teams gave absolutely everything. There was fatigue, and there was hardly a mistake on the pitch in terms of key errors, and with the conditions, nothing set in. It was a really high-level game, not enough goal action and those quality moments in front of goal, but a really entertaining, hard-fought match from both teams.
The best chance came for Arsenal in the 87th minute, but Pope kept out Nketiah's effort with his legs. And for the first time since last January, Arsenal have been involved in a goalless draw. It's finished Arsenal 0, Newcastle United 0. Kelly.
Thank you very much, Ian Dennis, and Matt Upson will bring us more from the Emirates very shortly. The full-time whistle has gone at Goodison Park. Chris Coles.
Wow, Kelly, an unforgettable night at Goodison Park for all the wrong reasons for Everton. Dismantled at home by Brighton. A beleaguered Frank Lampard looked stunned, as we all did, watching Everton capitulate. This was a team who held Manchester City at the Etihad just 4 days ago. All that resilience and belief completely absent, especially in a crazy 6-minute second-half spell in which Brighton scored 3. They were 1 up at half-time thanks to Karu Mitoma's calm finish, but the manner of their goals after the break, extraordinary in how simple it was. 18-year-old Evan Ferguson scored his second in as many games. Solly March was allowed to waltz through the Everton defence to slot in a third. The fourth, the worst of the lot, Idrissa Gueye's woefully short back pass, Pascal Gross picking it up, finishing beyond Jordan Pickford. Goodison Park erupted in anger, and we still had 32 minutes to play. Everton did get a consolation. Damari Gray's stoppage time penalty, as you can imagine, barely celebrated. And Kelly, you'd have expected a venomous full-time response from the fans. It was apathetic at best, and that is a concern, almost a resignation to the situation they find themselves in. Worth saying, from those who remained, there were obviously plenty of empty blue seats at the full-time whistle. It's bleak for Everton, just a point above the relegation zone, no win in 7 in all competitions, a third straight home defeat, the pressure firmly on Frank Lampard after a truly dismal evening at Goodison Park. A word on Brighton, they were excellent from start to finish. It's the first time they've won 3 away games consecutively in the top flight in their history. Everton 1, Brighton 4.
Chris Coles, thank you very much. There's lots to reflect on from that game, and we will do that. But the full-time whistle has gone at the match between Leicester and Fulham. Lee Blakeman.
3 straight wins for Fulham, hanging on to win 1-0 at Leicester. Mitrovic got the only goal after just over a quarter of an hour. Leicester, Kelly, did everything but score. It was all Leicester in the second half. Tielemans hit the bar. Leno in the Fulham goal made 3 big saves. One-on-one blocks to deny first Barnes, then Jamie Vardy, and then after that a big right hand to claw a Perez shot from distance around the post. Despite everything they did, though, it's a 3rd straight defeat for Leicester, 3 points above the relegation zone. Worried faces all around me here at the King Power. The away section over on the far side, though, absolutely bouncing, because Fulham are 7th, level on points with Liverpool. Final score, Leicester 0, Fulham 1.
Lee Blakeman, thank you very much. It was an 8 o'clock kickoff at Old Trafford, just coming up to the end of that one with Will Perry.
Well, Marcus Rashford is wide awake, and he's just made it Manchester United 3, Bournemouth 0. A lovely team goal, launched upfield by Luke Shaw, crossed on the volley by Fernandes into the path of Rashford, who couldn't miss from 8 yards to make it 3-0. United heading for a 9th win in 10 games. It's been end-to-end in this second half. Stacey on for the visitors. He's made a real difference with a couple of dangerous balls into the box. Gary O'Neill's side, before that third goal, made it really difficult for Manchester United. They could have asked questions of that United back four, and De Gea, Jadon Anthony could have made it a thrilling finish, flashing a shot just wide before Rashford's goal. He whipped a shot from a tight angle just wide at the other end. Garnacho clipping the outside of the right post. Fernandes on the counter, squared by Fred to the Argentine, who tried to bend it into the bottom right corner but denied by the woodwork. Dalot, a rocket shot goalwards, turned over the bar by Travers, who later stopped the Garnacho volley from making it 3 at the time. But Rashford has done that. Fernandes as well, a deflected shot. Manchester United have had all sorts of chances in this second half, but they're going to go level on points with third place Newcastle. Still playing. Manchester United 3, Bournemouth 0.
Will, thank you very much for that. Will Perry will keep us up to date with anything that happens at Old Trafford. Just to run you through the top and bottom of the table. At the bottom, Southampton have got 12 points. Then it's Wolves, Nottingham Forest on 13 and 14. West Ham outside the bottom 3 on goal difference only. Then it's Everton on 15 points and Bournemouth, after that defeat by Manchester United, on 16 points in 15th place. At the top of the table, after Arsenal's draw, they played 16, 43 points. Manchester City played 16, 36 points. Newcastle stay in third, played 17 with 34 points. Manchester United 16 and 32 points. They're now in 4th place, above Tottenham, played 17 with 30 points. Liverpool on 6th on 28 points. Do you know what I think I'm doing? I think I've not given you the updated table. I'm going to do that again. Arsenal top, played 17, 44 points. Manchester City second, 16 and 36 points. Newcastle United stay in 3rd place, but they've played 18 and they have 35 points. Manchester United do move into 4th, 17 points. Played 17 with 35 points. Tottenham in 5th, played 17 with 30 points. Liverpool in 6th, played 17, 28 points. And as we were just hearing, Fulham played 18, 28 points in 7th place in the table. It's looking difficult At the bottom, though, West Ham on 14 points, just outside the drop zone on goal difference, and Everton only just a point above them. Bournemouth 2 points above the bottom three. Everton and Bournemouth have now played 18 games each, which is one more than the teams below them. Let's head back to the Emirates, where Matthew Upson and Ian Dennis are waiting. Dennis, a fiery encounter, but no goals.
No goals, no. First time since January that Arsenal have been involved in a goalless draw, and Newcastle United, the first side to stop Arsenal from scoring here at the Emirates this season. So their winning run, they were looking to try and get 8 successive wins at the start of a campaign in the top flight for the first time. And Newcastle United, you can see why they've got the best defensive record in the top flight. They restricted Arsenal to few opportunities. A 10th clean sheet for Nick Pope, who certainly made the best save towards the end, and probably one of his only, I think, 2 really he made throughout the whole game, from Nketiah in the 87th minute. Martinelli had earlier tested him with a right foot curling shot that was a comfortable save, and Martinelli went close with a near post header that was flicked wide of the far post. Whereas Newcastle United, just a really good rear guard action, and frustrating Arsenal and Arteta and the supporters, and certainly not helped with the referee, in their eyes at least anyway, as he produced 9 yellow cards for what at the end became quite a feisty encounter.
It did become quite a feisty encounter, and at the end, Mikel Arteta, Matt, was absolutely apoplectic on the touchline. He thought Arsenal should have had a penalty for handball. It was Murphy whose arm it did hit, but do you think it was a penalty?
Kelly, that was for 90 minutes. Apoplectic. It wasn't just that moment, I don't think.
It was a high-energy performance from Mikel Arteta.
Yeah, it really was. It really was, and it was reflected in the team. But I don't think, I mean, I've only had a brief glance at it on a replay. It looked like it struck an arm, but the arm was behind Murphy. It wasn't out of the silhouette in terms of I'm trying to put it in a position where I could block the ball with my hand. It was kind of behind him. It lifted up and struck him from, 2 yards away. So I think, I don't think that's a handball. It'd been really harsh if that would be given as a penalty, and it was looked at and dismissed very quickly.
Dana, when we look at the table, a point for each of those teams, it doesn't really change too much. Although neither side, Arsenal certainly didn't play for a draw in this game, it doesn't hurt their chances too much.
No, they're 8 points clear of Manchester City. Manchester City, who will visit here on the 15th of February. And, I mean, the thing is that although their winning run has come to an end, I mean, they played with a real intensity. They were out the traps very, very quickly. But Newcastle United, they weathered the storm. And I think from a Newcastle United point of view, you'll be able to look at that now and over the 12 months and see how far they've come. I think that will be the thing that Eddie Howe he'll be really pleased about, because 12 months ago they were second from bottom. They were facing a relegation fight, and here they are. They've more than held their own against a side that is challenging for the title.
They've got the best defence in the Premier League, Newcastle. They are so resilient, and that's just, 11 goals conceded by them so far this season, which is by far the best defence in the league. And it was a very well organised, resilient performance from them, Matt.
Yeah, it was brilliant, I have to say. As far as away from home performances go, I thought it was excellent. I like the way Eddie Howe had just balanced that midfield. Almiron, Joel Linton dropping in the wider areas, which allowed Willock and Gomes and Longstaff to stay a little bit more narrow, which they needed to do. I mean, the movement of Arsenal with Xhaka bursting forward, we saw early on that was going to be a problem, and they contained that. And I thought that was the key, and it then allowed the back four to do their job. It allowed, the likes of Botman and Shah to get the right position, get the right height up the pitch, be able to be tight enough to put pressure when it was needed. And I thought some of the 1v1 action that Byrne and Trippier had to face, which you're going to have to deal with at some point in the game when you're playing against Martinelli and Saka, they coped, more than coped actually. Trippier, some really nice positions, body shape, dictating where he wanted Martinelli to go, what ground he was willing to give up to force him into an area of the pitch that he was comfortable with, and he just did that brilliantly all game.
So Newcastle made life difficult for Arsenal at the Emirates. At Old Trafford, it's been very straightforward for Manchester United. Will Perry.
All over. Manchester United 3, Bournemouth 0. Casemiro gave them the lead. Pele would have been celebrating that one somewhere. Eriksen, wonderful free kick deep from the left, met on the volley by the Brazilian 7 yards out and smashed past Travers midway through the first half. The second, made and finished by Shaw, 80-yard run. It went out to the right to Garnacho, who pulled it back to the penalty spot for Shaw, who rolled it in for his first Premier League goal since the Manchester derby in March 21, nearly 2 years ago. After some nervy moments at 2-0, Rashford put it out of sight. A long diagonal from Shaw to Fernandes, who volleyed the cross into Rashford's path for a tap-in. Solanke and Billing wasted headers. They both should have scored. De Gea brilliantly denied Anthony twice with identical stretched one-handed saves. Garnacho clipped the post for United. Dembele hit the bar for Bournemouth, but United moved level on points with third-place Newcastle, and they have a game in hand. 7 defeats in 8 Premier League games for Gary O'Neill's side, who remain 2 points above the relegation zone. It's finished. Manchester United 3, Bournemouth 0.
Will, thank you very much for that. More on that later on, but it's been a desperate night for Everton. They've lost 4-1 at home to Brighton. Former England goalkeeper Paul Robinson was watching the game for us. Paul, I think there might have been a bit of optimism after the draw against Manchester City, but this tonight has caused real concern for Everton fans. What was their downfall? What was their undoing tonight?
Defensively, Kelly, they were so poor. You were right, the optimism coming into this game after a decent performance away at Manchester City, where nobody gave them a chance. But tonight they started well, actually. The first 5 minutes they pressed, they showed a little bit of intent. Iwobi forced a great save out of Sanchez early on in the game, but from then they just capitulated. They went 1-0 down. They come out in the second half again for 5 minutes, showed intent, but defensively they were so poor. We've got to give Brighton credit for the way that they played. They had a game plan, they stuck to that game plan. Caicedo, Gross, Matoma in the first half on the left hand side caused all kinds of problems, forced Franklin to change in his shape, almost went back to a 4-4-2. But Everton was so poor defensively, honestly. Brighton didn't have to do a lot to score the goals. They almost walked through the Everton defence. Young Ferguson got his second Premier League goal. Solly March, Pascal Gross. They looked good, did Brighton, but Everton were very poor defensively. Jordan Pickford had a very lonely night in the Everton goal, had no protection whatsoever. One of the goals, Drissa Gay just turned round, passed it into the path of Pascal Gross, ran half the pitch one-on-one, lifted it over the Everton goalkeeper, and at one point you thought when the third and fourth goal went in, I mean before the hour Everton were 4-0 down, and you're expecting the stadium to empty, but you've got to give the Everton fans so much credit. They stayed here to support the team in one, in two, to voice their opinion like they're very in the right to do, and to have their say, if you like. There was cries of sack the board, there's pressure on the manager. It just wasn't a good place to be, but you've got to give the fans a lot of credit because they stayed and they have a right to stay. They supported their team and they voiced their opinion, but it's worrying times here for Everton because take the Manchester City performance out of a recent run. I mean, that's 4 on the spin that they've lost here at home now.
Paul, you said in commentary that actually more even than the Everton fans putting up with the result that they saw at Goodison Park tonight, at the beginning they were fully behind the team.
Yes, absolutely. And like you said, coming into this game after the Manchester City performance, there was a little bit of expectancy. That nobody gave them a chance going to Manchester City. Come here today, but Frank changed it again. They went to 4 at the back. They went 3 in midfield, and they were overturned in midfield. They had a high press. They pressed Brighton high, and Brighton stuck to what they do. They play very short. But they were playing out from the 6-yard box, Brian, and at 2 or 3 occasions they went from their own 6-yard box to Everton's 6-yard box in 3 passes. They weren't long balls, they weren't hoofs down the field. One of them in this situation was a longer pass, if you like, but so many times the Everton press was beaten and Brighton looked so dangerous. Everton were too easy to beat tonight, which was a really worrying sign for me.
Everton fan Matt Jones is with us as well of the Blue Room podcast. Matt, you were at the game but you left early. What was the final straw for you?
Well, there was quite a few, I think. I had to kind of hold myself back a little bit before going, but all the things that Paul said there. I'm listening, I'm sure there'll be Brighton fans listening to this saying, they deserve a lot of credit, and I think they absolutely do. They turned up tonight, they were excellent. They managed to stave off that little Everton spell just before half-time, and I think from an Everton perspective, that is the most emphatic message that could probably be sent. A team that has done so many things right in the last 4 or 5 years since they come to the Premier League, in terms of recruitment, in terms of appointing managers, in terms of the style of play, a clear thread running through the entire football club. They've done absolutely everything perfectly, and they deserve so much credit for that. Whereas Everton have done absolutely everything possible wrong, and that was the biggest slap in the face they probably could have got tonight, where a team in Brighton who've hardly spent any money really, they invest so well, they recruit so well, come up and turned over an Everton side that have had so much money spent on it in front of a netboard, a dugout, which probably is going to be very long, and a pitch full of players who, plenty will be questioning the character of tonight. So an absolutely disastrous night for Everton. Any kind of minor momentum they might have taken from that City game is completely gone now, and here we are again, back at crisis point.
Matt, you mentioned the players and you mentioned the manager there, but there were lots of chants of sack the board, and I know you just talked about them there. They would say, over $500 million spent since Moshiri came on the board in 2016. There's the new stadium underway at Bramley Moor Dock Stadium that's going to be, that is under development. There's going to be somewhere for Everton to move to. And they would argue that they've put the money in and they've tried to put the infrastructure in. What would you say to that?
Well, the stadium is the one thing the club has got right in the last few years, but the way it's going to be the best stadium in the second tier. And the way in which I would sum it up, and there are so many examples of so many problems with Everton, but the people who thought appointing Rafael Benitez as Everton manager was a good decision are mainly still there. And I think that's the thing. And you can talk about Frank Lampard as much as you want. And is he out of his depth? Probably. Is he the right man for Everton going forward? Probably not. But if he gets sacked and the same people at the football club who brought Benitez in are still there making those decisions, plotting the future of Everton Football Club out, then we're still going to have the same sort of issues. So it just feels like the football club's on a bit of a hamster wheel at the moment, and they're going round and round and round to a point now where it's probably come off the hinge and they're just spiralling into a relegation battle. And it is really concerning, and obviously last year we had that really close brush of relegation, and we had that amazing night at the end of the campaign where we got out of the mire against Crystal Palace. And the worry for me after that game was always, when that relief subsided, was that after Everton just about survived by the skin of their teeth, is that the people at the football club would have patted themselves on the back, had a big deep breath and said, thank goodness we're out of that, and not really changed that much. And that's sort of where we are now. There are still people at Everton at the very top of the football club who are still making the same decisions, and we are where we are now. And the quality in the team has been siphoned off. Richarlison has gone to be replaced by Dwight McNeil and Neil Maupay, who are nowhere near ready for this sort of level. Dominic Calvert-Lewin's not the same sort of player anymore. We're bringing back players on loan from Sunderland, Linnell Sims, to try and help us out of our plight. It's just an absolute mess, and it all sort of culminated and percolated and manifested perfectly tonight in that game. Not perfectly, obviously, from Everton's perspective, but it was a perfect summation of Everton's issues and why they are where they are compared to teams like Brighton, who've made so many good decisions and got so many things right.
Yeah, perfect storm at Goodison tonight. Matt, thanks so much for joining us. Thank you very much to Matt Jones there of the Blue Room podcast after Everton's 4-1 defeat at home to Brighton. We will talk more about that. We'll be reflecting on Arsenal's game against Newcastle as well. Paul Robinson has been at Goodison this evening. As Matt said there, Paul, there'll be lots of Brighton fans listening and thinking, well, where's the credit for Brighton here? And they were always very well organised under Graham Potter. They were always a team that were admired under Graham Potter. Has Roberto De Zerbi taken them even a step further?
Oh, we give him a lot of credit in commentary, don't worry, Kelly. We talked very, very highly of them today. He sets his team up. There was a lot of questions asked when Graham Potter left as to where do Brighton go, what do they do. The appointment of De Zerbi was brought with some scepticism. Not many people knew too much about him. But he's brought into an already well-organised, well-drilled team. He's put his own tweaks on it. I think the way that he plays with Matoma high up on the left, Solly March, Sarmiento in the middle of that midfield. And let's not forget McAllister, who came onto the pitch for the last 10 minutes tonight, which was a really nice touch, actually. We haven't said when McAllister came on, a lot of the Everton fans that were still here stood up and applauded the World Cup winner, which was nice. But yeah, back to Brighton. Defensively, there's one problem. They've had one clean sheet in 13 games. That's the only thing that you can level at them. But other than that, tonight, offensively, they were excellent. Gross, Solly March caused so many problems down the right-hand side. And Evan Ferguson, the young lad, he made I think it was his first start, his fourth appearance, and he got his second goal in the Premier League. So you look at De Zerbi there and you say, well, there's a big decision to leave Trossard out, who's been excellent for them this season. I think their leading goal scorer. Puts the young lad in, 18, 19 years old. And he gets his reward by him scoring a goal, and he was excellent. So I think Brighton, it's certainly a team that are looking upwards. They came here tonight. Yes, they played a poor Everton side. Yes, Everton were poor defensively, but Brighton were excellent, and they took their foot off the gas, in all honesty, after an hour. They could have had more. They had possession. Offensively, they were very strong, and they were very, very comfortable. They were completely in control of this game from start to finish.
Thank you very much for that, Paul Robinson. Good to hear from you. That was Everton's 4-1 defeat at home to Brighton. Really good performance from Brighton in that game. Mark Beard has said on social media, remember the name Evan Ferguson. That's 2-2 for him. He scored against Arsenal. He scored tonight against Everton as well. So pleased that he's scored in the Premier League. Top-class player, going to be the new Duncan Edwards, still only 17 years old and the most complete centre-forward I've ever coached, can do anything to an elite level, and Brighton have got him and he's scored for them in that 4-1 victory this evening. We'll have lots of live reaction coming up for you. Arsenal played out a goalless draw against Newcastle to go 8 points clear at the top of the table. Newcastle stay in third. As we've been hearing, Everton beaten 4-1 at home by Brighton. Leicester beaten 1-0 by Fulham, who go level on points with Liverpool, and Manchester United with a 3-0 victory, another win for them to keep them in fourth place and to go 3 points further clear of Tottenham against Bournemouth this evening, who find themselves in even more trouble towards the bottom of the table. Live reaction coming up after the BBC News with Jill Mackenzie.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The Health Secretary Steve Barclay says COVID and flu are putting massive pressure on the NHS and that reducing backlogs caused by the pandemic will take time. Several health leaders have said the hospital delays are caused by longer-term problems, staffing levels and a lack of social care capacity. Dr Michael Stewart is a consultant at Lancashire Teaching Hospitals Hospitals Trust. He says flu is adding to the pressure.
We don't want people to catch flu, catch COVID and become more unwell when they come to hospital. So it's trying to find places to safely keep the people with different infections separate from the rest of the patients in the department so we can keep everyone safe. And it does make it more complicated trying to balance all those spaces and those needs.
January temperature records have been broken in several European countries already this year. Warsaw in Poland recorded 18.9 Celsius on Sunday, while Bilbao in Spain was 25 Celsius. That's more than 10 degrees above average. Meanwhile, North America is facing more severe storms. Rail passengers are facing another day of disruption tomorrow as thousands of RMT members continue the first of two 48-hour strikes this week. Only a fifth of services ran today. The Transport Secretary Mark Harper says the union should get round the negotiating table, but the RMT has accused the government of blocking a deal. Pelé has been laid to rest in Santos, the Brazilian city where he spent most of his life. Thousands of mourners lined the streets to see his funeral procession before a private family burial. Our correspondent Katie Watson is in Santos.
Yesterday, during the wake, it was a moment of reflection. Today has been a day of carnivalesque proportions. People have been on the streets dancing samba, chanting for Pelé, waving flags with their number 10 shirt that he made so famous. I mean, there's been a real sense of celebration and of remembering the most famous name here in Brazil.
And a walrus, which made the headlines after being spotted in Scarborough on New Year's Eve, has left his latest stopping-off point, which was Blythe in Northumberland. The young male has been nicknamed Thor, and experts are hoping he's heading back to the Arctic.
5 Live Breakfast.
Welcome to 5 Live Breakfast. Rick and Rach with you.
Loads of people heading back to work, getting the kids ready for school after Christmas and New Year.
New Year, new strikes. Around 40,000 rail workers from the RMT union have gone on strike again, causing severe disruption on the day that lots of people return to work after the festive break.
Union members are taking part in 2 48-hour walkouts starting from today and also again on Friday in this ongoing dispute over pay and working conditions. And then you've got drivers from the ASNEF union striking on Thursday.
These commuters in Luton have mixed feelings about the action.
I won't be able to get to work, which is really affecting my business.
Financially, it's a burden as well. Times are tough anyway right now.
Rachel Burden and Rick Edwards.
5 Live Breakfast. Weekday mornings from 6. Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Live Sport with Kelly Cates.
Hello, welcome to 5 Live Sport on a bad night for Everton. They've lost 4-1 at home to Brighton in the Premier League. Arsenal are 8 points clear at the top of the table after drawing 0-0 with Newcastle United. Fulham are up to 7th with a third straight win. They've beat Leicester by 1-0. And Manchester United comfortably beat Bournemouth 3-0 at Old Trafford. With me, senior football reporter Ian Dennis, former Arsenal and England defender Matt Upson, and the Daily Telegraph's Northern football reporter Luke Edwards. Ian Dennis was at the Emirates where it finished goalless, but it was very, very entertaining. Matt, 7 yellow cards. OK, no goals, but both sides were so committed to this one, and it filtered out to the benches as well.
Yeah, or it filtered onto the pitch from the benches.
Maybe that way round, yeah.
Whichever way you want to look at it. But it had that kind of higher octane feel right from the first kick, to be honest. And the way Arsenal... I mean, after 7 minutes, if you'd have said to me it's going to finish 0-0, then I really wouldn't have believed that, because the way and the pace that Arsenal started the game was amazing, to be honest. And they were just wave after wave of attack and the energy, and they were thrown almost like we just need to get this goal, just desperate to get this first goal. And then it toed and froed, and Newcastle came back into the game. And like you say, it was entertaining, all kind of in the centre of the pitch or in wide areas a lot of the time. Not too much in either 18-yard box, but yeah, really exciting game to watch.
Deno, did we see the Newcastle, the defensive Newcastle team that we have seen in the Premier League but maybe haven't talked about quite as much?
Well, they've kept 6 successive clean sheets at St James's Park, but away from home, I think this is about the 3rd or 4th they've picked up on their travels. But I think the thing is for Newcastle, Kelly, is if this is a barometer for how far Newcastle have progressed in the last 12 months, then Eddie Howe will be delighted, because they restricted Arsenal to few clear-cut opportunities. It's a 10th clean sheet. They do have the best defence in the top flight. They're the first team to stop Arsenal from scoring at the Emirates this season. Their winning sequence coming to an end. And then Pope, right at the end, keeping out Nketiah late on with his legs. I mean, Martinelli had a couple of efforts that went close. They then pleaded for a late penalty with a Murphy handball. Arsenal were aggrieved with the referee throughout. The managers at one time exchanged words. But I would think that Eddie Howe will be absolutely delighted with his rearguard action from his team, because they are such a hard side to break down.
They are a hard side to break down, and Luke, as Deno was saying, this is a real marker for Newcastle. This was probably the toughest test they've faced in a long time in the Premier League. Do you think they come away with a lot of credit?
I really think they do, and it shows how seriously we have to take them as top 4 contenders, really. They showed a different side tonight to the Newcastle I've watched so often this season. They were streetwise, they were nasty, they were niggly. If you'd seen that performance from a Diego Simeone side at Atletico Madrid...
1 second, Luke. Eddie Howe is waiting to talk to Rob Nothman.
Yes, Eddie is with me. That was a seriously intense game. You must be really chuffed to have got through it with a clean sheet and a point.
Yeah, it was. It was a very tough game for us. We were under no illusions how difficult today was going to be. Thought we were a little bit slow out the blocks today. Middle part of the game, I thought we did very well. And then the second half, I thought was a little bit more difficult. And the latter part of the game, I don't really want to see again, because that was, the penalty shout and everything that happened. It was tight.
Did you think it was a penalty? Presumably not right at the end.
No, I don't, because I think the proximity of the ball, I don't think Jacob's arm's that high. I think the referee did very well under intense pressure, because he's got a lot of people shouting at him to give it, but I thought he was strong. I thought it was a good decision.
Your voice sounds a little bit croaky. Does that suggest that you were shouting more than you normally do?
Well, the trouble here is you're so far removed from the pitch. You're trying to get messages across, and it's very difficult to do that with the crowd and the distance. So, yes, I was shouting. I've lost it now. Hopefully it will find me again tomorrow.
It got a little fruity towards the end. You had some words with Mikel Arteta. All good there afterwards?
Very good. I think he's an outstanding manager, coach. No problems, a lot of passion, but a top manager.
What does it say about the resilience of your team? And that's something you've really instilled in the last 12 months.
Yeah, I think it's testament to the group's mentality, as you say. I thought there was real teamwork today. No one on the pitch was ever left isolated. There was real cohesion, a very good mindset to defend. And I think second half, we sort of accepted that was our role in the game, while being a threat at times with counter-attacks and set plays. I thought we did what we needed to do to get a positive result.
And you never took a step back throughout. That's, again, something which is very noticeable in the team.
Well, I think that's so important for us. Our messages to the players is always to attack, to be front foot, to try and be aggressive in whatever phase that is. And sometimes, as you say, second half you have to accept that we were not the dominant team, but we still a way to be aggressive even in that mindset.
Well done. That's Eddie Howe there talking after the 0-0 draw against Arsenal.
Rob, thank you very much. Eddie Howe talking to Rob Nothman there after, as he said, that 0-0 draw. Luke, it sort of picks up a little bit where you were talking about the game, on the sort of teamwork and cohesion that Newcastle showed.
Well, there's this togetherness, isn't there? It's this band of brothers mentality. And again, we were talking before the game about, the article I wrote in the Daily Telegraph about what Eddie Howe has created. But he has instilled that togetherness in them and that never say die attitude. And you saw that. So they weren't at their best, but they frustrated Arsenal and made Arsenal look ordinary. And I can't really remember a team doing that to Arsenal this season, to shut them out and shut them down. I'm really interested. I mean, a lot of clubs have been looking for centre-backs, and I'd really like to ask Matthew Upson. Sven Botman, 35 million, how good was he tonight, and how formidable is that centre-back partnership with Fabian Schär?
Yeah, it looks a very good signing, doesn't it? Has to be said. And I think he had composure. He got his body in the right places at the right times, and he was dealing again, with a customer in Nketiah who's quite slippery in and around the box. He's good movement. He likes to back into players and roll. And I just thought he stood his ground a couple of times brilliantly. But you have to go back to the point that Eddie Howe made in that the team, how they set up. I thought it was clever the way they dropped to that kind of midfield five, allowed Willock, Guimaraes and Longstaff to be very central, very tight to each other. And there was always support all over the pitch, which as a centre-back really does help you. But a couple of times as well with Botman, he's got a nice left foot, hasn't he? A couple of times he hit early diagonals onto Almiron on the far side. That little link from Botman to Almiron in a quick switch of play can catch teams out. So he's not just a decent stopper or a defender. I think he's got a nice eye for a pass as well.
Matt, I wanted to ask you as well about the remarks that Eddie Howe made about still being able to be aggressive when you're not the dominant team. Because Newcastle had 33% possession in that game. They had far fewer, about half as many shots as Arsenal, just one shot on target. But it wasn't a game in which you felt they were on the back foot or struggling to compete in.
No, because like Eddie Howe said, you still have to be aggressive when you want to be a bit safer. I liken it to a lot of other sports and say cricket, for instance. When you're playing defence, you have to be aggressive. You can't just step back. It's the same with football. You might not be in a full attack mode in terms of being progressive and wanting to score goals, but playing defensively, you still have to be really aggressive. And Newcastle were with their decision making, with their support for their teammates. No fullback was ever really isolated, although they dealt with situations brilliantly without needing help, but there was always help on hand. And all of those decisions, I think, that Eddie Howe's referring to, they're aggressive, positive choices from players to want to help in a way of being defensive. And I think that's the point he really made in that comment. And I think he's absolutely spot on. It doesn't mean you have to concede or you're not aggressive. You have to be aggressive when you play defensively. And that was a great example from Newcastle, because I thought they were almost maxed out at times in terms of their effort, their energy, the fitness levels. It was a really good example of a top level game and the fitness levels that the players have now in the Premier League. I mean, it was impressive tonight.
I think the only thing I will say is that sorry, Kelly, but the one thing I did notice, and perhaps this is where to rein in the sort of Newcastle praise a little bit, I think we did see with the substitutions that they are, compared to the other squads of the richer one. I'm not going to say richer because it's supposedly one of the richest clubs in the world now, but the more established Big Six clubs. There was always a temptation. I think he could have put St Maximin on and tried to win the game. And he didn't. He brought on Jacob Murphy and Chris Wood. And I think with the best will in the world, and I don't think many Newcastle fans would disagree with me here, they are a level below where Newcastle are currently operating. And I think that's probably where they were. And, Eddie said it himself there in that interview, they were clinging on. They were really clinging on at the end. And it was all hands to the pump. And it's the sort of performances we perhaps saw under Rafa Benitez and Steve Bruce, where they were giving up territory and possession. But I think that's where they're probably still going to fall a little bit short. I think if they pick up a couple of injuries, they're in a bit of trouble. And Bruno was disappointing for me today. I don't know, what did you think, Dano? Did you think the early yellow card nullified him a little bit?
I think there was a number of players where the yellow cards probably meant that the players had to keep their discipline. The only thing is about that point you just made, Luke, is that I think because of Newcastle, not many people would have said there'd be
third
No.
at this stage of the season. And as we saw tonight, they're there on merit. Now, whether they do anything in January to try and bolster their playing squad, to try and see if they can see out, and secure a top 4 finish, we'll have to wait and see. I know Eddie Howe's talked about it and just going to say that they're going to focus on it day by day and assess the January transfer window as it progresses. But I just think that you've got the best defence in the top flight, and tonight we could illustrate why, because as a man, and whether it was Byrne and Joe Linton trying to snuff out Saka, they worked tirelessly throughout the whole game.
Matt, what about from Arsenal's point of view? Because we talked about Newcastle and the depth that they have, and that's been the concern about Arsenal in terms of the title race. I'll come to you with that question in just a second, but there's someone even better to ask. Mikel Arteta's with Rob Nothman.
Yes, Mikel Arteta has just made his way into the interview room here. What did you make of that performance? It was a match you couldn't take your eyes off.
Yeah, it was a great performance. I think I'm so proud of the players, the way we played, the way we dominated the game, the way we take the game and determination we showed against a really good side. And you could see how much we wanted to play. We pushed. And today we lacked that spark, that final pass on those tight spaces to get the opener. And the two incredible penalties that they win the game, obviously.
So you felt that was a penalty right at the end, the handball?
It's not a feeling, I just watched it.
Definite penalty?
Scandalous penalties.
You're that upset about it? Yeah, you are. You're nodding. Well, tell me, you're obviously known for being animated on the touchline. Tonight, you really seem to be so intense about this game. It obviously meant a great deal.
We have to be. The way we play, we have to be like this, and the way they play as well. So just our team, the way we competed for every ball, I'm so proud of them.
And in terms of the season so far, just one defeat now in 17 games. It can't really have gone much better than this, can it?
No, but we can still improve and do things better. But the desire and the way we played and the approach that we have in every game, I'm really proud of, and we have to continue.
Thank you very much for your time. That's Mikel Arteta, the Arsenal manager.
Thank you very much for that, Rob Nothman. Mikel Arteta talking about 2 penalties there. But let's get the very latest, and we'll come back to that in just a second. But Fulham with another victory, this time against Leicester. Marco Silva is with Lee Blakeman.
Marco, massive congratulations. 3 Premier League wins in a row. Just your reaction to that, first of all.
Yeah, amazing result for us. Great result. Great desire from our boys to keep the result until the end. 2 different halves, completely different halves, first and the second. I think we started brilliant the first half, the way we started the first half, being dominant, playing in our way, with quality as well. First 10 minutes we created clear 2 great chance to start leading the score in that moment. We scored in a very good moment from ourselves, great assist from Willian, and the top finishing from Mitru. And our first half was really good. Of course, they adjusted some things after the 25-30 minutes. They changed a little bit their pressure. Even so, I think first half we were clear the best team on the pitch. We deserve coming to the half time to leading the score. Second half completely different. Their quality, they push us more back than I would like. When Brendan after took the risk to play with another striker in and to change for 3 at the back. We reacted from our bench as well with the 3 central defenders as well. We took a little bit more time to adjust, but after when we adjust, I think we controlled it well, even if deeper than I would like, too deep in some moments, but in that moment you showed the organization, but really the resilience and the commitment as a team.
When you look at the league table and see where you are, level on points with Liverpool, your fans at the final whistle were singing, "We're all going on a European tour." I mean, maybe getting a little bit carried away, but just what do you make of the position that you're in the Premier League table when you look at it?
We are proud of it. I think we deserve it as well. I think the boys, they have been amazing in terms of work ethic, in terms of attitude, professionalism as well, ambition. And they deserve all the credits. The position in the table is not important for us right now. It's much more important that you achieve already 28 points at this moment. We were in a good form, and before the break, even if the two games we lost in last minute again, Man City and Man United as well, but we were in a good form. And coming from the World Cup break and winning 3 in a row, 2 away matches with a win, with a clean sheet as well, is an amazing feeling for us. Of course, we are proud of the table. Our fans, they are dreaming for something. I think it's important for them to dream. You know, myself and the players, we are more realistic. We want to just look for the next one and always to the next one. But what I promise them that we are going to fight for all the points in this league is what we are doing.
Marco, congratulations and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Marco Silva there talking to Lee Blakeman after Fulham's 1-0 win at the King Power against Leicester. Comfortable win for Manchester United, 3-0 victory for them against Bournemouth. Will Perry was watching at Old Trafford.
Yeah, Casemiro, Shaw and Rashford with the goals, Kelly. All three of them excellent. Casemiro's volley probably from that Eriksen free kick, the pick of the bunch. 12 for the season for Marcus Rashford, whose alarm clock did the business this time. He's found the net in each of his last 4. Really good feeling around Old Trafford. They're only 9 points off the top, Manchester United. United straight wins, 4 of them at Old Trafford, 4 consecutive clean sheets, everyone buying into the Ten Hag philosophy. 9 wins out of 10 in all competitions, so on to 35 points, the same as third place Newcastle, with a game in hand, it has to be said as well. All of that with Harry Maguire keeping a clean sheet at the back and wearing the captain's armband. So a good night all round really, but big tests for Erik Ten Hag to come later in January against the leaders Arsenal and Manchester City in second. The one downside for United tonight, Donny van de Beek limping off at the end of the first half. He was cleaned out by Senesi accidentally, who slipped and he just clattered him. On for only his second league start of the season, Van der Beek, so you've really got a feel for him. But United host City in their next league game. That's on the 14th of January after the FA Cup, and they could end that match above Manchester City, which is a massive indication of how they've progressed since that 6-3 dismantling at the Etihad earlier in the season. As for Bournemouth, sliding down the table, 7 defeats from their last 8 Premier League games. They've conceded a league-high 12 goals from set pieces, 2 against Palace at the weekend, that Casemiro volley, which they could do little about this evening. And Bill Foley has promised January signings. They need to come quickly, Kelly, because they are crying out for a number 9 Bournemouth.
Will Perry, thank you very much. Let's get the thoughts of Erik Ten Hag on that victory and that performance. He's with Conor McNamara.
We scored great goals. I think we should have scored even more goals, but also we could concede some more goals. We didn't, but we could concede 1 or 2 goals. Great save from David, and I'm not happy with that because it was something that we have to avoid. When we have to play more smart, play better out of the result. So that is the next step we have to make.
You've kept a clean sheet despite making several changes in defence. Do you feel that you've now got a lot of options in that area?
We have options there, and we have fit place, but we need them. We have so many games to cover, so you need the options. So you can pick for every game, you can pick the right team. And so we will take a strategy.
Another goal for Marcus Rashford. He's averaging a goal a game since coming back for the World Cup. You must be very pleased with that.
I think he, once again, great performance. And I've said them before the season. I think same is for Anthony Martial. Believe in the goal. Because they always will create chances with their capabilities, with the capabilities of the team, because they will create goals for them, they will create opportunities for them, and then they have to finish. So focus from minute 1 till the last minute, and then the chances will come, and then it's up to him.
Erik Ten Hag talking about Manchester United's 3-0 victory against Bournemouth. Arsenal and Newcastle, meanwhile, played out a goalless draw at the Emirates. Ian Dennis, when we heard from Mikel Arteta earlier on, he was talking about those 2 scandalous penalties, he said, that weren't given. We got Matt's thoughts on whether or not he thought the second of those, the late shout for a penalty, was a handball, and body line and proximity of the ball to Murphy would kind of seem to rule that one out. Is the other one the shirt pull? Is that Dan Burn on Gabriel?
I think the other one is, it was in the second half, it was towards Nketiah, where I think, was it Botman who just moved him out of the way? And he didn't manhandle him, but he did. Matt in commentary didn't think it was a penalty.
I've got to be honest with you. I don't think that you would class those two as scandalous decisions that go against a side. I think if they're awarded, the first one would be extremely soft, and then I think the second one with Murphy and the handball, that would be extremely harsh. Because when you're looking at the criteria, you're looking at the proximity of the offending player, you're looking at the hand arm movement, and you're looking whether the hand arm is in an expected position. The player didn't make himself bigger. I don't think there's any of that criteria that would suggest that the referee had got that decision wrong. And equally, I don't think it was even checked by VAR. There was a check in the first half for a penalty for Newcastle, but I don't think VAR had a meaningful look at either of those two penalties.
But Arsenal unable to break down that stubborn Newcastle defence, Matt, and there has been talk about maybe Arsenal adding to their squad in the January transfer window. Was it a case that they just missed the firepower, the creativity, if not the goals of Gabriel Jesus, or is it just that they're up against the best defence in the Premier League?
I think it's certainly the defence of Newcastle was a challenge. And I think that's how good their defending is right now, and it shows with the numbers and the stats and the record they have in the Premier League. But for me, Kelly, I think they missed a little bit of cold calmness tonight. And I know that when you're chasing something and the intensity that was brought onto the pitch, and Mikel Arteta referred to how much they pushed and how much energy they put in it, and I love to watch that. It's brilliant. But there's a couple of moments. I mean, Deno, you said a couple of times about how efforts were sliced, or they weren't, there wasn't that composure in those moments. Now, some of those moments might have been really difficult chances, but everything was really high tempo. And I just felt it didn't have that kind of calm, cool, collected feel to it, that somebody was going to stroke one in the back of the net. It was either going to come from maybe a deflection or a mistake or something. It just had a frantic feel about the whole game.
But even at the end as well, when they had a late corner in stoppage time, Arteta's telling, was it Martinelli, slow it down. That message needed probably to be got across to the players a good 15-20 minutes before, because it was all very, very frantic. You certainly felt, Kelly, that there was, you knew the significance of this game from an Arsenal perspective, the chance to go 10 points clear, and they just weren't clinical in front of goal. But credit to Newcastle United, because they disrupted Arsenal and, as I say, limited them to few opportunities.
So Arsenal are 8 points clear of Manchester City in second place. Arsenal have played a game more, and Manchester City play on Thursday night against Chelsea. Newcastle in third place. They've played 18. They've got 35 points. So they're 9 points off Arsenal, having played a game more. They're only a point behind Man City, but they've played a couple of games more than them. And they're level on points with Manchester United, having played a game more than them, Luke. We talked before the game about Newcastle and finishing in the Champions League places. Can we still talk about Newcastle in terms of being title contenders, do you think?
I think that's a step too far, Kelly, I've got to say. And I'm going to... I know I like excited talk as much as anyone, but I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no. They're not realistic title contenders. And I will flip this around a little bit. We're talking about, what Newcastle managed to do to Arsenal today. But Arsenal actually outplayed Newcastle in a way, and dominated territory and possession in a way I haven't seen teams do to them this season. So that shows what a good team Arsenal are. And I think they are top of the table on merit, absolutely. I think they've been the best team in the Premier League so far to this point. I think in that way it was a really, really intriguing battle. They did outplay Newcastle in the second half, and they were the dominant team. And when you're going to talk about Newcastle, if they're realistic title contenders or whether they're realistic Champions League contenders, to do that to them shows actually how impressive Arsenal were. So I think we need to be careful. I hope Arsenal don't look at that, and I know Matthew's touched on this. I hope they don't look at that and think, they need to go out and buy a striker because of it. Because Nketiah actually, for me, played pretty well. On another day, he might have got a goal. So I think they're in a really, really good place. I think the danger team, they're probably too far away to mount a title challenge, but the real danger team, I think, and you've seen it again today, are Manchester United. Because Erik ten Hag has fired up that beast. He really has. And they are...
Luke, I'm going to interrupt you because Frank Lampard, after Everton's 4-1 defeat by Brighton at Goodison Park, is waiting to talk to Chris Coles.
He is, Kelly, yes. Frank, a sobering evening for you and your team. How do you explain a result and a performance like tonight?
Well, yeah, it's very disappointing because I thought the first half was relatively even. Brighton are a good team. We didn't expect an easy game, but we started well. Then we make a mistake for their goal. And I think the possession-wise was even. We have some shots, blah, blah, blah. I think we needed more urgency in our game at half-time. And then the 3 goals in 6 minutes just finishes the game with our own mistakes. So you just have to take responsibility for that.
You started so well. The crowd were right behind you.
Yeah, I think the first 10 minutes of the game, a lot of high regains. Brighton try and play, credit to them, they have their style. We won the ball back a lot. As I say, we had a chance to score. The game may have looked different if we'd have got our noses in front, because at that point when you go 1-0 down, the crowd want you to jump and to press, and Brighton, they like that. They like to suck you in and reel you in, to make passes through you. And it happened a bit in the first half, not so much. You have to expect it to a degree. They're a good team. But then in the second half, the goals are just errors from us defensively, as a unit or part of the team or individually. And when that happens against a team of Brighton, then it ends the game.
And as a manager watching that 6-minute spell, how do you legislate for some of those errors?
Well, you don't, do you? You just, that's part of management. You try and affect things with the team structure and individuals and changes that you can make. But some things that happen on the pitch do happen, and they're a negative, and they affected the game in a huge way tonight.
Is the frustration compounded by how resilient you were just a few days ago at the Etihad?
I'm not really considering that. That was a good result and a good performance, and a different day, and today was against a good team, and people can't underestimate Brighton. But as I say, if you give them a period of a game where they can score like they did, then it doesn't matter. We compare it to any other game, it doesn't matter.
How do you pick your players up now? Indeed, what have you said to them in there?
I don't need to say what I said to them, but I think we need to understand that we have to have a big reaction, because when you lose at home in those circumstances, the feeling's not great, no matter what the individual details out of the game are. So it's part of my job and our job, and we're fighting where we are in the league. These results come, fortunately, but you can't like them. You have to fight back against them and go again tomorrow.
And the fans, what would you say to the fans, especially those who on 57 minutes either voiced their displeasure or left?
I don't have to say anything. I don't know. People will come here to support the team, and they're disappointed, as they should be, and we're disappointed. So there's nothing to say other than what our reaction is now. We have to show it with actions rather than words.
And this game, a point above the relegation zone, 7 without a win now. How much jeopardy do you feel in currently your position as manager of this football club?
I think jeopardy since the day I started management. It's a Premier League, and there are expectations. Since the day I came to Everton, for sure, we were in a tough position. We remain in that tough position. So it's not for my focus to think about that. Focus is just to keep working and try and get the results that we want and need.
Appreciate that, Frank. Thank you.
A lot more months ahead.
That was Frank Lampard there talking to Chris Cole. So Everton beaten 4-1 at Goodison Park by Brighton. Leicester beaten 1-0 at home by Fulham, who move up into 7th place, level on points with Liverpool. And Manchester United extend the gap between themselves and Tottenham in 4th place with a 3-0 victory against Bournemouth. Thank you very much to Luke Edwards from the Daily Telegraph for joining us. To Ian Dennis and Matthew Upson at the Emirates, where Arsenal and Newcastle played out a goalless draw. Nick Bright is up next. Nick, you're not happy with how much praise Newcastle are getting for this performance?
Well, look, I don't want to upset the whole of Newcastle, but I just think they parked the bus. They turned up with a game plan. It worked, yes, admittedly, but they didn't come to play. They played like Leyton Orient, and everybody's acting like they were sensational. Like Luke said, I'm totally with Luke, and I know I'm a bit biased as an Arsenal fan. Arsenal played Newcastle off the park. There was only one team that came to win the game, and it was Arsenal.
You don't think they deserve any credit for a really good away performance against the team who are leading the league by 8 points now?
Well, everybody's saying, Arsenal, plucky Arsenal, they're punching above their weight. Manchester City are going to overtake Arsenal, and Newcastle are allegedly the next team. They're the team in 3rd. If they had real ambition, they would come to play at least try to score. But I didn't see any of that tonight. I just thought that it was going to be a bit more of an end-to-end game. A point isn't the worst result in the world. At the end of the day, we're still, 8 points clear at the top of the Premier League table. Looking at the fixtures, I think we beat Manchester United at the Emirates. I think we beat Tottenham at their stadium. Tottenham are playing really badly, and we crack on.
Yep, I like that bullish attitude, Nick.
Well, I've just been watching Bully Boy in the darts, you see. That's what it is. He's just won the PDC, so...
Apparently the darts has been brilliant this evening. We've been across the football, but the darts has been amazing, hasn't it?
Listen, if you're listening to this right now and you're interested in darts, you need to check out. There was a leg in the darts where both players, Bully Boy and MVG, were on a 9-darter. And if you watch the darts, you'll know what that is. It was amazing. And Bully missed his, and then MVG got his. It was ridiculous.
Absolute drama in the darts, drama in the football. Have you got drama coming up tonight as well, Nick?
Yeah, we've got a great show lined up for you tonight, actually. We'll run through all the usual news stories, but in the middle hour today, we're going to be talking about women in the music industry, actually, and I've got a fantastic lineup for you. I'll tell you all about it. Kelly, thank you very much, by the way. I'll let you get off. I don't want to drag you into everybody in Newcastle tweeting me now. I look forward to that. But yeah, listen, I'll tell you exactly what's happening on the show. Me, Nick, in for Colin on your Tuesday. We'll do it after the latest 5 Live news at 10:36. Is Nick Hatton.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thank you, Nick. The Health Secretary, Steve Barclay, is defending the government's handling of the NHS, blaming the pandemic for the pressures on the health service. But several health bosses argue that the problems are more long-term, like staffing levels and social care capacity. The Chinese government is suggesting that travel restrictions imposed by several countries are politically motivated. Some places have introduced mandatory testing for people arriving from China because of high COVID case numbers there. Only a fifth of trains have been running in England, Scotland and Wales today, with the same expected tomorrow. RMT union members are staging a 48-hour strike over pay and conditions. They'll walk out again on Friday and Saturday. And thousands of people lined the streets of the Brazilian city of Santos to watch Pelé's funeral procession earlier. His coffin was draped in the Brazilian flag and taken through the crowds on the roof of a fire engine. In sport, Arsenal missed out on the chance to move 10 points clear at the top of the Premier League. They were held to a goalless draw at home by third-place Newcastle. Manchester United, they moved level on points with Newcastle. Goals from Casemiro, Luke Shaw and Marcus Rashford, giving them a 3-0 win over Bournemouth. Brighton, they piled on the pressure on Everton boss Frank Lampard with an emphatic 4-1 victory at Goodison Park, while Fulham moved up to 7th with a 1-0 win at Leicester. At the final of the PDC World Darts Championship at Alexandra Palace, Michael Smith has beaten Michael van Gerwen by 7-4. That win included a 9-dart finish. Smith wins a title for the first time. He also becomes the new world #1. And Ireland captain Johnny Sexton is a doubt for the Six Nations opener against Wales next month because of a facial injury. The Leinster fly half has had a procedure on a cheekbone injury picked up in Sunday's United Rugby Championship win over Connacht. Leinster, though, have not set a date for a potential return.
A very good evening to you and welcome to a raucous, to a rowdy Tyneside. It's Carabao Cup quarter-final night and Newcastle United and Leicester City are dreaming of a bit of glory. And for Newcastle in particular, there is a real weight of expectation around this evening because it has been a long wait for a major trophy. You have to go back all the way to 1969 for their last success, the European Intercities Fairs Cup, and some would go even further back for one of the game's big honours, all the way to 1955 when they last won the FA Cup. Leicester City, of course, have had much more recent success when it comes to silverware, but still, to be 2 rounds away from Wembley, it's tantalisingly close for Brendan Rodgers' side as well. I'm Vicky Sparks, and alongside me to take you through this evening is the former England and Aston Villa midfielder Steve Stone. And Steve, looking around St James's Park here, it's a sellout crowd, and this is what supporters group War Flags wanted. They said, let's go all the way back to the atmosphere of Alan Shearer's testimonial back in 2006. Everybody bring your black and white scarves, whirl them around your heads, and that is what we are seeing, a sea of black and white all around us.
Do you know what? I haven't seen scenes like this for many years, and probably don't think I've ever seen scenes like this. Just to set the picture, there's flags everywhere. The club puts flags under everybody's seat, and they're not small flags either, they're huge ones. Everybody's picked them up and waving them, and there's a huge Newcastle United flag behind the goal, which is getting passed all the way along back and forwards, and it's a great sight. And the players haven't even got anywhere near the pitch yet. It's going to be a great night.
Yeah, the players waiting in the tunnel. How do Leicester City come out and deal with this atmosphere? Because Brendan Rodgers said before this match, didn't it, that this stadium is one that he always looks forward to coming to. And on 5 Live we were hearing from local journalist Luke Edwards of The Telegraph and saying that despite this atmosphere, and it is fantastic, there are real nerves here from Newcastle fans because this means so much to them.
Well, there won't be nerves right at the start. There'll only be nerves if Leicester quieten the crowd down. And that's what Leicester will try and do. They'll try and slow it down as much as they possibly can. They'll try to use their possession-based football, which they're really, really good at. And they will not quicken the game up at any stage whatsoever throughout this first half. They will try and stay in the game for as long as they possibly can, so they can try and either get a set play or control the game through their possession. Newcastle, of course, the other way, have to come out and dominate right from the start. They have to use this crowd and this atmosphere and this energy that's built in this stadium, and they have to come out firing exactly like they did against Leicester in the Premier League match away from home. It's going to be a great start. I'm really looking forward to the game. You can sense the atmosphere in here is unbelievable.
Yeah, they were 2-0 up, Newcastle, just 4 games ago, away to Leicester. 3-0 up after 32 minutes. Will it be the same story? In terms of the team news, both sides made 8 changes for their FA Cup ties at the weekend, and that's another reason why this game is so huge for Newcastle, because they're already out of the FA Cup. Second season running, they lost to League One opposition, this time in Sheffield Wednesday. Leicester won 1-0 at League Two's bottom club Gillingham, but both go as strong as they can for this one. So Newcastle named the same side that drew 0-0 with Arsenal at the Emirates in the Premier League. Alan St-Maximin back from illness, and club record signing Alexander Isak, who made his long-awaited injury comeback last match against Sheffield Wednesday, are on the bench. Leicester, who are ravaged by injuries, make 1 enforced change from their Premier League defeat by Fulham. That's Michael Brighton in for the injured Boubakary Samare. Steve, let's talk about Leicester's injuries. I mean, you look at the players that they've got missing. James Justin, Johnny Evans, the captain, Ryan Bertrand, Ricardo Pereira, Kiernan Dewsbury-Hall, Boubakary Samare, Dennis Pratt, James Maddison. They do have Patson Daka available for this one, which is a big boost for them. Weren't sure if he was going to be back, but he is. But there's a huge wealth of experience, of talent, and although the starting lineup is strong, the bench is bare bones stuff.
Yeah, well, he's going to rely on his first 11 when they actually hold the fort out there. And they're still a very, very experienced Leicester side who's out there tonight. It could come down to, the key could be the changes that Newcastle make, what they use from their bench. Can they bring St-Maximin and people like that to change the game? Leicester, of course, as you've just mentioned, they've got so many injuries that they'll probably not be able to change it. They'll probably have to go with 11, and a few young lads might have to come on at some stage. You've mentioned them injuries as well, though. But they lost Fofana as well to Chelsea in the summer. They lost Schmeichel, who was a massive presence at this football club. Johnny Evans has been a leader and a captain throughout this. You know, Vardy we talk about as well, who hasn't been fit that often. Him and Daka have been flip-flopping at times. So it's going to be a difficult night. Unless Leicester can quieten the crowd down like we talked about and impose their style of play. That's what football's about, is styling your style of play on the opposition. Not letting the home crowd and the home team get in their own way. Leicester need to do that right from the start.
And Leicester are already in their starting positions as Newcastle break away from their huddle, and the roar around St James's Park. We still have a few black and white scarves whirling, a few black and white flags waving, because this is huge for Newcastle United. Make no mistake, of course Leicester City want to reach the semi-finals as well, but this is a Newcastle side who have real belief of winning their first major trophy since 1969. They're out of the FA Cup unless they're to make a charge for the Premier League title, and we know how well they're going in the Premier League. This is the tournament that offers by far the best chance and likely the only chance of silverware this season. So we're underway here at St James's Park. Leicester City playing from left to right, in possession early on, having taken the kick-off. Winner throw deep in Newcastle territory over on the left-hand side. Here is the former Newcastle man, Jose Perez. And he's dispossessed just outside the Newcastle penalty area, and Newcastle will play the bay forwards to Bruno Guimaraes, up towards Almiron. Over the halfway line, he drives. Still going Almiron, who scored so early on in the Premier League. Can they do so again? Lays it off to Willett, left-hand side, pulls the ball across. Oh, what a chance! Missed on the corner of the 6-yard box. What an opportunity for Newcastle to take the lead early doors. and they can't hit the target. Huge chance.
Well, it's better than a huge chance, I've got to be honest with you. He should score from there. He's 7 yards out, Longstaff, but it's Almiron. With Bruno found Almiron in the pocket. He's run 60-70 yards with the ball. Great little weighted pass inside the fullback for Willock to pull back, and he's pulled it back into a great area for Longstaff, who's just got underneath it, bounces into the floor and made a real mess of it. I don't know whether it's just come too early in the game or what, or he hasn't got any belief in himself, but he didn't seem to have that belief of a man who's going to score goals.
It was a great run, wasn't it, Steve? That's the frustration, as Newcastle won't keep the ball inside their own half, and Leicester win the ball over on that right-hand side. But yes, huge frustration for Longstaff. I was here to see them draw 0-0 with Leeds on New Year's Eve, and he missed a couple of chances that day as well. And it has been a problem for Newcastle. Eddie Howe's pulled it out in the last couple of games as they win a throw on halfway.
Well, we've looked at Newcastle, and they do have obviously Almiron, who's had a career 4 months of scoring some amazing goals and getting on the score sheet and creating as well. And obviously you've got Wilson in attack, who's their main man, and you need to keep him fit. So the rest of the team do need to start chipping in with a few goals to take the pressure off the rest of the big boys who've been delivering so far. And I've got to say, the likes of Joe Linton and Willock and Longstaff
as Leicester give the ball away just outside their own penalty area. Newcastle trying to work at the shot, driven by Guimaraes. It's just wide. Oh, we got some power behind that, Bruno Guimaraes. It's behind for a Leicester goal kick, but Newcastle have started this match so brightly.
Well, Newcastle started brightly, but Leicester have actually they've got too many men in advanced positions. Every time the ball breaks down, Newcastle are a 5-on-4, a 6-on-4. The likes of Tielemans, Barnes, they're way too far forward. They've got to get themselves back behind the ball. When they're in possession, they cannot stretch themselves. They cannot be that much distance between back to front. They need to be much more compact, just in case when Newcastle come on that press, it breaks down.
Leicester pick up the ball on halfway. Newcastle have a player down, but play continues, and Patson Daka is towards the penalty area, comes out to the left-hand side, and Harvey Barnes, who miscontrols, and Newcastle win the ball back just inside their own penalty area, and they've stopped play now because they still have a player down just inside their own half. 0-0, frenetic start, 3.5 minutes gone, and I can take you through the teams. Newcastle with Nick Pope in goal. The back four of Trippier, Cher, Botman and Byrne. Ahead of them it's Longstaff, Guimaraes and Willock, with Almiron, Joe Linton and Callum Wilson up top. Leicester have Ward in goal. The back four of Castagna and Marty, Fass and Thomas. Ahead of them it's Tielemans and Ndidi, with Albrighton, Perez, the former Newcastle man, and Barnes supporting Patson Daka up front.
Well, from my point of view, we talked about before, when you come to Newcastle, you like to want to be nice and compact, not give them the spaces in between the lines to run into, make sure they can't get out to Almiron. The very right side dominant team, Newcastle, with Trippier and Almiron on that side, and Sean Longstaff, and Bruno always finds those little passes into those areas. You have to cut those spaces out. You've got to make sure that they don't get those balls into those sort of areas. And Leicester have been the gaps between back to front are huge to start with. So you've got the back four sitting there, the two in front, and then they've got four at the top end of the pitch. And then sometimes Tielemans as well is vacating that area in front of his back four and getting lost and leaving it a 4 and a 1. There's way too much space for Newcastle's midfield players to play in between at the minute. Leicester need to close those gaps up, and they need to do it pretty quickly. Newcastle have had 3 opportunities already. That's way too many. It's got a real cup tie feel as well.
Yeah, and certainly one of them, Sean Longstaff, should have scored, as Fabian Cher, the Newcastle player down, is back up to his feet, and Leicester in possession over on the far side with Harvey Barnes, who can't keep it in, and Newcastle will have a throw with Kieran Trippier over on that far side as Eddie Howe watches on the edge of his technical area. As we mentioned, he has called on his Newcastle side to be more clinical. 22 shots on goal they had last match against Sheffield Wednesday, 16 attempts on goal against Leeds. They scored once against Wednesday. They didn't score against Leeds. Will they net against Leicester City in this Carabao Cup quarter-final here on 5 Sports Extra? That particular ball forward, rather aimless, and Danny Ward will watch it behind, and Leicester have another goal kick.
Well, the Leeds game, I came as a supporter, actually. I went behind one of the goals. Hadn't done that for many years, and it was a really interesting experience, I've got to be honest with you. But on that occasion as well, Newcastle had gilt-edge opportunities to win the game. Not clear-cut, not loads of them. I thought Leeds were excellent in the defending and what they tried to do that day. And Leicester, on the other hand, since they've come back from the World Cup, have played against Newcastle, Manchester United, a think it was Fulham as well. So they played some tough teams, some teams that have been in form.
And they're coming through the centre here. Patson Daka, denied by Nick Pope, who came out very quickly and gathered on the edge of his penalty area. But he's looked lively early on, Patson Daka.
Yeah, he's getting in between people, definitely. That's his strength.
As Newcastle look to get down the right-hand side, Fasco sliding in, but can't stop the surging run forward as the deflected effort from Callum Wilson bounces behind for the Newcastle corner. Lovely move from Newcastle.
Well, we talk about Newcastle being right-side dominant again. All season it's been happening. Ball comes out to Trippier. Pope sets him off really quickly as he comes out and slides out to meet Daka. Into Almiron, who skips the challenge, and a great ball back for Callum Wilson, who's ran off the centre-halves. Cut back, little deflection. Looked like he was just going to go in the top corner, and luckily just went past the post. But Newcastle on the counter-attack, especially at the minute, are breaking Leicester down way too easy. And that's what happens sometimes when you play against a 4-2-3-1. There's loads of space in the wide area if Leicester get too many men forward.
Yeah, it's one of those that could have gone anywhere, but it's gone behind for this Newcastle corner, which is swung in from the right-hand side. Joe Linton meets it with his head and stretching at the far post. Newcastle can't find the final touch. It was the tall figure of Dan Burn up there, the boyhood Newcastle fan. Well, he's got the height, but didn't quite get the connection, and it's behind for another Leicester goal kick. 7 minutes gone, goalless here in this Carabao Cup quarter-final.
I'm not too sure that was that Dan Burn or was it Longstaff at the back post? I'm just trying to see the... And if it was Dan Burn, I would expect him to get his head on that. I thought it was a great opportunity for him. It was a great header back across, and his physical presence, you would have thought he would have got on that. If it was Longstaff, I'll let him off.
Slightly less height, yeah. But still no converted chance as yet for Newcastle, and it's still goalless, but it has been largely very much the home side so far, although, as we say, Patson Daka, and he has got through the middle, has looked positive for Leicester City as the ball is out to the right hand side, and Castagna and now Amasi all the way back to Danny Ward inside the Leicester City penalty area, plays it out to the left hand side. Here is Ayoze Perez. Few boos for the former Newcastle man who commits the foul as well on halfway, and Newcastle have a free kick. Steve Stone.
Yeah, just in again, we're just looking at Leicester, and when they're in possession, they've got the four across the back. The full-backs will push on really high, and Didi will just sit in front of that back four, and Tielemans is actually then trying to push really far forward to try and link with Perez and Dakar, but they're so wide and so expansive, and Newcastle are pressing so high up the pitch that it looks like the ball's going to get turned over every single time Newcastle come on the press, and the gaps are just way too big, and it just makes it far too easy. Leicester just need to just settle this game down, make sure they get more compact in the game, and restrict those spaces all over the pitch, not just in between the lines.
At the moment they have another set piece to defend, swung forward to the edge of the penalty area. Burn wins the header, Wilson tries to bring it down under pressure, so stabs it back to Almiron, who plays it out to the right hand side. Little 1-2, Almiron will pick it back up, plays it in, blocked behind. Another Newcastle corner.
Well, I've counted Newcastle have had about 4 or 5 crosses from that right hand side. Leicester need to get across there and shut it down. They've had experience of that in the league only 3 or 4 weeks ago when they got beat 3-0, I think it was. So they need to shut that right side down. It's so dominant. Almiron and Trippier and Longstaff linking really well on so many occasions. The Newcastle so far have had 4 really, really good opportunities already.
Can they fashion another one from this corner? 9.5 minutes played, swung into the edge of the 6-yard box. Good header away by Ndidi. Miscue on the edge of the penalty area by Almiron, and Leicester will try and spring the counter. Good interception though by Almiron, sends it back to Trippier, and it's all the way back on halfway as Newcastle will build once more. Forward they go to Callum Wilson. Nice touch by the striker, and good foot in by Wilfred Ndidi as he forces him out to the right hand side. Very well dealt with that by Leicester. Luke Thomas will clear away, and Fabian Schär let that run, and that might be ill-advised. It is, because Patson Daka's picked it up. He's advancing towards the penalty area. Botman's there, Schär is getting back as well, so Daka will lay it off to Tielemans. Deflected interception, cleared away by Schär up towards halfway, and Amati picks it up in the centre circle for Leicester City. 0-0.
Well, there's the warning sign, isn't it? Newcastle just switched off for a second. Shaw just let the ball run past him. Dakar's always going to be playing on the shoulder, just like Vardy does, looking for anything that's breaking down the sides of the centre halves, and he was aware. And soon as the ball breaks to him, 4 or 5 Leicester players at the top end of the pitch really, really quickly, and you can see what their tactic is tonight. Keep the ball, keep it with possession, or try and counter-attack the opposition with Dakar.
Late challenge by the aforementioned Daka on Sven Botman, and Newcastle have a free kick just outside their own penalty area. Newcastle, whose defeat last match against Sheffield Wednesday was only their second loss this season in all competitions. 15 games they've gone unbeaten. First loss since the end of August, 2-1 at Liverpool. And as you mentioned on 5 Live earlier, Steve, that in and itself was contentious, and a very, very late goal. 98th minute winner there for Liverpool as Guimaraes, lovely turn midway through the Leicester half. Plays it forward to Callum Wilson. Joe Linton's ahead of him. Callum Wilson dinks it forward. Guimaraes has it once more. Tried to send it out to the right-hand side, looking for Almiron. Picked up by Newcastle, and Almiron now has it right-hand side of the penalty area, twisting and turning up against Luke Thomas, who stands up well. So Trippier swings it in high. It's headed up by Castagna, helped away out for a throw, and Newcastle's pressure is relentless, but good defending by Leicester.
Well, it's good defending by Leicester, but it's got to be Barnes is playing so narrow because he's trying to stay near Daka, who gets isolated at the top end of the pitch, who's trying to get him sitting there. Perez is doing the same, but that leaves so many spaces out in the wide area. And we spoke about it again. If you look at, we're just speaking about it now, Trippier's on the right side, there is a right back, and he's walking into Leicester City's half, and he's 40 yards from goal, and he's got no pressure on him whatsoever because Barnes is trying to play really high next to Dakar, and there's so much space for him to run into. And we keep talking about Newcastle being right side dominant. That's where the goals come from. It's a real gamble from Leicester and what they're trying to do.
Newcastle in possession, just inside their own half with Sven Botman. Plays it forward to Sean Longstaff, just inside the centre circle. Nice turn in field now by Dan Burn down the left-hand side. Little footing from Perez, but Burn squeezes it to Joe Linton and gets it back once more. Burn will send it centrally. Almiron lays it off to Trippier. Bodies in the area for Newcastle. Amati gets there first though and heads it out of the penalty area from Trippier's delivery. Almiron dispossessed on the edge of the D, and Perez will pick it up and play it back to Luke Thomas, who's under some pressure from Callum Wilson. Plays it forward though, flicked on by Perez, but Leicester City just cannot get into the Newcastle half at the moment.
No, I'd like to see, we just talked about Newcastle and their dominance on the right hand side, and here we go again, and Barnes is just getting played far too high. It's too easy.
Nice turn from Callum Wilson. Newcastle really pressing. Wilson plays it forward to Almiron. Got a little nudge there from Castagna. Decides not to go down. Pulls it back to Trippier. Poor ball from Trippier. He's saying to Longstaff, look, I know where that's going. You need to anticipate that. As Harvey Barnes can't quite play it away. Leicester do almost retain possession, but Daka won't receive that pass on the left-hand side, and Newcastle get things going again quickly. 13 minutes gone. 0-0 at St James's Park on 5 Sports Extra. Steve Stone.
Well, the danger is that Newcastle think this is too easy and slow the tempo down and just give Leicester that little inclination that they can get something from this game. Newcastle need to keep on the front foot, the tempo that they're playing at the minute, keep that ball going down that right hand side, put the ball in front of Trippier. A couple of times it's been just behind him. He needs to deliver first time going into the box.
Tielemans steals possession, plays it forward to Perez outside the area, drives straight into the arms of Pope.
And that's the danger we just talked about, just switching off and just making sure that your concentration levels, you played a Premier League football team, they're going to have some spell at some stage.
Here goes Harvey Barnes, tried the 1-2 with Daka, well intercepted by Fabian Schär, and Trippier will play it forward to Guimaraes. Laid off to Wilson, was a little push there was by Amati, and Newcastle have a free kick midway inside their own half. 0-0.
From the expectance from the stadium, so from the fans, they just think it's a matter of time. But we've been in the game long enough to know that you need to score when you're on top, and they've had 17 minutes now, 14, 15 minutes of being on top, and they haven't scored. They've had 4 or 5 great chances.
Coming forward again down the left-hand side, the shot driven in just wide by Guimaraes again. He hit that with such venom. Beautifully worked by Newcastle, but again the back of the Leicester net does not ripple.
Well, the only thing they didn't do there was they didn't make the goalkeeper work. I don't think the goalkeeper's made a save yet. I think they've had 6 chances and he hasn't had a save to make. Wide, nearly, close. That's not how you score in a football match. You've got to hit the target. I mean, it was probably a foot wide and he's trying to smash it from 18 yards out. He's trying to blast it in there. You can see players caress things in from 18 yards out. Use defenders in front of them to bend it around it. Now listen, I wasn't the best finisher in the world by any stretch of the imagination, but Bruno Guimaraes is, and I was expecting better from him there, and I would be expecting some better finishing so far from Newcastle. 6 chances they've had, not worked the goalkeeper.
Steve Stone, former England and Aston Villa midfielder, with us here on 5 Sports Extra as Leicester win the header midway through their own half with Ndidi out to the left-hand side. Yes, caressed is certainly not a word I'd use for either of those Guimaraes efforts. Venom, power, drive, adrenaline, but yes, perhaps not quite the caressed composure.
And I think that's how the game is at the minute. Every time Newcastle try to drive forward, there's a sense of the need to score and a little bit of anxiety in the play in front of goal. You know, they're so desperate to score, to get that first goal because of the occasion. They know it's not a league match. They know this is an opportunity.
Quarter-finals of the Carabao Cup here on 5 Sports Extra as Callum Wilson picks it up on the edge of the area. Amati just does enough and clears it away, but it will spin back out to Wilson on this left-hand side. Plays it back looking for Longstaff. Joe Linton will trap it. Perez will get a foot in, sends it out for a Newcastle throw. A reminder, over on 5 Live, you can listen to Manchester United against Charlton in the other League Cup quarter-final that is going on this evening. It's Joe Linton turns away under pressure and plays it all the way back to Guimaraes. And now Fabian Schär on the halfway line. Longstaff, central position, midway through the Leicester half, lays it off to Willock, and now Byrne and Joe Linton. Down the left they go, Newcastle, and Willock picks it up, ball into the penalty area, left-footed, it's over the head of Wilson. Thomas wins the header, sent back forward by Trippier, but won't be kept in by Almiron. And Leicester City have another goal kick. We have 2 League Cup quarter-finals coming up for you tomorrow as well. Southampton against Manchester City, that's on 5 Live, and Nottingham Forest taking on Wolves will be on 5 Sports Extra.
It's nice from Newcastle down this left-hand side for a change. Couple of good opportunities, good little clips in the box. Joe Linton and Willock, good running power, running forward, driving off the ball. But again, Leicester here just getting pressed and trying to play out from the back and getting caught on many opportunities. The ball's going out of play there, and you can guarantee they'll try and slow the game down and try and slow the tempo of this crowd and the expectation that's around the stadium at the minute.
Yep, Leicester really under the cosh here in the opening 17.5 minutes, but it is still goalless, given that they were 2-0 down inside 7 minutes when they played each other in the league on Boxing Day. I think Brendan Rodgers will see that as an improvement, but Newcastle very much have been on top. Joe Linton's won a free kick midway through the Leicester half, just about level with that penalty area line on the left-hand side, and another chance, Steve Stone, for Newcastle to test Leicester from a set piece.
Well, Leicester have been renowned over the last season and a half to have had difficulty, should we say, especially from corners. I'm not so sure about lateral free kicks or wide free kicks coming to the box. I don't know about that, but I know from corners they've really struggled. They've got a very high line here at the minute, and they're trying to keep Newcastle's big guys, who are all around the back at the minute, out the box, out away the danger area. Ward, the goalkeeper's on his 6-yard box, trying to cut those distances down in case Trippier whips one right on top of him there. But we're hoping the delivery, from a Newcastle point of view, is going to be a good one.
So Kieran Trippier over this for Newcastle, swings it in right-footed. It is a good delivery, it's headed away, pinball in the area though, great save by Danny Ward, fantastic, pushes it away for a Newcastle corner, I should say. What an opening that was, and Newcastle coming close to breaking the deadlock. Sean Longstaff again.
It was a fabulous opportunity. It was a fabulous ball into the box to start with from Trippier. Didn't try and put too much pace on it, just put it into a great area. He drops down to Longstaff. Again, you didn't see the confidence in him to put it in the back of the net, did you? At least they hit the target, and a great save.
Well, he has scored once this season. He's had chances in this match. Can Newcastle fashion another one from this corner? 0-0. Joe Linton's on the move inside the penalty area. Newcastle thinking about taking a short corner here, but they're saying that Harvey Barnes isn't far enough away, so it will be whipped into that crowded 6-yard box. Schär's head medic sends it wide. Leicester goal kick, 0-0.
Yeah, just go back to Longstaff. In terms of his form this season's been excellent. He's one of those players that's really improved. He played a deeper role probably under the last couple of managers, and probably I think it was under Steve Bruce, didn't probably play as much. Don't know whether that was because of injuries or just the fact that he couldn't get in the team. Before that, in Benitez as well, he did play more of a holding midfield player role, was more of the guy that got on the ball and made play happen and dictated. Now he's playing in a number 8 role. He's further forward, he's pressing, he's using his energy, and he's been terrific this season with that. If he could just add a couple of more goals to his game, he becomes a complete midfield player in a number 8 position.
Forward from Danny Ward, but Leicester lose out again. They haven't got anywhere near the Newcastle penalty area in the last 5-10 minutes or so. Midway point almost of the first half here on 5 Sports Extra, and somehow still it's 0-0.
But you know what I think they're actually doing in Brendan Rodgers, and it might turn out to be a really clever tactic, that he's obviously weathering the storm, and he realised that Newcastle are going to create chances, and he's got the 4 across the back, and he's got his 2 holding midfield players with Tielemans sort of holding in front of him. But when the ball does break, they have got 4 at the top end of the pitch who are nearly cheating. and they're probably going to try and use that tactic to counter-attack Newcastle. Yeah, I mean, Perez is not even attempting to get behind the ball. Barnes is sometimes behind it. Albrighton's behind it at the minute because Newcastle have had possession for a period of time. But really, when Leicester have got the ball, them four are right at the top end of the pitch, and they're just waiting for a counter-attack to break through them. And it might be genius. You never know.
Newcastle in possession, building down this left-hand side with Willock. Burners on the overlap. Willock opts to go central instead, and Sven Botman swings it forward to Longstaff, out to the right-hand side, and Almiron. Trippier on the overlap. Here is Trippier, dinks the ball in. The header is blocked and can't quite be scrambled in again by Longstaff. Ward got there first. Again, it's good goalkeeping from Leicester's number one.
Well, it's good goalkeeping, but again, I think Newcastle should probably take the opportunity. It goes from one side of the pitch, this left-hand side. Willock comes into Dan Burn, gets it out to the wide area. Great ball in by Trippier, picks somebody out, just doesn't whiz it into along the 6-yard box, cuts it back. I thought again Longstaff arriving late was going to be the one that got under, but he's probably put the centre forward off. Callum Wilson, he's just got in his way, but another good save. At least they've hit the target. That's 8 good chances they've had so far. Leicester have had a chance from Perez from distance, and probably a little through ball from Daka, which Pope cut out quite easily. Newcastle are in the ascendancy, definitely, and Leicester just need to weather this storm. I don't know how long they can continue to give chances away to quality opposition.
Well, Newcastle almost giving the ball away outside their own penalty area, but it ricochets back off Ndidi and out for a Newcastle goal kick. And just looking at this Leicester formation, it's one of those where Albrighton, he's having a busy evening, isn't he? Because when Newcastle come forward, Leicester are often dropping into a back five, although Castagna at the moment is in the 4. But now he just drops back to make it a bit more of a 3, and that means Albrighton can drop back if Newcastle get the bodies behind the ball. But then suddenly, as soon as Leicester are in possession, Albrighton's up on the right wing.
Well, Albrighton's done that his whole career. That's just the honesty that he's got. I don't know if his manager actually wants him to do that, because on the other side of the pitch, Barnes is not even trying to get back. He's just staying up alongside Perez and Daka. So it might be that Albrighton's not being told to get back, but he's just being honest like he's always has been, being that good professional. He's trying to double up, but even he's getting caught out at times.
Oh, Joe Linton almost getting through Albrighton and Castagna there. The clearance away from Leicester is blocked by Willock. Joe Linton not happy there with referee Darren England, felt that he was brought down, but Leicester have the ball and play it up towards halfway. Here is Harvey Barnes, lays it off to Jose Perez. Good ball to find Daka, but as the black and white shirts get back still, Daka only midway through the Newcastle half. Out to the right-hand side now. Leicester making some headway with Albrighton. And the ball is cleared away off Joe Linton, another who will always give his all for the team. This time in a black and white shirt rather than the blue of Albrighton and Leicester City. Leicester in their home kit, incidentally, all blue. Newcastle in the black and white shirts, the black shorts and the black socks. Leicester City it is with the throw for Castagna, deep in Newcastle territory. Goalless here on 5 Sports Extra midway through the first half. Here is Amati, plays it in fields to Ndidi, out to the right hand side, and Castagna, and just won't stick for Leicester. Ndidi gets a foot in, but it's out for a throw to Newcastle midway through their own half.
I was just watching a replay on my monitor there from the other game, and I'm sure Manchester United have just got 1-0 up, if that's what I'm seeing. So good early goal for them. Tough night now for Charlton. Got to stick at it, haven't they? And very, very similar to here in terms of Newcastle were to get that early goal. You could sense it could be a tough night for Leicester. But the longer they stay in the game, more experience that some of these players have got and the manager's got. And I've seen them do this against Manchester City. I did a game for 5 Live when Manchester City came and he just dropped right back, got everybody behind the ball and tried to stay in the game, and it nearly worked. He actually had chance after chance in the last 10-15 minutes when he opened up and went for it. He ended up getting beat 1-0, but it was by no means a terrible performance. It was a good tactical masterclass by Brendan, as you would expect. And this is something he might be thinking about tonight, but he needs to get probably more men behind the ball at times. The wide areas are way too open at the minute, but he knows that.
Newcastle in possession on the halfway line. Yes, Steve Stone bringing you your goal update service here on 5 Sports Extra. Anthony scoring for Manchester United against League One Charlton in tonight's other Carabao Cup quarter-final. You can listen to that over on 5 Live. We are very much glad to have your company here on 5 Sports Extra. As Newcastle in possession, 0-0 with Leicester. 25 minutes played. Newcastle fizzing the ball all the way back to Nick Pope inside his own penalty area, and Botman under a bit of pressure from Daka will turn and spin and send it back to Pope, all in bright orange once more, just outside his own 6-yard box. Again, Daka will close down, so Pope sends it long over the halfway line. Trippier ducks out of the way, and Trippier is judged to have committed the foul there. and it will be a free kick to Leicester midway inside their own half. Leicester, whose victory last match against Gillingham ended a 3-match losing run in all competitions. It's been a strange season, Leicester, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Really struggled at the start. They'd won their previous 4 without conceding, before then losing the 3 in the Premier League after the World Cup. But what do you make of them this season as they have a free kick midway inside their own half?
Well, obviously inconsistent, and it's the inconsistencies come from the defensive mistakes. Faz, who's come into the team after a terrible start to the season, defensively they just looked poor. They didn't have any real money to spend. They lost the boy to Chelsea, which was a massive loss for them. Of course it was, and some other players were injured as well. So I think it's been a real difficult start for Brendan and the Leicester fans to probably take and watch what's been going on. But there's been circumstances why it's happened. Now, they come back from the World Cup and you thought, right, they're back on track. But again, defensive errors have cost them, and they've played some top teams in that. You know, Fulham are no mugs, by the way. What are Fulham, 7th or 8th at the minute, having a great season. Newcastle blew them away in the first 15 minutes, and of course you go into an improving Manchester United. It's not an easy 3 games to come back from the World Cup, but when you still say they've been beaten in the last 3 in the Premier League, it still doesn't read too well. It still doesn't go down too well. Supporters don't want to hear that.
Newcastle in possession on the halfway line. Callum Wilson is challenged by the aforementioned Wout Faes and fouled by the aforementioned Wout Faes, and Newcastle have a free kick midway inside the Leicester half, just in from the left hand side of that penalty line.
It's good to see somebody be physical though. Newcastle they've had everything their own way so far. They've been able to play at will, be able to create chances at will, and that's the first time anybody from Leicester's thought, no, I'm going to be physical, I'm just going to put my foot in there, and you can't have it your own way. And Brendan would probably like that. The disappointing thing from his point of view is though he's give a free kick away, another lateral in a dangerous area, exactly the same place from where they nearly scored for before with Longstaff's opportunity.
So it's not Trippier standing over this one, it's Bruno Guimaraes midway through the Leicester half. The spray is out, but Jose Perez has decided he wants to stand a few yards back from that curved line. So Guimaraes plays it to Trippier, who now delivers it into the penalty area. Newcastle trying something a little bit different. Byrne got his head on it, but it loops up and into the arms of Danny Ward inside his own 6-yard box. Goalless.
Yeah, well, you could tell they were going to try something different because Trippier wasn't taking it. Obviously, Bruno then knocks it sideways to Trippier, who then tries the diagonal back to the back post to try and isolate Dan Byrne and Joe Linton with some of the smaller guys on the Leicester team. And it worked, but he just didn't quite get enough on it. And Leicester have been resolute in the defending. You know, so far you'd go, yeah, okay, I'm happy with the defending. What's going on in terms of that back 4? In terms of obviously too much space in between the lines, as we spoke about.
Brilliant run by Castagna down the right hand side, plays in Daka, flag stays down. Daka tried to square it, it's cleared away by Trippier. He was looking for the run of Harvey Barnes on the corner of the 6-yard box. Oh, why didn't he pull the trigger, Patson Daka? Leicester have got it back midway through the Newcastle half, and incidentally we have no VAR. Now of course the official could later put up the flag, but no VAR, no second chances for the officials as it were. Comes in the semi-finals in the League Cup, and Leicester City with all Brighton's ball, win a throw deep in Newcastle territory. Best chance of the half. Daka's got to shoot there, hasn't he?
Oh, Daka's got to pull the trigger. He's tried to be unselfish, but as you're a centre forward and your job is to score goals, you have to pull the trigger when you're 9, 10, 11 yards out. What I would say on this right hand side, first time I think it was all Brighton that skipped past Dan Byrne just with a little ricochet, just got a little bit of luck with it, drove in. I actually thought Daka was just offside, just didn't hold his run long enough. But like you say, we don't have VAR, so you've got to take it on to a finish. The thing is, he didn't even try and finish. That's the thing that would be so disappointing from that move. You got Vardy in that position. There is no way he's trying to pass that ball.
Newcastle with the free kick on halfway. It would have been interesting, wouldn't it, to see if the flag had gone up, because there's no reason to delay. If you think it's offside and there's no VAR, but you wonder if the officials are so conditioned to just let the move play through. But no reason to do that if we don't have another chance to look at it. You've got to referee it as you see it. And it might have been, had Daka stuck that away, that Leicester City, for all Newcastle's pressure, for all of their chances, would have been 1-0 up with half an hour gone. But it's still goalless here on 5 Sports Extra at St James's Park. Short ball out from Ward, just about reaches Faes, who then turns nicely away from Almiron, who's closing him down. But Faes can't take too much time on this as Almiron goes sliding in, and Leicester try and play it forward, and win the free kick belatedly, but Almiron again, the applause around St James's Park. It's endeavour, and do you know what? We can talk about the takeover and all the off-field stories about that as well, but Almiron's been a player that's given everything to Newcastle since he arrived, and it's coming together for him this season in terms of goals. He's so loved here, and I think these fans are just so delighted to just see how he's flourishing at the moment under Eddie Howe.
Yeah, I think they've willed him to do well, haven't they? I mean, they were so disappointed the fact that when he got in front of goal on many occasions, he did struggle. He looked like he wasn't that man that was confident, that believed in himself, and it was a real shame to see, because you're right, everybody loved his work rate, loved what he did for the team, but looked like he didn't have that finishing ability or creative ability either. Now he seems to have both, because the rest of the team's confident. Now he's got to follow up the first half of the season, what he's done on the second half of the season, to make it a really good season for him.
Brilliant ball by Trippier over the top. Callum Wilson will try and chase it. Well, almost brilliant ball by Trippier. Do you know what? If that's a fit Wilson, does he get there?
I don't know whether he actually thought the ball was just going to hold up on the turf. It just skidded away, then skidded again. But he looked like he didn't really want to run after that, did he? At full pace, it was as if like he was holding back and didn't want to go. That was a 40, 50, 60-yard run from Wilson chasing that ball. And we all know about the injury that he's had this season, and he keeps the hamstrings, or whatever it is that he's got, keep giving him trouble from time to time. So it must be in his mind. You've got to say that. I think if the ball was in front of the goal and he got slid down the side of the centre half, he's getting after that.
Leicester in possession, 0-0 here on 5 Sports Extras. Castagna plays the ball forward and Pope comes out right to the edge of his own penalty area and gathers and bowls it out underarm to Cher, still inside his own box. Over the halfway line he goes, but that one is easily dealt with by Leicester. Callum Wilson does applaud, but it's all the way through to Danny Ward, and we're still goalless. 32 minutes gone.
Well, every time Leicester have tried to go forward, and every time they've tried to play something through there, you've got Daka on the shoulder. He's making those willing runs. The few and far between, but Pope's been in some great starting positions. He's always been right on the edge of his box. He's been perfect so far.
Over the top, Leicester go though, and again Nick Pope got that spot on. That was a bit more risky as he blocked the shot from Harvey Barnes. Tielemans on the stretch, can't control, does come back to Tielemans, edge of the D, shot deflected over Leicester corner. This is their best spell of the game.
It was the best spell of the game, because Newcastle and the fans have just gone a little bit flat. Newcastle have just been trying to play the ball long on a couple of occasions. Leicester have pressed really well in terms of getting Bruno, getting on top of him, making sure he doesn't dictate the game. And Leicester are having 5 or 10 minutes where you're thinking, okay, so they're back in the game. We've talked about it so many times. There's no way a Premier League team, playing another Premier League team, dominates completely for 90 minutes. There's always an opportunity when the opposition have these opportunities and these spells where they come into the game. And this is Leicester's at the minute. Newcastle haven't finished them off, which they should have done.
They've had the chances again, Newcastle. It's been the recent story for them. They haven't taken them. Long way to go in this game, but it's Leicester City with the corner. Drifted in by Albrighton. Bit too much power on it. Indeed, he heads it back into the penalty area. Cleared away by Newcastle. Harvey Barnes will chest it down and send it back to Thomas on the edge of the centre circle. And now Tielemans, he's been quiet so far, but plays the ball down the left-hand side to Jose Perez, who does well under pressure to steer it back to Tielemans. He plays the ball into the area. Oh, good delivery. Fizzed past Dan Burn on the edge of the 6-yard box. In fact, he just got his tall head to that Burn, and it's gone out for another Leicester City corner.
Well, Perez just got himself a little bit of a tangle for Leicester on that left-hand side. Managed to wriggle out of it, plays it back to Tielemans, and he's only got one thought. As soon as he's got that ball in his right foot from that angle on that left-hand side, he's going to whip one into a decent area. Real good quality. And Dan Burn just lost himself for a minute, didn't he? Just lost his position.
Here goes Mark Albrighton then. Dangerous ball in. It's just over the head of Ndidi on the edge of the 6-yard box. Tielemans picks it up on the edge of the area, but he's adjudged to have committed the foul. And a little bit of afters there between Trippier, who wasn't the man fouled at all. It was Bruno Guimaraes, but Tielemans moves swiftly away, and Darren England just lets things simmer down, and Newcastle have the free kick just outside their own penalty area. 0-0. 10 minutes to play in this first half as Newcastle over the top looking for the run of Joe Willock, who suddenly has space down this left hand side. He's being pursued by Castagna. Wilson is in the centre. Almiron is there as well. Nice move by Willock to take it down to the byline. Plays it off Castagna. Newcastle corner.
Well, Leicester had 3 good chances before that. I've got to say the ball in before for the corner. I think indeed he's got to do better. He's running in. He's lost his man. He looks like he's got a free header. He's coming onto it. Gets nowhere near the ball and misses the flight of it completely. Great opportunity from about 12 yards out. Then on the other hand, great little bit of movement from Willock. goes towards the ball, spins in behind like any good winger, like a Ryan Giggs from back in the day, and creates some havoc. And Newcastle then become back on top just from a good bit of movement.
So Kieran Trippier places the ball down. They do play it short this time. Almiron back to Trippier, whips it in right footed, good delivery. Guimaraes is there, heads it back across. The header is flicked back across, and Leicester just about get it away. Comes to Share on the penalty spot. A scramble, and finally a blue foot makes significant contact. And Patson Daka clears for Leicester City. Oh, he's cleaned out there. That'll be a free kick. It's just inside the Newcastle half, but it will be a yellow card, I'm sure, into the bargain, because Daka was off and away there. Now, what's Darren England going to decide to do? It is a yellow card belatedly for Sean Longstaff, who I think, Steve Stone, that's the definition of taking one for the team.
Yes, definitely. I've got to say, a fabulous routine from Newcastle for the free kick. Really inventive, little short one, dragging all the Leicester players in, playing around the back. But what good defending by everybody in the Leicester team there. They had so many men around the ball when it came back in the box. They realised as soon as it went out the back post that he's not going to score from there. He's going to have to head it back across the goal. And Leicester players, all the defenders, midfield players, and people who were in the box, all reacted incredibly well to make sure that they were the ones that were first to the ball. They were going to get their head on it. And Newcastle had one man in there, and that's how it's been so far.
Now, Perez has gone down, clutching his face. Harvey Barnes can't keep hold of it for Leicester on the left-hand side. Newcastle come forward, play it through the middle, looking for Wilson, too much on it. Perez is gradually getting to his feet. A few boos ring around St James's Park for the man who spent 5 years here, made almost 200 appearances for Newcastle. As the ball is played forward for Leicester, Tielemans looking to win it, and the throw was given by the official who was right there, but referee Darren England has given the free kick to Newcastle, which Joe Linton takes quickly as Newcastle work it out to the right hand side. 0-0, 8 minutes to go until half time here on 5 Sports Extra. In the other League Cup quarter final, Manchester United still leading Charlton of League One at Old Trafford by goal to nil. That's a clear shove over by Dan Burn on Mark Albrighton. And the yellow card is out again. Well, St James's Park is complaining, but I think for the cynicism of it, I'm not sure Dan Burn can, let alone that Albrighton's in a good position, just about to get over the halfway line. But come on, you can't just push somebody over.
No, you can't push them over. It is a yellow card. It's a very soft challenge from him, but Albrighton's away and free. He's got 60 yards of grass in front of him to run into, with probably nobody coming across to challenge him. So Dan Burns obviously had to take one for the team again. Albrighton goes down very easily, but he's got every right to go down. Newcastle need to get back to, actually, they've been going long a lot to Callum Wilson in the last sort of 5-10 minutes. Every time they've got it, Callum's been stretching the pitch and taking those two centre-halves of Leicester deep, which then creates loads of space in between the lines, in between Tielemans and Ndidi. And they just need to make sure they just keep that passing just a little bit shorter, because they get loads of success with it.
Brendan Rodgers barking instructions inside his technical area as Newcastle win a throw. He was screaming there. I couldn't quite see his angle. It was either at Amati or Fass who played a poor ball out to Castagna, but he wants to see improvement from his side. But Steve Stone was saying earlier they need to weather the storm. So far, that's what Leicester have done. 6 minutes plus added time to play in this first half, 0-0, and they've grown into the game in an attacking sense as well. But Newcastle still very much on top in terms of the overall balance of play as Fast clears forward. Harvey Barnes goes, Trippier there, goodness me, pushes Harvey Barnes over. Referee lets play go on, and Trippier just had a bit of a swipe there. Nick Pope clears away, out of play, Leicester throw. He's fortunate there, Trippier, that didn't make contact, because that's an off the ball and red card.
Well, what's happened is he's went really physical on the challenge to start with. He's tried to win the ball over the top of the... Was it Barnes? Yeah, it was Barnes. And then he's had a little lash out at him. And we know Barnes is physical as well. Barnes is probably the most physical wide man in the league, to be fair. A hard-running player. Will give as good as he gets. And Trippier's obviously thought he needs to be physical back with him on this occasion. But really lucky to get away with that.
Yeah, really, really running a risk there. Had that made contact, it didn't, and that's what I think saved Kieran Trippier as the ball is forward looking for Harvey Barnes, cleared away by Cher. Guimaraes wins the header just inside his own half, and Trippier will send it long. Wilson brings it down out to Miguel Almiron, right hand side, who will pick up the central position with Wilson out there as well. He now drifts in as Almiron plays it forward to Guimaraes, went for the 1-2. Almiron down to the byline, tried to get it across, can't quite make the contact, the Paraguayan, and it's behind for a Leicester goal kick. 0-0.
Yeah, well, it's the short play again. It's up to Wilson. Nice little short ball ball up to him, he gets a hold of it. Longstaff then runs in behind Wilson to try and take some midfield play with him, creates space for all the other midfield players around him. And Newcastle, every time they go short and try to keep the ball and work the ball down that right hand side, they're really, really dangerous. Going long, of course, at times you can't always play in front of teams. You have to stretch them and you have to back them off. That's a given. You have to do that when you play against anybody. But Newcastle's success at the minute has come by playing some really, really good incisive football in between Leicester, and Leicester are really struggling to deal with it. We'd like to say though, Leicester, we've talked about, they've weathered the storm, they've done really well in terms of weathering it. Newcastle should have finished them off in the first 10-15 minutes, but they haven't. Leicester's still in the game. Premier League team had 2 or 3 opportunities, we'll say. Not clear cut, but it'll give them enough to go, we're still in the game, we stay here for 60 minutes. There'll be opportunities to maybe change 1 or 2, and you never know, the chances might come because they're looking for counter-attacks.
Willock's done well on the halfway line, but the ball forward is just a bit too strong for Almiron, and he limped back onto the pitch, Almiron, after failing to prevent that Leicester goal kick, and he's not moving 100% freely at the moment, and it's just one of those that probably he'll just say, Joe, just not until half time, just either play it to feet, don't play me when I've got to chase, because I've just got to ease myself back in physically.
Almiron can't help himself but running behind. He just can't stop running, doesn't matter whether he gets hurt or not. Again, Faz tonight, the centre half for Leicester, been really impressed by him. He's looked calm and assured on the ball. I think he scored a couple of own goals at Manchester United, but every time I've seen him play for Leicester so far, I've always thought that he's been somebody who's added some real quality and steel to the team and knows what he's doing in there, organises others around him, and he's been a real plus so far.
Now Jose Perez has gone down, and here come the boos from St James's Park belatedly, because Leicester City have won a free kick just inside the Newcastle half. 0-0, 3 minutes plus added time to go in the first half. In the other League Cup quarter-final this evening, Manchester United still leading Charlton of League One by a 0-0 at Old Trafford as Leicester send the ball forward. It's headed away by Fabian Schär. We talk about weathering the storm. I think we've weathered the storm, Steve. Yeah. We thought it would chuck it down here in the northeast this evening, but the moon is out. Clear skies on a cold night as Newcastle. Almiron down the right-hand side, drives the shot in, and it's straight at Danny Ward on the angle.
Well, he's picked the wrong option there. Great little bit of skill to get past Thomas. Driving into the box, he takes it way too early. He's got loads of options, but the form he's in at the minute and the confidence that he's got, sometimes you don't mind a player having a shot, even from that angle, but probably the wrong option.
Now Guimaraes almost managed to win that ball back from Wilfred Ndidi midway through the Leicester half, but in the end just fouled him, and so it will be a free kick to Leicester midway through their own half. Yes, 9 goals this season for Miguel Almiron, his last in the 3-0 victory against Leicester on Boxing Day 4 games ago. But it's one of those, we were talking, Steve, before the match about how much that game would play into this one, and Newcastle started this game as well. The difference is they didn't find the opening 2 goals in 7 minutes, 3 goals in 32, and we're still 0-0, and Leicester have done what Brendan Rodgers wanted if Newcastle started as well as they did. But Joe Willock down this left-hand side for Newcastle, approaching the penalty area, plays it in field to Bruno Guimaraes. Willock's continued his run and just can't trap the ball 12 yards out, and it rolls through to Danny Ward.
Well, we're talking about players running forward and busting a gut to try and break lines and get him behind, and Wilson's been the one doing that, but Willock's just made a great run in behind, or in between and in behind. Bruno's found him with a lovely little ball, and Willock just couldn't quite get on the end of it.
Lovely ball forward to Callum Wilson, edge of the penalty area, right hand side, up against Daniel Amati. The black and white shirts are arriving, will be left and almost guided in on the edge of the area. Bruno Guimaraes was with the final shot, tipped behind by Danny Ward. Oh, they were queuing up there, and again Ward's made a decent stop. It's a Newcastle corner.
Well, it's another slide ball just down the sides of the centre half for Callum Wilson to use his pace down the side. Couldn't quite get into a position to get a shot off, has to come back in. Finds Bruno, and this time Bruno doesn't use the power because it's not really positioned to do that. Tries to slide one down the outside and use the defender to curl it round. Good save from Ward again, who's actually been pivotal in the last sort of 20 minutes. He made some really good saves.
Yeah, he's had a good game. That was more of a caress from Bruno Guimaraes as the corner is swung in and headed across goal, across the edge of the 6-yard box in truth. by a Newcastle head, spins out to Bruno Guimaraes, left-hand side. He's there with Tielemans, and Tielemans steps in, and Guimaraes gets past him, does brilliantly there, the Brazilian. Pulls it back to his compatriot Joe Linton, who lays it off to Joe Willock. Space over on the right-hand side, and Willock looks to find it. Just will be kept in by Trippier as we enter 1 minute stoppage time. Patson Daka comes across well. Throw to Newcastle. Fabian Schär takes it quickly, edge of the penalty area. Newcastle go. Jose Perez misses the clearance, but the offside flag is up, and it will be a free kick to Leicester City as Almiron goes down, and the chance dissipates for Newcastle United. 0-0.
Well, there's only 1 minute of stoppage time or injury time being put up by the fourth official. Just down here on this left-hand side, when Bruno was teasing Tielemans, I actually thought it probably would have been better from a Newcastle point of view if the referee had actually given the foul. It was in a dangerous position, and Trippier, with the quality he's got to drift one in, he was about 3 or 4 yards outside the 18-yard box on this left-hand side, and Newcastle didn't make the most of it.
Ball goes out of play for a Leicester City throw, but there is no time to take it. Half-time at St James's Park. Newcastle United 0, Leicester City 0 in this Carabao Cup quarter-final. And Steve Stone, from a Newcastle perspective, it's same old in terms of the last few games. They've had the chances, they've not taken them, and again, they're facing a goalkeeper who's had a good game. Well,
the goalkeeper's done amazingly well, and I mean, they're probably stops that he would expect to make, but still he's got a save, and he's very confident in what he tried to do. What I would say in this game, as opposed to the last 2 or 3 games, was these have been clear-cut chances in front of goal. They've been players who have been 6, 7, 10, 12 yards out. You're expecting at least to hit the target. The first 5 or 6 efforts that they had at goal, nothing hit the target. After that, the start of the target, they should have scored, but the goalkeeper saved them. They'll be disappointed, really disappointed, the fact that they're going into this game 0-0. And Leicester will be galvanised by the performance. They'll be galvanised by the fact that Newcastle can't score, and that they've created a couple of opportunities, not just on the counter-attack, but from a set play as well. And they'll give them some belief to go into the second half. This is a cup tie. Anything can happen.
45 minutes. And if we're still level, it's straight to penalties. No extra time in the quarterfinals of the Carabao Cup. But still, we have the whole second half to come here on 5 Sports Extra. Goalless at the break at St James's Park. So for half-time, let's rejoin 5 Live and find out whether Manchester United are still leading 1-0 at Old Trafford against League One Charlton.
Anthony has a sight of goal. Instead, plays it out towards Wan-Bissaka. Chips over the cross. Innis heads it away for Charlton. Drops towards Garnacho, left corner of the area, back towards Malacia, trying to get the shot away. They're being patient. Fred, the white shirts back behind the ball, cleared away by Clare, up towards Leeburn. They're very deep though at Charlton at the moment. Comes out towards McTominay, working hard. Dobson goes into the challenge, goes away from him, and then they manage to get it out towards Morgan on that far side. If they can just hold it up, they'll get a throw on that right hand side for Charlton. As you say, Leon, they're having to work so hard, and the concentration levels must be so high too, as the half-time whistle sounds.
Yeah, it's been a difficult half for Charlton. Defensively, no doubt about that. Manchester United have played pretty well. They've showed good patience. They've been raising the tempo when they've had the opportunity. They've created a number of chances and scored that one from Anthony. But Charlton are still in the game. Charlton have worked hard defensively. Charlton have, last 5 minutes of the game, have just started to break them much better, pick the right passes, and I'm sure that's the kind of positive message that Dean Holdenough will be saying to his team at half-time.
Well, it was a fine curling goal from Anthony that gave Manchester United the lead. It was a curling effort from the right corner of the edge of the area, left-footed, gave the keeper no chance. Since then, they came close to extending it through a Fred free kick that rattled the right-hand post. But at half-time, here at Old Trafford, Kelly, it's Manchester United 1, Charlton Athletic 0.
Dano, thank you very much. Ian Dennis and Leon Osmond at Old Trafford for us. Manchester United are leading, and it's Anthony yet again, Leon, who's on the score sheet for them.
Yes, and it's a trademark, what is becoming a trademark goal from getting the ball on the right-hand side of the Manchester United attack, taking a touch, coming in onto that left foot, setting himself and putting it in the far top corner. And, you know, Manchester United have actually been a lot better down the other side of the field, but because of how effective that's been, they've dragged so many Charlton players across to try and stop them attacking in that avenue, that when they then filter the ball back to Anthony, he's got all the time he needs to pick his spots. And, you know, the goal was absolutely terrific.
Amazing what rumours of signing a striker can do for your goal scorers, as far as Eric Ten Hag is concerned. The one genuine concern for him might be the injury to Dalot, who's gone off.
Yeah, you don't want to pick up any injuries in these games, and Dallow's been playing pretty well this season, so it will be a concern. It didn't seem to be one where he's running full out and pulls up immediately. They're the ones that you really worry about. There was no seemingly obvious contact injury, so maybe it's something that came on slowly, and using his experience, he's got himself off before it gets too severe. That's certainly what his manager will be hoping.
And while Manchester United are in front in this game, it's not like there hasn't been a threat from Charlton. Have you seen what you expected to in this?
I was, well, as a neutral, you're hoping that Charlton can work themselves up the pitch a little bit better than they have done, so that they can then use Leeburn in the way he wants to be used, getting deliveries into the top end of into the penalty area for him to attack with his head. But it's been a little bit more counter-attack from Charlton, and they were choosing the wrong options for a good 30-35 minutes in this game. But just the last 5 or 10 minutes, they've started to be able to attack with numbers, and they've started to pick the right passing. And despite them tiring, they've actually been more effective in that period.
Thank you very much to Leon Osman and Ian Dennis. We'll be back at Old Trafford for the second half of that EFL Cup quarter-final. The other quarter-final taking place tonight is at St James's Park. Commentary of that one on Sports Extra. It's Newcastle United against Leicester. Chris Coles is our reporter at the game. How this is goalless, I'm not quite sure, Chris.
Absolutely, Kelly, yes. It's a real sense of déjà vu for Newcastle, isn't it? Their lack of cutting edge cost them in the FA Cup against Sheffield Wednesday on Saturday, and they failed again to take any of the myriad chances created tonight. Lively start to match the atmosphere. They were all over Leicester in the early stages. Sean Longstaff shooting over from close range. Bruno Guimaraes hitting the side netting from the edge of the area. Callum Wilson's shot deflected just wide. Joel Linton's header just wide. Longstaff again, shot well saved by Danny Ward. It's a lengthy list of chances, but none taken. And as is so often the case, Leicester's confidence grew, and they've had moments. Castagna to Daka, well positioned, 8 yards out, free shot on goal. Incredibly, the shot didn't come. He tried an intricate little ball to Albrighton at the back post. It was never really on, and the chance, like the pass, went by. But no question, it was much more of an even contest by the time the half-time whistle went, which will encourage Leicester, although there is far more firepower on the Newcastle bench, which could be a factor in the second half. But as you say, somehow it's goalless. Newcastle 0, Leicester 0.
Steve Stone is part of our commentary team at St James's Park this evening. Steve, you can look at the positives here and the amount of chances that Newcastle are creating. But is this lack of clinical finishing starting to be a bit of a problem for Newcastle?
Well, it will if it continues past tonight's game, because this is a huge opportunity for them in the terms of how they played in the first, and I would say 25 minutes, by the way. No, it hasn't been the whole half. For 25 minutes they were excellent. They created 8 to 10 really, really good chances. Now, one was poor finishing, one was by a good Premier League goalkeeper making some clinical saves, but also Leicester really dug in as well. Leicester dug in terms of their defensive unit. They were excellent after the first 25 minutes. Now, this might be tactical genius as well by Brendan Rodgers. He's leaving 3 to 4 the top end of the pitch, so every time the ball breaks down or turns over, Leicester sort of look dangerous. This happened to them a couple of times, and you're thinking, as there's more space grows into the game, as players start to tire and Newcastle don't get that goal, you're going to see more and more opportunities for Leicester to hit Newcastle on the counter-attack. This next goal is going to be so important. Whoever gets it could go on to win the game. That's how it feels at the minute.
Steve Stone, thank you very much. Steve and Vicky Sparks are bringing you commentary of Newcastle against Leicester on Sports Extra. Chris Coles will bring us updates here when we bring you commentary on 5 Live of the second half of Manchester United against Charlton, with United leading by 1-0. Coming up, we'll round up the rest of the day's sports news after the BBC News with Jill Mackenzie.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Labour says the government's proposals to require a minimum service level during public sector strikes are stupid and insulting. Ministers say the strikes bill would protect lives. If it passes through Parliament, the legislation would cover areas including health, transport and border security. Our political correspondent is Helen Catt.
Unions are pretty critical of this, and the Trades Union Congress General Secretary Paul Novak warned that it would risk further strikes. He reckons it is undemocratic, unworkable, and he says almost certainly illegal. We should also say that Labour is opposed to this, and they have said that if they were elected at the next election, they would actually repeal it if this legislation is passed.
The family of a British aid worker who's missing in Ukraine say they're very worried for his health and whereabouts. Chris Parry was last seen alongside another man from the UK, Andrew Bagshot, who's also missing. The parcel delivery firm Evri has apologised to customers for not delivering their parcels on time or at all. The company says staff shortages, Royal Mail strikes and bad weather contributed to the delays, which it says will be sorted in the next few days. Official figures show the UK's home entertainment market is now worth more than £11 billion. That's a rise of nearly 40% since before the pandemic. The Entertainment Retailers Association says this year's growth has been driven largely by Top Gun Maverick and Harry Styles. Sarah Crompton is a theatre critic.
What's really happening is that people are exercising a change in how they live. I feel that people are choosing and able, of course, to watch far more at home. But theatres and so on are reporting changes in habits. Nevertheless, a successful show in the theatre will still be a full show.
And the publisher of Prince Harry's memoir, Spare, says it's become the UK's fastest-selling non-fiction book ever. It sold more than 400,000 copies on its first day. That includes hardback, ebook and audiobook formats.
BBC Sounds.
Hey, Ellis and John here. We're going to tell you how to get more from your potentially brand new and still in its box smart speaker.
Start by saying, open BBC Sounds.
Then you can listen to a music mix.
Play Ramesh Ranganathan for the love of hip-hop.
Nice. You could maybe try a new podcast.
Like Play Football Daily. Or if you fancy a bit of live radio, just say...
Play 5 Live.
It's easy.
Music, radio and podcasts. Available on most smart speakers.
Just say Open BBC Sounds to get started.
This is 5 Live Sport with Kelly Cates.
Hello, welcome back to 5 Live Sport. Our focus this evening is the EFL Cup quarter-finals, the first two of them. Manchester United taking on Charlton at Old Trafford. Man United leading by an Anthony goal to nil at half-time. We'll be back there very shortly for commentary on 5 Live Sport. On Sports Extra, our commentary matches, Newcastle against Leicester. No goals in that one, but plenty of chances for Newcastle in the first half. St James's Park for the second half of that one on Sports Extra very shortly. The first round action is continuing at the Masters Snooker, and Jamie Broughton is watching at London's Alexandra Palace.
And we're watching the two-time champion Mark Williams take on David Gilbert. The Welsh legend started off by knocking in brilliant back-to-back centuries to go 2-0 up. He then came close to making a third century in the next frame, but broke down on 95 as he extended his lead to 3-0. Williams then quickly claimed the fourth frame of the evening to lead 4-0 at the mid-session interval. We've just resumed after that break, and Gilbert has just pulled a frame back with a break of 59. 6 is the target for victory and a quarter-final showdown against Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Jamie, thank you very much. And Jamie will bring us updates, or you can watch the action all evening on the BBC Sport website. In rugby union, a hearing is taking place right now to decide Owen Farrell's participation in the Six Nations. Farrell was cited for a dangerous tackle when playing for Saracens on Friday. He could be banned for the start of the championship. And one other bit of news from the world of rugby. Former England and Lions centre David Duckham has died at the age of 76. He played 36 times for his country and was one of the stars of the Lions' victorious 1971 tour of New Zealand. Wales manager Rob Page says he hopes Gareth Bale still has a part to play for the national side after his retirement. Page spoke to Rick Edwards on 5 Live Breakfast this morning.
He phoned me Sunday, so he gave me a heads up, which I respect him for that. You always sort of anticipate when you think it's going to happen, and I thought, is it now? You know, he's just qualified for the World Cup. He scored a goal in the World Cup. Is now the right time for him to go? I respect what he's done for our country. He's been an absolute icon. He's a legend. And of course, there's the sadness of we'll never get to see Gareth Bale put a pair of boots on again for Wales and play in Cardiff. But it gives others now an opportunity to step up, and some of those younger players, and I think that was part of his reason for doing it, if I'm being completely honest, that he didn't want to hinder the progress now of some of these younger ones. And again, you've got to respect him for that.
So now looking ahead, both for Gareth and for Wales, do you feel optimistic about the Wales national team?
From a personal point of view, because of the impact he's had and what he's done for Wales over the years, we have got some exciting players coming through, and I'd still like him to be a part in it, whatever capacity. And it'd be great, wouldn't it, for the young player to turn up and still see that Gareth Bale's part of it in whatever capacity. Like I said, perhaps it's not as a coach or on the grass, but it might be whether it's an ambassador role or whether it's part of a committee. We don't know. I have spoken to him briefly about it, but that's something I need him to go and have some time with his family, and then later on we will discuss in what sort of capacity that will be.
That was Rob Page talking about the retirement from international football of Gareth Bale. I'm joined by former Wales defender Sam Ricketts. Sam, there's been lots said about what happens next without Gareth Bale, but what does Wales look like without him? What does Rob Page start to do to rebuild this side that has been, if not solely focused, but heavily focused on Gareth Bale?
Yeah, I think this is the real beginning of a new chapter for Wales. And to be brutally honest, in the cold light of day, I'd have to say it isn't going to be as exciting as the last one, and that's purely because of Gareth. You know, I think he has solely carried the country from 100 and odd ranked in the world to where they are now. Great European Championships and obviously going to the World Cup. But he is the big reason behind the success. So for Wales coming forward, and we have got exciting young players coming through, but you can't expect to get another Gareth Bale straight away afterwards. So I would say hopefully it isn't our highlight is behind us now. So I think, you know, in time to come, we'd like to achieve what we have done again, but it's going to be very, very hard to emulate what Wales have done in the last 6, 7, 8 years or so.
Difficult to replace, as you say, a talent and a superstar like Gareth Bale, but there is still experience in the Wales squad. And even though Aaron Ramsey, Joe Allen are 32, there's still been a bit of talk about whether there's still a role for them. What would you do? Do you think they use them as a bridge between, let's call it the Gareth Bale era, and the future, or do they start to phase them out as well now?
No, I think you need as much continuity as you can, and for two real good lads. Joe Allen, you know, can go on and play. Listen, he might not play 90 minutes every game, but he's only 32. We're talking now, if you look after yourself well as a player, and you're fortunate with injuries, you've got
here on 5 Live Sports Extra. You can stay with 5 Live or switch over to 5 Live if you want to hear the second half of Manchester United against Charlton. But here it's the second half of Newcastle United against Leicester City. And we're underway. Newcastle it is who get us underway, kicking from right to left in the black and white shirts, the black shorts and the black socks. Leicester in their home kit as well, all royal blue. No changes for either side at half-time. 0-0 as we approach this second half, and Newcastle starting brightly. Here is Joey Linton into the penalty area, left-hand side, hits the post and spins away. And got a deflection on the way through as well. It's a Newcastle corner and they're looking perhaps to take it quickly. Joe Willock thought about it, didn't he, Steve Stone? But in the end leaves it for the boots of Kieran Trippier. But what a start to this second half from Newcastle, and Joe Linton so unlucky.
Well, what a start from Newcastle. Well, Leicester, I thought right from the start, tried to come out and press just that little bit higher. It just looked as if they changed the tact a little bit, tried to get together and press high. They got through the press really, really quickly, and Joe Linton just managed to drag one onto the post, but Leicester still surviving.
Trippier's ball in is a good one. Joe Linton meets it on the edge of the 6-yard box, but it was just above him, so he heads it up and out of the penalty area and then fouls Yuri Tillemans down by the corner flag, and it will be a free kick to Leicester City.
Well,
breathless.
The first 25 minutes of the first half were quite incredible, and we spoke about how did Leicester actually be able to stay in the game, but they have this knack of doing this at the minute, and I'm looking at their bench as well with Vardy and Iheanacho, and it's something that they do. They do bring these sort of players on with 20-25 minutes to go when they're in games, and the space starts to open up and they start stretching teams down the side, and that's what the manager's trying to get to at the minute. He's taking a little bit of a gamble in terms of Newcastle having so much possession and so many chances, but there will become a point of a game it's 0-0, and he brings those two players on who have real pace. It will cause Newcastle a problem. So maybe we're looking at Leicester and thinking, right, let's get to 30 minutes to go. Let's see what they've got.
Newcastle have a problem here. Kieran Trippier is down, receiving some treatment over on the far side. Just seeing a replay of that Joe Linton effort. It was a good boot in the end from Leicester City. Just deflected that effort onto the post. So close for Newcastle taking the lead.
Well, Joe Linton's tried to drag one and try and give the goalkeeper the eyes. It's as if normally you would see a player when he opens up his body there with that right-hand side, try to put it in the far corner, but he's give the goalkeeper the eyes and try to drag it across him, and just a great little touch by the goalkeeper again, or somebody else in front to put it onto the post. But Trippier does look to have a problem here. He stayed down for a while, and he's a big influence on this Newcastle team, so that'll be a big loss. And I think Harvey Barnes is somebody who will, if Trippier comes off, will dictate that side, that position, whoever comes on, because I like Harvey Barnes. He's got real talent, good running, had a good season so far. In terms of what Leicester's been a pretty inconsistent season, he's been one of their main men. I think he's got better and better as the years have gone on. He's really now become a main force in this Leicester side.
Well, discussions down on the Newcastle bench. Fortunately, Trippier now back up to his feet and just jogging down that right-hand side and asking for the ball. So hopefully, from a Newcastle point of view, he is fit and ready and raring to go once more. 0-0, 3 minutes gone already in the second half here on 5 Sports Extras. Joe Linton picks it up on the left-hand side. Well dispossessed though, and Leicester can come forward. Brighton will try and play it in centrally to Perez, but it's picked up by Newcastle, and Joe Linton has it once more just inside the Newcastle half. Here is Longstaff, ball out to the right-hand side, looking for the run of Almiron. Offside flag goes up, and fortunately so for Almiron, because in truth it was a terrible touch by the Paraguayan, straight out of play. So the lineups for you: Pope in goal for Newcastle, the back four of Trippier, Scher, Botman and Byrne. Ahead of them it's Longstaff, Guimaraes and Willock, with Almiron, Wilson and Joe Linton, who's hit the post early doors in this second half up front. Leicester with Ward in goal, the back four of Castagna, Amati, Fass and Thomas. Tielemans and Ndidi ahead of them, with Albrighton, Perez and Barnes supporting Daka up front. And again, very limited options for Leicester on the bench. They're without a host of players, including James Maddison, Dewsbury Hall, Johnny Evans still a long-term absentee. They really have struggled once again with injuries this season, but the starting lineup is packed with Premier League quality. Captain Daka in particular has looked lively through the middle. Harvey Barnes has shown glimpses of what he can do, but it's been Newcastle on top. Still 0-0 though here on 5 Sports Extras. The ball is sent forward out to the right-hand side. Paxton Daka looking for it, dispossesses Trippier, and Barnes into the penalty area. Good run, excellent sliding block by Scher. Barnes wins the header, Tielemans drives, and it's over the angle of post and bar. It caught a deflection. It's a Leicester corner.
Well, we talked about Leicester just coming more and more into this game. Newcastle, of course, have still had their opportunities there, but a great little drive inside by Barnes. We've seen it so many times before, where he gets the ball and he either drags it down with his right foot to cross it with his left foot for a little cutback, or he drives inside and uses that defender to try and bend in. Good defending from Newcastle, but Leicester just starting to develop themselves into the game.
So Leicester City corner taken from the right hand side. The blue shirts on the move. It's cleared away by Longstaff out to Harvey Barnes, midway through the Newcastle half, out to the right hand side once more. Good delivery in, and Pope was stretching over the bar. It goes. Well, he had it covered, Nick Pope, and he had to do so, because that was a wicked whipped-in delivery by Albrighton, but it's behind for a Newcastle goal kick.
Well, it's one of those awful ones that the goalkeeper can't do anything about. It's you try to whip the ball in the box, but he gets it a little bit too straight from the right-hand side. It was Albrighton that put it in. Pope obviously then loses his bearings a little bit, can do nothing about him. It could just sail over the top of him and into the far corner. I thought it was going to happen for a second, but, you know, again, dangerous from Leicester, even though it wasn't the intended target for where he was trying to put the ball. Dangerous from Leicester.
Good ball out to the left-hand side, and Joe Linton, Guimaraes goes tumbling and wins the free kick under pressure from Jose Perez, and that is why we have extended boos, and also because Guimaraes has an arm in the air and is gesturing that he might be hurt here, and Perez falls on him quite awkwardly as well, and he is going to require some treatment, Bruno Guimaraes. And as the medical staff come on, perhaps concern here for Newcastle as we see a replay of that Albrighton effort bouncing on the top of the Newcastle net.
Yeah, and you know, Leicester coming back into it, you know, the weather, the storm in the first half, and it was a pretty big storm, I've got to say. You know, they did well to weather it. Goalkeeper has played well, he's in form there, no problem with him. the two centre-halves who performed well in front of the goalkeeper. And of course we're just looking at Bruno there with Perez just falling on top of him. Awkward, nasty fall, painful.
And there is applause as Bruno Guimaraes is just sitting up, but it is one of those that Perez, he just catches him on the knee as he's coming down, doesn't he, with that left boot. Unintentional from Perez, but clumsy.
I've seen Perez do that a load of times. I used to see him when he was at Newcastle do that. He's very clever at just clipping the back of somebody's heels, and then he actually didn't mean to stand on him, but his follow through is just done on the back of, or the inside of Bruno's knee, right in that medial ligament where it's really sore, tender spot. It's good from Perez coming back into the game and trying to work hard for his team.
Well, he's up to his feet, Guimaraes. He's temporarily off the pitch as the free kick is sent into the Leicester area, and the header is over the bar. Another huge chance goes begging for Newcastle United. And what an opportunity it was again for Dan Burn. He's getting into the right positions. He's making the runs like Longstaff is inside the penalty area, edge of the 6-yard box, meets it with his head. He's got the height. It's over the bar. It's another chance that goes begging for Newcastle.
Well, I would say that's probably the best chance. Unopposed, 8 or 9 yards out. Great ball in from Trippier, just floats into a good area. This time the Leicester defenders, who've been excellent when balls have come in the box, were certainly nowhere to be seen, and he's put it over the bar.
Here comes Wilson, pulls the ball back to the edge of the area. Longstaff drives, good save by Ward, and he pushed it away from the on-rushing Willock as well. It's out for a corner. St James's Park, it's on his feet again, but Danny Ward is having a blinder.
Well, he's having a great game, and that time Leicester tried to play out from the back, got press from Newcastle again, took it off and goes over to Sean Langstaff, who just takes his touch a little bit to a wide area, still gets a good strike, but great save again from the goalkeeper.
So corner to Newcastle, Kieran Trippier to take it, swings it into the crowded 6-yard box. It's just over the head of Joe Linton and will bounce out off the corner flag for a throw to Leicester deep inside their own territory. 0-0, 9 minutes gone in the second half.
Well, it's been a brilliant start to the half. We've got to say we've got a real cup tie feel about it, real entertainment. Fans have now got back up for it as well. Newcastle have just had a couple of opportunities, but again we're still seeing Leicester defend resolutely. The two centre-halves have been magnificent back there, and when they fail to get something on it, Newcastle just can't get past the goalkeeper at the minute. But still, we say it again, we've got these substitutes from Leicester to come on, quick players who can change a game. Harvey Barnes and Dakar at the minute are trying to stretch Newcastle. Perez in between the lines, trying to get in the ball, trying to occupy off the back of Bruno Guimaraes. Sometimes it's working, sometimes it's not, but they're going to stick to their game plan, Leicester. There's nowhere they're going to change what they're going to do. They're going to keep going and trying to do what they do, and we'll see with 20-25 minutes to go if they change and get some of the quicker players on the pitch to stretch Newcastle.
Over the halfway line go Leicester. Newcastle win it back. Leicester send it forward looking for Harvey Barnes, but it's picked up by Guimaraes. And Fabian Schär will turn calmly and send it over the halfway line, looking for the run of Joe Linton, who chests it down, goes down. The referee down in England says nothing doing. Newcastle will pick up possession again and send it forward out to the left-hand side. And Joe Willock. Goalless here on 5 Sports Extra. 1-0 Manchester United still lead in the other Carabao Cup quarter-final against Charlton of League One. That's over on 5 Live if you would like that commentary, but we're delighted to have your company here with me and Steve Stone as the ball is played forward by Leicester, picked up by Dan Burner to shoot, won't do so from there. Guimaraes plays it to Almiron, cleared away by Harvey Barnes. Longstaff picks it up once more. Here is Trippier, swings the ball in, fast with the clearance away out of the penalty area. A little back heel clearance from Fast there.
Yeah,
bit of improvisation, did well.
Great clearance from him again, great positioning just at that front post. Nothing's going to get past him there. Experienced.
Throw goes in from Kieran Trippier. Sean Longstaff turns into Wilfred Ndidi, who's then trying to clear the ball away. Longstaff has got his body over it. It's one of those where he's almost going to crawl away with the ball beneath him there, but you're not allowed to do that. And the referee says, nope, it's a Leicester free kick just outside their own penalty area.
I've got no idea what the rule is with that, I've got to be honest with you. The referee, I think, probably just gives a free kick just for the safety of all players involved. Longstaff's on the floor, he's getting trod on, and he's trying to protect the ball. He's trying to get out of the way as well, but realistically it's a Leicester free kick.
So League Cup quarter-final commentaries coming up for you tomorrow as well on 5 Live. Southampton against Manchester City. Join us on 5 Sports Extra for Nottingham Forest against Wolves. But will it be Newcastle? Will it be Leicester making it through to the semi-finals here at St James's Park? Ball all the way down deep inside Newcastle territory, and Harvey Barnes just gesturing his blue-shirted teammates up. In terms of the options that this very stretched Leicester bench has, they are so depleted with injuries. They do have Jamie Vardy, they do have Kelechi Iheanacho. Those are the forward options that your eye turns to, but it's Newcastle coming forward here down the left-hand side. Burn plays it in. Oh, clearance just over his own crossbar. Had Danny Ward stretching, but the distance was enough on it eventually, and it will be a Newcastle corner. But nervy moments there for Leicester City. Castagna it was on the stretch, and it's one of those that could have gone anywhere, Steve Stone.
Yeah, it could have absolutely went anywhere, but Castagna, at least he's got himself back into a position to make the recovering tackle or clearance. We're looking at Newcastle at the minute when Leicester are going forward, because they're trying to push that little bit further, but Leicester are trying to commit just that little bit more men into the Newcastle area. They're just getting caught a couple of times on the counter-attack, and both fullbacks for Newcastle are trying to get forward. Good runners in behind.
Corner from Trippier, swung into that 6-yard box. Big header away from Fass out of the penalty area, brought down on the edge of the box by Albrighton, who then ran into Willock. There's nobody up there for Leicester, so it will come straight to Longstaff, who stayed on halfway, who sends it long, looking for Joe Linton, who does win the header, but Danny Ward just pats that down very calmly inside his own 6-yard box. And Leicester will get things moving again. 0-0, 13 minutes gone in the second half. They almost give the ball away on the edge of their own penalty area. Fass just taking a chance there. Perez then on the stretch, sends it forwards. Good challenge by Botman. That almost turned out quite nicely for Leicester, and Daka's done well to get a foot back in as Leicester look to win it back. Perez goes in with the header. Comes to Guimaraes for Newcastle, and Didi goes down. Guimaraes goes down. He was fouled by Daka, and Newcastle are saying, they're all waving. All the fans are going, yellow card for Patson Daka, because he's put in a few of those challenges. But Darren England, don't even know if there was a final warning there, but he's got away with it again, Patson Daka.
Well, no, there was a few challenges going in. You're going to expect that at this stage of the season. When you're in a quarter-final of a cup competition, you haven't got players going in with those sort of challenges. It's not a cup tie. It's as simple as that. You have these challenges, and there's nothing wrong with these. Went in firm and strong, and then probably Bruno's probably reacted a little bit, but no, you accept that it's a foul, yeah, and you get on with it. Not every tackle has to be a yellow card.
Has he done too many, though?
Yes,
I think that's
but
what.
No, but it's not, yeah, but you know, this is a cup tie. This is what we want to see. We want to see the blood and the guts and the thunder of, and we also want to see good football as well. We don't want to see people just kicking people. I don't think Daka's went around kicking people. He's actually been a real good force at the top end of the pitch. He's tried to use his physical presence at times.
Let them play, says Steve Stone here on 5 Sports Extra, as Leicester win the ball outside their own penalty area. Try and clear it up towards halfway. It's well charged down. Castagna then makes a hash of clearing that, and Willock's won it back. Joe Linton plays it forward, Burn into the penalty area. 1-0 to Newcastle United. And what a moment this is for the boyhood Newcastle fan, Dan Burn. The club that broke his heart as an 11-year-old and let him go. He returned last January, and now at the age of 30, he finally has the goal that he so craves, and Newcastle finally have the breakthrough that they so desired. They lead Leicester by a goal to 0.
Well, if you go on chances, and chances created from Newcastle are definitely the team that should be in front. Leicester just got caught in possession on the far side. Newcastle pounced on them. Some great one-touch play. I think it's Albrighton that tries to spin it out. Gets caught on the far side by Dan Burn, who eventually scores. Again, they try to play out at the back, and it's just overplaying. It's just overcomplicating things. Dan Burn's really positive in what he does. Pulls it onto his right foot, if anything. Slides it into the far corner. And for the first time in the match, the goalkeeper can't get anywhere near it.
Well, the delight on his face, the delight in this stadium, it's a moment that he will have dreamed of his entire life. And as we say, he thought the dream was gone. He was at Newcastle as a youngster. They released him around Christmas time, he said. He said he ruined Christmas that year. We're just past Christmas now. We're into the new year, January 2023. A month, a day that Dan Burn will never forget, because he scored his first goal for his beloved Newcastle United. And as they look to reach and win their first major trophy since 1969, or take it back to 55 if you count the FA Cup above the Intercity Fairs Cup. He's put them with one foot in the semi-final.
Yeah, it's a neat little finish. I think he pulls it with his right foot, and Didi goes to close him down. And it's the first time that the goalkeeper's just been unsighted. It's went through Ndidi's legs, Goalkeeper can't quite see it, and it just rolls into the bottom corner. But you've got to go to the incident where Leicester have the ball on the far side to start with. I think Old Brighton has it, and Dan Burns the one that closed them down. And I think on the far side, I'm not sure who it is. I think it's either Amati or Castagna, who's had another opportunity to probably try and clear it out the danger zone, and has tried to play and has been closed down after that. And the Newcastle pressure was just too much on it. But Leicester have only got themselves to blame in that situation. They could have just cleared out a play. They could have just got it down the pitch, and they've tried to be too precise in their own half, and it's cost them.
And there's real frustration here for Leicester, and Jose Perez has to be careful because he's just gone into the book. He is still having a conversation with referee Darren, and he's still going on. We're about to start again. He's got to calm himself down, Perez, the former Newcastle player, of course, as Leicester head the ball out of their own penalty area. Joe Willock picks it up, plays it to the left-hand side, and Joe Linton and Dan Burns on the charge again. But Joe Linton plays it back to Willock. Ball into the penalty area, cleared away by Luke Thomas for Leicester, and Harvey Barnes will play it forward to Patson Daka. Under pressure inside his own half, almost managed to squeeze it through centrally to Barnes, but Newcastle get the interception, and Guimaraes sees the space out on the right-hand side, but the flag goes up against Almiron. And I wonder if they probably haven't, but I wonder they've reminded the official that they don't have VAR, because that flag went up very quickly that time.
Well, it went up really quickly, and from where we weren't sure of it, and the fans obviously behind him followed the ball. Obviously the linesman's got his eye on Almiron just as the ball's being played, doing his job, and Leicester have held a good high line, and he probably is just offside. Now we're seeing the changes, trying to look at what we talked about earlier. Leicester were obviously trying to get to 0-0 with 30 minutes to go so they could bring Vardy and Iheanacho on. That's exactly what they've done. Unfortunately for them, Dan Burns put one in the back of the net. I've got to say, Newcastle normally right side dominant, and Dan Burns for the first time this season has made a lot of forward runs and got beyond Joe Linton, got beyond Willock. And it's made the difference, because Leicester obviously in this second half have shut down this right hand side of Newcastle, and Leicester were just sort of getting back in the game. They were just sort of feeling comfortable, as if are Newcastle ever going to be able to break this Leicester team down?
Yes, those two changes that Steve Stone mentions are Vardy and Iheanacho on. Two players we highlighted in terms of the attacking threat they have on their bench. No Maddison still, would have several players out injured, and the players that have come off, Daka and Thomas. So a shift potentially in formation as well for Leicester, and it does look as though they've gone to a three at the back. So Castagna slotting in there, Barnes and Albrighton playing as wing backs, and Amati and Fass making up that back three for Leicester. And they are so comfortable changing position under Brendan Rodgers, and they've got a bit of space here with Vardy to Perez. The booze once again out to the left hand side and finds Harvey Barnes, left hand side of the penalty area, but Newcastle will clear away through Guimaraes. Newcastle leading by a goal to 0 at St James's Park. 19 minutes gone in this second half here on 5 Sports Extra. Wout Fass has it for Leicester, and Daniel Amati will now pick it up. But already, I mean, yes, Leicester have had little spells of possession in this match, apart from Newcastle dominating most of it, but it is so fascinating, isn't it, the psychology of scoring a goal. Yes, of course Newcastle are going to try and come forward, but we just saw there Leicester in possession as they win the throw over on the far side. That is the first time in the entire match that Newcastle haven't pressed them. They've just sat back, they've kept their shape, because now they have something to protect.
Well, that's it. Now they've got something to lose as well, because now they're in front, and now in their minds, and this is how you've got to be really careful, you're sort of already thinking that you're in the semi-final when there's a long way to go. Newcastle have already dropped deeper. It's happening again.
And Leicester are encouraged. They're coming down the right-hand side. Ball into the penalty area, looking for Vardy. Headed away by Fabian Schär. Out for a Leicester City throw. There's a long time to drop back and hold on.
Well, it is. And Leicester obviously with the two substitutions as well, and the change of shape will be the different dynamics for Newcastle to try and deal with. But still, this game's going to open up.
Yep, lovely little 1-2 with Willock and Wilson. Wilson was then brought down on the halfway line. Wilfred Ndidi goes into the book, and again it's another one of those taking one for the team. This time it's a Leicester City player who's called into action.
Yeah, Leicester before that, they were much more dynamic. Iheanacho just dropping in between the lines with Perez. Vardy tried to stretch him now. You can see the two centre halves have with Newcastle already just looking, thinking this is a different proposition when Vardy comes on the pitch as opposed to Daka. Daka's got the pace and can't stretch him, but Vardy's got the pace and he's got the intelligence and he's got the finishing power. He has that knack of scoring a goal. So Leicester have now got a different proposition for Newcastle to work for. Leicester will just be devastated the fact that they've conceded that goal. They'd nearly got the plan exactly right in terms of trying to keep it tight, trying to keep it 0-0 and then bringing the subs on. 2 or 3 minutes, it would have been totally different.
Joe Linton closes down Tielemans and Didi gets a foot in Guimaraes.
I think Leicester have just given I think I've got to be honest, I think Leicester in possession have just been a little bit untidy at times. I think they've just been a little bit too lapsadaisical with it. They know Newcastle are going to come and press them. They played them 3 weeks ago and Didi's been caught on the ball numerous occasions. Tielemans as well, for somebody of his ability, must know that he's going to get closed down. Even when we had Barnes, when they created that opportunity on the left hand side before, great opportunity to get one-on-one, just didn't get his head up quick enough and wasn't decisive enough in what he was trying to do and let Newcastle get back in with their power and their running power to get back and get back at them. You got to move the ball quicker when you play a Premier League team as dynamic as Newcastle. You need to be right, or you need to shift it quick, and you need to match their energy. And for parts, Leicester haven't quite done that, have they? That's what you would say. The undisappointing thing about the Leicester performance is, yes, they've stayed in the game, and yeah, they've defended really well at times. The centre halves have been great, and the goalkeeper. You've got to be dynamic. You've got to get people in behind. You've got to match the opposition.
They're trying that dynamism here as they play the ball through, looking for Perez inside the penalty area, but Pope comes out and gathers. A couple of moments ago, Guimaraes had the venom on a pass out to the left that he had on those 2 shots in the first half. Set it straight out of play, but he is so fired up for this one, as are Newcastle, leading by a goal to 0. Here is Willock down the left-hand side, plays it in field to Joe Linton, and now Guimaraes urged to shoot, tried to play the ball through. It was a great ball in truth. Harvey Barnes on the stretch. Now they're claiming a back pass, the Newcastle fans, but it never was. He wasn't in control of the ball, Barnes, and it is gathered by Danny Ward. Joe Linton almost dispossessing Tielemans. That's turning into a real battle as Leicester bring it away down the left-hand side.
Well, Joe Linton and the likes of Willock are all over Tielemans and Ndidi, and Bruno's coming out with slot trying to put pressure on them as well, and unfortunately at times Leicester are just giving the ball away with that in that central area, and it's just causing them too many problems, and they're getting counter-attacked.
Here come Newcastle with Trippier down the right-hand side, tried the 1-2 with Longstaff, plays it off fast. It's a Newcastle corner. They lead 1-0 midway through the second half.
Leicester won't change though. They'll keep doing what they're doing. They'll keep trying to play it out from the back, and as they try to play through the lines and they try to get into the likes of Perez and Barnes and Iheanacho, they will at some time. It will at one point in the game happen in the next 25 minutes. They will get one of those opportunities to get that counter-attack going. It's whether they can make it count. It's as simple as that, because at the minute when they're playing out from the back, Newcastle are all over them. They're giving it away too cheaply. They will break them. They will break them at some stage.
So corner to be taken by Almiron from this right-hand side. Willock's there as a short option. Again, Newcastle are complaining that Albrighton on this occasion isn't far enough away. I think he is, in truth, and the officials are saying get on with it. So Willock plays it back to Almiron. Trippier now will send it out to the right-hand side, and Willock lifts it into the penalty area. There are bodies there at the far post, appealing for a penalty. Newcastle as Tielemans cleared it away. A nice work back from Newcastle inside the penalty area. Shot is driven in and bobbles right into the hands of Danny Ward from Miguel Almiron on the edge of the D.
Well, another well-worked corner from Newcastle, trying to get the overload so they can put a ball in from a dangerous area. Looks like Wilson got a little nudge at the back post, but nowhere near enough for a penalty. Comes back to the edge of the box and a decent strike, but the goalkeeper's always going to save that one. And Leicester again defending really, really well.
Nice drag back by Harvey Barnes, but to nobody, and spins out of play for a Newcastle throw. Newcastle, who lead by a goal to 0, 25 minutes gone in this second half. A reminder that over on 5 Live we have Manchester United against Charlton. Manchester United still leading 1-0 against League One Charlton in tonight's other League Cup quarter-final. All the reaction to both of these games on the Football Daily podcast. You can download that from BBC Sounds, and you might want to check out the latest Sports Desk podcast as well. It has a Saudi Arabian focus. Ronaldo, Saudi Arabia and a World Cup bid as Newcastle come forward. Joe Linton into the area, 2-0, and Newcastle United take a huge step to a semi-final as they continue their pursuit of League Cup glory this season. Joelinton, calmly done. Newcastle 2, Leicester 0.
Well, Leicester just switched off from a throw-in, that's all it was. They've been in the game, no problem. Quick one. Plays it back inside to Callum Wilson. Gets dropped off to Almiron, who's made a run inside. Great little run. through balls in behind for Joe Linton to run into, doesn't have to break his stride. It's the first time with his left foot back across the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper's got no chance, he's still moving forward. Great incisive move, great counter-attack. But from a Leicester point of view, we'd be really disappointed that Newcastle got that much space just from a throw-in.
20 minutes to play, and St James's Park believes. The black and white scarves are waving again, the flags are unfurled. Is this to be the year? Is this to be the season that they end that long wait for a major trophy? Joe Linton's got the second, Dan Burn got the first. What, Steve Stone, do Leicester City do now?
Well, I was thinking before Newcastle scored there, what else could Leicester do in terms of the shape and try and change stuff. They've tried to change it to a 3 at the back. There's not much more they can do with the personnel that they've got on at the pitch at the minute, apart from trying to push the wing backs a little bit further forward. But again, that's going to get them Newcastle in between down the sides of Tielemans and Ndidi, creating more problems for them. But they're just going to probably have to stick and try and do what they're doing at the minute and keep going for it.
We're going to Wembley is the chant from St James's Park as the ball is forward towards the penalty area. Good header back by Amati to Danny Ward. And you have to say, Steve, although we've really praised Leicester's defending and generally it's been very good, Danny Ward's had a great game. They have had chances, but they've been far outnumbered by the chances of Newcastle, and 2-0 is not an unfair scoreline.
No, it's not. And if you look at the middle of the pitch, that's normally where games are won and lost.
Ball over the top though for Jose Perez, plays it to Vardy. Oh, what a miss! What a miss from Jamie Vardy. Oh, it should have been 2-1. 8 yards out, unmarked, brilliantly found by Perez. You would put your house on Jamie Vardy sticking that away, making this game interesting. Is that a sign? Newcastle will hope so. At the moment, they're just breathing a huge sigh of relief.
Yeah,
huge let-off.
I mean, Perez has ran from that number 10 spot down the sides of one of the centre-halves and nobody's picked him up. He's in acres of space. Then they've tried to go across and try and close him down, but he's reversed the ball back first time across to Vardy, who's all in front of goal by himself. All he's got to do is place it in. He's let it come across him too far, hasn't passed it back from where he's come from, and he's just slid it wide. That was the chance, that was the opportunity. You knew they were going to get something in the game. The quality that they've got in this team, you knew Vardy would get something. That was the moment that to get back in the game.
Newcastle coming down the left-hand side. Guimaraes dispossessed by Ndidi. Joe Linton goes in. Leicester come away with it. It would have been 2-1, 60 minutes plus added time to play, and the whole momentum shift, but Vardy might get another chance into the area, pulls it across. That was on the angle. St James's Park is mocking him, but that was a much harder chance on his left foot, dragged it just past the far post. Pope narrowed the angle well. Maybe they will get more chances, Steve Stone.
Well, I've seen this tactic from Brendan before. We talked about the Man City game. It was at Leicester were at home, and they did this for 60-70 minutes, and then they brought the 2 centre forwards on, and they nearly got back in the game. They got beat 1-0 that day, but they had an excellent performance. Tactically they were brilliant, the shape was great, and it's a very similar type of game what's happening here. Man City were dominant that day, Newcastle have been dominant here tonight, but on the flip side, when Vardy comes on, he's fresh, and you get Iheanacho on with his running power as well. You get Perez in that number 10 role. We talked about Vardy and his type of running, and when he runs in behind, when he goes, it's so incisive and it's so clever that he normally gets a chance. He normally finds a couple of chances when he comes on for 20 or 30 minutes, and he's looked really dangerous when he's come on.
And that's what Leicester have to hold on to as Perez goes down and belatedly wins the free kick just inside the Newcastle half. That they have sliced Newcastle open twice. Vardy should have definitely stuck the first one away, could have put the second one away, but that was a more difficult chance. But if he does that, it's 2-2.
Yeah, well, listen, it's a difficult chance for a centre forward, but you're talking about Vardy here, somebody who's used to running down the sides of centre halves and used to having to take things quick and incisive and drilling things into the bottom corner. What you would say is probably if it's on the other side and it's on his right foot, he's running down the other side of the centre half, you really do fancy him, but it's on his left foot. He's a bit of a swinger. He still makes good connection though. He's got a big goalkeeper to beat Nick Pope, and he just drags it past the far post.
Yeah, it was a decent effort from Vardy, particularly given he just missed that sitter a couple of minutes before. No sense that he was thinking about that as Leicester City send the free kick into the penalty area. It's cleared away by Kieran Trippier. Wilson is chasing. You wonder how long they'll leave Callum Wilson on. He's just back from illness, was rested against Sheffield. And honestly, I didn't see Alexander Isak there ready to come on, but there we go. Eddie Howe and I clearly of the same mind. Isak, their club record signing, just back from a long injury layoff himself, is ready to come on now. We've stopped play here. Newcastle frustrated, as Steve Stone says, it's a head injury. Leicester have the player down, but Wilson had just tried a very cute little back heel to try and set Guimaraes away. And they are frustrated that play wasn't allowed to continue, but the referee perfectly entitled within his rights to stop play. So Leicester receiving some treatment and a chance here for Eddie Howe and Newcastle to give some instructions and potentially make this change with Alexander Isak, who was in such good form, wasn't he, Steve, before he picked up that injury in September. 2 goals in his first 3 games after arriving for a club record fee. Came back against Sheffield Wednesday, and he is on for Callum Wilson.
Well, he's been out quite a while as well since he made those first couple of appearances for Newcastle. Looked really sharp, incisive, really good movement down the sides of centre-half, some good finishing ability as well. Every time he's one-on-one with the goalkeeper, he never seemed to panic, seemed really calm. It's going to take him time to adjust to this league in the Premier League. He's a young boy who's come for a lot of money, and you have to give these players time. Just going back to Bruno and Tielemans in the middle of the park there. It's been fascinating in the middle of the park, and Newcastle have had their 3 against Tielemans, their 2, and indeed Newcastle probably come out on top. Probably because of the running power and the physicality, and they're both going at it. They're both want to try and win the ball. They're both being physical in what they're trying to do, and that's how the cup tie is being played. You know, it's being played at a really frenetic pace. It's a real physical encounters in the middle of the park, and I've got to say Newcastle have probably been the better at it. They've probably won the ball back. Joe Linton's been really physical in there, and he's probably been the one that's been the difference in terms of his running power. That's made the difference between the two sides and the physicality level.
So Tielemans caught by the arm of Bruno Guimaraes, having received treatment, is back on. Accidental from Guimaraes, but Joe Linton, as Steve just mentioned, on the ball now as Newcastle play it forward, cleared away by Castagna. What a transformation, this central midfield role. He's born to it, and they tried again. He was one with Almiron that his endeavour was never questioned, but just where he should be playing, always a debate. I think we know now. Central midfield. Leicester come down the right hand side. Newcastle leading by 2-0. Space for Harvey Barnes as it's pulled back to him, 25 yards out. Here is Tielemans. Barnes and the referee clatter into each other and both go down as Leicester play the ball into the area just over the head of Jamie Vardy, and Almiron will allow that to bounce behind for a goal kick to Newcastle, who lead with 11 minutes plus added time to play by 2-0 here on 5 Sports Extra.
You still fancy Leicester to get another chance in this game. We're still seeing the movement of Vardy and Dakar running. Iheanacho running just down the side. Perez again getting those horrible little positions where nobody knows who's meant to pick them up, whether it's the centre half or whether it's Bruno, a midfield player. And they're causing Newcastle problems. The 2 wing-backs have pushed right on, like we talked about before. What different could they do? They pushed right on in terms of Barnes. And it's made a little bit of a difference. But again, on the other side of it, Newcastle can then counter-attack them. But Leicester have to go for it now. They have to go for it. There's 10 minutes left in a quarter-final of a cup competition.
And they're 2-0 down. And just to underline Steve's point there, as Nick Pope sends the ball straight out of play from that goal kick throw to Leicester on the halfway line right-hand side, that 3 of Newcastle's defence came together there, and you presume that they are discussing that very thing. You had Cher, Botman and Byrne just having a little debate just outside their own penalty area, because they know that Leicester, since Vardy came on, have got him behind them. He had a huge chance to make it 2-1. Jamie Vardy missed from 8 yards, unmarked. That would have given Leicester 16 minutes to find a leveller. As it is, they trail by 2-0. They have the ball just inside their own half, ready to take this free kick, which Fass plays to Ndidi. Right hand side, he goes out looking for Albrighton, but it's cleared away by Byrne, who has scored his first goal for his boyhood club. Plays it to the other goal scorer, Joe Linton, but he can't find Willock, and Jose Perez brings it forward for Leicester. He was brought down there by Sven Botman, and that will be a yellow card for the Newcastle centre half.
The space opening up is now Vardy again. It just turned over for Leicester, and again Perez just got in between the lines, just got off the back of Bruno again. Newcastle centre-halves can't come out the holes there. Well, you've got Iheanacho and Vardy running down the sides of them, so they're after staying there, and eventually somebody comes out and takes Perez out. But they're starting to find those spaces, Leicester. You just wonder if it's just too late.
Well, they've got 9 minutes plus added time to find 2 goals to take us to penalties. No extra time in the quarter-finals as the ball is into the Newcastle penalty area. And Newcastle do get a touch on it. It will be a Leicester City corner. I'll tell you what, Val Fass was in a great position there. Didn't make any attempt to go for the ball. Maybe from our angle, he looked closer to it than it was. It is a corner to Leicester City.
Yeah, I think he knew what was behind him. He realised that there was somebody else in front of him, just to let it run across him.
So Albrighton places this ball down. 2-0 Newcastle lead on 5 Sports Extra. As Albrighton sends the corner in, flicked away by Alexander Isak back there defending. Tielemans got a real barge on the edge of the penalty area, but kept his strength against Guimaraes, who then does manage to win the ball back, and Newcastle can come forward with Willock. Still midway inside his own half, tried to play the crossfield pass, got a deflection into the penalty area. Share clears away for Newcastle, who lead by 2-0. The header was won at the back by Castagna, but only as far as Guimaraes, and Isak through the centre, and Isak won't quite reach it. Just too much on it, and Danny Ward gathers, bowls it out overarm, because Leicester City need to get things moving. 7.5 minutes plus added time to play. They trail at St James's Park by 2-0. In field they go to Tielemans, just inside the Newcastle half, central position, out to the right hand side once more, and Iheanacho. The runners are Perez and Vardy ahead of him, but he stops and checks. It's a poor ball in the end, straight to Joe Willock, and Guimaraes will bring it forward. But notable now, Steve, that the black and white shirts, the bulk of them are staying back. But Newcastle now driving over the halfway line with Longstaff. They have 5 players involved in this attack, keeping the bulk of their forces though nearer the halfway line as Joe Willock picks it up, urged to shoot, does shoot. Oh, that's not too far away at all, just past the far post with Ward on the stretch.
Well, it was a great effort. I'm just looking at Ndidi as he cuts inside. I'm expecting the central midfield player just to go across and just block the shot, or at least try to get in the line of the ball from where Willock's trying to shoot in that far post. So at least the goalkeeper knows exactly which angle that to cover. Goes nowhere near the ball and gives Willock a free effort to go from 20-25 yards out. Don't know where it's tiredness, don't know where it's frustration, but he should go across and close that down.
So a change of pace being made. Jose Perez is being booed off, the former Newcastle man, being replaced by Nampalys Mendy, and that in a nutshell tells you the limited ammunition that Brendan Rodgers has, with so many injuries. No James Maddison, no Dennis Pratt to turn to. So Mendy is on, and Perez, who has been a bit of a handful, is off. And a change for Newcastle as well. Miguel Almiron replaced by Alan St Maximin, who missed the FA Cup defeat by Sheffield Wednesday with illness, but the Frenchman is on, and he is a player that you can absolutely turn to, can't you, Steve, if you just want to give Leicester something to think about at the other end.
Well, if you want to give him something to think about, his pace is going to cause you problems, definitely is. The linesman, oh my God, he's put the flag up there. I don't think he's got any idea of what's just happened there, because we didn't. Yeah, Maximum, he will cause problems, definitely in forward areas. I think in the last few games I've been watching him as well, he's been better with his shape and from his press, coming out and pressing as a team, probably a little bit ill-disciplined and not understanding the shape that Heady wanted to play to start with. So he's definitely got better in that respect from a defensive point of view, but you know from a forward point of view he will create problems. At the minute he just can't get in the team.
Yeah, it's one of those that in the past he's been such a key player, but consistency was always the question with St Maximin, and end products as well, as Jamie Vardy wins that header 25 yards out. Leicester trailing by 2-0 into the final 5 minutes, and even though they lead 2-0, even though there's been the better side, you can sense the nervousness around St James's Park. They are desperate for their side to see this out, and here goes Alexander Isak, their club record signing, down the left hand side. Castagna is there with him, and he wins the corner off Castagna, and that is music to the ears and eyes of St James's Park.
Well, when you've got pace in your football team, it really, really does help. It has just showed there from Isaac. He got the ball about 50 yards out in the halfway lane, dragged it one way, dragged it another, took it all the way down the centre half. The centre half can't come across and clean him out because he's not going to get the ball. Tries to drag him inside and then gets a corner for his efforts. And that's great centre forward play just to run the clock down. Newcastle now not going to be in any hurry to take it, and it's frustration for Leicester.
Manchester United still leading by the sole goal from Anthony. at Old Trafford against League One Charlton in the other quarter-final. Closing stages of that match over on 5 Live. Here on 5 Sports Extra, Newcastle have a corner, leading 2-0, swung in deep by Trippier and tipped away by Danny Ward. Good save by the Leicester number 1, another one to add to his tally this evening.
Well, the Leicester goalkeeper's been in fabulous form, hasn't he? He's showed it again tonight. I think ever since Leicester got that defensive unit right with Faz in front of him, I think he's been one of the stars as well, the goalkeeper. And he's going to need to play well if Leicester are going to do well this season, as do all goalkeepers, by the way. But if they do make a save, that's their job.
It is, and he's done his job very well this evening. However, they have been breached twice, and Newcastle are on the verge of the semi-finals of the League Cup, a competition they have never won. From the corner, St Maximin will swing it in right-footed. Ward again gets a touch on it, and it's shoveled behind by Iheanacho for another Newcastle corner.
Well, Maximin has just showed his quality and his delivery, his pace, a little bit of trickery. Just shifted across from the Leicester defender, whips a great ball in the box. He's enticing that little corridor of uncertainty where the defender doesn't want to touch it, but the goalkeeper again gets just a little finger and just does enough.
So corner to Newcastle from the far side. 3 minutes plus added time to play. They lead 2-0. They're nearly there. Corner played short over on that far side. Comes back to St Maximin, who lifts it in high, and that's a poor delivery well over the head of Joe Linton. And Danny Ward will roll it into his 6-yard box. Leicester need to get things moving quickly, but oh, how different it could have been if, with 16 minutes to play, Newcastle having just gone 2-0 up through Joe Linton, Jamie Vardy had stuck away that sitter from 8 yards as Danny Ward under pressure from a back pass from Mendy initially, then closed down by Joe Linton, but Leicester have played their way out of that pressure well. They have it over on that right-hand side. And Mendy will play it back to Amati on the edge of the area, but Newcastle are starting to pick up again. They sat back when it was 1-0. Now they're employing the press in the closing stages of this match. Too much press there from Bruno Guimaraes, and it will be a free kick to Leicester and Didi going down. But it's just petering out now for Leicester. Are they to get one final chance that would at least make the closing stages of this match a little bit more nervy for Newcastle United in St James's Park? Jamie Vardy on the move. Botman gets there first. Header away will find Joe Linton. Forward to St Maximin. Still inside the Newcastle half, but driving now over the halfway line. Ricochets into Ndidi, and Tielemans will pick it up once more. Newcastle 2, Leicester 0. Newcastle on the brink of the League Cup semi-finals. Picked up by Harvey Barnes for Leicester, midway through the Newcastle half. Central position, now advancing towards the penalty area. Iheanacho muscled off it, and Dan Burn will clear away, plays it straight out of play because Joe Linton's gone down. We have to praise Vardy for his impact since coming on. Iheanacho less effective.
Well, with Iheanacho, what he does is he takes players away with his runs down the side. It leaves Vardy one-on-one with the centre half normally. So it actually helps him with the fact that Iheanacho comes on to make those intelligent runs down the side of the other centre-half. Leaves Vardy 1v1, in which they've tried to find Vardy. They haven't tried to find Iheanacho, and which is probably natural because Vardy's the better finisher. But you're right, we always said as the game was going on, doesn't matter what was going to happen in terms of the score, when they brought Vardy and Iheanacho on, they would get a chance. They would get something in terms of a chance in the game. They had 2 chances, they didn't take them, and that's been crucial. There was no way that Leicester were going to come here and dominate tonight with the team that they had out and the way that Newcastle pressed. They were going to come here, they were going to sit in there, they were going to try and counter-attack, and they were going to keep it really, really tight. What Leicester just failed to do was keep it.
Ball over the top, Alexander Isak almost gets there. Great clearance by Danny Ward coming out of his own penalty area and almost drop-kicking that ball away, as Barnes does well to win a Leicester throw just inside the Newcastle half. Newcastle have made another change. Jacob Murphy is on for Joe Willock. That will be their final change in this match in terms of substitution opportunities. You can make up to 5, but they've used their 3 opportunities as we are into 5 minutes of added time, and Leicester City are coming forward. They trail by 2-0. Here is Iheanacho, right hand side of the penalty area, cleared away by Dan Burn. What a night it could be for his boyhood club. He's scored his first goal for them. He's cleared away inside added time as Newcastle look to see this out and reach the semi-finals of the League Cup. They've won the ball back outside their own penalty area. Cher has it, plays it forward. Murphy a little slow on the uptake there. And Harvey Barnes will square it in field to Ndidi. And now Nampalys Mendy plays it forward to Iheanacho, forced away from the Newcastle penalty area, pulls it back to Castagna and out to the right hand side. Now is Albrighton, tried to swing the ball into the area. Byrne jumps and that tall frame blocks the ball into the stands for a Leicester throw.
And Newcastle are just trying to see this game out. Both teams are still look really, really fit, don't they? Newcastle still look really good on the press, trying to work Leicester. Leicester moving the ball quickly.
Ball into the area, Tielemans chests it down and volleys over. Well, we've seen him score some absolute beauties, Youri Tielemans. He's got the talent, he's got the technique. He couldn't put it off on that occasion. He was behind for a Newcastle goal kick.
Do you know what? Leicester have had 3 amazing chances. I mean, that is a real good chance. I mean, Tielemans, as it's come down there to him, I know he's got his back. He's back to goal. He swivels and turns on the side. But a man of his quality normally would actually get that at least on target. It looked as if he was trying to hurry it, trying to rush it. The other chances were Vardy, as we've talked about before. Couldn't hit the target. We've took them 3 crucial chances, which can make all the difference to the game. We're saying Leicester wouldn't come here and dominate and have loads of chances. But once they did get the chances, they had to be clinical with it, and they weren't. And that's been the difference there. Saying that, Newcastle weren't clinical either, were they?
Well, that's it. The number of chances that have been missed were far greater for Newcastle, but it's the moment at which Leicester missed that opportunity to get themselves back into the game. Vardy, unmarked, 8 yards out, would have made it 2-1 with 16 minutes to play, but it's 2-0 to Newcastle, 3 minutes of added time to play. They're nearly there as Longstaff won't keep that in. It's a throw. Harvey Barnes takes it quickly. Tielemans under pressure, loses out to Longstaff, fouls Longstaff, and it will be a free kick I should say, to Newcastle midway through their own half, as Eddie Howe stands, applauds on the edge of his technical area. They've brought the atmosphere, the Newcastle fans, as they have done so many times through the years. Is this long wait for a trophy. 1969 the Intercities Fairs Cup, 1955 the FA Cup, and they have seen so many cup exits over the years, often in the early rounds, as they've suffered in the FA Cup already this season. The League Cup, their last best chance, unless there's to be a remarkable twist in the Premier League title race, and we know how well they've been doing. But this is the one, this is the immediate one that they can focus on. Leicester City with the throw. We have 2 minutes of added time to play. Newcastle lead by 2-0, and they're looking to make it 3. Flag stays down. Bruno Guimaraes into the penalty area, whips the ball across. It's cleared away inside the 6-yard box. Comes back out to Joelinton. Feeds St Maximin. Left-hand side. St Maximin checks, lifts the ball in. It's over the head of Isak, headed away by Fass. And Leicester City will chase. Murphy will get there first, shoulder to shoulder with Harvey Barnes, and Murphy gets the better of him. Plays it in field to Guimaraes, who tries to dink it in. It's a rather bizarre pass in the end, and it's gathered by Danny Ward, but Newcastle won't care. They have a little over 1 minute of added time to play. They're 2-0 up, but Jamie Vardy could be in behind here. Trippier chasing. Vardy gets there. Trippier with a little nudge. Vardy holds on to it, and Trippier then does brilliantly, shields the ball out of play. It's a Newcastle goal kick, and Leicester game is almost up.
Yeah, it's been a difficult night for Leicester in terms of how many chances Newcastle have had. Well, credit to Leicester again. There's the spirit in this side, isn't there? You know, Fass at the back there, he seems like a magnet every time the ball goes in the box. He seems to be, his positioning's really good. The goalkeeper's done really well. They've worked incredibly hard for the manager and the team and the supporters, and what they haven't got quite at the minute is a depth of squad, and injuries have cost them as well tonight with what they've got on the football pitch. Newcastle are just going in the right direction with the momentum and have real belief and have real energy. We talked about it in the middle of the park. That's where the battle's been won tonight. Bruno and Longstaff, Joelinton, they've been better. They've been outnumbered as well from the likes of, I think it's Ndidi in there, and Tielemans, and they've found it difficult against that physical presence and running power against them, and that's where Leicester have found it difficult, and that's where the game's probably been won tonight.
10 seconds to play. Newcastle have a free kick inside the Leicester half. 2-0 they lead, and that is it. A huge roar of jubilation around St James's Park, because Newcastle fans believe that this could well be the season, that long wait for a trophy finally comes to an end. They are through to the semi-finals of the League Cup. Steve Stone.
Well, it's been a long time coming, hasn't it? But it's a fantastic night for the Newcastle supporters and the team and the management and the club. You've got to give Leicester credit for making the game of it and what they brought to it. Fortunately, they couldn't get the finish when they needed, but looking over the 90 minutes and against the two teams and where the play was most hard and where all the action was probably had, Newcastle probably deserved to win this game. Leicester's goalkeeper was fabulous on the night. Two centre halves for Leicester were fabulous as well, but the pressure was just probably too much for them over the 90 minutes, and Newcastle deserved to win the game. We just got to say, Newcastle are going into the semi-finals, and all the narrative about tonight is Newcastle winning a trophy. There's other teams in this competition, and we've always got to remember there's the likes of Manchester United in there, and that's just tonight's draw. There's other top teams in this competition. It's a great step forward for Newcastle. It's a big hurdle, but it's not the final hurdle.
Yeah, Manchester United now 2-0 up against Charlton. Closing stages will be rejoining 5 Live for that shortly. So the other League Cup quarter-finals taking place tomorrow. Southampton against Manchester City. You can hear that on 5 Live. Nottingham Forest against Wolves is on 5 Sports Extra. You can join Steve and I back at St James's Park on Sunday for Newcastle against Fulham. That'll be on 5 Sports Extra, with Chelsea against Crystal Palace over on 5 Live. Just a word on Leicester, Steve. Were it a different story with injuries? Could this game have been different, or is it, there are so many variables that you could throw into the mix?
Well, there's so many variables, of course there is, but if you get a, and this is really a difficult thing, because every manager says, well, if I had my full team out, Newcastle, if I had my full team out, this would have been a much closer game. Leicester would have really fancied their chances. Leicester are a top side, no doubt about it. Leicester, in the way the football club has been run over the last 10-15 years, and the money that was spent, the manager that's got, the squad that they've built. I know they sold a couple in the summer, but they've been way ahead of Newcastle for years and years and years. Newcastle have just come to the fore and are way ahead of where they should be for what they've done in the last sort of 6 months. Leicester Football Club is a fantastic football club with a really good manager and some really good players out there. The injuries have probably cost them their squad in the league position this year, but you've still got to give them credit to get the quarter-final of a cup competition. This is a good team, Leicester. I've watched them many times, and at the minute they need somebody like a Vardy who could come in and do it on a more regular basis. Vardy's obviously getting to an age where he can't play every week. If you take Maddison out of this team, Maddison's a huge player. He's up there with the best in England, the best in the Premier League when he's on form. And for the likes of Leicester to miss somebody like that is a huge blow. Any team would miss their main man. If you're to take a Bruno or a Callum Wilson out of Newcastle, it would be huge. And Leicester have had them problems this season. So that's no disgrace tonight what Leicester have done. They've been terrific.
And he had the chance, Jamie Vardy, to make it 2-1. That, it proved to be the turning point in the second half. All the smiles of the Newcastle United, who are now doing a lap of appreciation around the pitch at St James's Park, and there is no smile bigger than on the face of Dan Burn. He worked in a supermarket as a teenager after being released by Newcastle, just in case his football career didn't work out. At the age of 30, having returned to this club a year ago, the club that broke his heart as a young boy, he scored his first goal for his beloved Newcastle United, and that, added to Joe Linton, takes them into the semi-finals of the League Cup. Steve Stone, just a final word on Dan Burn as we see him grinning from ear to ear down on the pitch.
Well, that just shows it doesn't matter what job you're in or what sport you're in. If you keep going and you work hard, you do the basics right, you're a good person, you'll get to positions like this. You're right, he's walking around this pitch, he can't believe what he's actually going through now, going to the semi-final of a cup competition in front of 52,000 people at his beloved Newcastle United, a boy from Blythe, 10 miles down the road, who never thought this would have actually happened. He's come out as the hero tonight. The TV cameras are following him round. He's the guy that's going to get interviewed. He win man of the match, and it's Newcastle's night, but it's a special night for him.
Steve Stone, thank you very much, and thank you very much, listeners, for your company. Newcastle United still celebrating. It'll go on for a while here on Tyneside. They're through to the League Cup semi-finals. They've beaten Leicester City by 2-0.
The League Cup live on TalkSport 2.
Rashford still going, stepping over, into the area, shoots! Oh, what a goal! What a wonderful goal from Marcus Rashford! United 2, Burnley 0.
Our aspirations will always be being at Man United. You need to have big ambition. You want to win everything, every competition that you are in.
Sam Lavelle on the edge of the box, steps forward, right-footed, into the back of the net. This is a huge upset here at the Valley. League One Charlton have dumped Premier League Brighton out of the League Cup.
We've got to make sure that we go there as a football club and show ourselves in the best light, and the players really embrace the situation and they give it the best shot.
Almiron, inside right channel, back out wide to Trippier. That's a good cross. Oh, Adam Smith has scored an own goal. It's got into his own net, and Newcastle finally have the breakthrough.
Maddison onto Barnes, who's encouraged to shoot. Right-footed, he does it to the far corner with a brilliant curling effort, which is out of the reach of Henderson. No tricks, just treats on the TalkSport network, where the football is free and plentiful.
What a night ahead. It is midweek cup nights under the lights on TalkSport. We're at Old Trafford, where the natural sprinklers at the stadium have been on. The pitch has definitely been watered. Charlton are mid-table League One, but they've started winning games under new manager Dean Holden. They're here at Manchester United tonight. 5 in 5 for Marcus Rashford, but Erik ten Hag says they're not dependent on him.
I'm not concerned about that only Marcus Rashford is scoring so many goals, because I'm convinced that also other players, as Martial, but also today Anthony Dos Santos, can score also a goal.
We're going to hear from Dean Holden very, very shortly. Newcastle dumped out of the FA Cup on Saturday at League One Sheffield Wednesday. Need to make up for that in tonight's quarter-final against Leicester.
Well, it's exciting to be part of any latter stage of any cup competition. We've done well in the Carabao Cup this year. We've enjoyed the challenges that it's brought. This will be, I think, the toughest game we've had to date. Leicester, a very good team. So we're under no illusions it's going to be a difficult game, but we do back ourselves at St James's Park.
And it's a Leicester side with form and distance in domestic cups.
We've got experience now in cup competitions, and we always treat them seriously, and this here is an absolutely brilliant game for us. You know, we only played Newcastle a few weeks ago, didn't show our true selves. So St James's Park's an amazing place to go and play. The atmosphere will be great.
Yeah, Newcastle-Leicester on TalkSport 2. Team news shortly here at Old Trafford on TalkSport. It's going to be Manchester United against League One Charlton, whose keepers have just come out to warm up. Craig McGilvery, ex-Portsmouth. Nathan Harness, 23 next week, came from non-league. Glyn Schimmel, the goalkeeper, coach, ex-Palace, Millwall and Bromley. It's a big night for those Charlton fans who've just cheered them onto the pitch. Up to 10,000, as we understand it, will be in Manchester. Whether they'll all be in this stadium for the game, we don't know. But if you've still not reconnected with the domestic cups in English football, then I feel for you. Last few seasons, they've been absolutely magnificent, both domestic cup competitions. Good evening, I'm Adrian Durham. This is TalkSport. You're all football fans, right? You all love your club. You've all cried with your club in tough times as well. Well, as a 5-year-old boy, Charlton manager Dean Holden cried when Kevin Moran was sent off in the 1985 FA Cup final, the Man United centre-half. He was rolling around his living room floor, the poor boy, in tears. And then Norman Whiteside scored a brilliant winning goal for the 10 men, and those tears suddenly dried up. We've all been there. Holden is a Manchester lad. He's United through and through, but he wants them to lose tonight. It's a big night for him and for mid-table League One outfit Charlton as they face in-form Manchester United here at Old Trafford. And maybe Charlton's only chance of making it through is if Erik ten Hag leaves out some top players ahead of the Manchester derby here live on TalkSport on Saturday lunchtime. So let's get the team news with your commentator Sam Matterface.
Thank you, Adrian. Yes, Manchester United eventually put Everton away last Friday in the FA Cup to secure a 7th straight win in all competitions and a return for a third home game in succession with eyes on another Carabao Cup semi-final. Erik ten Hag knows the importance of silverware. He rings the changes, but it's a relatively strong team. In fact, there are 8 changes from Friday night's game against Everton. He starts with Tom Heaton in goal, only his 2nd appearance for Manchester United. The right back is Diogo Dalot. Harry Maguire joins Lisandro Martinez, who makes his first start since the World Cup final at the heart of the defence. Tyrone Malacia keeps his place at left back. The 2 holders in midfield are Scott McTominay and Fred. Kobbie Mainoo, the 17-year-old who won the Youth Cup last season and was on the bench against Newcastle in October, is playing just ahead of those 2. He's only 17. It's a big debut for him tonight under the lights at Old Trafford. Garnacho plays on the left, Anthony will play on the right, and Anthony Elanga will lead the line going forward.
As far as the subs are concerned, there is quite a lot of depth on the bench for Manchester United. David De Gea, Lindelof, Rashford. You mentioned him earlier. His scoring form is outstanding at the moment. Eriksen, Casemiro, Luke Shaw, Facundo Pellistri, who has played the World Cup but not for Manchester United. Aaron Wan-Bissaka and Zidane Iqbal are the possible changes for Erik ten Hag. For Charlton Athletic, they'd make just one change from their weekend win over Lincoln. They appear to be flatlining before being given new life by Dean Holden, but victories at Portsmouth and at home to Lincoln are nothing to prepare you for a trip to Fortress Old Trafford. They are backed by a whopping 8,818 supporters inside the stadium tonight, and these are the players that they'll be cheering on. Ashley Maynard-Brew is back after concussion in goal. He's the only change. Sean Clare, Ryan Innes, Lucas Ness and Stephen Sessegnon on the back four. Albie Morgan and George Dobson will play a little bit deeper in midfield, and the three behind the striker, Arak Sakyi, Fraser and Blackett Taylor. Miles Leaburn, 19-year-old, son of former Charlton hero Carl Leaburn, whose dad scored against United in 1994, leads the line. Their bench: McGilvery, Lavelle, O'Connell, Jayasimi, Stockley, Kirk, Payne, Aaron Henry and Richard Chin.
Sam, thank you very much. More to come on Manchester United, Charlton very shortly. Newcastle humiliated in the FA Cup again, but still in the Carabao. Can they make the semi-final? They face Leicester, who know how to win a domestic cup. This is on TalkSport 2 with the teams. Jim Proudfoot.
Good evening, Adrian. No surprise that both are as strong as they could be. Newcastle reverting to the side that drew at Arsenal. Make 8 changes to the side, shocked at Sheffield Wednesday on Saturday. Leicester also make 8 changes after their weekend cup win at Gillingham. The likes of Maddison, Pratt, Dewsbury Hall and Evans all still missing. But 9 of the 11 played in the last league game, which was the home defeat to Fulham. So Newcastle line up like this: Pope in goal, Trippier, Cher, Botman and Byrne, Longstaff, Guimaraes and Willock, Almiron, Wilson and Jolinton. So that's 10 of the team that started when the Magpies won 3-0 at Leicester on Boxing Day. The only exception, Wilson leading the line instead of Chris Wood. Leicester have Danny Ward back in goal, Castagna, Amati, Fas and Thomas, and Didi anchors the midfield. Albrighton, Perez, who made nearly 200 Newcastle appearances, we expect him to play as an 8 tonight, Tielemans and Barnes, and then Patson Daka preferred to Jamie Vardy up front. On the Newcastle bench, it's Lascelles, St Maximin, Ritchie and Isak, Manquillo, Wood, Murphy, Anderson and Darlow on the bench rather than Dubravka, who's cup-tied. For Leicester, Soyuncu, Vardy, Iheanacho, Vestergaard, Mendy, Brunt, Braybook, McAteer and Everson. Well, 15 days ago, it was one-way traffic in the league. But will Leicester get revenge and stop Newcastle getting to their first League Cup semi-final in 47 seasons? Adrian Clark alongside me. And like your game, Adrian, we kick off at 8 over on TalkSport 2.
Jim, thank you very much. To get TalkSport 2, just download the TalkSport app for free. You can swipe between the 2 stations. Let's bring in Adrian Clark first of all, because those are strong lineups. Both these sides have got to the quarter-final stage, Adrian, and they both want to win this competition, clearly.
Yeah, good evening. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you pick your strongest team on the verge of a semi-final? I can't wait for tonight. I think it's going to be a bristling atmosphere. St James's Park will be electric, and I think the fact that Newcastle went out of the FA Cup at the weekend just ramps up the pressure on them to deliver tonight. And yeah, no surprise at all that both managers have gone really, really strong. But Leicester, you have to say, are depleted. I think 8 first-team players are out at the moment. So on paper, I'd say that Newcastle United look stronger, but it could be a really even game, this.
Yeah, Adrian, on the weekend, you'd have said on paper Newcastle looked stronger than Sheffield Wednesday. So what went wrong, and how much do you think that will have hurt Eddie Howe and the players?
It would have hurt him. I think the criticism from the fans would have stung, that is for sure. I thought it was a little bit over the top, but then again, they did go out to League One opposition. They're having a great season, aren't they? They're absolutely tremendous, Newcastle United. And yeah, look, tonight they've got a chance to make amends for that, and I expect them to. I think they're favourites to go through, but you know what? They might need to score 2 or more goals here tonight, because Leicester City on the road, they don't always win, but they almost always score away from the King Power Stadium. I was looking at it. They've scored in 11 of 12 away games this season. Last year, 17 of 19 away games in the Premier League. Leicester City found the back of the net at least once. So they're always worth a goal. If they score here tonight, it's going to make life difficult for the Magpies.
Adrian Clark alongside Jim Proudfoot at St James's Park, Newcastle Leicester. We'll speak to Mickey Gray here at Old Trafford in a second, but a goal in the EFL Trophy at Lincoln. Jeff Peters.
It's Lincoln 1, Accrington 0. Great start for the home side, and it was all Accrington Stanley's undoing, really, because it was their own doing, because the goalkeeper Lucas Jensen, he should have cleared the ball. He just messed about with it in his own penalty area. Tom Hopper closed him down, and the keeper hit it. It hit Tom Hopper and went into the back of the net, so they've been gifted a goal. It's Lincoln 1, Accrington 0.
Keep you in touch with that and some other EFL Trophy games that get underway a little bit later on this evening. Games at Bolton, Bristol Rovers and Cheltenham included. Here at Old Trafford, it's Manchester United against League One Charlton in the Carabao Cup quarter-finals. And Adrian Clark, Mickey Gray, said, why wouldn't you pick your strongest team? Well, Eric Ten Hag has definitely not picked his strongest team. Why not?
No, he hasn't, Adrian. I think obviously he's got one eye on the game at the weekend against Manchester City, but you would think the 11 that Eric Ten Hag has picked is good enough to go through to the semi-finals of this competition.
But is it? When you look at it, is it? They don't play together regularly. There'll be a bit of pressure for them to show they can do something. So is it going to be good enough?
Well, you saw in the last round, Adrian, Burnley came here with a strong side. Manchester United made a lot of changes. They brought in people like Harry Maguire, come back into the starting 11. There was other players that deserved an opportunity, one of them being Aaron Wan-Bissaka, who doesn't play tonight, but I think he's probably played his best 3 games in a row for Manchester United. He's been absolutely superb. So I think the changes, the momentum, everything that's going on at Manchester United right now, I think they've got confidence at the moment, so I don't think it really matters. They've obviously looked at Charlton. They've looked at Charlton, they've had a decent run in this competition, obviously getting to the quarter-finals, albeit 3 times they've done that. They've done it through penalties, but take nothing away from them. They're here to maybe get to the semi-final, which will be an incredible story at the end of this game. But you do have to believe that the 11 that Man United have picked still has to be strong enough.
And when you think about it, who are they bringing in? A World Cup quarter-finalist at centre-half in Harry Maguire and a World Cup winner at centre-half in Lisandro Martinez. And in some ways I feel sorry for, say, George Dobson, for example, the Charlton captain in midfield, centre-mid. Says he normally gets tickets for 3 or 4 friends and family per game. Tonight he's been asked for 30 tickets. He's had to pay for a number of those. He's an Essex boy, went to the same school as Frank Lampard, started as a boy at Arsenal, who played him as centre-back. He wanted to play midfield, so went to West Ham and played alongside Declan Rice. I feel for him because he said he wanted Casemiro's shirt tonight. He'll have to get it off the bench.
Well, yeah, exactly. He might get his opportunity at the end of the game if George Dobson is on the field at the end of this football match, because depending on how the game goes, you can see the substitutes bench of Manchester United. Eriksen's on there, Casemiro's on there, so I think that'd be a fantastic story. And why not? You know, when you get to this stage and you've really earned the right to be in the quarter-finals of the Carabao Cup, then if you want to play against one of your so-called heroes, if that's what he is, then that would be brilliant. That would be a nice touch at the end of the game.
And what a great story. Miles Leaburn, son of Carl Leaburn, up top for Charlton. He's so young. He's been linked with a move here, there and everywhere. They had a young striker a couple of years ago, Mason Burstow, who got taken off to Chelsea. Hasn't been heard of since. He's in their development squad. His best place is at Charlton, playing first-team football, in my opinion. But his dad scored against United. If he scored against United tonight, what a story it would be. And he's such a physical player, he'll cause Harry Maguire problems.
Well, was it 7 goals I think he's got this season, Adrian, and they've deserved their opportunity to play against these stars tonight. And actually, I mean, you just said there before, this is probably the best place for him. He's learning his trade week in, week out. But what a place to learn your trade when you're playing against stars of Manchester United, and actually for future reference, putting yourself in the shop window by putting on a show tonight.
You're listening to the Carabao Cup quarter-final live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager, 18+. Please drink responsibly on TalkSport. We've got Man United Charlton here at Old Trafford, and Mark Stewart scored the only goal the last time Charlton won at Old Trafford. Strachan, McGrath and Whiteside were in that United team. It was a huge shock at the time. It was August 1986. It ultimately precipitated the end for the United boss Ron Atkinson, and the arrival of a certain Alex Ferguson 3 months after that defeat. A young Rob Lee was in the Charlton side, but the winner was scored by Mark Stewart, a winger once described by former Charlton boss Lenny Lawrence as good enough to play for Barcelona or Bromley, but who ended up in Bradford working as a fireman. But he played, in the meantime, over 200 games for Rochdale, and is a season ticket holder at Spotland, just a few miles from here. Dean Holden, the Charlton manager, is a season ticket holder here at Old Trafford. I'm going to speak to him next on the show.
TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League.
Supersize your Saturday.
Game day. this Saturday
on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
Fabulous stuff. Every Saturday, hear superior commentary of two planet-sized Premier League games, followed by a full-on phone-in after the final whistle. Oh, yes! Game day this Saturday
on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
Carabao Cup Live on TalkSport 2 with Carling. We're made by our mates. 18 plus, please drink responsibly.
The McPlant. What? 100% vegan? Even the cheese? But how... It can't be, can it?
It really is. The McPlant from McDonald's, with melt-in-the-mouth vegan cheese, a delicious sesame-seeded bun, vegan mayo, and a juicy Beyond Meat patty. It's our iconic taste, plant-based. Served after 11 a.m, subject to availability.
The TUI Live Happy sale is back. At TUI, we have great offers on loads of holidays. Here we come. Kids can go free even in the school summer holidays. Plus pay monthly with a £0 deposit. Dreamy. All ATOL protected. TUI, live happy. Booking T's and C's apply. One free child place per 2 full paying adults. Limited availability on selected holidays. Direct debit minimum 26 weeks from departure. See website for details.
£1 million. Is this a wind-up? It has to be a wind-up. Apart from the birth of my children, this is the best phone call I've ever received in my life.
This is what it sounds like when people win big with the National Lottery. Will you be next? The National Lottery. Your numbers make amazing happen. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
It wasn't me, I swear. I wasn't even there.
Then please remind the court what exactly you were doing that night. Remember, you're under oath.
I was on a comparison site buying car insurance.
And which insurer did you choose, Mr. Beckett?
Direct Line.
He's a liar. Everyone knows Direct Line aren't on comparison sites. Judge, I rest my case.
Search Direct Line, because everyone knows we're not on comparison sites.
Need some peak excuses for staying in? Stream Paramount Plus for a real win-win. Brand new exclusives guaranteed. Sarah Michelle Gellar's in Wolfpack and Miriam Ford star in 1923.
Tell the world what happens when they cross me.
There's brand new seasons of our big hits, Yellowstone, Your Honor and Yellow Jackets.
What do you think really happened out there?
For peak excuses to duck any arrangement, stream Paramount Plus for a mountain of entertainment. 7-day free trial than $6.99 per month. New subscribers only and 18 plus. T's and C's apply.
The PGA Sony Open in Hawaii, live on TalkSport 2, Thursday night from 10. As the world's golfing elite go head-to-head at the Wailea Country Club, hear full swing-by-pitch-by-putt commentary of all the action direct from Honolulu. The PGA Sony Open in Hawaii, Thursday night from 10, live on TalkSport 2.
On DAB+, online, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. The League Cup live on TalkSport 2. The League Cup live on TalkSport 2.
Nottingham Forest versus Wolves. Coverage from 7, kick-off 7:45 on TalkSport 2. Everything else has been cancelled.
TalkSport is your station for live football. We've got 2 to choose from tonight on TalkSport. Here at Old Trafford, Man United Charlton. On TalkSport 2, Newcastle Leicester. Both kick off at 8, both the Carabao Cup quarter-finals. We're also looking at the EFL trophy games as well. Lincoln 1 up from a 7 o'clock kick-off. What about the game Bolton against Portsmouth this evening? Kicks off at 7:45 at the Unibowl. Steve Hothersall.
Yes, Adrian, another chance for the interim Portsmouth boss Simon Bassey to shine after his team's big showing at Tottenham. The focus now on a different route to Wembley. Pompey, though, still haven't won in 5 matches, and they're up against a pretty well-drilled Bolton side who rarely concede. Ian Evatt gives a start to Elias Kachunga in the Bolton attack, and there's a return for captain Ricardo Santos. Bassey changes 5 from the Tottenham game. Marlon Pack starts in the centre. It's the Papa John's quarter-finals, Bolton against Portsmouth.
Yeah, this one could be really good, couldn't it? Bristol Rovers, Plymouth. Here's Ian Abrahams.
Third meeting already this season, second in this competition. The 2 previous ones have both ended in draws, Adrian. 6 changes for Joey Barton's Bristol City tonight, 9 for Stephen Schumacher's Plymouth. And by the way, it's been lashing it down here for the best part of the last 90 minutes. It's going to be a very, very wet night. But for one of these 2 last 4 awaits. Bristol Rovers against Plymouth at the Memorial Ground.
And recent winners Salford are away to Cheltenham. Here's Ian Danter.
Yeah, League One Cheltenham bidding to reach the last 4 of this competition for the first time ever. Handed debut to new striker Will Goodwin, who's just joined Wade Elliott's-Robbins from Stoke. Ben Williams also recalled on the left for Cheltenham. And the League 2 promotion chaser Salford, who, as you say, won this trophy a couple of years ago, welcomed Callum Hendry back up front after a 3-game ban, whilst Kevin Burko and Luke Bolton are also handed starts by Neil Wood. It's also completely hammering it down at the completely Suzuki Stadium for Cheltenham Town against Salford City.
So we're pitch side, right by the tunnel at Old Trafford, and with the Cheltenham manager, Dean Holden, who's actually a Red through and through, a Manchester United, and he's season ticket holder at Manchester United, right? So can you point out where was your seat, or where is your seat here?
Currently it's right by the tunnel here in the Stretford end. It was started off in the scoreboard end over there, then they moved it for the disabled section. Then I was up in the K stand, which is where our fans are going to be tonight, and eventually settled about 15 years ago into the Stretford end. So
this is since boyhood you've been a United fan?
Yeah, there's a picture of me as a 5-year-old when they won it in '85, the FA Cup, so it's in my blood. It's obviously through my dad. Followed a mum and away as a kid, but I have to say, Aid, it's pretty special standing here with you as well, listening to your dulcet tones throughout the World Cup. You did a great job, mate, so
really appreciate that. Is this the first time you've wanted United to lose?
Second time, actually, because we played against them when I was assistant manager at Bristol City 5 years ago, and we managed to put them out actually at the same quarter-final stage at Ashton Gate that night, so anything is possible.
So if you do beat them tonight here at Old Trafford, what an achievement it would be, but how would family and friends, fellow United family and friends, be with you? Would they be okay with you?
When we beat them in 5, my dad was crying after the game. I don't know if it was because United had been beat or what, or we'd won. I think a bit of both. We don't get ahead of ourselves. We're going to enjoy the night. Whatever happens, we're here to give the best version of Charlton Athletic. We've got an important league campaign to continue with a big game against Barnsley at the weekend, but I just spoke to the players at the hotel about just focusing on the moment in front of you. Don't get too carried away. When they walk out of this tunnel, I want them to push the shoulders back and feel like they belong and really enjoy the moment and go against, in my opinion, one of the biggest clubs in the world, obviously. And let's have no regrets. When they put their head on the pillow tonight, don't have any regrets.
How can you win this game?
But we've got to be at our best. There's no doubt about that. In terms of when we've got the ball, we've got to make sure we hurt them. We've got some pace in the attack to do that. We can't come here and sit off them all night and expect to nick a goal. At the same time, we're not coming here to absolutely dominate possession either. We've got a game plan. They have to be off their game, and we have to be at our best. But it's happened before. There's too many times in the past that it's happened. So I said all week, you have to believe. For something to happen, you have to truly believe it in your mind, and hopefully, again, in 2 weeks I've not affected too much technically or physically, but I think the psychology side, part of the side has improved, so that'll stand us in good stead.
When you talk about seeing it in your mind's eye, can you actually picture Charlton in a semi-final, 2 legs, a Wembley final in this competition?
You're always trying to get ahead of me, aren't you? Life has taught me for something to happen, you really have to push for it, you have to commit to it, and the work I do, I was meditating this morning in the hotel. You've got to manifest something for it to really truly happen, and why not imagine that? If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen, but I tell you what, if you don't believe it's going to happen, it won't happen anyway, so why not?
Can you enjoy it?
Well, I'm going to enjoy every moment. I've absolutely no doubt about that. Really and truly, I wouldn't say I was good at many things, but again, the work that I've done over the years, the self-development, has taught me to take the emotion out of the situation and deal with it, and I think as a manager that's probably the biggest thing you can do. So when I'm stood there come kick-off next to Erik ten Hag, one of the best managers around, I feel like I'll be coaching me under-8 daughters team, genuinely, because that's one strength that I know I've got, so hopefully I can pass that on to the players, and I'm going to enjoy every minute of it.
Well, Dean, given the career and life you've had, you've got a lot of strengths, we all know that. I think you're an inspiration to a lot of us, but just finally, coming out here and seeing Old Trafford, you're going to come out a little bit later alongside Ten Hag, and all the fans will be in here. Is that going to be a little bit weird, bit surreal for you?
Yeah, I've stood and sat in most parts, every single side of this stadium, and seen it redeveloped through the 90s. It'll be the song when This Is the One comes on, Stone Roses, that walking down the tunnel, that will be the most surreal moment of my life. Wow, am I going to enjoy that?
Well, do. It's a pleasure interviewing you. Thanks for sparing us the time, and really have a great night.
Thank you. You too, Ed. See you after.
Excellent from Dean Holden, clearly Mickey Gray, a Manchester United fan. And when he said that, when This Is the One, the Stone Roses song comes on, that's when it's going to really hit him. I can imagine inside, he may not show it on the outside, he may actually, because he's an emotional guy, that will really get to him.
Adrian, I think when the draw was probably made and they picked out Manchester United at Old Trafford, and then hoping that they were going to get to the quarter-finals, was probably that special for him. It's normally, when we've seen it in the past, haven't we, whether it be in this competition or the FA Cup, and they have the players in a room and the cameras are on them, and then they pick up a Premier League side and everybody cheers, or the players do, and the manager's kind of like, oh no. But he must have been the opposite, which is fantastic. You know, he just said he sat in every corner of this ground, and this is his team. I think there was that story, wasn't about him being a steward and sneaking in when he was younger and stuff, which is absolutely brilliant. So he'll absolutely love it, no doubt about it. I mean, but he has to come here with a game plan. He will enjoy it, but at the same time, he'll be thinking, this could be a difficult one for us, but it's going to be an amazing occasion. I mean, look at their support. 9,000. That's just absolutely phenomenal.
It is incredible. And I mentioned in that interview with him that Dean is an inspiration. He's married to the Talk TV presenter Danielle Nichols. You may also remember from CITV back in the day. Their childhood sweethearts have 4 children, but they also suffered the trauma and heartache of losing a child a decade ago after 17-month-old Cece contracted meningococcal sepsis while the family was on holiday in Lanzarote. I mean, they're now ambassadors for the Meningitis Now charity. We're talking, Mickey, about genuinely good people in the world, and we need as many of them as we can get right now.
Without a doubt. And it comes across when he speaks, Adrian. He's passionate about everything that he does. He's got that charity, or the ambassadorial role now of the charity, which is absolutely superb for him. So you can imagine it's hard enough trying to run a football club and trying to be a manager of a club and trying to do that on the same side of things. It's very, very difficult. So kudos to him, full credit to him, and he deserves everything that's coming his way.
Yeah, absolutely. And that day that he found out about the draw was his first day in the job. They'd already got through on penalties against Brighton in the previous round. That was his first day in the job. I mean, that's when you start to think, this is destiny. I'm meant to be in this job. I'm meant to be taking this team to Old Trafford, and they've just got on a little winning run as well. So I don't want people to think we're talking about them like they're not going to compete, because I think they are going to be competitive here tonight.
Oh, absolutely. They had opportunities against Brighton, albeit they didn't score on the night. They had to wait for the penalties, but they're a decent side. They get the ball down, they try and play football the right way. And let's not forget, this is all the distractions away from the football itself that we've been talking about, because the club has been in turmoil for the last 15, 20 years, maybe longer than that, with a change of ownership, chairman that don't want to be there, chairman that want to sell the club. There's got their own supporters trust that are trying to sort things out at the club. So they're all big distractions that he will have to confront. He'll have to get in front of the camera and he'll have to speak about it. He's still putting his team out, albeit he's not been in charge of this first team for a long time. I think it's 4 or 5 games, isn't it? And he's doing a great job, and full credit to him. And he's got his just rewards by playing Manchester United tonight in the quarter-finals, let's not forget.
Amazing. Both sets of players are out there. It's been very, very wet in Manchester in the last few hours. It's dried up a little bit now, but the fans are slowly starting to fill this stadium. We're half an hour away from kick-off in both the ties tonight. United Charlton's on TalkSport, Newcastle Leicester on TalkSport 2.
TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the EFL. The playlist on TalkSport 2. Top flight football conversation for the sporting nation.
He's going to be half fit at best.
Yeah, at best.
At best, half fit.
All the big name views, news, and opinions that matter.
This bloke's too good at football for me.
Pull up your socks, lace up your boots, and get stuck in.
They did win, and they won quite comfortably.
Get all the big fever pitch build-up, all in one mammoth sporting session.
Just give me the points. I want to be in front of them.
The playlist, Friday afternoon from 5 on TalkSport 2.
Carabao Cup Live on TalkSport 2 with Carling. We're made by our mates. 18 plus, please drink responsibly.
Hello, Albert Einstein here. Today I've been visiting the local high street. More and more businesses are using smart meters to help them feel more in control of their budgeting. The smart meter sends gas and electricity readings straight to the supplier. So rather than estimates, you receive accurate energy bills. And that means you know exactly how much you're spending each month. Now that's smart.
Get a smart meter for your business by searching Get a Smart Meter today. Eligibility may vary.
The light heavyweight king against the big punching British challenger.
Great shot! Great right hand!
On Saturday, January 28th at the OVO Arena, Wembley, London calls for the unbeaten unified world champion Artur Beterbiev as he defends his 3 belts against London's Anthony Yarde. Number 1 contender Yarde gets his shot at the Montreal-based Beterbiev, boxing's only world champion with a 100% knockout ratio of 18 KOs in 18 fights. Tickets are available now from AXS and Ticketmaster.
The time is now. KFC has offers for the taking. This is your moment to seize the deals. Get 50% off a different finger-licking deal each week until the 5th of February. Only on the KFC app. Selected KFC product each week. Available in restaurant only. Limited time only. See kfc.co.uk for full T's and C's.
Game day on Talk Sport with Car Finance 24/7. From a supersonic new signing at City.
He's scored twice.
To aerodynamic artistry at Anfield.
And it's in.
From turbocharged talent at Old Trafford.
Brilliant goal.
To traffic-stopping saves at Stamford Bridge.
What a block.
No one gets you closer to the action and the exhilaration of the Premier League.
Wild scene.
Around the grounds, around the games, around the clock. Saturday is game day on Talk Sport with Car Finance 24/7. Get your finance sorted first, then choose your car. Search Car Finance 24/7 today.
Fisherman's Blues with Nigel Bothaway this Sunday morning from 6 on Talk Sport 2.
Welly boots are a preference for the habitual voyeur of what is known as...
It's a bit dicey.
On life. A soggy bum can be avoided if you take a bivvy when you do what is known as...
Happy days indeed.
On life. Got a flask of tea and a big pack of my favourite fish paste sandwiches. Oh, I love a bit of it.
Incredible.
On life. Look at that brown trout biting. You should tighten up your slack line, mate. Use a better fly. Oh, the anglers.
I like this a lot.
So many anglers. They all go rod in hand through their pond life.
Got worms, yes, but I'm still going fishing. Fisherman's Blues with me, Nigel Bothaway, this Sunday morning from 6 on Talk Sport 2.
On DAB+, online, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker.
The League Cup live on TalkSport 2. On TalkSport.
Less than half an hour to kick off in the two Carabao Cup quarter-finals tonight, so let's remind you of the team news. First stop is here at Old Trafford for Manchester United against League One Charlton. With the teams again, Sam Matterface.
Manchester United have had a couple of kind draws this year, and this appears to be the plum draw in the Carabao Cup quarter-finals. But if the FA Cup weekend taught us anything, it is that we can take nothing for granted. United have made 8 changes from the Everton game as they look to reach the semi-finals for a third time in 4 years. Charlton make 1 change from their win. This is how the two teams line up. Tom Heaton is the Manchester United goalkeeper. It's Dalot, Maguire, Martinez and Malacia across the back 4. McTominay and Fred holding in midfield, with Kirby Mainu playing in the 10 position behind Alejandro Garnacho and Anthony, with Anthony Elanga leading the line. For Charlton, just the 1 change. That's their goalkeeper Maynard Brewer, who comes in after a concussion spell out. Claire, Innes, Lucas Ness and Stephen Sessegnon, brother of, play across the back 4. Albie Morgan, the captain George Dobson and Scott Fraser in midfield. Fraser will play just a little bit more advanced. He was playing deeper under the previous manager. Raksaki on the right hand side, Blackett Taylor on the left. They're a real danger when they get going. And Miles Leaburn, who has 7 goals this season, leads the line.
Sam, thank you. Let's go to St James Park. Newcastle against Leicester kicks off at 8 as well. A reminder of the teams with the commentator Jim Proudfoot.
And both teams as strong as they could possibly be. Nick Pope in goal for Newcastle, Trippier, Cher, Botman and Byrne the back 4, Longstaff, Guimaraes and Willock in midfield, Amaron, Wilson and Jolinton the forward 3. That is the same Newcastle side that played the last league game at Arsenal last week. Leicester, 2 changes from their last league lineup, 8 from the side that won at Gillingham at the weekend. Ward back in goal, Castagna, Amati, Fass and Thomas, Ndidi, Albrighton, Perez, Tielemans and Barnes, and Panson Daka up front. It's live on TalkSport 2, kicking off at 8.
And to get TalkSport 2, download the TalkSport app for free. It's easy to use. You can swipe between TalkSport and TalkSport 2. There's a whole load of podcasts on there as well, including the Game Day podcast hosted by Sam Matterface, and loads more besides. The live games tab in the middle at the bottom of the home screen. tells you what commentaries are coming up and where to find them on the TalkSport network. You're listening to the Carabao Cup quarter-final live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager, 18 plus. Please drink responsibly. Let's update you from Tinsel Bank, Lincoln Accrington in the Papa John's. Jeff Peters.
And we have a goal here. It's Lincoln 1, Accrington Stanley 1. Aaron Presley has just levelled things up for the visitors, watched by his dad, Stephen, on loan from Brentford, got in behind the defence, raced into the penalty area, and a really, really sweet finish into the far corner, cancelling out Tom Hopper's early goal. It's Lincoln 1, Accrington 1.
I do hope they sing the wonder of you to him. This midweek it's Carabao Cup quarter-final time. First two are tonight on TalkSport. It's Manchester United against Charlton with Mickey Gray and Sam Matterface. And on TalkSport 2 it's Newcastle against Leicester with the former Arsenal winger Adrian Clark alongside your commentator Jim Proudfoot.
Thank you, Adrian. Well, it's only 15 days since these two sides last met. A 3-0 Newcastle victory in the East Midlands in which the foundations were laid with 2 goals inside the opening 7 minutes. Tonight, they meet again, a different venue, a different competition, largely different personnel, but if there's a different dynamic, the stakes are still high. The last 4, rather than the top 4 at stake this time around for Newcastle. For Leicester, the chance to rediscover some form ahead of important league matches ahead. Adrian Clark alongside me. Clarky, what do you make of the teams? Both as strong as possible. No thoughts of what's coming up at the weekend for these two?
Absolutely not, and I think rightly so. It's a big game. Newcastle United don't have a good record in this competition. The fans in the city are desperate to get their hands on a trophy, and finally they've got a team that is capable of winning a trophy. And why not? Why not go as strong as you possibly can this evening? And as for Leicester City, it's been a disappointing campaign, but they can salvage it to some degree if they get themselves to Wembley. So no surprise to me that they've both gone as strong as possible.
Let's just reiterate those teams again. Newcastle, then Pope in goal, Trippier, Schär, Botman and Byrne, Longstaff, Guimaraes and Willock, Almiron, Wilson and Joe Linton.
Yeah, I'm full of admiration for the defence. I think Sven Botman has been sensational. What a signing he's been. Kieran Trippier, a massive upgrade at right back, obviously in goal. Nick Pope as well is outstanding. So that's the bedrock of the team, isn't it? But then you've got the workman-like midfield. Guimaraes, for me, an outstanding midfielder. And up top, well, Miguel Almiron has just been phenomenal. He's had the season of his life. So I really like the look of the team. It's got good balance. It's a nice blend of a little bit of flair in there, but really it's about athleticism and hard work and organisation. I was at Emirates Stadium recently for that goalless draw. Wow, what a defensive performance from Newcastle United that night. Tonight, I expect them to be more positive on the front foot, of course, in front of what we expect is going to be a raucous St James's Park crowd.
Leicester also at full strength. Well, it's full strength in inverted commas because of the injury problems they've got. No Evans, no Maddison, no Bertrand, no Samare, Justin, Pereira, Pratt, Dewsbury Hall. It's a long, long list. It's Danny Ward in goal, Castagna, Amati, Fass and Thomas the back 4. And then Wilfred and Ndidi sitting in midfield. Iosi Perez's selection, an interesting one, playing as an 8 alongside Tielemans with Albrighton and Barnes wide. Question of needs must really, and then Patson Daka up front.
Yeah, it's not a position I've seen Iosi Perez play in too often, I've got to admit, but someone like Martin Ødegaard at Arsenal has turned himself from a number 10 into that sort of free number 8. So I'm sure it's a role he can adopt. He's been in OK form, actually, Iosi Perez. I was thinking about this earlier. Which members, based on the form this season, which members of Leicester City's squad will get into the Newcastle United side? I had a little think about it, and I could name 2. James Maddison, not here. The other's Keane and Dewsbury Hall. He would get in Newcastle side on form this season. He's not here either. So I think Newcastle United are worthy favourites tonight.
Well, it's already been a week with one cup exit for the Toon. They were dumped out of the FA Cup third round stage for a second season in a row. This time losing 2-1 at League One side Sheffield Wednesday on Saturday. But what should be the aim for Newcastle this season? Reaching the Premier League's top 4 or winning a trophy?
Trippier picks it up, but there is the full-time whistle, and Sheffield Wednesday of League One have produced a major shock on third round day. Sheffield Wednesday 2, Newcastle United 1.
Should Newcastle be focusing on silverware this season, or should they
be putting all their eggs in one basket, the league basket.
No! It's way more important to do something that's remembered, do something that stands the test of time.
I think that the game is afoot for Newcastle to try and win a Premier League in the next half a decade. And if they can start with the first season of money by getting the Champions League, hello, boys.
Newcastle United dumped out of the third round by a League One side yet again.
You want the bus to go through the Toon and you to be there, and it'll be absolutely and what that would mean and the memories that would create. Surely that is more important.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of my goals here. I'd love to do that.
As the final whistle goes here, and Newcastle are through to the quarter-finals of the Carabao Cup.
To bring silverware back to St James's Park and back to Newcastle for the first time since 1969, that's got to take precedence.
If they finish fourth in this Premier League this year, they'll think they've crossed the Rubicon.
Well, there was a lot of unrest up in this part of the world over the last 48, 72 hours. A huge amount of disappointment on the back of that cup exit at Hillsborough. And TalkSport's Newcastle reporter Steve Harmison joins us. Delighted to say that he's with us. Steve, good evening to you. So much has been said about the Tyneside resurgence this season. Prospect of a first top four finish for 20 years. But when you haven't won a trophy for 54... chasing cups obviously becomes a pretty captivating prospect too when you get to this far. So what do you Newcastle fans want this season? Finishing in the European places or winning a trophy?
Well, I heard obviously the disagreement between, I think it was Simon and Dean Ashton, and yeah, Simon's got the business side of it, but I think if you went round a town, which I've been to there, and you asked them the question, Champions League finishing spot or silverware, I would say 99% of them would say silverware. You mentioned at the time 69, Bob Moncur, who will be sitting, he'll be out in the next 25 minutes, he'll be sitting right behind where we are. Last gentleman to lift a trophy for this ground, for this club. And if you win a trophy, you get into Europe. I know it's Sunday, Thursday, but the development of this football club needs Sunday, Thursday. For me, the best thing that's ever... You look at... Edwin, you mentioned Sven Botman. You mentioned Bruno Guimaraes, Kieran Trippier's attitude. 3 signings that was made. The best signing this football club has made is Eddie Howe. Eddie Howe has been an unbelievable acquisition to this football club. He's been ruthless, showed that with the goalkeepers over the course of the last weekend. St Maximum. Everybody expects St Maximum to play. He's fit now. He's not playing. Eddie Howe has gone with what he's gone and he is set with it. And for me, if we finish in the top 4, didn't win a trophy, with the financial fair play that Newcastle keep going, Eddie Howe possibly loses his job come Christmas next year because of the Champions League expectation for the following year and then having to go through a Champions League programme. So for me, I think whenever Newcastle were taking over, they were talked about going to sign everybody from the outside of Newcastle. Were saying we're going to sign Mbappe, we're going to sign the best players in the world and spend ridiculous amounts of money. Do you know what 52,000 people wanted? They wanted somebody to care about their football club. They wanted somebody to come in and make next year better than the year before, in the year after. For me, Newcastle need to win a trophy. They need to win a trophy. And from all that, you look at, me and Adrian have been talking about Sir Bobby Robson. What a wonderful man. Kevin Keegan, ridiculous manager and times that we had here. But we didn't win anything, right? We didn't win anything, and I think winning a trophy will then start to elevate Newcastle, a building block for the next step and the next phase of what this potential stadium could be.
Okay, Harvey, so bearing that in mind then, did Eddie get it wrong at the weekend with the team that he picked?
No, he didn't. The players let him down. The players that came in let him down, right? And I'm not saying that because I've waxed lyrical about how good Eddie Howe was. I think it tells you that Newcastle's fringe players probably aren't up to the standard of where Newcastle are in the Premier League. But I think there's also 2 or 3 of them players who could possibly have knocked on the manager's office on Monday morning and said, I'm sorry, because I didn't perform for you. You've given me my chance and I didn't perform for you. There's 1 or 2 who probably aren't good enough. There was 1 or 2 who needed a rest. Fabian Schär needed a rest, been through a World Cup, needed a rest. Dan Burn needed a rest at the weekend. Nick Pope, even though he didn't play in the World Cup, he's played and he's got us to this point because of the saving the penalties. So because of all that, I actually thought when I looked at the side on Saturday, this is as good a side as Newcastle could put out in a cup competition. It's still strong enough to beat Sheffield Wednesday, but the players let him down.
Yeah, look, I mean, you're right. I think all of those points are fair. In terms of what happened, does it help them tonight? Does it focus minds? Does it focus minds that tonight we've really got to be at it?
I think it adds pressure tonight. I really do, Jim. I think it adds pressure tonight. Newcastle have gone and beat Leicester. I was surprised by the Leicester side, even though they had a lot of injuries at
Gillingham,
at the King Power when Newcastle beat them 3-0. There was a couple of players who were sub who, Perez didn't play in the game. There was one or two who didn't play in the game who you were expecting to play. But now, look, Leicester are as full strength as they possibly can be. This is a big game for Newcastle United, and I've said to Adrian literally 5 minutes ago, I said, you watch this place in 4.5 minutes time, 10 minutes before kickoff, when this place goes off, and that will put pressure onto the players, not only at Newcastle but on Leicester, because if Leicester aren't up for it and Newcastle could win the game in the first 15-20 minutes.
Harmy, great to see you. Enjoy the game tonight. It's wonderful to chew the fat with you. Newcastle favourites to qualify from this tie. Time now to get the latest odds with 888 Sport.
Football form focus on TalkSport 2 with 888 Sport. Made to challenge, made to debate, made to play. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Well, Will Gavin joins us. Good evening to you, Will. What's the match betting here at St James's tonight?
Yeah, good evening, gents. Kind of fascinating that normally when you see these kind of games and they go from the FA Cup to the League Cup, you maybe expect team changes to go from your first team to a bit more of a second string team. Both these sides doing quite the opposite today, with some really big names coming in, but I'm sure Leicester will be delighted to Chris Wood in the Newcastle side, who's absolutely tormented them over the years. Newcastle heavy favourites though at home, with those names coming back in. 8-17 right now with 888 Sport. The draw is 10-3. We think it goes the distance. Leicester are 29-5 right now as it stands.
And tonight's other match, live over on TalkSport, it's Manchester United taking on Charlton. The Addicts are only their second League Cup quarter-final, their first in 16 years, and they're massive outsiders.
Huge outsiders, but interestingly, with Manchester United putting out quite a second-string team, they actually started today 1-10 odds on. Incredible that, really, but they're now out to 2-11. I guess that sounds long comparatively. It's almost half the odds. Charlton are into 25-2. The draw 31-5. But Dean Holden has done a great job since coming in there. Put some positivity back into that team. Got a couple of big wins in the league. It's felt that the Manchester United fan as a boy might be facing just a bit too much going to Old Trafford tonight.
Will, thank you. Those the odds with 888 Sport. Accurate as of 5 minutes ago. Gamble responsibly. 18 plus. begambleaware.org.
Football form focus on TalkSport 2 with 888 Sport. Made to challenge, made to debate, made to play. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
You're listening to the Carabao Cup quarter-final. It's live on TalkSport 2 with Carling, the UK's #1 lager, 18 plus. Please drink responsibly. Just over 10 minutes away from kick-off here at St James's Park. It's Newcastle against Leicester. Teams out next on TalkSport 2.
TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League and the English Football League.
Carabao Cup live on TalkSport 2 with Carling. We're made by our mates. 18 plus, please drink responsibly.
Did you know that if you owned or leased a diesel Vauxhall between 2009 and 2020, then you could be entitled to significant compensation? At My Diesel Claim, we're experts in handling these claims, and over 1 million people have already signed up with us. It's completely free to sign up, and you can check your Vauxhall's eligibility instantly. Time's running out for Vauxhall drivers to join the action, so head to mydieselclaim.com and sign up before it's too late.
Save pounds at the pump at Morrison's with 5p off every litre of fuel when you spend £35 or more in store until Sunday 15th of January. So fill up your trolley and fill up your tank for less at Morrison's. Coupon required, excludes Morrison's daily and online. Terms, conditions and exclusions apply. See in store for details. Collect by 15th of January. Redeemed by 22nd of January.
Judy, People's Postcode Lottery's 30k a day is back. Where every day in our February draws, one lucky postcode will win £30,000 and a 5k holiday too.
Ooh.
Yup, which means that you and the team are going to be very busy delivering.
And what will you be doing?
Quality control, Jude. Testing out the holidays!
PPL managed lotteries on behalf of good causes. 18 plus. Conditions apply. Play responsibly. Not available in Northern Ireland.
It wasn't me, I swear. I wasn't even there.
Then please remind the court what exactly you were doing that night. Remember, you're under oath.
I was on a comparison site buying car insurance.
And which insurer did you choose, Mr. Beckett?
Direct Line.
He's a liar. Everyone knows Direct Line aren't on comparison sites. Judge, I rest my case.
Search Direct Line, because everyone knows we're not on comparison sites.
This winter, count on EE to lighten the load with £336 off the awesome Samsung Galaxy S22. And that's not all. You'll also get the amazing Chromebook 4 worth £299 at no extra cost. Wow! What a perfect way to ease into the new year. And it's all on the UK's best network, but only until January 24th.
£30 up front, 125 gig. CPR plus 3.9% increase each March. Best for network performance. Verified ee.co.uk/claims. 24 months. Terms apply.
Don't miss a nanosecond of the FA Cup on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
He's left-footed.
Kick by kick live coverage of the oldest football competition in the world.
Great cross! Great goal!
Bringing you all the goals.
Hits the post and in, and what a finish!
The drama, the controversy, the exhilaration.
It is a brilliant goal.
The giant killing highs and the knockout lows.
This is why we love the FA Cup.
The magic of the FA Cup.
The header is in. They've done it.
On TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
On DAB+, online, via the TalkSport app, and on your smart speaker.
The League Cup live on TalkSport 2.
Finds Almiron for Newcastle, drifting towards the edge of the area. Oh, what a fantastic goal! Miguel Almiron, take a bow!
Sometimes you can learn a lot in defeat, and hopefully that is the case, and we can respond on Tuesday, and that can really fire us for this game.
Daka plays it wide. It's on to Maddison. He's on the right edge of the box. A low ball into Daka. A lovely little backheel goal from Patson Daka.
Beginning of the season, it was challenging, and we weren't getting the results. We then came through that period, so we've shown that we have that solidarity within the squad.
Crossed in by Maddison. It's a great cross. Iheanacho, it's in. Leicester City take the lead. Great game in prospect, and the atmosphere building here at St James's. Black and white flags all around us, as you can imagine. You listen to the Carabao Cup quarter-final. It's live on TalkSport 2 with Carling, the UK's #1 lager, 18 plus. Please drink responsibly. Well, it's been a great rise for Newcastle. It's been some season for Leicester too. 1 point from the first 7 games, still bottom by the middle of October. Then a resurgence of 6 wins in 7, which incorporated a climb to mid-table and progression through to this League Cup quarter-final before a run of 3 straight league defeats since the World Cup, and that's seen the storm clouds gather again. They were booed off against Fulham in the last league game. It was the 3rd successive home defeat without scoring, something that hasn't happened for 40 years. And Adrian Clark alongside me. Clarkie, what are the principal problems that Brendan Rodgers faces?
Yeah, well, it's feast or famine, as you just outlined there. I think the main problem has been defensively. I think they've been weak at full-back, at centre-half throughout the campaign. Wilfred Ndidi in central midfield was such a reliable player, wasn't he, 2 or 3 years ago? One of the best in his position, but I think his form has tailed off a little bit. So the spine of the team has been weaker this year, and they've been get-atable. And look at the league table in the Premier League, Jim. They've lost 11 of 18. Newcastle have lost 1. That's the difference. One team has great stability without the ball, the other does not. And that's why I think Newcastle have to be considered the favourites here tonight, but it's a cup game, so anything could happen, I guess.
Well, something else that's hugely apparent is the lack of depth in the squad. It's difficult enough to cope with absences of so many big hitters anyway, but when the club brought one player in for money last summer, is this the case now of them reaping what they've sown?
I think so, yeah. I do think, obviously, if the finances aren't there, then what can they do? But it does feel as if they're holding back, whereas previously they didn't. Leicester City, the ownership's been very popular. They've always been had a harmonious relationship between manager and board. So it is hard to understand why they've not been more ambitious. I think they probably need to bring in a few in January if they can, but by the sound of it, Brendan Rodgers might have to fight for it. I think Kasper Schmeichel is a great example. I think they knew that he was going to leave, but instead of spending money on a goalkeeper, which is for me the second most important position on the pitch outside a striker, they thought, no, we'll muddle on. We'll use the number 2, Danny Ward, and he hasn't been at the same level.
The net spend that Brendan Rodgers has had in nearly 4 years is somewhere, depending on what figures you believe, somewhere between £3 and £10 million. That's next to nothing compared to the other teams that they want to be rivals with in the Premier League. Now, Simon was talking about this morning with Jim White, and he was saying that doesn't matter. Net spend's absolutely, completely irrelevant. What's your take on that? Because to me, a net spend of £3 million is nothing, and that's effectively £100 million step backwards.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely relevant. I do disagree with Simon Jordan on this one quite strongly. Other teams, well, for Leicester, the reason they've got such a low net spend is because they've sold players, good players, that Brendan Rodgers didn't want to lose, but the club felt they couldn't stand in their way. Harry Maguire is a prime example, of course. So they've weakened their team and strengthened it efficiently. Other clubs are just spending money here and there, playing shots in the dark, hoping for the best. I think they've been at a disadvantage the last couple of years, for sure, Leicester City, and Brendan Rodgers has a point in my opinion. He's a good coach, a very good coach. I think he's one of their biggest assets.
How do you see tonight's game panning out as the two teams come out just beneath us? Like many teams in the Premier League this season, Leicester fared better when they've seen less of the ball. And the Boxing Day encounter between these two is a perfect illustration of that. The Foxes had 60% possession, they lost 3-0. In fact, they haven't won any of the 9 games this season in which they've had the most possession.
It's incredible, isn't it? Some teams are just better suited to transitions and turnovers, and I think that Brendan Rodgers' teams are strong in that department. That said, he's tried to change it, get more control of matches, but yeah, the facts speak for themselves. So maybe Leicester City will sit in a little bit here and let Newcastle have the ball. There will be an onus on them, of course, to come at them, to be on the front foot, Newcastle United. I'm not sure, in truth, how these teams will shape up tactically. We'll get a good impression in the first 10 or 15 minutes. I say I don't know because Eddie Howe is very flexible, and so is Brendan Rodgers. They can play both ways, and I think that's what makes them such impressive coaches, actually.
Well, let's remind you of the personnel involved tonight. Newcastle have got Nick Pope in goal, Trippier, Schär, Botman and Byrne the back four, Longstaff, Guimaraes and Willock, Almiron, Wilson and Jolinton. The Geordies bench, Lascelles, St Maximin, Ritchie, Isaac, Manquillo and Wood, Murphy, Anderson and Carl Darlow. Leicester City line-up, Ward in goal, Castagna, Amati, Fass and Thomas, then Wilfred and Didi, Albrighton and Barnes wide, Perez and Tielemans in the middle, and Pants and Daka leading the line. And on the Foxes bench tonight, Soren, Shoot, Vardy, Iheanacho, Vestergaard, Mendy, youngsters Brunt, Braybrook and McAteer, and the substitute goalkeeper is Danny Everson. Everson, who played in the 3 League Cup ties so far. As we approach the business end, it is Danny Ward that gets the nod there tonight. No VAR on Tyneside this evening. Darren England is the ref. Last time he officiated Newcastle, he sent off Fulham's Nathaniel Chalobah inside the opening 10 minutes, and the rest was history. Newcastle romping to victory that night. One thing Leicester have got to guard against, Adrian Clark, a slow start. There have been a few of them, notably the last time these two sides met, when another aspect of that game, they were just bullied by a very strong Newcastle side exuding physical presence.
And they're super confident as well, aren't they, Newcastle United? You're right, that game was over, it was done half an hour in, wasn't it? Then Leicester City were just playing for pride. So I do think they might be a little bit more circumspect here in the early stages. Brendan Rodgers, the message to the players could be, let's stay in the game, let's frustrate them, let's get this passionate home crowd quiet. I think that's what they'll be looking to do in the first 15-20 minutes and just build from there. It's a fascinating match, it really is, because it's a difficult one because Newcastle are not scoring goals at the moment. As good as they've been this season, they blanked at Arsenal, they blanked at Leeds. If VAR had been in operation at Sheffield Wednesday, they would have blanked there. The goals are beginning to dry up. Will we see them more attack-minded tonight?
Well, listen to this roar in a moment. Cup football under the lights at St James's Park. Not too much like it. The last time Newcastle won a League Cup quarter-final, beer was 32 pence a pint. It was less than a month after the Sex Pistols' first gig, and Bohemian Rhapsody had just got to number one for the first time round. Times have changed, but the Geordies' frustrations in this competition and their wait for a major trophy have remained a constant. In those 47 years, Leicester have won 3 domestic cups and the league title, but they desperately seek a resurgence as they stand between the Toon and that long-awaited League Cup semi-final. Newcastle black and white striped shirts, defending the end away to our right-hand side, the Gallagher end, and in possession just outside their own penalty area as it's swept forward for Almiron, and the first opportunity for Joe Linton and Wilson to make runs ahead of him. Guimaraes, good ball slipped into Willock, left-hand side, he's flashed it across and it's put over the bar inexplicably by Longstaff. Newcastle should have been ahead in 44 seconds.
This is a shocking miss, it really is. What a run from Miguel Almiron. First touch of the ball, he drives 50 yards from the right into the centre, and then he slips a beautiful pass in behind for an excellent run from Joe Willock. He cuts it back. It's a great cutback. It sits up on the half volley for Longstaff, and the connection's poor, and he bobbles it wide of the post. What an escape for Leicester City.
Well, the last time these two met, it was a penalty just after the 2-minute mark that put Newcastle ahead. And Leicester could have been behind, should have been behind even earlier than that tonight.
So much for that quiet start, Jim, that Brendan Rodgers would have been looking for. That has got the crowd up. That will give Newcastle United an awful lot of encouragement. I've got to say that Albrighton gets himself into a really bad position, sort of covering at right back. And Joe Willock times his run magnificently around him, and the pass from Almiron was superb. It was great football, just a poor finish in the end.
So 0-0, although it shouldn't be, with 2 minutes gone here on TalkSport 2. We've got a choice of listening for you tonight over on TalkSport. It is Manchester United against League One Charlton, and here on TalkSport 2, Newcastle taking on Leicester City. Castagna in possession for the Foxes in all blue tonight. Wapfas sold short, picked up by Almiron. Wilson with a little layup. Guimaraes wide. What a start this is from Newcastle.
Perfect, isn't it, Eddie Howe? He's just about 10-15 yards away from us. He's clapping, he's applauding his team's start. Great intensity. This opportunity comes from a press. Daniel Amati plays a shocker of a pass into his centre-back partner Woutfesh, and it's so difficult to control. Almiron picks his pocket, and there's Guimaraes joining in for the loose ball, and he fizzes a shot 25 yards out. I think it's 2 or 3 yards wide in the end, but the connection was really, really sweet.
Well, Newcastle have, as Adrian was saying, struggled to score goals in the recent past. They've got a very good defensive record here. Daka trying to examine that now. Loose ball bobbles Barnes' way on the left-hand side of the box. It's clever back heel flick from Trippier, and Longstaff bends down and picks the ball up to stop play because one of his number is down injured upfield. I think it's possibly that has ended up wearing one. So it's going to be drop ball to restart play. Newcastle's medical team just being told that things are okay, no significant harm done.
I don't think so. I think it's just maybe a clash of heads there. I think they should be okay. Eddie Howe and Jason Tindall. Jason Tindall he's the sneaky one of the two. He's always in the ear of the fourth official. I don't know if you spotted this. He loves to just continue with the dialogue, and I think that's quite smart of the coaching team, just to try and get him on side. He sweet talks them, I think.
A little bit of that, and if there's any verbals between the two technical areas, he's probably front and centre in there as well.
Absolutely is. Yeah, he's a bit of a wind-up merchant, I think, at times. But it's been a great start, an electric start to the match. For the two chances that Newcastle have had, well, Leicester, when they've sprung forward, they've looked quite dangerous. Haven't been able to find any end product of yet, but just a moment or two ago, it was Botman in an awkward position 1v1. He had to produce a really well-timed tackle to deny Patson Daka, so Leicester will feel a little bit of encouragement too.
So here's Fabian Schär for Newcastle, back to his goalkeeper, Nick Pope, clearing it long. Pope, who's kept 6 clean sheets in a row coming into tonight. Currently 545 minutes since he last conceded. It was Romain Perrault of Southampton, the last man to beat him, and that was pre-World Cup. Ball's gone out of play for the throw which Newcastle will take. Over on the far touchline, most of the way inside their own half, with the Geordies kicking towards the Leazes' end in this first half. And they've got another free kick, making slow progress upfield. Longstaff foul, man that missed a golden opportunity to give the Geordies the lead inside the opening seconds. Newcastle looked long for Joe Linton, chasing after it down the left-hand side. It's beaten him and gone out of play. Joe Linton back on the wing these days. He had that spell earlier in the season where more often than not he was being used in central midfield. His first 9 Premier League starts of the season were part of the midfield 3, but the last 6 have been back on the left of the front 3.
Yeah, and teams evolve, don't they, over the course of a season, and different players become available. I think obviously Sam Maximan's absence, forced the hand to some degree, pushing him forward, but he can play either role equally well, in my opinion, Joel Linton, and they will look for those long balls into him.
Now Tielemans trying to poke it forward, and Patson Daka makes the run. Poke saw it early, comes off his line. That's good goalkeeping, good anticipation from him. Trippier, after the ball's played to him very quickly, now releases Almiron down the right hand side, who's got in pass fast. Wilson wanting the pull back, it'll break his way, deflected effort, goes wide for a corner.
Fast all over the place there. Just a simple pass down the line from Kieran Trippier for Miguel Almiron to chase, and he has got the legs on Fast, that is for sure. He dives in, Almiron skips round him, just sets it back, and the shot's deflected wide in the end. But Almiron he's on fire at the start of this match.
Player's been in wonderful form. He scored at Leicester. It's one of 8 he's netted in his last 11 Premier League games, and that from a man who'd only got 1 in his previous 52, which shows you the wholesale improvement. This is Newcastle's first corner, won by Almiron, who waits on the edge of the penalty area. Joelinton's got his head to it, steered it wide, but coming in Longstaff, almost able to make something of it. Just couldn't quite get there at the far post. It was Byrne, actually, that was the furthest forward for Newcastle, and it's drifted away and out of play for a goal kick. All Newcastle with 7 gone at 0-0.
Dreadful mark, and again from Leicester City. We know about their issues from dead ball situations. They brought in a set-piece coach, and initially we did see an upturn. I think they're defending much better from them, but the last couple of weeks they've looked fragile again, and there it's a free header from Joel Linton, and it should really be converted at the far stick by Byrne. It doesn't really attack it properly, but what a start this has been from the home side. Leicester City very fortunate, in my opinion, to still be level.
Those are the thoughts of Adrian Clark. Alongside me, Jim Proudford here on Tyneside on TalkSport 2 tonight. 0-0 the score, all Newcastle. But Leicester, when they have been able to get the ball forward and try and break quickly, have shown the odd isolated glimpse that Daka might be able to cause some problems for Botman and Schär if he can get in behind them. Here's Iosi Perez picking it up. Boos for the former Newcastle man. He's given a free kick away. Perez, who played at 195 games in his 5 seasons here at St James's, has scored nearly 50 goals for the club. He's only been a peripheral figure under Brendan Rodgers for the last 18 months or so. He's a number of starts in the league since the start of last season, still in single figures, but in the absence of the likes of Maddison and Dewsbury Hall, he's playing in a more unorthodox central midfield role today, giving that free kick away, which Schär stands over, hands on hips. He just stretches both hands out now, possibly a sign for where this is going. Byrne and Joelinton attacking it towards the left-hand side of the area. Byrne's climbed high, knocked it down. Wilson has got options behind him, just pulls it back. Good ball turn around the corner, and we're on with a chance to try and deliver, and he's won another corner And Newcastle continue to ramp up the pressure.
Almiron is just tormenting Leicester City in the early stages here. It's just a simple 1-2, a give and go, but no one can keep pace with him. I think Luke Thomas is in for a long evening. Out fast as well, down that side. He's in the mood tonight.
So another Newcastle corner. They got Willock this time, the free man on the edge of the D. It's cleared by Wilfred and Ndidi. A miss hit on the edge of the box from Almiron, who then can duck his head in and quickly regain possession for Newcastle. I say a miss hit, it was a no hit, a just complete swing and a miss. But Newcastle can recycle it and get it forward towards Wilson. Guimaraes in support for him on the edge of the box. Wilson taking it down towards the right-hand corner flag, and Ndidi and Thomas have done well to deal with him. Luke Thomas, the young fullback, getting it clear. Patson Daka chasing a lost cause, actually ends up winning it. He can now run out the Newcastle back line. Barnes making a run into a central position. Tielemans turned it forward, it deflected away from Perez, and Newcastle able to clear with Cher. Now it comes down for Castagna. Play forward by the Belgian, looking for the run of his compatriot Tielemans, and it rolls through innocuously to Nick Pope.
They've got to pass better, Leicester. They've got to get some semblance of control in this match. A number of times a forward pass has run through to Nick Pope already. There doesn't seem to be a great amount of cohesion. Just the only times they've really burst into life is on the break through Patson Daka and Harvey Barnes as well. It's Newcastle that are looking the more assured side, and we talked about this ahead of kickoff, about the stability without the ball, and I think that you can already see that Leicester City do not have a great amount of stability. They're being pulled around all over the place by Newcastle's movement.
Just a brief break in play there. Botman was caught, he's okay, he's back on his feet. It's a lovely turn by Bruno Guimaraes. Wilson sensed he was offside and now gets himself back onside and receives the ball from the Brazilian. The second time of asking, he finds Guimaraes. He tried to steer a pass wide, and Ndidi stopped that happening, but he hasn't been able to win it back. Almiron has it corner of the penalty area, trying to torment and bamboozle Thomas. High delivery comes in from Trippier. Two defensive headers get it out of the penalty area. The second from Albrighton, finding touch, and it's a Newcastle throw. Willock taking it quickly, laying it back for Dan Burn. Nelson just up the road from here in Ashington. Newcastle fan as a boy. Cher getting it back, finding Pope. Pope going forward for Kieran Trippier. Kieran Trippier, who has played in a League Cup semi-final in the past. I think there are only two players in this Newcastle side that have done. Trippier, part of the Spurs side that beat Arsenal in a quarter-final some 4 seasons ago. Here's Willock in possession for the Geordies. Back for Burn to Botman. Botman into the midfield for Longstaff, who's now got more than 100 Newcastle games behind him. Burn again, just easily turning away from Albrighton. Challenge comes in from Iosi Perez, but he's still able to play it forward. Burn then shows for the return ball and makes his way into the middle. Almiron with the layoff to the right. Trippier flicking it in. Burn was waiting in a central position by the penalty spot. It didn't get to him. Joe Linton flicking it on, but Perez is going to be there first for Leicester. And Thomas should be able to clear routinely down the Foxes' left. Perez flicks it on. Can't get out of their own half at the moment. And it's gone out of play for another Newcastle throw. 13 gone here on TalkSport 2. It's 0-0, but it's one-way traffic.
It really is, and I think Eddie Howe will be thrilled with how his team are performing.
Now Wilson can take this on the half turn, and Amati didn't know whether to stick or twist. Almiron making a run ahead of him. He's played in by Wilson, forced outside the penalty area. Back it will come in again from Trippier, but a rare poor ball from the England right back. And Leicester are able to clear. Perez looking for Daka, but he can't pick him out. Leicester, when they do get their foot on the ball, just don't have an out ball at the moment. Newcastle with a little bit more care and finesse might be causing even more problems.
Yep, absolutely. They look very assured in possession, Newcastle United. Dan Burn didn't do great. Just ghosted past Albrighton, but then the worrying aspect for Brendan Rodgers was the way that Newcastle just moved the ball through the Foxes' central midfield as if they weren't there. I think that unit at the moment is dysfunctional. I think Ndidi, Perez are struggling. Tielemans too.
Perez trying his luck from the edge of the penalty area, but easily claimed by Nick Pope. That is the first Leicester attempt of the game. Pope getting it out quickly, just bowled it straight to Thomas. It could be a costly error. They tried a little 1-2 between Daka and Barnes around the edge of the box. It didn't come off. Guimaraes bringing it forward. Wilson shoved to the ground, and Daniel Amati's conceded a free kick. Probably not a bad one to give away with the threat of Newcastle on the counter-attack. Clucky made a very interesting point before the game that there's more than one way that this could pan out today because of the tactical flexibility of both managers. Yeah. And it was 60-40 in terms of possession Leicester's way the last time they met. It's almost the exact opposite tonight. Coming onto it, right-footed, driven wide by Bruno Guimaraes. 20 yards out, and he wrapped his right foot through it. That one closer than the previous effort. I think Ward was beaten, but he went a foot wide of the near post.
Well, he's getting closer, Guimaraes, isn't he? This is just an inch or two wide. It's another fizzing right foot strike from distance. Joe Willock surges down the left side. He's the catalyst for the attack. It gets fed back to Guimaraes, and I mean, nobody is around him. He's got a free shot. I think he'd be slightly disappointed he didn't hit the target there. He certainly looked like that on the replay. Pulled a face, the Newcastle United midfielder, but goodness me, Leicester City need to get a grip here. It's too easy for Newcastle United to create chances.
Guimaraes playing his 200th career game tonight, incidentally, in club football. Did score at Hillsborough on Saturday. Had there been VAR, I think he would still be on 3 for the season rather than 4. But he'll feel as though he should be on 5 or 6 now after the couple of decent opportunities he's had tonight.
He's running the game, isn't he? Inside that central midfield, certainly the engine room. He's the standout in the opening exchanges. Newcastle down the sides with Willock and Almiron, running amok, really.
Here's Mark Albright trying to get the ball under control. The captain for the night for Leicester, but he's lost possession to Willock, and Joe Linton will just ease it back into Joe Willock's path. And Didi coming back, can't get a clean challenge in. Wilson trying to bring it on. Joe Linton is in there, a strong 50-50 with Daniel Amati, and the loose ball breaks down towards the left-hand corner flag where Wilson can pick it up. Joe Linton stretching, just gave Perez more of a chance to deal with it than he might have done. He didn't get to Burn, and it's clear by the Spaniard now to play for a throw, which Newcastle will take most of the way forward up the left-hand touchline. Taken quickly by Byrne. Joe Linton back towards Guimaraes, who won a 50-50 easily against Daka. Longstaff picking it up in the midfield in his white boots. Willock with the layoff. Play forward then by Byrne. Joe Linton down the line for Willock. Newcastle so easy on the eye. Ball chipped inside the area. Thomas heads it away. Coming onto it, Trippier's nodded it forward. Almiron chasing, can't get there. And it goes out of play for a goal kick and some respite for Leicester City. It's 0-0 between Newcastle and Leicester here on TalkSport 2. Leicester's defensive record is tidy though, particularly away from home. Clean sheets in 5 of their last 6 games on the road. They've won each of those 5 games. But they're not looking like a side difficult to break down tonight.
Not looking stable at all. I think they're really struggling down this near right-hand side with Castagna and Albright. They've been thoroughly outplayed in the early stages. They're just chasing shadows, and it's been very, very easy for Newcastle to create overloads and to just slip the spare man in behind. We've seen it down the other side with Almiron really causing havoc for Thomas and Fast as well. So much to feel good about, I think, if you're a Newcastle United fan, but as long as it stays 0-0, Leicester are obviously well in this cup tie.
Well, I think that Newcastle have played better than they did against Leeds, but that was a similar type of game where all the chances were going one way and there was just a succession of failures to take them that ended up ultimately costing Newcastle 2 points. Leicester's record in this competition is riddled with penalty shootouts. Their last 4 League Cup quarter-finals have all gone the full distance, all of them to penalties. They've lost 3 of those, a couple of them to Manchester City, 1 to Liverpool. They beat Everton. I think they would take penalties right now. 18 minutes in, it's 0-0, but Leicester still, despite a couple of skirmishes and scares, hanging in there. Kieran Trippier is going to take a free kick for a foul on Joe Linton. Right-footed, in-swinging delivery, headed away intelligently, but it only broke towards the penalty spot for a shot from Sean Longstaff, and that deflected away and out of play for a corner.
I think this is a good save from Danny Ward. It's another Trippier set piece that causes mayhem. Leicester don't deal with it. It's a snapshot from Sean Longstaff. It falls to him really, really kindly. Takes a touch. He's heading bottom corner. That's a good save from Danny Ward. Excellent reflexes.
So another Newcastle corner. Third of the game. Joelinton makes a darting run from the 6-yard box, away from the near post, trying to drag Tielemans with him. Trippier looking to take it short potentially to Almiron. A suggestion Albrighton's not 10 yards away. It comes directly inside the 6-yard box and is headed wide immediately. Disappointing effort from Fabian Schär. And out of play for a goal kick.
Yeah, well, no one's created more chances in the Premier League from set pieces than Kieran Trippier. His deliveries are wicked, aren't they? Well, he's on the money. You can see that he spends a lot of time on the training ground, honing his skills, working on those deliveries. Always put into the right areas, often with great pace.
But with vicious swing as well, and he's got a good variety of it. He's not just got one stock delivery. He can hit him straight-ish. He can really wrap his foot around it and bend it in. You're never quite sure what you're going to get.
He's a master. I mean, James Ward-Prowse is head and shoulders number one, but I think Kieran Trippier is quite possibly number two.
Here's Guimaraes, who's been number one in that midfield battle so far today. Wilfred Ndidi concedes a free kick. He's just shoved Longstaff over after the layoff from Guimaraes. Now the free kick's going to be taken by Newcastle by the centre spot, taken by Botman. Goes forward into the feet of Joelinton. Joelinton back in the midfield three on several occasions in this game, with Willock drifting out to the left-hand side of the forward three. So that's another example of Newcastle's fluidity. And they've got the ball in the midfield with Longstaff. Possession still very much in the Geordies' favour. It's knocking 70% now. Not too many shots on target to go with it. But everything but the goal, seemingly. Trippier playing it forward. Space again for Joelinton. Just dropped off that little bit deeper. Byrne out to Joe Willock. Willock with an opportunity to try and take on Albrighton, who stretches out a left foot to get it away, but Botman can help it further forward. Now it goes out to the right-hand side of the penalty area. Almiron involved again with Trippier's delivery. And Ward very grateful to be able to pounce on the ball inside the 6-yard box, as Longstaff again making a third man run. Very nearly got on the end of it.
Such smooth football, isn't it, from Newcastle United, moving the ball from left to right, 1 and 2 touch, timing the overlaps outstandingly well. And again, it's another good ball in. It's Kieran Trippier once more cutting it back from the byline, and Longstaff comes in, misses the header, and then the player in behind him gets something on it, but not enough. But another example of the confidence that Newcastle are playing with. We talked about Eddie Howe's tactical flexibility. It's magnificent. We saw what he did at Arsenal, Emirates Stadium. He read the script. He saw what sort of game it was. He thought, if this is an open match, we get beaten, so we're going to play a different way. And they defended stoutly, very stoutly. Here we're seeing the other side of his armoury, aren't we? A side that's aggressive defensively, well organised of course, but also blessed with great movement and ingenuity, really. He's given a freedom to the likes of Joelinton and Willock to interchange positions. It's good to watch.
That's Adrian Clark. Alongside me, Jim Proudfoot here at St James's Park. You're listening to Newcastle Leicester in the Carabao Cup quarter-final. It's live on TalkSport 2 with Carling, the UK's #1 lager, 18+. Please drink responsibly. Now over on TalkSport, Manchester United have just taken the lead against Charlton, 1-0 to Ten Hag's men. Anthony is the man that has got the goal. It's a game in League 2 tonight as well. Bradford 1, Rochdale 0. The latest score in that. Two sides not separated by too much geographically. Bradford with their noses in front, courtesy of a goal from Isa just past the half-hour mark. 1-0 Bradford, 0-0 here. Perez playing it forward. Patson Dacker's got it. And the space on the Leicester right-hand side for Albrighton, and Dacker's done really well to play him in. Byrne comes forward to engage. Albrighton, though, takes a touch, nudges it into the path of Tielemans. And Leicester get a throw out of that off Joelinton, which Castagna is going to come forward to take. Ball in his hands down by the corner flag, right in front of the assistant referee, Dan Cook, on this near touch line. The assistants a dash of colour tonight in their fluorescent orange garb. Here's Amati, just a couple of yards in from the right hand side. Tielemans, and Didi scooping it forward. at Castagna. He really drilled it at him, gave him little chance of being able to get it under decent control. And as a result, Newcastle get a throw out of that. Here's a Newcastle side that have only lost twice all season. At Liverpool to a winner in the 8th minute of stoppage time, and then at the weekend against Sheffield Wednesday in the 3rd round of the FA Cup, when they missed a number of chances. But those the only defeats they've suffered in 24 games in all competitions this season.
It's remarkable, isn't it? Because when you think about the start of last season and the year before that, they were playing damage limitation football. Not anymore.
Well, year on year, when they went to Arsenal, so that was this time last week, they had been 19th on January the 3rd last year, 3rd on January the 3rd this year.
It's a triumph for Eddie Howe's coach and what's happened here. It really is. I know that they've strengthened, I know they've spent money and enhanced their squad with more quality, but yeah, the football is chalk and cheese to what happened before. Tactically, by the way, it feels as if Castagna and Albrighton are almost man-marking Willock and Joel Linton between them, and that is why I believe Eddie Howe has got the message on. Just drag them here, there and everywhere, and I think they're getting very confused, those two Leicester players.
So Castagna, Willock is making a run forward all the time, getting as close as he can to Wilson, and he's dragging the right back Castagna with him. That means that Albrighton, playing in front of Castagna down the flank, doesn't know whether to stick or twist, because should he be covering in the right back in what's sometimes a vacant area, or should he be going with Joe Linton? So it's difficult, and Leicester are struggling to deal with this movement from Newcastle at the moment.
Yeah, when you pointed out a few minutes ago that Joe Linton was in central midfield, I noticed that Castagna had followed him in, which left Albrighton 1v1 with Willock, and I think Joe Willock's happy with that. Joe Willock's quick. I know that he's a central player, but he's got the legs on somebody like Mark Albrighton. So again, it's Eddie Howe thinking on his feet, just assessing the match, and just finding ways to pick holes in Leicester City.
Now we've got more live sport coming your way across the network this week. 2 more Carabao Cup quarter-finals tomorrow here on TalkSport 2. It's Forest Wolves. That kicks off at 7:45 over on TalkSport. Manchester City go to Southampton, and that's an 8 o'clock kickoff. Both of those games tomorrow. Thursday, it's Fulham-Chelsea, exclusive to TalkSport in the Premier League, and Friday, Villa-Leeds, again exclusive to TalkSport in the Premier League, and both of those kicking off at 8. And here and now, Newcastle dominating, but nothing to show for it on the score sheet. 0-0 the score. The best chance coming Longstaff's way, 44 seconds in, but he missed the target. Danny Ward, still with a clean sheet against his name, driving it forward, right-footed. Long, straight ball. Cher comes across. He's got a good understanding with Botman. And Cher just came across in front of the Dutchman there to deal with that threat. Fast then steps up from the Leicester defensive line and deals with Willock, who ends up on the deck. Ball goes out of play, and it's a free kick to Newcastle. Not quite in prime Trippier territory, but certainly fancies his chance of being able to tease something into the aerial targets from here. It's 20 yards outside the penalty area left of centre.
Yeah, very aggressive, wasn't it, from out fast. He just decided to get super tight to Wilson. We've seen Amati try and do that as well. They know that he's a good link man, Callum Wilson. He's not just the guy that will spin the channels and sniff out opportunities inside the box. I think he's added all-round qualities to his game since coming to Newcastle United, Callum Wilson, and I think Leicester recognise that.
And Wilson has played in 3 League Cup quarter-finals in the past. He's lost them all. Guimaraes standing over this free kick, just that goes square. Now Trippier's got it. Now they can tease it in, but the angle's completely different. Byrne with a near post header. Was just stretching for it, couldn't quite reach it and get it where he wanted. And as a result, it drops off his head and into the hands of Danny Ward. 0-0, 28 minutes gone. Over on TalkSport, it's Manchester United 1, Charlton 0, with Anthony breaking the deadlock some 7 or 8 minutes ago. If you've got the TalkSport app, you can easily swipe between the 2 games. Ward just fires it down towards this near touchline. The Leicester right, Castagna bringing it over halfway. He's got past Byrne as well. And he's kept it in, he's used the full width of the pitch. He's found Patson Daka, good touch from him, and he's trying to roll it square inside the penalty area rather than go for goal. He saw Harvey Barnes was in an advanced position, but had he gone for goal, he surely would have tested Pope, and the rebound, had Pope saved it, may well have dropped Barnes' way. Strange choice from Patson Daka there. Now it's driven in from Albrighton, and hits Byrne and goes out of play. It's the first time that Leicester have done anything constructive to remotely cause problems for the Newcastle back line.
It was fantastic, wasn't it, from Castagna? Just dropped a shoulder, went past Dan Burn. This from an excellent kick from the goalkeeper. I think he's just about onside. He slips him in. He's got to shoot, doesn't he, Patson Daka? The angle isn't that tight. And he goes for the intricate pass to Harvey Barnes. And credit Kieran Trippier. He's worked ever so hard to get back into position on the cover to put in the interception. But Patson Daka might not get a better chance than that all game.
Well, it was a moment that probably just betrayed a lack of confidence. He hasn't scored in his last 10 games. The Zambian, he was pulled off at half-time the last time these two sides met. And had it been the Patson Daka that was in great goal-scoring form earlier this season, he got 3 and 4 at one stage, then might have been a different story.
His CV tells you that he's a finisher. He's a tremendous record prior to coming to Leicester City, and he's had his moments since joining Brendan Rodgers' side. But Castagna couldn't have done any more there. Goes past his man, slips him in. He takes a touch, he steadies himself. All he's got to do is put his foot through the ball, go low and hard into the bottom corner, and he turns the shot down.
Yeah, he's a 3 and 7 man throughout his career, which is pretty tidy. 1 in 4 in a Leicester shirt. Leicester have got it in the left back position with Thomas. He was fouled. Almiron, looking sheepish, will get back to his feet. Free kick given. You'll be aware that a couple of yellow cards in this tournament will mean a suspension, and Kieran Trippier is running that yellow card tightrope for Newcastle. He's the only player on the pitch who is in danger of missing the semi-final. We'll have the semi-finals, both legs of both semi-finals for you on TalkSport, and the final as well, which is Sunday, February the 26th. Castagna, a lot of ifs, buts, maybes, water to go under the bridge, kind draws, this, that and the other, but Newcastle fans will just dare to think that after waiting for a domestic honour since 1955, it could be February the 26th that it ends. As I say, they've got to win a lot of football matches between now and then for that to be the case, and they've got some stellar opposition lying between them and glory. But you never know, it could be into his last 7 weeks, that long wait. Long ball played forward here by Newcastle. Wilson will chase after it, but hadn't got the pace. It's gone out of play for a goal kick, which will be taken by Danny Ward. 31 gone. Newcastle 0, Leicester 0.
Yeah, just overhit there from Kieran Trippier, but that's what I like about Newcastle. They'll play through the thirds, but every now and again, either the centre half or one of the full-backs will go from back to front with one accurate pass. That one wasn't too accurate, but the frustration for Newcastle, I guess, is that despite playing superbly at times in this first period, 9 shots to 1 up on the shot count, it's goalless, and they've only really forced that one good save from Danny Ward. So yeah, there'll be an element of frustration that they haven't made that period count.
Yeah, 9 shots to 1, but 1 on target each.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that stat will frustrate Eddie Howe, and maybe the fans around us. You get 1 or 2 grumblings now. I think the last 5 minutes or so, Leicester City have calmed things down a touch. They were in the eye of the storm, weren't they? First 20.
Well, this has certainly been a better performance from Newcastle tonight than their last League Cup quarter-final, which was a couple of seasons ago at Brentford, who were in the Championship at the time and didn't turn up. Leicester playing it forward here. Pope sweeps up. He's done really well. Barnes with a touch. It's just a wee bit heavy, and Pope nudged it away on the edge of the penalty area. Tielemans, right-footed, VAR deflection, and Pope takes a step back. Can't prevent the corner.
I'll tell you what, I think Pope gets lucky here. It's a really clever through ball from Ayoze Perez to Harvey Barnes, and Pope's on the move. He's in no man's land, but because the touch is heavy from Harvey Barnes, he's able to effectively tackle him on the edge of the box. It's risky goalkeeping, but he is a good sweeper keeper, Nick Pope. He's known for that.
It has given Leicester their first corner of the game. Mark Albrighton will take it. 0-0 at St James's Park. Albrighton raising both arms above his head, ventured towards the ball and then walked back again towards the hoardings. Second time of asking, he drives it in. It's a long, deep one, headed back in by Ndidi and away by Dan Burn. Luke Thomas, the deepest of the Leicester players, gets it back in the centre circle. And via Tielemans, he's got it out towards the left-hand side for Perez. Perez for Tielemans again. Right-footed ball in from Tielemans. Needed defending. And Botman flashed ahead at it along with Byrne. It's come off the left back and gone out of play for a corner.
Yeah, you can't take liberties with Yuri Tielemans. He's one of those players, he won't be in the game, but if you give him time and space, he can stick a shot in the top corner. He can put a cross onto somebody's head with an unerring accuracy. He's got real quality on the ball, Tielemans, if given time and space, and that's what Newcastle afforded him there.
So Albrighton takes another corner, not as much pace on this, and Didi came a country mile to try and get there, just mistimed it, and then Tielemans on the edge of the penalty area fouls Guimaraes and kicks the ball away, which was the reaction from the Newcastle fans. So it's a free kick that'll be taken by the Mags on the edge of their own penalty area. Well, this is a better game as well than the previous League Cup meeting between these two. That was only 3 seasons ago. That was just 4 games into Steve Bruce's reign. Leicester won it on penalties after a 1-1 draw. And Maddison gave Leicester the lead about this stage of the game, and Yoshi Muto equalised. Here's Willock, left-hand side of the box, and Newcastle get another corner. There's been a steady succession of them in the first 35 minutes or so.
Yeah, it really has. And that's just one simple ball again, down the line from Dan Burn to Joe Willock. He runs Castagna and he wins a corner. He almost twists his way past him, gets to the byline again. How many times have Newcastle got to the byline in this first half? Too many times, I think, for Brendan Rodgers' liking, that is for sure.
Well, Almiron again is making the point that Albrighton's not 10 yards away as he and Trippier attempt to possibly work something short here. Referee wasn't interested. Trippier gets it back, fires it in deep, headed back across the edge of the 6-yard box. Burn then turning it in, half cleared, out towards the left-hand side of the box and Cher. And Leicester get a vital foot in to get it away. Perez then in with a brave header, Barnes with another header, and Daka trying to make his way forward is fouled, and Longstaff's going to go in the book.
Dives in, doesn't he, Longstaff? It's a good foul on reflection because the counter-attack was on there and he knew it. Sean Longstaff, he had to dive in and stop Patson Daka from running free into the half. He was the last man effectively. He's way inside his own half. Definitely a yellow card. He got nothing of the ball. But again, it's another set piece that really troubles Leicester City. I was looking at it. It was the player on the edge of the box. No one was picking him up. He just goes to the far stick. Trippier knows he's there, picks him out from that short corner beautifully, and from the knockdown, well, it's a massive scramble, and Leicester somehow get it away.
So what's the root of those struggles defending set pieces? That there's nearly every Newcastle corner they manage to get a man free.
Yeah, I think that Leicester players are very uncomfortable, Mark, and I've done some analysis on this earlier in the season as it happens, and a lot of the goals are down to individual errors where players just switch off, or they're not aggressive enough in the 1v1 duels. I think here tonight I would maybe question some of the preparation and maybe a little bit of the mental sharpness, the awareness, because Newcastle seem to have a lot of spare players, and then they manoeuvre the ball to them comfortably, and Leicester are very reactive. They're not proactive, so they've got a lot of work to do, I think, before they can say they're over the sort of set-piece crisis that's plagued them for a couple of years, really.
Newcastle won a free kick after a foul on Joe Linton, and then Leicester got the ball back and broke quickly with Albrighton, and Byrne fouled him, and the Foxes have a free kick, and now Byrne is in the books. That's Byrne and Longstaff booked in the space of about a minute.
Yeah, the longer this half goes on, a happier Leicester seem, and the more frustrated Newcastle get. It's a good first touch actually from Albrighton. It pushes the ball out of his feet, and that worries Dan Burn. He's not the quickest on the turn. We know he's a huge unit. He's an absolute giant, isn't he? And he couldn't turn quickly enough, and he knew that he had to put the arm across Albrighton. And another good yellow card, I think, from the referee.
Castagna off the top of his head and had a play for a throw. And it came back off the Perspex tops to the dugouts. Newcastle trying to restart play quickly. Willett wins another throw, which Byrne gallops forward to take. Just waiting for a little bit of movement. Joelinton provides that, and then Byrne flicks it off Castagna. or not, as the case may be. It didn't take a touch. It's straight out of play for a Leicester throw in an almost identical position. 39 on the clock. Newcastle 0, Leicester 0. No extra time on the agenda tonight, but penalties if necessary. Jolinton heading it on, and Wout Faes is able to clear. Trippier using his experience, a little bit of pushing and shoving with Harvey Barnes, then cleared down the line by Mark Albrighton, but Pope will come out and sweep up and send a high spinning clearance over the dugouts and out of play for a throw, which will be taken on the Leicester City right.
Yeah, you can see that Leicester's game plan is to just flick those passes in behind the two big centre halves, Cher and Botman. We know they've been exemplary so far this season, but they fancy Daka, I think, Leicester City, to just make runs in between them into those channels, and that's where that big chance for him arrived, of course. Still can't believe he didn't shoot. I mean, he'll be cursing himself, I'm sure, at half time.
Yeah, remains 0-0. Thomas driving it forward. Cher just stoops to head the ball away. Trippier now leaning into it, sends it forward. Nice take by Wilson, which he steered into the path of Miggy Almiron. Almiron hasn't had too many opportunities to try and run at Thomas and Faes recently, having had great joy early in the game. Now he's trying to get in again, and the ball just seemed to gather pace and sprint off the turf away from him, as indeed he was putting the pressure on. Almiron colliding with the hoardings, just has taken a sore one. It is going to be a goal kick to restart proceedings, which Danny Ward will take. Well, the last time these two sides met was already 3-0 to Newcastle and, and game over. So Leicester will be happy with the foundations that they've laid. They've looked better as the game has gone on, but it was a torrid opening 15 minutes for them.
It really was. Yeah, somehow they've stayed in the game, and that would have been the message from Brendan Rodgers. So by hook or by crook, they've got there. And then there's been a little bit of fortune on their side, some wayward finishing from Newcastle United. But yeah, they have got better, to their credit, and they've had a couple of half-decent opportunities as well. The one for Daka was better than that. That was a great pass, by the way, from Guimaraes. Little scoop pass in behind for Almiron, who fluffed his lines. I do think they need to get Almiron back onto the ball. In the early stages, he was all over Luke Thomas.
Well, they'll try and do it now, but he's quick, but he's not that quick. Ben Johnson on whatever wasn't that quick, as the ball is played ahead of him. And he just looked. He paid lip service at chasing after it, but
he's limping as well, so it's not the ideal one to get after. Yeah, I don't think the greyhound champion of England would have made it on the end of that pass.
Yeah, not even Ballyregan Bob, if you're old enough, and if you're not, ask your grandparents. Wout Faes will let the ball drift back towards the edge of his own penalty area. Newcastle haven't conceded in their last 6 matches here since an Ivan Toney penalty back on October the 8th. It's 10 and a quarter hours. Patson Daka probably should have ended that, and Newcastle will feel with the way that the game has progressed that they should be ahead. Neither of those things came to fruition. It's still 0-0. Perez has been fouled, and it's a free kick that Leicester are going to take just inside their own half, and they're not too far away from getting the half-time goalless.
Which they'll be delighted about. It was a foul. I don't know what Guimaraes is complaining about. He takes out Perez from behind, and things are just getting a bit tetchy. I think that Newcastle United are letting their frustration get the better of them, certainly in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, the half-time whistle would come at a good time, you feel, for the Geordies. It would just give them time to take stock, draw breath and reset. But they're on the front foot here with Almiron. Almiron, as Luke Thomas dived in, he just waltzed past him, left-footed effort straight into the hands of Danny Ward.
Just danced around Luke Thomas, didn't he? It was poetry in motion, really, from Miggy Almiron. Skips past his man, but then there's no punch, is there, in the shot. He curls it straight into the arms of the keeper. It's like a warm-up effort. You just clip it into the midriff of the keeper. He needs to do better with the strike, but glorious piece of skill.
There's a Newcastle fan sitting 3 to the right of me who has got a great line in the wry shake of the head, and we've seen it on a number of occasions so far tonight. Every time they get themselves into a shooting position and don't make the most of it. And the shot count is rising 11-2 in Newcastle's favour, but the most important statistic is 0-0. The ball is clear by Botman. Left-footed up and under that Guimaraes was able to walk onto and head intelligently down for Willock. 90 seconds of the first half to go. There won't be too much to be added on. Willock's got it. Level with the edge of the Leicester box. He's pulled it back behind square for Guimaraes. Great ball back in towards Willock, and he just couldn't quite take it in his stride. Danny Ward grateful to pick that up.
Lovely idea again. The legs of Joe Willock are causing Leicester a lot of problems, particularly Castagna. It's a lovely give and go. Very simple. But Castagna just couldn't keep up with him. It was almost as if he gave up there.
Now Newcastle work it forward again. And it's Wilson inside the penalty area. Joelinton is free, waiting for the pullback on the edge of the box. Guimaraes! Right-footed, tipped away by Ward. And out of play for a corner.
Well, the first one, he was well wide, Guimaraes. The second one, he was an inch wide of the post. This time he finds the target. He is getting closer to that elusive goal. Yeah, this wasn't a bad effort. He plays safe, I think, with it. He doesn't put his laces through it. He's determined to find the target there. But the routine save, in my opinion, from Danny Ward. But it's another corner, and Trippier has been really menacing all evening from these.
Corner number 5 for Newcastle. An away swinger this time. And headed wide with a glancing header from Botman. It'll go out towards the touchline, and Guimaraes scampers after it. He read that really well. He's kept it in. And he commits Tielemans, who, having been beaten, pulls him back, tried to foul him and still couldn't get possession of him. 1 minute of added time. Willock driving it in. Kept in over on the Newcastle right-hand side by Almiron with his road runner style of attacking the ball. Wins the throw. Doesn't get the return ball. Oh, he does get the return ball, but he wishes he hadn't because he's offside. Free kick to Leicester, and they'll be able to get through the break from here. 0-0.
They will, and I think there'll be relief in the Foxes camp, because this has been an examination, hasn't it, from Newcastle United. I'm not sure how much better they could have played between the boxes, Newcastle United, but inside that final third, in the crucial part of the pitch, they haven't been able to find that killer touch, have they, the Magpies? But significantly the better side.
Free kick is taken and swung down the left-hand side, and it goes out of play for what would have been a throw, but no time to take it. And Eddie Howe doesn't look too displeased with life as he makes his way from the technical area right in front of us down the tunnel. Newcastle, the dominant force, no way through. And Newcastle fans, I'm sure, already in their queues for the concession stand will be citing that game against Leeds here, which was a similar story. Yeah. All the possession, all but the goal, and that one ended up 0-0. This one's 0-0 at the break.
We said it ahead of kick-off. 6 goals in their last 8 games. A few blanks, the blanks at Arsenal and Leeds, and wasteful at Sheffield Wednesday in the Cup, and tonight it's been a continuation of that theme. Is that going to play on their minds? Is it getting into their heads? Newcastle United, for all of their excellence, they're tightening up, aren't they, at the key moments in and around the box. 8 of their shots have been from inside the box, but not enough have tested the goalkeeper.
Leicester will be happy with the scoreline. That's probably the real take-home for them, but they have had a couple of moments of being able to get in. We talked about the Daka chance that he turned into a non-chance by looking for Harvey Barnes rather than going for goal, but it's that kind of isolated moment that will just give them that little bit of self-belief.
For sure, yeah. That was a great piece of play from Castagna to tee up Daka. 1 or 2 other little bright moments. Daka looks a threat in behind, and of course they've got Jamie Vardy to come off the bench at some point. I'm sure he might have a say in this particular tie. So going forward, I think that there are reasons for optimism, but without the ball, they're not good enough, Leicester City, at the moment. They're riding their luck big time, in my opinion. Newcastle are slicing through them incredibly easy. It's a strong Leicester squad. I know that they're depleted by injuries. They've got a great coach in Brendan Rodgers, but without the ball at the moment, they're not hard enough to play against. And for that reason, you've got to fancy Newcastle to get the job done here tonight if we see them play as well as that in the second half.
So the principal message from Eddie Howe and Jason Tindall downstairs, more of the same. Keep creating the opportunities. One of them's bound to fall your way.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think the movement's been good. They're finding space. The wide players in particular are running a mark. I just don't fancy the Leicester fullbacks tonight, and O'Brien's been exposed as well when trying to help out. So I think it will be same again, boys, and we will win this game. As for Leicester City, I think Brendan needs to sort of have a slight tactical rethink, maybe a reshuffle. There might be a change, of course, early on in the second half, if not at the break. But they need to tighten up as a team, because if you give that many chances away, the law of averages says you're going to lose the game.
Well, over on TalkSport right now, it's half-time as well. Manchester United leading Charlton, but only 1-0. Many thought that it might be a lot more convincing than that by half-time. Anthony with a goal just before the midway stage of the first half. And half-time here on Tyneside. The second half to come on TalkSport 2. Newcastle 0, Leicester 0.
On DAB+, online, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker.
The League Cup live on TalkSport 2.
Carabao Cup live on TalkSport 2 with Carling. We're made by our mates. 18 plus, please drink responsibly.
At Lidl, we're always Lidl on price. That doesn't mean sometimes or for a bit. It means we always make our prices Lidl. And with promotions like Pick of the Week, they're sometimes even littler. On everything from humble spuds to British roasts to cheeky chilies. From little treats to big shops, we're big on quality and always Lidl on price. Subject to availability, selected stores excludes NI.
Did you know that if you owned or leased a diesel Vauxhall between 2009 and 2020, then you could be entitled to significant compensation? At My Diesel Claim, we're experts in handling these claims, and over 1 million people have already signed up with us. You can check your Vauxhall's eligibility instantly and start your no-win, no-fee claim in seconds. Time's running out for Vauxhall drivers to join the action, so head to mydieselclaim.com and sign up before it's too late.
At Car Finance 24/7, we believe life's better done right. No manager confirms the team after the final whistle. Shorts and then the lucky pants. We don't think so. At Car Finance 24/7, we do things the right way. We'll find you the very best deal from our panel of lenders. And with the money stuff sorted, you can focus on the fun bit, choosing a car and driving it home. Car Finance 24/7, we're in your corner. Get a quote today at carfinance247.co.uk.
Rates from 9.9% APR, representative 19.9%. Car Finance 24/7 is a credit broker, not a lender.
Who better to explain how Added and Extra can speed up pain relief than a professional voiceover woman? The one who speed reads the legal stuff.
With Triple Action Pain Relief, Added and Extra gets to work in 5 minutes. Simply pay on purchase and nothing later. Pay 100% now, followed by 12 instalments of absolutely nothing. Subject to all the usual stuff I normally read out at speed.
Added and Extra gets to work in 5 minutes.
Added and Extra can speed up pain relief based on caffeine absorption data. Always read the label.
Yep, that's enough, thank you.
Hello, Albert Einstein here. Today I've been visiting the local high street. More and more businesses are using smart meters to help them feel more in control of their budgeting. The smart meter sends gas and electricity readings straight to the supplier. So rather than estimates, you receive accurate energy bills. And that means you know exactly how much you're spending each month. Now that's smart.
Get a smart meter for your business by searching Get a Smart Meter today. Eligibility may vary.
It's the halfway point in the season. Some clubs seek to strengthen their squad, while others are in search of last-minute game changers.
That is a fantastic goal!
In the hope it will boost their chances of promotion or survival. The transfer window is now open. TalkSport is the place to get the latest transfer news first. Regular updates of the comings and goings of every club, the latest rumours and all the deals as they happen. Plus, get a full lowdown at TalkSport.com. The January transfer window on TalkSport.
On DAB+, online, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker.
The League Cup live on TalkSport 2.
Cup football under the lights at St James's Park. Not too much like it. The last time Newcastle won a League Cup quarter-final, beer was 32 pence a pint. It was less than a month after the Sex Pistols' first gig, and Bohemian Rhapsody had just got to number one for the first time round. Times have changed. Guimaraes. Good ball slipped into Willock. Left-hand side, he's flashed it across and it's put over the bar. Almiron, Wilson with a little layup. Guimaraes wide. What a start this is from Newcastle. Coming onto it, right-footed, driven wide by Bruno Guimaraes. 20 yards out, and he wrapped his right foot through it. That one closer than the previous effort. Jolinton is free, waiting for the pullback on the edge of the box. Guimaraes, right-footed, tipped away by Ward, and out of play for a corner. Goes out of play for what would have been a throw, but no time to take it. And Eddie Howe doesn't look too displeased with life as he makes his way from the technical area right in front of us down the tunnel. Newcastle, the dominant force, no way through. And so that's how it is, 0-0 at half-time, and we'll bring you the second half live here on TalkSport 2 very shortly. And we'll also, in a few moments' time, hear from the Newcastle United legend Bobby Moncur. Let's catch up with what's going on elsewhere around the country. Over on TalkSport, Manchester United lead Charlton by a goal to nil at half-time. The whole of the second half of that game is Sam Matterface and Mickey Gray over on TalkSport. The second half, 6 or 7 minutes away there. Let's hear what the principal action sounded like in the first 45.
Dancing into the penalty area is Garnacho, comes back to Dallo, edge of the area, free shot on goal which he skies over the top of the crossbar. Dallo really should have done better. Garnacho, brilliant bit of skill to second pass Clare, he then leaves Clare on his backside as he comes back infield onto his right foot, into the area, right footed shot, flashes across the face of goal. First real sight of goal in the game, and Alejandro Garnacho started the game absolutely superb. On to Fred, who drifts infield, sends it wide towards the right. Anthony takes it down, left footed, drives it towards the far corner. What a terrific goal. Doesn't do much, Anthony. Hardly had a kick in the game, but when he does wander into centre stage, he usually produces a killer line. That was a cracking finish from the Brazilian. And it's going to be Fred to take it, left-footed, drills it towards the near corner, hits the post, rattles the post with a fearsome effort, struck beautifully over the top of the wall and cracks that frame of the goal with real venom. Brilliant effort. Should have been 2-0. So Manchester United leading Charlton by a goal to nil. We've played 7 minutes of the game in League 2. Bradford up in 4th as things stand right now. They lead Rochdale by a goal to nil. A couple of big games in the National League tonight. Notts County the leaders, 1-0 down at home to Boreham Wood. Second place Wrexham, who start the night 5 points behind them with 2 games in hand, being held by Bromley, 1-1. Paul Mullins' penalty equalising for Wrexham after they'd gone behind. Other game in the National League tonight, Dagenham and Redbridge leading at Aldershot by goal to nil, and Wilson Chesterfield was postponed. For the whole of the second half, and maybe penalties from here at St James's coming up very shortly. It is 0-0 between Newcastle United and Leicester City, and we'll bring you the full second half commentary shortly. Let's hear now though from the Newcastle legend Bobby Moncur, and he recently spoke with Jim White, Neil Warnock over on TalkSport, and began by discussing what it's like to see Newcastle doing so well this season.
Well, it would be, what's 50 odd years, isn't it, since 69, since we won with the Fairs Cup, and I think the fans are just desperate to win something. No, but I personally would love them to see the league. League is the priority for me, I've got to say, because if you think about it, people say to me, it's a bit of a lucky run and all the rest. I said, no. Since this time last year, we have been totally consistent, losing very few games because of the back four are so tight. And I just think, people said, if you said to me before the beginning of the season, we'll get in the top 6 this season, I would have said, not too sure. But I'm always a bit pessimistic, old school thinking, well, hang on, let's not get carried away. But I now say, since this time last year, we've just got points, lost very, very few games, and we're good at the back. And I just think, no, it's not a lucky run, this is consistent, and that's why we are where we are in the league. And now when I'm saying to people, what you think this season, Bob, where you think we'll finish, I say, well, I would love to get obviously in the top 4. And I would be disappointed if we don't get in the top 4. Having said that, I would settle for top 6, because you will get your bad breaks and you've got to go over them. But I never thought I would be saying this season we hopefully will be in the top 6.
See, that shows where you've got to.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I cannot imagine. It's only over a year since we had started. This time Christmas last year, we were fighting relegation, weren't we? Or virtually, it came all the way. And it hasn't been a lucky run. Sometimes you get lucky streaks, but it's just been a good, consistent run. Plus the fact, we've also, I think the main thing is people say, how has this happened? And well, apart from Eddie being a very, very good manager, good staff around him, they've signed good players. They've signed Trippier, Botman, Byrne, Pope and Gamaris, and they are good players. And I think I'm sure Neil would agree with me. People say, and I go back to the great line that Jock Stein said when, if you remember, Celtic were the first British team to win the European Cup. And Jock was asked a question, Jock, what makes you a great manager is great players, and that sums it up. And I think now, around these lads who have came in, the poorer, I shouldn't be saying poor player, the lesser player is getting better. You look at Sean Longstaff playing in there, doing a great job. Doesn't get a lot of credit, but he's in there doing a lot of graft for Grimaris and etc. So, and Joe Linton, Joe Linton, when I saw him at centre forward,
been a revelation.
I just can't believe it. And he's all of a sudden he's found pace. He's big. He's strong. Where when he was playing up front, it just wasn't his spot. And I just think guys like him, Almiron, who couldn't have a barn door a year and a half ago, and now when he gets in goal now, you can see him actually thinking, I've got to try and hit the target. Albeit he didn't do that last week, which I was a bit disappointed in. But he's now got the stage where you can see him think, I've got to hit the target and try and score. And he's been a revelation as well.
That's the wonderful Bobby Moncur, Newcastle's captain. When they won the Fairs Cup back in 1969, their last honour, their last domestic honour, when my dad was a schoolboy in the city in 1955. And I know that both he and Bobby Moncur are desperate for somebody to win something.
Please, just somebody do it. I mean, can you imagine the scenes? It would be tremendous. And this team is good enough. This team is good enough to win a trophy, even if they did draw a Man United or a Man City. You wouldn't bet against them making it a very, very competitive final or semi-final,
especially over two legs. I think that's what I love the League Cup. And I know that the football calendar is changing and times go on, and I have worries about the future of this competition. There's something about it. I like the format of one game all the way through now, 90 minutes, no extra time, no replays, straight to pens, but I love the two-legged semi-final.
Yeah, because you get a story, don't you? You get a narrative, things develop. It's like a test match, isn't it? Things can ebb and flow across two legs, and yeah, I agree. I think it's a great competition. It's a shame more teams don't take it seriously in the early rounds, but you get to this point, you can just smell Wembley. It matters, and you can tell. I mean, the intensity of this match has been like it was an FA Cup quarter-final, hasn't it? No quarter given, very fast-paced game. You do not get the impression at all that these sides are just turning up tonight, going through the motions. The exact opposite.
So what's Brendan Rodgers' message been over the last 10-12 minutes, Clarky?
I'd like to have been a fly on the wall. I think he'd have been calm, but he was saying, we've got to get our shape right. I think he would have gone tactical and just pointed out the little bits where Newcastle were trying to drag them out of position. He'll say to Castagna, don't get drawn in and leave space and leave O'Brien isolated with Willock. I think he would have gone for some technical talk. The majority of what he'll have said would have been about shape and not getting drawn out of position. I don't think he would have been too unhappy with their little forays forward.
He's got Jamie Vardy on the bench still. No changes in personnel from either team ahead of the start of the second half. Wilfred Ndidi, the last out, I think, for Leicester. Yeah, they've got 11 out now. So the visitors with Wall in goal, Castagna, Amati, Faust and Thomas. Then Wilfred Ndidi, Albrighton, Perez, Tielemans and Barnes, and Patson Daka. Newcastle, Pope in goal, Trippier, Cher, Botman and Byrne. Longstaff, Guimaraes, who's been magnificent, and Willock, and Almiron, Wilson and Jolinton, the forward three. We're back underway. Newcastle kicking from left to right, down the hill to the Gallagher in this second half. And in possession from the kickoff with Guimaraes finding Longstaff. Back from him to Fabian Cher. Cher's ball forward, knocked away at the back by Castagna. But the loose ball breaks Jolinton's way, left-hand side of the penalty area, and still he goes, and he's hit the post. 20 seconds into the second half. Well, they should have scored after 44 seconds of the first half. They nearly scored after 20 of the second half. Jolinton hitting the frame of the goal, and Newcastle get a corner.
Yeah, they're not messing around. Newcastle United, he stays wide. That's deliberate from Jolinton. He stays in space, and then he surges into it. He skips past Castagna, who's had a really poor night. Hits the post. Does the keeper get a touch on it? I think he does. Good save.
Just enough of a right hand, and it is a corner as a result, and it's delivered deep, and it's come off the top of Jolinton's bleached blonde head. And Tielemans is then given a little shove under the ball by the Brazilian. And it's a free kick that will be taken by Leicester in their left back position. It was anything that Brendan Rodgers did talk about very nearly unravelled very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, he might have talked about staying solid down the spine of the pitch and protecting between, the width of the box and almost leaving the wings to Newcastle United. But if he did, that instantly backfired because it gave Joelinton the space to run at Castagna, beat Castagna, and then strike the foot of the post.
Now, from the resulting corner, half of Newcastle's back line have been affected. There was a clash of heads involving Botman. He's okay and has just got his left hand to his head as he makes his way back into position on halfway. Kieran Trippier, on the other hand, seems to have a problem. He took the corner, and I don't know whether it was in taking the corner that he strained something, but he's down receiving treatment over on that far touchline right now. That would be a massive concern for Eddie Howe.
It would be a huge blow to lose Kieran Trippier. He's so important to this team, not least for his set-piece deliveries, which are a big part of their armoury, but also he's such a reliable defender, difficult to get around, and he sets the tone, I think, with his play, with his determination, and with his understated leadership. Kieran Trippier, if it's a muscle problem, he's going to struggle here, but it looks like he's going to at least give it a go.
If Newcastle end up getting any success, I think he will be regarded as one of the most important signatures that the club have been able to acquire this century. I don't think that that's an exaggeration. He's a player with international experience, with so much respect within the game. He's played in Atletico Madrid. He knows how to defend. So much more to his game than that. He comes back on now, but he might take a little bit of watching. He's asking for permission to come back on. It hasn't been given. He's come on anyway, and just drops the ball in a left back position at the moment because he took a corner from the left hand side, so he's just had to switch things around. So Newcastle have lost their defensive shape just for a moment. Leicester trying to take advantage of that. Albrighton's ball through the midfield was a poor one, and Joelinton plays it into Longstaff. Longstaff curving it over the head of Thomas, and Almiron couldn't get in his stride, but he was offside anyway. And it's a free kick to Leicester, 20 yards inside their own half. It's 0-0 on TalkSport 2.
That's twice now in just 2 or 3 minutes that the Newcastle wide players, Joelinton and Miggy Almiron, have hugged the touchline, and they're trying to make the pitch as big as they possibly can. It was the right idea from Longstaff, a lovely drilled diagonal ball over the top of the fullback. He just went a fraction early, Almiron.
Second half underway at Old Trafford. Manchester United 1, Charlton 0 through Anthony's goal. And that's live for you right now over on TalkSport. Tomorrow, the other two Carabao Cup quarter-finals and the draw. It's Forest Wolves here on 2 and Southampton Manchester City over on TalkSport. Stuart Pearce alongside me on the south coast at St Mary's tomorrow night. Thursday, Fulham Chelsea in the Premier League. Friday, Villa Leeds in the Premier League. Oh, Saturday, Manchester Derby. Anybody? The game day live starting from 11, featuring Manchester United against Manchester City, exclusive to National Radio on TalkSport. Here's Harvey Barnes for Leicester, trying to make his way forward. Tielemans cutting across the ball, sent it over the bar via a deflection, and Leicester have their first corner of the second half.
Yeah, it was a good strike. Yuri Tielemans has got that ability to score from anywhere really inside 35 yards. Newcastle lose the ball in their right back slot. It's a good turnover. Harvey Barnes' shot's deflected, and then it just bounces to Tielemans. He strikes it on the half volley first time. Not the worst strike you've ever seen. Takes a little nick, and they've got themselves a corner, Leicester.
A corner which will be taken on the right flank. Tielemans stands on the edge of the D. He's got 6 teammates ahead of him, including Perez inside the 6-yard box. He's over fast his head, headed away by Longstaff. Comes out for Barnes. Barnes just scooping it back out towards Mark Albrighton on the Leicester right. That's a good ball in. Pope! Very grateful to see that one drift just over the bar and under the roof of the net, with about 3 coming in behind him, any of whom would have got a certain goal had they got a touch on it, but it's gone just over the bar into safety for Newcastle.
Yeah, his heart beat a little bit quick there, didn't it, for a moment, Nick Pope, but the ball just dropped onto the netting over the crossbar. No harm done. Keeping our eye on Trippier. He looks okay, actually. So obviously it wasn't a muscle injury as such.
Maybe just a slight pull, but he's okay. He's continuing. It doesn't seem alarmed by it. Guimaraes is brought down. Perez has fouled him, which adds a little intensity to the reaction of the crowd.
Yeah, he looks in pain, Guimaraes. I mean, the arm went up. He's rolling around. Let's have a look at this on the replay. Perez just bundles him over. The studs of Perez accidentally catch the knee of Guimaraes, and I think he'll be sore, but hopefully no lasting damage there.
Well, 0-0, not necessarily a score you would have expected tonight if you'd looked at Leicester's form on the road this season. The third best attack on the road, the third worst defence on the road. We talked about the fact that the Foxes have been able to tidy things up defensively recently with 5 away clean sheets in 6, and Newcastle's so difficult to be able to break down here. It has been a game that's had a stack of chances, just none of them have been taken.
Great game. I really enjoyed it as a spectacle. On Leicester, we were talking about it ahead of kick-off with Adrian Durham, weren't we? And Leicester have scored in 11 of 12 away games this season. The one they didn't score in, Stockport. So, I mean, they're always worth a goal on the road. Last season in the Premier League, only 2 away games, so 17 of the 19 road trips in the Premier League they scored in last season. So they're not used to firing blanks on the road.
They weren't great at Stockport, having been at Edgeley Park that night. But
you get about, didn't you?
Well, they've made easy work of Newport and MK Dons since. They still haven't conceded a goal in this League Cup run. Leicester, Daniel Everson was brilliant in the penalty shootout that day. Here's Dan Burn with a header from the free kick, and stretching, it's just gone over the bar. It's another half chance spurned by Newcastle. Lovely delivery from that left flank, and Dan Burn came to meet it. Just slightly off balance maybe as he attacked it 7-8 yards out and didn't hit the target.
I think it's better than half chance. It's more like a 3/4 chance, I think, for Dan Burn. It's a free header. I think he runs off while fast. And it's such poor defending, but he can't get his head over the ball, Burn, and it flies over.
And still he hasn't broken his Newcastle duck. 37th time of asking tonight. Here's Longstaff from the latest shot. That one beaten away by Ward, and it's another Newcastle corner. A steady succession of chances coming every 20-30 seconds at the moment.
He's earning his money this evening, Danny Ward, that is for sure. This time it's Longstaff. It's a good drive. 17 yards out, stings the hands of the Leicester keeper. The crowd are up. I think they sense a goal might be coming here, Newcastle.
Kieran Trippier takes this latest corner. Joe Linton going up for it. It's sailed over his head and hits the opposite corner flag and goes out of play for a throw. And that Newcastle fan we were talking about in the first half again, once he's got his head out of his hands, is just giving it another wry shake. I think there is just a sense from a few that I was talking to during the half-time interval, Clarkey, that this might be one of those nights for Newcastle, for all the fact that it's they that are creating the opportunities. The longer the game goes on, will they become more panic-stricken at their inability to find a way through?
We've seen this kind of game 1,000 times before, haven't we? Where the home side might be dominating, playing superbly, but can't find the goal, and then bang, they get punished at the other end of the field. Yeah, you can absolutely see that scenario unfolding here tonight. Leicester are very much in the game. I mean, they're barely second best. I mean, they've been so far off the pace compared to Newcastle United. It's frightening, but yeah, one moment, one slip up from the Magpies, and they could easily reach the semi-finals here.
Hanging in there is probably the biggest compliment that you can pay them at the moment. Joelinton thought he should have had a free kick there. Guimaraes with almost a rugby league little up and under for Willock to try and run onto. It was such a subtle and deft touch, plenty of elevation on it, but it didn't go too far, and as a result Newcastle are able to recycle possession, and Joelinton with a great turn in the midfield that draws admiration from Adrian. Knocked away by Tielemans, brought down then by Byrne, 10 yards outside the area. Guimaraes, Harvey Barnes sticks out a foot, but he can't alleviate the threat because Longstaff will pick it up. Now Trippier drives it in. Fast sticks out a right foot almost behind him and does very well to volley it away. And he goes out for a throw that will be taken by Trippier, not too far adrift to the edge of the Leicester box. Trippier for Longstaff. Longstaff trying to find a way past Ndidi. Amaron comes to join in. The ball stuck between the legs of the Newcastle player, and free kick is given Leicester's way. And a little angry reaction from Thomas as Longstaff didn't want to return the ball. He has already been booked, so he's got to make sure that he doesn't do anything untoward, but he's now arguing with the fourth official. There's been a turnaround in that game in League Two, incidentally. Rochdale, second bottom, have missed a penalty and scored twice, all in the space of 7 minutes. It was Devante Rodney that missed a penalty, Henderson scoring from the follow-up, and they've just taken a 2-1 lead. 20 minutes to go, Bradford 1, Rochdale 2. That's a coupon buster. Ball's out of play for a throw, which will be taken on the Newcastle United right. 12 minutes gone in the second half. The second half, which is pretty much identical to the first. All Newcastle possession, steady succession of chances, none of them taken, 0-0. That's a brilliant throw from Trippier. He spun it with the right palm. Steve Harmison, who we were speaking to earlier, would have been admiring that. Into the midfield it went. Dan Burn playing it back, and it was so nearly an own goal off the retreating Castagna. It goes out of play for a corner. Ward beaten that time as it spun back off the Belgian defender. But to safety, it went wide.
Didn't know too much about it, did he? It's a great marauding run from Dan Burn. Just sticks a leg out and it loops over the goalkeeper. Danny Ward's worried. It lands on the top of the netting. Yeah, it all started with Kieran Trippier's throw in.
What a throw it was. It was an off break.
Yeah, it's just brilliant, wasn't it? I mean, he can do it all, can't he? He's over there now, taking a corner on the far side. He's such an integral figure within this Newcastle United side, Kieran Trippier. It wasn't a Cure Club signing, for him.
Well, this corner, not the best of his array of deliveries. It was easily headed away by Wout Faes, but Trippier picks up the loose ball, goes back for Longstaff, the deepest of the Newcastle players. He's looking long for Joe Linton here. Looping header from him. Ward takes a step back and deals with it comfortably.
Didn't have enough legs, did it, that header? Real loopy one from Joe Linton.
Leicester almost caught, trying to play out from the back with Faes. And then Perez sliding it forward, Daka chasing after it, well read by Botman. Trippier trying to play it back to him, but Daka intercepted it. Perez sticks his head in, wasn't sure where the ball had gone. Was looking around, almost like a cartoon character there, as the ball was one side of him and he was looking the other, and then Amaron was involved and Guimaraes has been fouled again. And it's a free kick that Trippier will stand over for Newcastle, but he's inside his own half. 59 gone, Newcastle 0, Leicester 0 on TalkSport 2 in the Carabao Cup quarter-final live. And our coverage brought to you with Carling, the UK's #1 lager, 18 plus. Please drink responsibly. Cher sending the long ball forward. Crowd tonight of just a few over 52,000, very nearly capacity. They've been treated to a goalless but hugely entertaining game. And Leicester by no means out of this tie. They have been second best, as we've been saying. But such is the format of it. All they got to do, hold on for another half an hour or so. They've got plenty of experience of penalty shootouts in this competition. They've had 10 of them in the last decade. And who knows, they may well be in the semi-finals in about 45, 50 minutes' time. Ball is cleared down the Leicester right-hand side by Albrighton. Ricochets back off the nearest Newcastle player. Byrne is trying to get in, and is in! And there is the lifelong Newcastle United supporters' first ever goal for his club. And what a moment to do it in a League Cup quarter-final with his wrong foot from 8 yards. Dan Burn with the goal. It's no more than Newcastle deserve. And is it a passport to their first League Cup semi-final in 47 years?
This is a majestic goal from Dan Burn. What a way to open your accounts. And what a reception he is receiving. He's been outstanding in the game. Leicester messing around with the ball inside their own defensive third. He just burst past 2 players, 3 players. It opens up on his right foot. Has he got the confidence to just slip it into that far corner with his weaker foot? Yes, he has.
Dan Burn's goal is last for Brighton at Everton in January last year. And then his 37th game for Newcastle United, he scores his first for the club. Their last quarter-final win in this competition, 1-0 against second-tier Notts County in January 76, courtesy of an own goal from Notts County keeper Eric McManus. They went on to beat Spurs and lost the first leg at White Hart Lane, won the second leg here to go through on aggregate. And has Byrne just given them the opportunity to get through to the League Cup semi-final here. Newcastle restarting play very quickly, and a rumbustious challenge has come in.
He's had this coming, Jose Perez.
Yeah, he's caught Longstaff, and he's going to get booked.
Yeah, he could easily have been booked by now. He's complaining at Longstaff, saying get yourself up, that didn't hurt, but he's made a number of fouls. But yeah, it was Leicester architects their own downfall, and it had been coming. They were determined to play out from the back, but Newcastle's press was getting stronger, it was getting more aggressive, they were getting more joy out of it, and finally that's how they made the breakthrough. They created the turnover, and didn't Byrne do well, the way he surged through a little gap that opened up, and he just caressed it, didn't he? A little tickle into the far corner.
A moment he will never forget. The celebration was something to behold. What a release. And he supported a club for all your life. I mean, he's 30, so he will have supported Newcastle, probably, you would imagine, 26, 27 years, something like that. And to score for them in a game of this magnitude. Here's Joelinton. They're playing it back. Willock sending it inside the penalty area. Headed away by Luke Thomas. Barnes playing it forward. Daka taking a touch, trying to spin. Has done well, but he couldn't thread it through for Harvey Barnes' run. Botman stood in the way, and Almiron, looking across the line, is flagged offside again as it was played forward by Botman, and it didn't take Leicester long to rotate the pack, because here comes Jamie Vardy coming on for Patson Daka.
Yeah, double substitution actually. Kelechi Iheanacho stripped as well, but yeah, it's Vardy time, isn't it? You've got to do something to change things up. It's going to be a change of shape, I think, with Luke Thomas coming off for Iheanacho.
So Iheanacho and Vardy coming on, and Daka and left-back Thomas are the players replaced. So what they're going to do, Albrighton at right wing-back, Barnes at left wing-back, with Castagna, Amati and Fast as the three centre-halves.
3-4-1-2, yeah. Perez in behind Iheanacho and Jamie Vardy. Yeah, it has to roll the dice, has to try and change the dynamic of this match somehow. Brendan Rodgers, his team have been way off it tonight in comparison to Newcastle United. They deserve really to be 3 or 4 goals down. They can still come back here. Will this change pay off?
Well, Iheanacho was the man that scored the winner at Gillingham on Saturday. That was his first goal in 11 games. His last against Premier League opposition back on September the 4th. Vardy has had a really good run in this competition this season. 3 in his 2 League Cup ties. He didn't play against Stockport, but got 3 in the other 2. Scored twice in the first 13 minutes that he was on the pitch at Anfield in the quarterfinals last season, in a game that ended 2-2 and went to penalties. Vardy with an intelligent layoff here for Perez. Perez to Barnes. Leicester have got to be more proactive now that they're chasing the game. Barnes clipping it towards the edge of the area, but Guimaraes can almost hitch kick it clear. Wilson couldn't hold it up, and Leicester win it back. They're going to have much more of the ball now. Up to this point, they've had about 35%. You wouldn't be surprised for them to be sort of 55-60% in the time that remains whilst they try and chase this.
I agree, but they will have to leave holes potentially, which Newcastle will look to exploit. It's a tactical flip around, really, isn't it? Newcastle have been the dominant force, pressing. Now that they have something to protect, will they retreat? Or will they go for the jugular here? Newcastle United, I don't think they should change up the way they're going about their business, the Magpies, but Leicester have to. But Eddie Howe, I can see he's in a little meeting down beneath us with Jason Tinder as the 3 of them. I think they're thinking about a plan here to rebut this tactical switch from Leicester.
Well, the Foxes working wide with Vardy. Down for Kelechi Iheanacho. Chance for Albrighton to deliver. Vardy attacking the edge of the 6-yard box, but Botman was there to knock it away. Every single game Leicester have played this season where they've gone 1-0 down, they've lost. It's in all competitions.
Yeah, not good.
Newcastle will be able to bring it forward now with Wilson, and he is manhandled by Wilfred Ndidi. Takes a yellow card, and again, a good one to get, really, because the danger of Newcastle isolating Leicester in a 3-on-2 there. Ndidi making sure that he stopped Wilson when that was still in its infancy, only about 15 yards in Leicester territory, but he is booked.
Yeah, he had to be booked there. It was a sensible foul. But again, look at the position that Ndidi finds himself in. Wrong side, scrambling back, out of position. It's happened all over the pitch, really, with blue shirts this evening. Not good enough without the ball.
Guimaraes finds Kieran Trippier. And Trippier will go back inside his own half for Sven Botman. Wrexham have come from behind to beat Bromley in the National League tonight. 2-1, that is finished. Notts County still playing in their game, is 1-1 at home to Borehamwood. Guimaraes in strongly, wins another rumbustious 50-50 challenge. Over on TalkSport, still Charlton only the one down at Manchester United midway through the second half. Manchester United 1, Charlton 0. That's over on TalkSport for you right now. And if you've got the TalkSport app, then you can just seamlessly swipe left and right and get the pick of the action from both of the games. Manchester United 1, Charlton 0, Newcastle 1, Leicester 0 here in League 2. Bradford 1, Rochdale 2, with time running out there in the final 10. The moon coming up pretty quickly here on Tyneside, and the levels of optimism have been coming up pretty quickly over the last 12 months or so as well. Eddie Howe took over November the 8th back 2021. It's his 51st game in charge tonight, and he's won half of them. Ball played forward inside the penalty area. Pope comes out, slides out, gets there ahead of Fiosi Perez and bowls it out for Dan Burn, the goal scorer. He'll never tire of hearing that, and he's played it down the left-hand side here for Willock. Willock faced up by Castagna, but he's made it to the edge of the penalty area. Jolinton, here's Guimaraes, opts to his right-hand side. Not where he played it, though. Both Almiron and Trippier had made runs into wider positions, but he tried to play a 45-degree ball rather than one that was almost square. And it rolls straight through for Danny Ward via a deflection, and the Newcastle fans claimed it was a deliberate back pass. It wasn't. Bard's lovely nutmeg of Sean Longstaff, getting Leicester going again through the midfield. Perez is in there. Guimaraes in strongly on him. And Newcastle have it with Almiron. Almiron trying to tease Ndidi into a challenge. Finds Longstaff. Trippier outside him. Taking on the Townsville head fast and winning a corner, which will be taken on the Newcastle rights. Their ninth of the game. We've got 20 to go. It's Newcastle 1, Leicester 0.
Yeah, it's been a great game, and Newcastle keep pushing and pushing for this second goal now. Fans are loving this. Just thinking about Dan Burn, that moment was what he signed for, wasn't it? That was the dream he had when he put pen to paper. I want to score at the Gallowgate end. I want to score a massive goal, and he's lived that fantasy out tonight. What a moment it was.
Yes, us mere mortals could just simply never comprehend what that must be like. It's a corner which will be taken on the Newcastle right. Willock. Played back by Almiron. Trippier forward of the corner taken. Willock again. Now he swings inside the penalty area. Newcastle player goes to ground. Referee immediately said no penalty, and there's no VAR, remember. Guimaraes with a little 1-2. A shot coming in from the edge of the penalty area from Botman, then helped in from a resulting effort from Almiron, but he didn't really get hold of it, and Ward could dive to his left to make the save. Penalty or no penalty?
Strong appeals. Just looking at it. No, not a penalty.
Barnes getting the better of Trippier, but not Longstaff. Trippier has kept it in. Longstaff did really well there. Willock, less so. Turned round the corner straight to Farce. Barnes loses possession, and Brendan Rodgers in his raincoat turns away, muttering to himself and his coaching staff. He knows that time's running out for Leicester here, but still 20 minutes for them to find an equaliser that would take us to penalties.
Yeah, just the pace of Newcastle's football is relentless, though, isn't it? They've not dropped, not really backed off. It's been sustained pressure, and that's impressive. And again, we'll go back to, we don't want to hammer Steve Bruce. I know he's recently retired, but it was so different before.
Almiron, it's a good ball forward, it's Joelinton, it's 2-0. Geordie jubilation all around St James's Park. One scything ball through the Leicester back line. Joelinton, first time crisp finish. Newcastle 2, Leicester 0, and a League Cup semi-final is very much on the cards.
What a simple but brilliant goal from Newcastle. It's the least they deserve. Joelinton has been excellent again tonight. He stays wide. He gives his teammate an angle for the pass. He says, slip it between the defenders here and I'll finish it. And boy, does he finish it. Again, it's Leicester losing the ball. It's a perfectly timed run. One touch. Almiron with the pass. And again, he just strokes it past the goalkeeper, Danny Ward. It's a really confident finish.
Scored 3 goals this season, Joelinton, and 2 of them have come against Leicester. Really good finish past the left foot of Ward into that same bottom right-hand corner that Dan Burn had hit 13 minutes previously. It's Newcastle 2, Leicester 0.
You don't often see Eddie Howe show that much emotion, do you? And I noticed with both goals, he was up outside his technical area, punching the air, skipping along, a little bit, dare I say, a little bit Arteta-like. I know they had their differences the other night, but yeah, he was. I think he's chuffed to bits with what he's seen from his team this evening. A big night, high pressure evening after their FA Cup exit, but boy have they delivered for him and for the fans.
Well, whoever they draw, and well, yes, I am making assumptions because there's still 20 minutes of playing time for Leicester to get the 2 goals that could yet swing this back their way. But if they do go through, whoever they draw, it'll be some night here. One leg of the semi-finals. They will fancy their chances of beating anybody at home. They gave Manchester City a brilliant run. Here's Vardy though. Oh, he's missed. And that should have been 2-1. Perez playing him in. He was unmarked. He was 9 yards out in front of a gaping goal. Such was the pace that the ball had come to him. Nick Pope wouldn't have had a chance if he could have hit anything on the left third of the goal he scores. And he's put it wide.
For Jamie Vardy, this is an open goal. He's 10 yards out. There's nobody there. And he just takes his eye off the ball at the last moment. Perez does so well. He just makes a simple run, controls it, squares it. Vardy 1v1 with a keeper, and I mean, you just don't see that very often from him. It's a real collector's item.
So much of the goal he could hit there where he was guaranteed to score that Pope just wouldn't have been able to get there in time. Now would have got it back to 2-1. So a warning shot across the Newcastle bow, and just a little bit of optimism. I know they missed the chance, but the Foxes will look at that and think it is, you never know, still on. Perez trying to find him again, and he's played it forward towards Vardy, left-hand side of the area. The angle is tight, and he's put it just wide of the far post, and that was a much tougher chance and a much better finish. But he's got in twice in the space of 40 seconds behind the Newcastle back line. That one ran away from him. He had to hit it first time. He rifled it across the face of Pope, but narrowly wide of the far post.
Yeah, it was a trademark run from Jamie Vardy. It was the trademark pace from Jamie Vardy, but not the trademark finish. It was difficult, I've got to say, on his left foot, running at high speed. There was a very small part of the goal he had to aim at, and he just drags it wide of the far stick. But that was cause for concern for Newcastle United. I think we might see that kind of pass played 1 or 2 more times between now and the final whistle. Just a simple diagonal over Fabian Schär, who can't live with Jamie Vardy for pace.
Alexander Isak's going to be coming on very shortly for Newcastle. Guimaraes has got it, he's fouled Perez. There's been plenty going on in that midfield, most of it involving Perez, who subsequently got a yellow card. And since he's been on a yellow card, the Newcastle players have taken it in turns basically to kick him back, and Guimaraes is...
That's a naughty one from Guimaraes.
It was.
He treads on his Achilles. It's scandalous, really. Perez will know that. Will he bite or will he let it go? Let's keep our eye on that duel, because those two have been at each other throughout. And I don't think either fancies giving in on that duel. They want to have the last word.
Well, with Perez being on a yellow and Guimaraes not getting booked for that, and he's fortunate not to be booked for that, then it may well be the Brazilian that has the last word. All Brighton taking this free kick. Swung towards the edge of the box, helped on intelligently. It almost broke for Iheanacho. It was volleyed clear, dramatically and acrobatically by Kieran Trippier. Leicester work it back for Ward, who clears right-footed. Newcastle 2, Leicester 0. 13 to go. Guimaraes has got it, turning away from Ndidi. Then comes into a strong midfield challenge with Tielemans. He leant into him and headed it forward, and Tielemans has gone down with a head injury, and play is forced to stop. And the Leicester players, Ndidi motioning with an elbow to the referee. It actually turned away when he did so, but motioning that he felt that it was a deliberate elbow there from Guimaraes. He's got to make sure that the red mist doesn't descend.
The arm comes across Tielemans. I don't think it's a swing. I don't think it's anything really. But when you put your arm into that position, you give the referee something to think about. But yeah, this is interesting. Callum Wilson coming off. Alexander Isak, who looked sharp, I thought, at Sheffield Wednesday, considering how long he's been out. Had 1 or 2 chances, didn't he?
Yeah, made his comeback from injury on Saturday. Played the first 45 minutes of that game. He's struggled since picking up a thigh strain back in mid-September. But he's going to come on here. He did score on his last home appearance, which was against Bournemouth. He scored at Anfield on his debut as well. And he'll replace Callum Wilson here. I mentioned earlier, Wilson played in 3 League Cup quarter-finals in his career and lost them all. Well, it's going to be some turn-up if he's 4 from 4 at the end of the night. As he leaves the field with Newcastle 12 minutes away from the semi-finals and with a 2-goal lead. But a big ovation for Isak as he comes on.
Yeah, the fans excited to see him back. He's tall, isn't he? In the flesh, looks even bigger, rangy, and he's a talent. He can do a little bit of everything. Alexander Isak, he's a dribbler, he's a big target man, he's got the skill, he can finish. I'm a fan. I think he'll turn out to be a good signing. And isn't it interesting? He's got 2 star strikers, but he's not accommodating them in his team, Eddie Howe. He's just saying, he's picking one above the other and saying, right, it's down to you guys.
Well, he's not accommodating them in his team yet.
There might come a point.
Well, what I was going to say, Clark, I don't think either of them been absolutely 100% fit at the same time yet.
Yeah, that's a good point. It is a good point.
Now, here's Iheanacho making his way forward down the right. He's got Vardy in the middle. He's got to the byline. Black and white shirts coming back quickly. He's done well, pulled it back. It's Harvey Barnes, didn't fancy a shot. Oh, he's tackled the referee. They both ended up on the deck. And the ref got back to his feet the quicker. Play goes on. Ball swung inside the penalty area over the head of Vardy. And he goes out of play for a goal kick, and that'll be replay for years. Yes. Yellow card, ref.
Yeah, there's a little high five there. Referee, I think he's lost some equipment. Oh dear.
Lost his balance, lost his equipment, lost his dignity. All in the space of 2 seconds.
Well, it was a sandwich, wasn't it? It was Guimaraes and Harvey Barnes just squashed him. He's gone to deck a bit easily there, though, hasn't he, Darren England? That's a bit weak.
I'll let you tell him. Nick Pope will spot the ball down and restart with a goal kick. Just going back to that point, Isak and Wilson, can they play together then? Or are they both so orthodox number 9s that it's going to be one or the other?
No, I think I wouldn't say that they couldn't play together. It'd be interesting. I just think Eddie Howe's more of a 4-2-3-1 guy, and he's happy. He will be happy, I think, for those two to compete and basically to say, you've got the first hour. Do the business for me. If you don't, then I'm going to make the change, and that's really healthy, isn't it? But I'm sure at times they'll partner one another, and it'll be interesting to see how they gel.
Leicester have possession. They got it with Wilfred Ndidi's inside his own half. Jamie Vardy missing 2 opportunities in less than a minute. The first, an absolute gilt-edged sitter. The second, a difficult chance that he actually came a little bit closer with. But Leicester need to carry on creating those opportunities, because the game has gone into the final 10 minutes here on TalkSport 2. It's still 1-0 to Manchester United against Charlton. And it's live over on TalkSport right now. Charlton with a puncher's chance of yet being able to pull that off somehow. This one 2-0 to Newcastle. Leicester have been on the ropes for a bit, but they got a free kick. And Newcastle are going to be bringing Alison Maximan on in a moment. But Leicester with a chance from this set piece to try and halve the deficit and set up a grandstand finale.
Yeah, Botman with a yellow card there. I think that's a real collector's item. I know that in the Premier League he hasn't got one yet. One of very few defenders that have played that amount of football to not have been cautioned, but it was a deliberate trip on Perez.
And the free kick is bent inside the penalty area, fast at the far post, coming to meet it. It was Botman that got there and just flicked it away, out of play, for a corner which will be taken on the Leicester left. It is his first yellow card for Newcastle in his 21st appearance. He hasn't lost to Premier League opposition yet either.
Yeah, it's some signing. You said about Kieran Trippier being in history will tell you that would be a great signing. I think the acquisition of Botman too was genius, really.
Already a league title winner in his time in France. In comes the corner, and it's cleared after a fashion by the Newcastle back line. Tielemans does well to withstand the physical pressure of Guy Moraes, who still has to try and keep a lid on his emotions. That was all fair though. Willock trying to play a crossfield ball, deflected, almost broke for Vardy around the edge of the Newcastle box. Newcastle clear it towards halfway. And now the counter-attack is on. It's 5 against 4 if they can work it. Guy Moraes with a reverse ball. Isak chases. Ward saw him coming. Got to the edge of the penalty area. Good quick hands, bent down, picked it up, bowled it out quickly for Kelechi Iheanacho. And now Leicester on the front foot once more, with Tielemans dropping off. And he's played to him, just on the edge of the centre circle. Papi Mendy's going to be coming on for Leicester shortly. Here's Iheanacho. 10 yards outside the penalty area. Newcastle leading by 2-0. Dan Burn and Joelinton. Both goals coming within the last 20 minutes or so of action. Longstaff can bring it forward. He's got Willock to his left. Willock coming in off that left flank. There's space on the Newcastle right-hand side for Almiron. If they can work it across. Shot comes in instead. Ward diving down to his left-hand side. Saw it fizz past him, but going to the hoardings behind the goal. Changes can now be made. First one, St Maximan for Almiron.
Yeah, he'll get a great ovation. And he deserves it. He was so electric at the start of this match. He's the kind of player that gets the fans out of their seats, isn't he, Almiron? And he's milking the ovation, as he has every right to do. And look, what a good flair player to come on in his place, Alan St Maximan. I mean, you think how good he was. He can't get in the team now.
I remember that performance that he conjured up at Burnley in the other. It looked as though they were going to go down, and he turned the game. It was absolutely sensational that day. He comes on now, but he's a perennial substitute. He's not started a Premier League game since August. And
it shows the progress they've made, because he was the only one that was really doing the business under Steve Bruce. So yeah, standards have been raised, haven't they, across the board here at St James's Park. I've been so impressed today, so impressed. They've been brilliant.
Isak's a mile offside as the ball is played forward. Leicester made a change as well. Mendy's come on, and they've taken Iosi Perez off. So that just gives Tielemans a little bit more licence to push forward. They've got Iheanacho on the right wing, Vardy through the middle, Barnes on the left, and Tielemans as a 10. So it's 4-2-1-3 for Leicester as they chase this game with 5 minutes remaining. They need to score twice.
Yeah, it feels like the game is up, but if they can nick one in the next 2 or 3 minutes, they might start to believe. But if they get anything out of this game, if they can take this to penalties, they've got out of jail, Leicester City.
Albrighton sends a high spiralling ball forward. Vardy flicking it on down towards Barnes. Guy Moraes cleverly used his body and got the better of Mendy. Isak drops deep and will pick it up for Newcastle, and the Swede can run with real intent and pace here at Castagna. And he's made 30 yards down the left-hand side of the penalty area. Almost nutmegged the Belgian to get him past him. He's flicked it off him in the end, and it's gone out of play for another Newcastle corner. But Leicester can't hurt them when the ball is down by the corner flag in front of the Gallagher.
It is sensible game management, isn't it, from Isak? It's exactly what you just said. Leicester can't hurt them if the ball is at the other end of the pitch. He just got the ball then. He had one intention: I'm going to run with it until I get within shooting range, or I can win a corner. And that's what's happened. And yeah, great noise around us. No one's really left. the stadium, have they? I think they're sticking around to give this team the ovation they deserve for this display.
Trippier will take this corner. The Newcastle corner count in double figures now. It's a deep swinging delivery, which Ward had to take a couple of hasty steps back to meet and tip it away. Out of play for corner number 11. And Trippier will make his way from the Newcastle left and the Newcastle right to take this one as well.
Yeah, the numbers are just getting embarrassing now. It's 22 shots to 6, 9 on target to Leicester's 1. 17 shots inside the box from Newcastle, which is very impressive. Just 3 from Leicester. It's really one-sided.
Trippier actually went back towards the halfway line to abdicate corner-taking duties to Willock. St Maximin sends it in. Ward's got a hand to it, tipped it into Iheanacho, and it goes out of play for another corner. And Guimaraes will take this one.
What a ball. There's some noise as Guimaraes goes to take that corner. I mean, what a turnaround in the mood inside this stadium.
What a difference a year makes. It's finished in League 2, Bradford 1, Rochdale 2. 2-0 to Newcastle here. In comes the corner, short from Guimaraes, then from Willock. Now bent in by St Maximin. That not nearly such a good delivery as his last one, and it sailed over Jolinton's head and out of play for a goal kick, which will be taken by Danny Ward. And Eddie Howe just preaching a little bit of defensive solidity as he stands, hands outstretched on the edge of his technical area. Just try and stop Leicester getting out. The press is on. Jolinton on Ward. They've just about been able to play through it. Mendy out towards the right-hand side for Castagna, who turns back inside and almost into trouble in the form of St Maximin, but Leicester have maintained possession. But such as Newcastle's pressing from the front that they simply can't get the ball up the field.
Well, they've had to work so hard to get the ball just outside their own area. Leicester City there, just to describe it. I mean, the press was so intense, wasn't it? And they've strung about 12 passes together, to their credit, but made no ground at all.
We're in the 89th minute. Newcastle lead 2-0. Barnes, Tielemans, Barnes helping it forward. There's Botman to stoop and head away. Jolinton on the stretch, finds St Maximin. Willock in space to his right-hand side. St Maximin almost going alone. It took a little ricochet off him, which nearly bobbled through perfectly for Willock. Leicester turn it over and get it forward quickly. They look for Iheanacho. Newcastle win the first. Barnes wins the second for Leicester. And he's 10 outside the penalty area. Looking for a little give and go, but it didn't come off with Iheanacho. Fourth official stands, numbers board in hand for another substitution, and Murphy is going to be coming on. So his brother in action for Oxford against Arsenal in the FA Cup last night on TalkSport. Now tonight in the League Cup quarter-final, one that's going to go the right way as far as the Murphy family are concerned. Jacob will be on in a moment. Maybe Jolinton, who he replaces. Jolinton's been down suffering with a touch of cramp. No, it is Willock. Thought they might potentially move Willock back inside and stick Murphy out wide, but it is Willock who will make way, and Murphy on for him in the 90th minute.
Yeah, he's run his legs off tonight, Joe Willock. Such a powerful runner. I'm really pleased for him. He did excellently at Arsenal, but he just fell short of what was required. He couldn't nail down a position. He's found a home here.
So Zizak making his way forward, and Ward came outside his penalty area and had to do almost a touch of the can to get that away with a high right-footed clearance, but he got it clear. They're going back to Willock. Like Trippier, the only man in this Newcastle side before tonight who'd won a League Cup quarter-final. Willock won his as an 18-year-old with Arsenal back in the 17-18 season. But all of his teammates are going to have won one as well, providing they can hang on for the 5 added minutes that remain. Leicester with 2 goals to find. Tielemans working it for Iheanacho on the right-hand side of the box. Byrne gets it away. Headed back down by Castagna. Fast to Ndidi. Ndidi playing it forward. Longstaff patrolling that engine room so effectively. Nipping in ahead of Barnes. Newcastle playing it back towards Botman. Botman's actually given it away. A rare poor touch from him. Mendy picking it up 20 yards outside the penalty area. A few anxious moments if Leicester are able to halve the deficit here. And Michael Brighton will try and deliver from that right flank, but it's very quickly blocked. Newcastle are prodigious in their work rate off the ball.
Yeah, just seeing them in the flesh for the second sort of time in as many weeks, really. I've been so impressed with them on both occasions. At Arsenal, it's a very different type of performance to tonight.
It's Tielemans chesting it down and volleying it over the bar. That had to go in if there was going to be any way back.
It did. It was a good run. Excellent touch on the chest from Tielemans, but he's off balance as he strikes it right-footed, and he skies it, really, and that's it, I think, for Leicester City. But yeah, without the ball, Newcastle were just phenomenal at Emirates Stadium, but here tonight as well, they've not really given Leicester City too much of a sniff, have they? The work rate is prodigious, I have to say, and the pace, they maintain it. It's not as if they have many breathers in games. They can sustain it over long periods. It's got them really fit, Eddie Howe. Certainly looks that way.
Marcus Rashford has scored in an 8th successive home game. In the 90th minute, Manchester United 2, Charlton 0, and United going through as Rashford finds the net yet again. Anthony and Rashford with those goals. It's Byrne and Joelinton with the goals here. We're a couple of minutes ahead of that one. The conclusion of it is live for you right now over on Talk Sport. Here on Talk Sport 2, Newcastle 2, Leicester 0. Deep into stoppage time. We're in the third of 5 extra minutes. Barnes with a throw, finding Tielemans, who's chested it down. Tielemans put under a little bit of pressure from the retreating Longstaff, and the Belgians fouled him, and it's a free kick that'll be taken by Newcastle just outside the penalty area. And just going back to that defensive record, now it's going to be 7 clean sheets in a row here for Newcastle unless Leicester score one late on. 666 minutes, more than 11 hours since they last conceded a goal. They will only have lost one of the last 21 games here, and that was against Liverpool back in May, and in those 21 they'll only have conceded 10. That's a great foundation for everything they want to achieve this season.
It's frighteningly good, isn't it? And this is under a coach that people said he couldn't sort out teams defensively. They said, yeah, he's a good attacking coach. Can he organise teams? Well, I think we found out the answer since he came to Newcastle United, Eddie Howe. Incredible.
Here's Trippier for Newcastle, through for Guimaraes. They might be able to put some icing on the cake here. He's flashed it across the edge of the 6-yard box. It hit Castagna and went to safety for Leicester. St Maximan's going to be able to pick it up though on the Newcastle left. Right-footed, he's clipped it in. Fast heads it away. Chasing after it is Murphy. Barnes might get there first. The two of them go shoulder to shoulder, and Murphy won the battle. Great physical strength. Guimaraes wanting a goal, clipping it in. Too much for Murphy, and Ward's going to be able to pick it up. Yeah, just a little bit of showboating. And a long clearance straight away from Ward, trying to get Vardy down towards the byline at the other end. He'll take it down towards the corner flag and lose out to Trippier. That's a goal kick. Outstanding defending from Kieran Trippier. And by the time Pope takes the goal kick, Newcastle will be 30 seconds away.
Yep. Too fit, too strong, too good all over the pitch here this evening. Newcastle United for Leicester City, who, looking at their body language, they look like feeling sorry for themselves a little bit. It's been a tough evening. They've had to work ever so hard just to stay in it. It'll be real disappointment. Brendan Rodgers looks a little bit flat, doesn't he? He's just stood a few yards away from us. It's been really quiet second half.
Well, they've got a massive game coming up. Nottingham Forest away at the weekend. The East Midlands derby. Pope belatedly taking the goal kick. Only 10 seconds remaining. Joelinton is pulled backwards into the ground, and Newcastle have a free kick. And they're going to have a victory, and they're going to have a clean sheet to boot as well. And just saw the perspex move and the thud as it was smashed on the home dugout by the Newcastle United subs. Job done for the Toon. They are in the semi-finals of the League Cup for the first time since the 75-76 season. The Toon are on fire, and Dan Byrne had a major part to play in that. His first ever goal for his boyhood heroes on the hour mark settled the nerves. A dominant performance up to then, hadn't seen them break through. But after Byrne found the opener, Joelinton added a second. A little bit of jeopardy when Vardy missed a gilt-edged chance to pull it back for 2-1, but Newcastle dominant from the first whistle to the last, thoroughly deserving their place in the semi-finals, and the success story of 22-23 gathers pace. Newcastle United 2, Leicester City 0.
Yeah, it's been a stellar performance all evening, hasn't it, from Newcastle United. Outstanding from minute one right until the end. 2-0 does not flatter them at all. This could easily have been 4-5 or even 6. Such was their dominance. Great individual performances in every department of the pitch as well. I've been so impressed.
So how far can they go? Not in this competition necessarily, but I'm talking about this season. From this point now, third in the Premier League, knocked out of the FA Cup, but in the League Cup semi-finals, what is par and what's a good season for Newcastle from here?
Wow, I think top 6 should be nailed on. I think European football, I'll be staggered if they're not in the top 6 come the end of the season. Top 4 is achievable if they avoid injuries and suspensions because of their defence. It's just so hard to beat. I think that they can eke out enough points to stay in and around the top 4. Can they win the Carabao Cup? Yes, they can. I really do believe that the momentum is with them, and no one will want to draw them in that last 4.
You talked about Brendan Rodgers looking pretty flat for large swathes of that second half. Understandable. His side didn't do themselves justice tonight, and that's been a recurring theme since they've come back from the World Cup.
Yeah, it's been a disappointing return, hasn't it? I think it was a chastening evening for Brendan Rodgers because he can see what we can see, and he can see that his Leicester City side is miles off Newcastle, and this isn't normal. This isn't what it was like last season, the season before that. They've dipped, and Newcastle have gone way above Leicester City's standards, so there's a lot of work for him to do if Leicester are to push for European football moving forwards. I think he needs help in the transfer market. He needs new players.
How many does he need? He's desperate for a left back. How many do you think he needs in terms of bodies in? Bearing in mind there are only 2 points above the relegation.
3 or 4. I think he needs to focus on the defence and the central midfield. I think he's got goal scorers in the team, but the platform at the back and in central midfield is feeble, and they need to solidify this group of players, otherwise it could be a long second half of the season.
Newcastle winning tonight by 2-0. Marcus Rashford actually scored 2 in stoppage time for Manchester United. They have beaten Charlton 3-0 at Old Trafford. So Manchester United are through. Newcastle are through. Who will be joining them? We'll find out together tomorrow. Southampton, Manchester City, and Nottingham Forest against Wolves, both live on the TalkSport network. Saints Man City kicks off at 8 on TalkSport. Forest against Wolves, a 7:45 kickoff at the City Ground on TalkSport 2. But tonight, it's all about Newcastle celebration. They're getting used to that. As the strains of Kate Jude go around St James's Park, it's appropriate, because this is the club where they have taken a sad song and made it better. Goals from Byrne and Joelinton. They're in the League Cup semi-finals for the first time since '76.
Carabao Cup live on TalkSport 2 with Carling. We're made by our mates. 18 plus, please drink responsibly.
He's a young boy here, a little bit hot-headed. We're never too sure what he was going to do, but yeah, look, he's proved himself at Premier League level. He's proved that he can score goals at Premier League level, can score goals at international level, you know, so he's a good player. He obviously wasn't 100% when we played down there, because he lasted 15 minutes. He had an ankle problem, came off after 15 minutes, but look, he's a handful. He can be a handful. The one thing about Mitrovic though is he's not going to run away from you. You know, he's not one of those who looks for it over the top, because hasn't really got the pace to run away from the 2 centre backs, but he'll come short. He's physically strong. He puts himself about. He upsets centre backs. He gets in your face. He makes life difficult for you. So yeah, but it's about us, as I said earlier, if we go about it the same way. And look, I keep going back to this Leeds game where people said, we dropped points, but we didn't play particularly bad in that Leeds game. We played well, we created an awful lot of chances. It's just that we didn't put the ball in the back of the net. We plenty of chances to to have won the football match. It was just one of those days, and you get games like that. So hopefully we can remedy that today. I mean, when you look at the last few games and you look at the chances that we've had, countless chances, unbelievable the amount of chances that we've had. So hopefully we'll create the same number today and we'll be able to take one or two of them.
Eddie Howe will have been pleased with the performance, or most of it, against Leeds, and the chances created. Just disappointed that they didn't put any of them away, like you say, Ando. And Leeds' approach that day was interesting. It was different to what we've seen from a number of the teams that have come to St James's this season. They didn't bother with playing it out short from the back, something Leicester did the other night. That's part of their game. They went long with it to try and beat Newcastle's press, and they frustrated them, maybe in a way akin to Newcastle's approach at Arsenal a few days later. I wonder how Fulham will approach that. They'll probably be aware of what Leeds have done and what Newcastle have been able to do to other teams here this season when they have had success at home. And it's a Fulham team on a good run that you might feel would want to come here and play and keep their winning, or extend their winning sequence, rather than just try and come to frustrate and settle for a point. What do you think?
They'll come and play.
Yeah.
They're obviously, their confidence is high as well. They're sixth in the league at the moment. They're having a great season. They won't come and try and stifle, I don't think. They know that it will be difficult, but they like to play. They like to play out from the back, which will suit us, I feel, because we like to get that high press on and squeeze teams in. But speaking to people earlier, and they say that's what Fulham do now as well. They like to press. Polinia in midfield gets that press on, try to get the ball back as quickly as they can. So sets up nicely, but as I said, I just feel that we'll have too much for them.
BBC Radio Newcastle, live at St James's, ahead of Newcastle United against Fulham. The team is unchanged, so it's Pope, Trippier, Schär. Those last two, Trippier and Schär, 4 yellow cards, but if they get through this one, Newcastle's 19th Premier League match of the season without picking up another caution, then they will be clear as far as the possibility of a one-match ban is concerned, because it's reset after this game, the midway point in Newcastle's season. Botman and Byrne, the rest of the back four, Longstaff, Bruno and Willock, Almiron, Joelinton and Wilson, who is 6 Newcastle matches without a goal. Callum Wilson, since he got 2 here against Aston Villa at the end of October, and they have on the bench Dubravka, Lascelles, Saint-Maximin, Ritchie, Lewis, Isak, Manquillo, Wood and Murphy. It was at Fulham in October that Miguel Almiron started his run of 7 goals in 7 Newcastle matches. He now has 9 for the season, but has found the net in only one of his last 8 appearances. He has probably not been in the positions for too many chances in recent games, although there was one, I think, was it against Leeds, Ando, where did it come off his heel, or was it Bournemouth?
Yeah.
Which was a good opportunity.
It was his right foot, wasn't it? It was his swinger.
Well, Eddie Howe has been discussing Almiron's right foot. We'll hear that in a second, but firstly, the Newcastle boss thinks that the Paraguayan international, who is out in front in their goal-scoring chart at the moment, will want to finish the season as Newcastle's top scorer.
Yeah, I think Miggy would want to score. He'd want to continue to score. He'd want to be our top scorer. If that meant the team winning, I think he would embrace that and take that. I don't think he's necessarily driven for himself, though. I think, I'm speaking on behalf of Miggy here, I think he would want the team to win before the challenge of scoring himself became important. And I think you can see that from his performances and the work that he gives the team. But I have seen a confidence with him now in front of goal. I think there's a belief he's going to score, not hoping to score. And that's all down to the work that he's done on the training pitch. he's working on his right foot in lots of different ways, whether that's crossing, shooting. His left foot is very, very good, and I've always say with left-footed players, sometimes their left foot can be that dominant that working on their right foot is sometimes a bit of a waste of time. But it's something that, because he's beginning to get into really good positions on that right side, it's something that he is focusing on.
Eddie Howe on Miguel Almiron there with his right foot and how he's trying to improve it. The majority of his goals have come with his left, and there have been some crackers, including the unbelievable volley at Fulham earlier in the season, which was Premier League's goal of the month for October. That game he also had a hat-trick goal ruled out, so very close to a first Newcastle treble was Miguel Almiron at Craven Cottage. There was some really good things from him against Leicester, and particularly that run in the first minute from one penalty box to the other that put Joe Willock in, and then they laid on the chance for Sean Longstaff. Even though there haven't been as many goals from Almiron in the last few games, he's still playing a very important part, isn't he?
Yeah, look, they all are. You know, the one thing you can never criticise Almiron about is his work rate and his desire. You know, it's there, game in, game out. You know, he doesn't leave anything out there. He gets up and down the pitch, covers for people. If he loses, it gets back, tries to win it back as quickly as he can. He's got a great hunger for the game, you know. So, yeah, goals haven't been there, but that doesn't detract from his performances. You know, I'm sure he would love to keep scoring goals. Of course he would, but you know, his performances overall have been excellent.
BBC Radio Newcastle. Mitrovic is back in the team for Fulham today against his former club, and Newcastle are unchanged from the other night. Joe Linton starts on the left side of the attack. They are looking to go back up to third in the Premier League, above Manchester United again, and we'll have the whole match exclusively live here on BBC Radio Newcastle from 2 o'clock. More from Eddie Howe coming up soon. We'll also hear a little bit from one of the heroes of the League Cup quarter-final, Dan Burn. But now at just after 1:20, let's have a look at the rest of the day's sports news and a look back at some of the other things that have been happening over the weekend. In the BBC Radio Newcastle studio is Dom James.
Thanks, Matthew, and to John Anderson there. We'll continue build-up to Newcastle versus Fulham shortly. As Reza says, a few things to bring you in our other commentary game today. It's the River Wear derby in the Women's Championship. 2-2 at Eppleton there. Abby Holmes just scoring for Sunderland to make it 2-2. 5 minutes to go there. Colin White and Helen Hardy on commentary duty if you want the final few minutes of that one. That's on DAB and Freeview 719. Two other games in the Premier League today then. Also at 2 o'clock is Chelsea versus Crystal Palace. And later at 4:30 is the North London derby, Tottenham versus Arsenal. And the Arsenal manager, Mikel Arteta, has been talking about the importance of the game.
Emotional, very passionate, incredible feeling when you are on that pitch and just look around and feel the support and the tension and the atmosphere around it. I just love it. That's the reason why we are here to play these kind of games. It's one of the biggest games of the season for us. We know how much it means right now for us on the table, and how much it means to our people as well. But when you win, it doesn't get much better than that.
That is the Arsenal manager there, Mikel Arteta, speaking ahead of the North London derby. Kickoff is at 4:30. Sticking with football, and yesterday Sunderland were beaten 3-1 by Swansea, the Stadium of Light. The referee took centre stage in our post-match phone-in here on BBC Radio Newcastle. The Black Cats defender Luke O'Nien was sent off after just 18 minutes. Head coach Tony Mowbray spoke to BBC Radio Newcastle's Nick Barnes after the match.
Instantly, I thought he missed the ball. Bottom line, I think the ferocity of the tackle is what got him the red card. Defenders are allowed to tackle for the ball. He doesn't make contact with the ball and he catches the lad. So there you go. That's modern day football. You have to accept it. It's I think the speed that he came in is what got him the red card. So it was obviously a long afternoon for us after that against a team that bases itself on playing possession football, and they're difficult enough to play with 11v11, and a man down becomes even more difficult. And you have to decide how you're going to do it. You're going to give the ball up and let them have it and try and defend your box, or are you going to leave yourself exposed at the back end where they can pick holes through you? So that's how we give it a shot. And yet the momentum was towards their goal, whereas the first 20-25 minutes or whatever it was, I think it was totally the opposite way. I thought we started the game really well. I thought our possession was good. Our ability to take the ball off them was intense. And don't need me to say, really, it would have been a different game, I'm sure, if we'd have kept 11 men on the pitch. But we didn't, and we lost the game.
That is the Sunderland head coach, Tony Mowbray, there speaking to BBC Radio Newcastle's Nick Barnes after their 3-1 defeat to Swansea at the Stadium of Light last night. As I mentioned just before, our other commentary game is in the Women's Championship today, the River Wear Derby, Sunderland versus Durham. And Sunderland have just scored a 90th minute winner. Well, what could be a 90th minute winner to make it 3-2 at Eppleton there. So, yeah, if you're on the final stages of that, that's on our DAB and Freeview channel 719. A few other games in the Women's Championship today as well, just quickly at 2 o'clock. Sheffield versus Birmingham, Southampton versus Lewis, Bristol versus Coventry, and Crystal Palace versus London City Lionesses in a all-London derby there. That's at 6 o'clock tonight. In the WSL, a big game at the top of the table, Arsenal against Chelsea. Arsenal winning 1-0 there. Everton are against Reading, 18 minutes gone there. And it's 1-0 to Everton. Back to yesterday, though, and let's remind ourselves how some of our non-league sides got on in the FA Trophy fourth round. Gateshead had a good 3-1 win away at Oldham. On our local football roundup last night, Colin White spoke to the Gateshead assistant manager Ian Watson.
Yeah, really pleased with the result. Obviously, when we got the home draw, that's all we wanted. Anyone at home, and then when it had to get reversed, it was a little bit disappointing. But obviously, the manager we've got and the group we've got, it doesn't allow us to show any sort of negativity towards anything. So we just quickly got our heads around it. Then Oldham's an unbelievable club, and we were just looking forward to going to their ground. Obviously, it was a few of the boys' first time they'd been there, and when we got there, the pitch was obviously tough conditions, but we know we've got fighters and we've got a lot of heart in the group, so we thought we'd find a way to win the game.
Yeah, and it's a standard, typical cliched question when you get through to the next round of a competition. Who do you want? But is your answer once again you just want to be at home, and genuinely at home this time? Yeah,
I just want the home games. We love playing at home. We love our supporters. The boys love playing at the stadium. I know obviously certain people have their opinion about the stadium, but we love it and we love playing there. So anyone at home, and it's a competition that we want to go as far as we possibly can. And the further we get into it, we get that little bit more hungry for that Wembley trip. So we'll be looking forward to the draw, and hopefully we get a home one, and it gives us a good chance to get through again.
Ian Watson there, the Gateshead assistant manager, speaking after Gateshead's 3-1 win over Oldham in the fourth round of the FA Trophy. In the Vanarama National League North yesterday, Blythe Spartans lost 3-2 away to Scarborough Athletic in the Northern Premier League Premier Division. Disappointing result for South Shields. They lost 1-0 away to Guiseley. Morpeth Town, better news for them though. They won 2-0 at home to Gainsborough Trinity. In the East Division, there was wins for Concert, Hebburn and Dunstan. The game for North Shields away to Tadcaster Albion, though, was postponed. In the Scottish Lowland League, Berwick Rangers had a 1-1 draw with Heart of Midlothian B. And in our final team left in the FA Vars, was Horden, but they lost 2-0 away to West Didsbury and Chorlton. So no longer do we have a side left in the FA Vars from the BBC Radio Newcastle patch. Away from football, though, and we've got another commentary today. It comes in Rugby Union's Challenge Cup. The Newcastle Falcons are away to Cardiff and will play about 25 minutes in South Wales. And BBC Radio Newcastle's Ian Smith can bring us the latest.
I can bring you the latest because Rhys Priestley had just put the ball through the Newcastle post to convert a try from Owen Lane. Newcastle were on the attack in the Cardiff Blues half of the field, but a rather loose pass by Pete Lucock just out Owen Lane. They get hands on it, intercepted it. Carreras did it for Newcastle last week against Leicester, and Owen Lane did it for the Cardiff Blues against Newcastle this week. Ran the full length of the field, scored under the post. Newcastle have been on the wrong end of a lot of pressure from the Cardiff Blues. It's 3-0, and we've got a 21-3 scoreline. Cardiff ahead.
Commentary with Ian Smith and Dean Gray continues on the BBC Sport website and BBC Sports app. Still playing in the River Wear Derby in the Women's Championship. Sunderland women are still leading 3-2 over Durham in that one. Final stages of that one there. A couple of other things as well. Just before we go, the Whitley Warriors, they are in action tonight. They face off against the Sheffield Scimitars at 5 o'clock at Hill Heads. In the snooker today, in the Masters, it is Mark Williams against Judd Trump at Alexandra Palace in London. Mark Williams there taking the first frame in that game. The first session got underway at 1 o'clock. But here on BBC Radio Newcastle, it's time for us to head back to St James's Park to continue build-up to Newcastle United versus Fulham with Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson.
If you love Knight Rider or Baywatch, then make sure you relive the music and the memories from two iconic decades with me, Simon Logan. Fantastic 80s and ultimate 90s. Now streaming on the BBC Sounds app.
The sound of the Northeast. BBC Radio Newcastle.
Total Sport.
Live from St James's Park.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Thanks very much to Dom James in the studio. It's an unchanged Newcastle team for the match against Fulham. Pope, Trippier, Schär, Botman and Byrne, Bruno, Longstaff, Willock, Almiron, Joelinton, Wilson. Fulham have made 3 changes, and it's Leno in goal, Tete, Diop, Ream and Kazawa at the back, Reed and João Palhinha in central midfield, De Cordova, Reed, Willian and Pereira behind Mitrovic, who is back from suspension. This match will be refereed by Robert Jones from Merseyside, yet to show a red card this season. He was in the middle when Newcastle beat Chelsea at home in November. Lee Betts and Ian Hussin are the assistant referees. Graham Scott is the 4th official, and our old friend Mike Dean is today's video assistant referee, assisted by Adrian Holmes. Whatever happens today, Newcastle will have their highest points tally at the halfway stage of a Premier League season since 2001-2002. They've got 35 from 18 as it stands, and back in 2001-2 season they had 39 from 19. So if they win today, there'll only be a point difference. For comparison, at the halfway stage of last season they had 11 Premier League points. Ando, how do you see the battle at the top at the moment, given results that other teams have picked up this weekend and in recent weeks? Manchester United 3 points ahead of Newcastle, but Newcastle have a much better goal difference. Spurs are 2 points behind. They play Arsenal later in the North London derby. Then we've talked about Fulham and Brighton, who all have at least 30 points as well. Liverpool and Chelsea a little bit further back. There are some teams picking up form and picking up results. Newcastle in 4th at the moment, but how do you see it all?
It's interesting, there's no doubt about it. I mean, I think all eyes will be on Spurs versus Arsenal today. I mean, obviously if Arsenal win that, they open up a healthy lead. You know, we win here today, we go back above Manchester United on goal difference.
And they'd be a point behind Manchester City.
Yeah, but they both have games in hand. You know, so look, it is interesting. You know, it's a strange season when you look at some of the sides that are up there. You know, we spoke about Fulham in 6th. You know, Brighton, big win again yesterday. Chelsea obviously have their problems. Looks like Liverpool and Klopp, they're having big problems as well. You know, so yeah, it's an interesting one. Look, we're only halfway through a season. You know, people we forget that we're almost into the middle of January, but we're still only halfway through a season. There's an awful lot of football still to be played, so an awful lot can happen. So we'll just have to keep going, keep doing what we're doing, and hope that things keep going our way.
The result in the Manchester derby yesterday.
Strange,
yeah. Well, there were some strange goings on in that game, particularly with VAR, which is not unusual. But the result, good or bad for Newcastle? What do you think?
Well, yeah, it depends on which way you look at it. You know, I spoke to people yesterday. Some said it was a great result for us. Some said it was a bad result for us. I don't know. It's, you know, as you say, point behind Manchester City. If you win today, they have the game in hand. They're obviously going through a little bit of a sticky time at this moment in time, Manchester City, but you would expect them to come out of it. You would think they would come out of it. I suppose if the result had gone the other way, it keeps Manchester United below you, and I suppose that's what you want. You want them away from you. It's just all very, very tight at this moment in time.
But it's exciting, isn't it, to be part of?
Oh, it's great to be part of it, without a doubt. You know, you're better off being there than fighting at the other end, looking over your shoulder. There's no doubt about that. You know, and people talk about pressure and one thing and another. Would you sooner have this pressure than pressure of fighting a relegation battle? You know, I know which one I'd sooner have, and that's fighting to be in the top four. You know, so yeah, look, it's great at this moment in time, but as I say, we're only halfway through a season. There's an awful lot of football still to be played.
We'll hear more from Eddie Howe shortly on BBC Radio Newcastle, with the warm-ups well underway. Newcastle substitutes have just taken to the field. Here come a few more of Fulham's. United always prepare for the game in the half in front of the Gallagher end away to our right, wearing light blue training tops. Fulham with pink tracksuit jackets on. They're going to be in a change kit today, which looks like a light green coloured away strip, and an unchanged side, which includes once again Dan Burn at left back for Newcastle, though he popped up in the penalty box the other night against Leicester, and after some near misses, including one in that game shortly before, Burn did finally register his first goal for the club in midweek, and well, wasn't it a special one?
I get quite a lot of stick for not scoring enough goals. I missed a sitter with a header and stuff as well, but yeah, no one can sort of take that away from us now. I think it's what you dream of when you're a kid, being a Newcastle fan, scoring in front of the Gallagher. So to do that in a pretty important game is massive.
Stopped by a combination of Castagna and Albrighton. His clearance blocked by Burn. Castagna plays it against Willock, who wins it back, and Joelinton, and Burn in the area. Dan Burn! Oh! Dan Burn's first Newcastle United goal, and it's a huge goal from the giant defender to put them in front in the Cup quarter-final. What a moment for the boy from Blythe.
I don't really remember it, to be honest, but yeah, like I said, I like trying to get forward and stuff, and took a good touch and took a swing at it, and it's gone in, but it was just a bit of a blur after that. I was just sprinting and finally ran out of pitch, so I had to do something, so just took the knee slide in. But it's good because all my family sit in that box and stuff as well, so for it to be that side and stuff, I'm just buzzing.
Is working on your attacking play personally from left full back something you've been doing consciously with Eddie Howe, given your role in the back four?
I think so. I think we do get a lot of joy going down the right with Trips and Miggy. They have a sort of good relationship, and been trying to build that a bit more. On the left, we've got different patterns that we like to use, and I think it's just that relationship. The longer you play with someone, you understand more the runs that they're going to make. Sometimes when Joey will come short and then he'll spin in behind, and I think it just takes time to sort of build that. But yeah, I enjoy it. I enjoy getting up and down the pitch. Obviously want to try and add to my game that way with assistance.
You've talked about how your life has changed in the last year since coming to Newcastle. You moved to Fulham at the start of your career, changed your football life, didn't it? And you're coming up against them at the weekend. You have fond memories, don't you, of your time in London?
Yeah, I loved it there, especially at the start. So it was a dream come true to get a Premier League move at the age that I was, and it was yeah, it was just crazy being around sort of Premier League players when I'd been playing in the conference and stuff. So yeah, I still know a few people there that have been sort of sharing messages and stuff, so it'll be nice to see people.
Total Sport.
On the station with Newcastle and Sunderland commentary exclusively live.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Dan Burn reflecting on his goal against Leicester. Brilliant for him, and wonderful celebrations, one that will live long in the memory. There have been a few like that under Eddie Howe, and I dare say there'll be a few more. Dan Burn also there discussing his time at Fulham. which was between 2011 and 2016. He joined them from Darlington and did play in the Premier League as a Fulham player before a couple of years in the Championship and then moving on to Wigan. That was terrific, Ando, the other night, wasn't it, for Byrne? And what I think we all saw in the celebrations and in the discussions about the goal in the game afterwards was that everyone was just genuinely thrilled for him because he's such a popular and respected figure.
Yeah, he should have scored before that. I mean, the header that he missed was an easier chance, and he should have had his goal before that game as well. You know, he's had chances in other games that he hasn't hit the target with. But yeah, look, it's something that he would have looked forward to. It's something that he would have dreamed of. And to get it in such an important game as well, because you know we totally dominated the game, and you just wondered where a goal was coming from, and then all of a sudden he pops up with it on his right foot as well, you know, and it was a real smart finish. You know, he's just tucked it away in the bottom corner, straight across the goalkeeper. Yeah, and he would have been absolutely delighted with that. You know, it would have been something that since coming here, since signing for the football club, it's something that he would have dreamed of, getting his first goal in the black and white shirt.
And Dan Byrne, part of a defence that's kept 7 clean sheets in a row at St James's Park in all competitions. He didn't get the man of the match the other night. That went to Bruno Guimaraes, who, well...
Look, I think it was... The other night it was so hard to pick a man of the match. For me, it was Willock. I thought Willock was brilliant. You know, I thought everything about his game, his energy levels, I thought he was first class. But you could have given it to anybody, and you know it didn't matter who you gave it to. You could have no complaints about it.
Anyone would have been a popular choice, wouldn't they? But Bruno in Newcastle's midfield again as part of the unchanged team has received an award, and it's the North East Football Writers Association Player of the Year for 2022. Bruno is the winner. It was chosen by the written journalists in the North East media, and Eddie Howe thinks they selected well.
Incredible impact on the team and off the pitch as well. I don't think it's just on it. I think he's embraced everything around Newcastle. You can see a few situations, goals he scored, celebrations he's given the supporters, the tackle at Leicester when he reacts. Yeah, he's such a passionate guy. He wants to win. He wants to do well. Right from the first minute when he turned up and really tried to buy into speaking English, and I can't speak highly enough of how he's tried to adapt to Newcastle and what he's done on and off the pitch. He obviously took a while to get into the team, so I think from his perspective he was very keen to show everyone what he could do, but there was a period where we held him back, and we think that was the right thing to do for him. Then we let him off the leash, and he hasn't looked back from that moment really, and he scored some vital goals for us. I think the players really, really like him as well, and I think that's hugely important. He's part of the team. He's not bigger than the team, which, when you have a player of his profile, is hugely important for me.
Eddie Howe talking about Bruno Guimaraes, the winner of the North East Football Writers Player of the Year for 2022. Kieran Trippier came third in the voting. We'll hear from Fulham's manager Marco Silva in just a moment. For a promoted team, Ando, to be doing so well at this stage of the season is probably quite rare. You've got to go back to 2005, 2006 when Wigan came up to find a promoted side with as many points as Fulham have at this point in the season. The game earlier in the campaign that Newcastle won, they'd started quite well, but the sending off obviously helped them because they played for almost 80 minutes against 10 men. You weren't too impressed by Fulham that day, and sometimes even when a team has 10 men, we know obviously it's become a cliche about it often being more difficult, but it was a very, very comfortable victory. It should have been by a few more as well.
Yeah, it should have been. You know, obviously you could say that the sending off changed the game, but we were on top prior to that anyway. You know, we should have won it by more. And when you play against sides, when they go down to 10 men, they usually make it very difficult for you. Get people behind the ball, flood midfield, make it difficult for you to play through them. But it was probably one of our easier games this season. We weren't under any pressure. We totally dominated. We had the best of the chances. Played well on the day. Fulham, I thought, were really, really poor. And after that performance, I thought they'd struggle. I thought they'd struggle to have an impact on the Premier League, but they've pulled it together since. And obviously, they're sixth in the league at this moment in time. So they've really turned it around, and full credit to them.
We've already discussed Alexander Mitrovic. The other threats in their team, well, Willian scored the other night and 34 now, but we know the qualities that he has and how dangerous he can be, particularly cutting in and getting shots away. Often caused Newcastle distress when he played for Chelsea earlier in his career. Andreas Pereira, the former Manchester United midfielder, has set up quite a few goals this season for his teammates. We think he might be in the sort of number 10 position today. And João Palhinha in central midfield, someone that they brought in 17 million from Braga in Portugal in the summer, and the only game that he missed this season was the one against Newcastle in October because he was suspended, but he's been, by all accounts, very impressive in the middle of the park.
Yeah, he's got decent reviews. They obviously missed him that day. As I said earlier, they like to play. They like the press. They like to play with a press. He's the one that starts it off, gets in and around people, likes putting his foot in. And from everything that you've heard, he's done very, very well since going to Fulham.
BBC Radio Newcastle at Fulham. Leno, Tete, Diop, Ream, Kazawa, Reed and João Palhinha, Willian, Pereira, De Cordova, Reed and Mitrovic. It's 3 changes for the visitors. Newcastle are unchanged for this match. Marco Silva, who is in charge of the West London side, would have liked more time between their match against Chelsea on Thursday night and the trip to Tyneside.
We are really pleased the way I've been playing, the way I've been achieved great results for us, but Premier League is really tough. And a good example is the next game that we are going to play against a top side. Brilliant work from Eddie as well, their players, and it will be difficult for us because almost don't have time to prepare the game. I think it is unfair for us to start that game at 2 p.m. on a Sunday. Not because the game will be, more because the way they schedule the game against Chelsea for a Thursday night is difficult to understand. After a so busy period, after the World Cup, playing almost 3 in 3 days for all the football clubs as well, a game that wasn't scheduled, they decided to put our game against Chelsea on a Thursday night, 2 days and a half before the Newcastle match. It will be difficult. We finished the game at 10 p.m. and we are going to start the game at 2 p.m. It's not taking care of the players. I know that Premier League is tough. It's tough for everyone, has to be, but it's not. It's really dangerous. I have to say, it's really dangerous for the players that they are going to start the game again at 2 p.m. and you have to take care of the players if you want to see good games. If you want to have them in the best physical conditions they can, you have to take care of the players. And with this time between both games, you are not taking care of the players. Is a really dangerous. And even to be fair, it's not fair for us to have so different time than Newcastle to prepare a game and to have the players in best physical we can. Of course, it's not about Newcastle, it's more about the game against Chelsea that they put in one Thursday night before the Newcastle match.
Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
That's the Fulham manager, Marco Silva. Their players are back in the changing room. Newcastle's just heading inside now with a little over 10 minutes to go until kick-off here at St James's Park. And the chances, Ando, that they'd created in previous games didn't cost them against Leicester because they kept going and they got their 2 goals eventually. They didn't come, though, against Leeds and not really against Sheffield Wednesday either. How much of a concern will that be for Eddie Howe, given that he does have now all of his first choice forward players available to him. And Callum Wilson, as I mentioned earlier, is on that run. And I know we've had the World Cup in between, but 6 Newcastle games without a goal for him.
I think it'd be more of a worry if they weren't creating chances, Razor, to be quite honest. If we were sat here and saying, oh well, we played games but we haven't created chances, I think it's a different scenario. You just think that creating those chances, you think eventually you will end up putting them in the back of the net. Wilson, it's not as if Wilson's been missing chances, because he hasn't had many.
Yeah.
He hasn't had any chances. You go back over those 6 games and you think, how many chances has he actually had in those games? So you probably think that all the chances that we're creating and making are probably falling to the wrong people. You want them to fall to Wilson and people of that ilk who can put the ball in the back of the net. So look, I don't think he'd be too concerned about it. He knows that the team is playing well. He knows that they're creating chances, and that sooner rather than later those chances will end up in the back of the net.
Just been a big cheer at St James's when Dan Burns' name was announced as being part of the starting 11. He set them on their way in the League Cup quarter-final with his first goal in black and white, and Newcastle head coach Eddie Howe says the defender is a valued member of his squad.
Well, I think as a player, but potentially not, and I think he's probably suffered with that throughout his career, that he doesn't quite get the recognition that his performances deserve. I think certainly from just my experience with working him, I think he's a top player. Whether that's centre half or at left back, he does the job very, very well. His leadership skills, I think, and his mentality are separate, because very few people sort of see them. It's his teammates, it's his coaching staff. And the way he conducts himself on a daily basis, he's a true inspiration, I think, to us. He's Newcastle through and through. I think you can sense that, and I think that's an added bonus that we've got since he's come here. But I think his performance last Tuesday was excellent. I think possibly his best performance for us as a whole, capped off by his goal.
Something you acknowledged after the game was Callum Wilson and Alexander Isak together in a squad for the first time, but they didn't play together because Isak came on for Wilson. Is that still an option for you, that they could be in the attack on the pitch at the same time, even if it means things have to be shuffled and changed around?
Of course, yeah, they could be on the pitch together. I think I have to evaluate every game and every situation that we face and try and balance the fact that you want potentially 2 attackers on the pitch, but you don't want to damage the balance of the team. So 2 outstanding players in their own right. And then obviously the game the other day I decided to replace Callum, again nursing him back from a bad illness. But I thought Callum did well, I thought Alex did well, so I think both players respectively are looking good.
And you've been careful, haven't you, about the way that you've reintroduced Isak. How has he responded physically to the 45 minutes in the FA Cup and then the time on the pitch at the end against Leicester?
Yeah, he's responded very well physically. There's been no ill effects. He's trained well this week off the back of that cameo. I think we have to be very careful with him, just with the length of time that he's been out, the type of injury that he had. He's done all the work. He's looked in good condition. He looks confident. He's very keen to be involved, but I think we need him for the long term. And it's great to have a very strong choice at the centre forward unit at the moment.
And Fulham, your opponents on Sunday, beat Chelsea on Thursday night in the Premier League. They're up to 6th. What did you make of that game if you watched it? And another impressive result for them. It's 4 wins in a row.
Yeah, they're very much in good form. I think Marco's done a very, very good job with the team. I'm very impressed with the style of play, so that they're not getting results by anything other than a very cohesive team unit, playing a lot of really good football. Tactically, they're very interesting. And they've got players in form, so dangerous attacking players from our perspective. So I think it'll be a good test of our defensive capabilities. And 2 very good teams and form teams going at each other.
And finally, thinking back to your last meeting with Fulham at the beginning of October, it was a big win for you, but probably a really significant result in your season, wasn't it? Because it was your 2nd Premier League victory.
Yeah, it was a huge game for us, looking back now. Potentially season defining for us, because we went there with good performances but without the wins that we wanted. We felt that we needed a win very quickly to turn that good feeling and positivity into actually points and That day we performed very well. Yes, they had a sending off early in the game, which potentially changed the feeling and dynamic of the game. But on the day, I thought we played very well.
They've announced Love Island is coming back.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Do you watch Love Island?
No, I haven't, because I find that I'll probably get addicted to it, so I've tried to avoid it.
Waking up the Northeast like this.
Sometimes I watch it with my wife and I pretend she loves it, and really I watch it a bit myself. I'm only mentioning this because I've just seen all the pictures of the contestants going in. They are not what you want to see at this time of year. They're all like sort of tanned, toned, beautiful. Basically, if you want to imagine what a Love Island contestant looks like, Steph, all you need to do is look directly at me. Pasty, flabby, mildly ugly, look like I've sort of hit a few ugly branches on the way down. You reverse that, the exact opposite, that's a Love Island contestant.
Right.
I think for the winter one, they shouldn't have Love Island, they should have Love Handles.
The sound of the Northeast at breakfast. BBC Radio Newcastle, making a difference in the Northeast. The sound of Newcastle United.
Joe Wellington, Callum Wilson! Brilliant Newcastle goal! Here's Alan Saint-Maximin into the area, still going, and scores! Alan Saint-Maximin puts Newcastle ahead. Still Joe Willock. Ball across. It's Bruno Guimaraes! Bruno has won it!
Great sport kicks off here.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Eddie Howe talking about Fulham, about Wilson and Isak, who don't yet play together, but I'm sure it will happen at some point, somehow. And also Dan Burn, and at the Leazes end of St James's Park, there is a giant surfer banner of Eddie Howe. It's on a black and white background, and the Newcastle boss in the middle with clenched fists celebrating, and underneath a quote from one of his recent interviews, I think it was after the Arsenal match, when he said, "We're not here to be popular, we're here to compete." Looks pretty good. Another success from the War Flags group, who encouraged fans to bring scarves the other night. There are some of those here again today, but it's mostly the individual black and white flags that are being held up and displayed as we await the arrival of the two teams. It's a great sight for players to walk out to, isn't it, Ando? And it obviously was the other night.
Yeah, I mean,
against Leicester. It must have given the players a big difference.
Yeah, look, it's spectacular, there's no doubt about it. Obviously when the game starts they don't pay much attention to it and one thing, but yeah, to walk out to it and see it, it's spectacular when you walk down that tunnel and see it.
Here they are, Newcastle and Fulham. Kieran Trippier leading out United. Tim Ream, the American defender, blonde hair and a ponytail. The Fulham skipper today, and led out by the referee Robert Jones, wearing orange with black shorts and socks, same as his two assistants, Lee Betts and Ian Hussin. Fulham in what is mostly like a mint green away kit, with a bit of grey on the front of their jerseys, and Leno, the goalkeeper, is wearing red, Pope in yellow for Newcastle, and it's the black and white stripes, black shorts and black socks for the outfield players. And having observed the Premier League anthem, they will now shake hands with the officials and with their opponents from West London. Newcastle looking to do the double over Fulham for the first time since 2007-2008. In the Championship season, Fulham won both matches, including a victory in the springtime at St James's Park that fortunately for Newcastle didn't derail their promotion push. The last two Premier League encounters here between the clubs have finished level. 1-1 in a behind closed doors match, and 0-0 in the 2018-19 season. Fulham have made 3 changes. Tosin Adarabioyo is out of the team from central defence and on the bench. Anthony Robinson, the left back, is suspended, and Carlos Vinicius, scorer of their winner the other night, is also a substitute. Alexander Mitrovic comes in for Vinicius up front, having returned from his own 1-match ban. Levan Kazara is at left back in place of Robinson, and Issa Diop, signed from West Ham for 15 million in the summer, is at centre-half for Fulham today. So their team: Bernd Leno in goal, Kenny Tete, Issa Diop, Tim Ream, Levan Kazara. In midfield, Harrison Reed and João Palhinha, with Bobby De Cordova-Reid, who scored their consolation goal against Newcastle earlier in the season, Andreas Pereira and Willian behind Alexander Mitrovic. Harrison Reed, the midfielder, was just having some spray put on his thigh, wasn't he? Was it to freeze it, or was it to heat it up? I'm not sure, but he was just receiving some treatment as Trippier and Ream posed for pictures with several young Newcastle mascots, and one from Fulham as well in the centre circle. They are unchanged, United. Nick Pope in goal, Kieran Trippier, Fabian Schär, Sven Botman, Dan Burn, Bruno Guimaraes, Sean Longstaff, Joe Willock, Miguel Almiron, Joelinton, Callum Wilson. On the bench, it's Dubravka, Lascelles, Sam Maxima, Ritchie, Lewis, Isak, Manquillo, Wood and Murphy. Fulham subs: Rodak, the goalkeeper, Tosin, Wilson, Kearney, Solomon, Chalobah, James, Vinicius and Harris. They haven't played Hey Jude just before kick-off before at this point. Maybe they're changing the match day music running order as Newcastle break out of a huddle. Fulham lined up and all ready to go. Big opportunity, John Anderson. Another test, but a chance to go back up to third.
Yeah, look, they're all tests. No easy games in the Premier League. But St James's has become a bit of a fortress. You know, our performances here and results here have been good. And hopefully we continue that trend today.
We're underway. BBC Radio Newcastle, NUFC TV, played back by Fulham. And then down the line, this near side, Dan Burn puts it out for a throw. Newcastle defending the goal to our right at the Gallagher end, so kicking upwards towards the Leazes end in the first 45. Fulham trying to get into the corner, and it's a throw next to the corner flag. Kenny Tete up from right fullback is the player to take it. Gets a return ball from Reed, and down the line it goes back towards Diop and out for a Newcastle throw. Dan Burn picks the ball up. It's Bruno back towards Burn, challenge in on Bruno, no foul, and his pass went out, so it's Fulham's ball again from another throw. Diop back towards Ream, it's behind him, and Leno out of his box, swings it away right-footed. It's a huge kick, it's bouncing, and Schär in the end takes charge, hooking it over his shoulder clear towards halfway. 0-0, we've played a minute and 20 seconds. Willian on the right, whips a ball in towards the near post. Reed made a run from midfield, but Pope is there.
Just too much on the ball. Right idea. Keeper's ball all day though. Just tried to spin in behind Botman, but as I say, too much on the ball from Willian.
Botman, left-footed ball up to Wilson, takes a touch, it goes up, and a header from Diop, and back to Bruno, who has dyed his hair blonde again. Longstaff on the right in the middle section of the pitch. It's Schär on the ball now. It's on the front of the programme today, Fabian Schär. Looking long for Joelinton. Good flicked header out to Willock. Edge of the area. Willock goes for a curler and is off target with a right-footed shot.
Yeah, got the confidence to take it on. Just didn't get enough whip on it. Hardly got any whip whatsoever. You could see what was in his mind as soon as Joe Linton's flicked that ball out wide to him. He's just cut inside on his right foot. Just didn't get any bend on it.
Fulham are going to play it short from the back to Diop in the penalty area. Tete on the near side. Into the middle it goes. Longstaff trying to win it and does. But a recovery challenge from João Palhinha for Fulham, just intercepting the ball. And they've got it on the far side of the pitch. Some quick 1 and 2 touch passing, and now João Palhinha keeps hold of the ball. Across to Diop, Willian flicking it down the line. It stayed in play. Botman across to beat Reed to the ball, but at the expense of a Fulham throw. Eddie Howe and Jason Tindall guiding their players into the right positions. Tete has taken a good few extra yards, threw it to Mitrovic, and the ball from Mitrovic out of play. Joe Linton with the throw. Wilson on his chest, gets away from a couple of defenders. Ream covering, wins it back. And this is João Palhinha, back to Ream. Back of the centre circle. And Diop, the 6'4" defender, has got it again near to the corner of his penalty area. Into the box to goalkeeper Leno. And the former Arsenal player, Fans Kazawa, on the left touchline. Into Ream. Across the box. Oh, it's a difficult one for Diop, and he's touched it on to Joe Linton, who heads it against Tete, and Newcastle have a throw 20 yards out, 0-0.
Unbelievable. Talk about play yourself into trouble.
Burn to Joe Linton, and Cher in front of the centre circle. Encouraged to shoot, carries on with the ball to Trippier. Almiron playing it through, great chance, brilliant defending by Diop. Sean Longstaff rolled in by Bruno, left-footed effort, looked like he was going to score. Somehow the big defender got there and diverted it up over the crossbar behind for a corner.
Just wanted too long to hit it, didn't he? Didn't hit it, needed to hit it a little bit earlier. Gave the defender the opportunity to get in and get the block on it. Good defending by the big defender, mate.
We played 5 minutes. And looking for an opening goal from the corner, Newcastle. Joe Linton to Almiron. Willock on the corner of the area. They've gone to Bruno, middle of the pitch. Now Trippier. Sidesteps Mitrovic. Digs out a cross. Header away by Ream. Bruno's there to nod it to Trippier and keep Newcastle on the attack forwards. Offside against Cher, who competed for the ball in the air. Ian Hussin on the far side with the flag. Lee Betts on the near side. A reminder, Graham Scott, the 4th official. Mike Dean is on VAR, and Robert Jones is the man in charge of it all on the pitch. Willian against Joe Linton's arm, but it's gone for a Fulham throw, so it's the visitors' ball. I think they have a free kick, but the referee's telling them it's a throw only. Kenny Tete, Dutch international, wearing gloves. To Mitrovic, it's off his chest and then off the boot of Byrne and out of play. Fairly slow start to the game, still goalless. Tete back to Diop. Controls. Ream lets it come and had to go back. Pressure from Wilson and Almiron on the far side. Now Leno to Diop. And Tete still in their defensive third. Fulham. João Palhinha down the line. That's out of play. Harrison Reed didn't think so and has smacked the ball away. Referee telling him to respect the whistle. No yellow card. Byrne with a throw down the line. Wilson touching it on under real pressure from Diop behind him, and it's come through to Leno. Ream in the box, didn't want that kind of ball. Almiron has played it Looked like he might have played it against him. That's what the fans are appealing for behind the goal. He got a touch on it, Almiron. Ream played into trouble by the goalkeeper, but it is only a Fulham goal kick.
Keep doing that, they're going to get punished. Suicidal. I mean, it's a horrible ball. It's played behind him. It's almost on the goal line. They'll get punished.
Mitrovic trying to get the better of Cher. It's come off Trippier's arm, and referee let Fulham have one more go because of the bounce of the ball, but has brought it back for a free kick. It was a bouncing ball. De Cordova-Reid gave Trippier a push, and then his arm went out. Might have hit the elbow. And it is free kick left side of central midfield. Newcastle are a couple of yards in front of their penalty area as they defend this. It's 0-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle. Kicked off at 2, so still inside the opening 10 minutes. And here's the ball, sent in right-footed, Byrne with a good header away. Bruno challenging with João Palhinha. It comes to Diop in the box. He's put it into the centre, and the flag has gone up. Some complaints from supporters, thought there may have been a foul for Newcastle, edge of the area, nothing given, and then Diop was offside anyway, so they got a free kick. And Sven Botman,
that delayed reaction again from the linesman, isn't it?
into midfield to Longstaff. Almiron to Trippier, played forwards. Wilson trying to get around Ream, who has slid in and conceded a throw with the ball just inside Fulham's half, far side of the pitch. Trippier waiting for an option. Joelinton's made a run across to the far side, gets it, gives it back, and Trippier inside, but straight to Willian. Here go Fulham on the attack. De Cordova-Reid to the left. And he has it now, corner of the area. Gives it back to Pereira, who'd made the initial run. Whips in a right-footed cross, looking for Mitrovic. Shot on the turn, blocked. Tete over the top from the edge of the area. Left-footed, tried to curl it into the top corner.
Chance. Yeah, chance. Good ball played in. Mitrovic does well. Comes back to Tete. Always leaning back, always going over the top, but it's a chance.
Last goal Newcastle conceded at home was a penalty from Brentford's Ivan Toney on the 8th of October. Fulham coming pretty close there. Mitrovic involved. Another former United striker, but Tete had the effort. Last Premier League goal conceded was at Southampton on the 6th of November. Cher coming into the middle of Newcastle's half. Foot on the ball, and across it comes to Botman. Bruno closed down by Harrison Reed, who gave him a shove as well. Bruno looks to the referee, who saw it, but allows Newcastle to play on. Cher to Trippier on the touchline on the far side, still in their own half. Cher once more, now chipped over the top, and Wilson's made a run off and gets there into the corner. Now in the box, Callum Wilson looking for some support. He's won a corner, which is probably about the best he could have done there.
Yeah, I mean, Reed's just let him run off him. He hasn't tracked the run at all. Good ball played down the line by Cher. As you say, probably the best he can do. There was no black and white shirt in there. Big boys come forward yet again. Two centre-backs, Stambo, and get themselves in there.
And they've changed it around with the set pieces today. Newcastle. Joelinton took the first corner. Bruno's going to deliver this one on the right-hand side. It's short to Almiron. First time back to Bruno. They've gone to Trippier again, 30 yards out, cross towards the far post, headed away. Willock on his chest, back into the middle and cleared. And Joelinton with a late challenge on Tete, and the whistle has gone.
Yeah, he just left his foot there, didn't he?
Listen to BBC Radio Newcastle. Total Sport back at 6 tomorrow, and every weeknight until 8 you can phone in and talk about Newcastle and Sunderland, and we have the latest from both clubs. The free kick taken by the goalkeeper for the visitors, and Newcastle have it back. Trippier to Share, moved on nicely to Willock. Now Joelinton, first time layoff to Byrne, who tried to play it down the line for Wilson. It's intercepted, and Fulham can get away here with Willian, stopped by Botman. Ball's come to Reed, and over it goes to the far side. They want offside, Newcastle. Flag stays down, and De Cordova-Reid eventually stopped by Fabian Schär. Big clearance from the Swiss defender up to halfway, but ball coming back at Newcastle down the far side. Kazawa challenged by Almiron, who's kept it in and then turned the Frenchman and won a throw, and that's very well done indeed by Almiron.
Yeah, Kazawa, I know he got injured in the game down there, but he started the game poorly. He was sloppy on the ball, wanted too much time, and he started in a similar vein again today. Just wants to do it all in his own time.
Newcastle throw to Bruno, helped on, but Fulham have it back. Still goalless. Clearance into the Fulham half. Ream, who played 4 times at the World Cup, including against England. Back to the goalkeeper, and they go towards Willian in the air, but Burns always going to win that. And Willock with a nod down to Botman, who has turned and played it forwards into midfield, intercepted by Tete. And Fulham have been quite sharp over the last few minutes, and now it's a long ball forwards looking for Pereira. Botman grappling with him. The Brazilian midfielder has it. Back to Willian, into the box, away by Schär, and then Almiron. Trippier trying to get there, wins a throw. It was a dangerous looking attack from Fulham when Pereira got there before Botman, but Newcastle dealt with the cross.
Yeah, he could have went down, couldn't he? He had a hold of his arm, he was pulling them back, Botman.
Botman looking for the feet of Wilson, intercepted by Diop, and the centre half's now right wing and into the corner in this Fulham attack. There's 5 players in it, cuts it back to Willian into the penalty area, off Bruno, corner. Fulham supporters showing a lot of enthusiasm for their team and the way they've started.
They've started brightly, haven't they?
It was a good break by the defender, read the ball and then carried on his charge up the pitch.
Yeah, they've been good. They've got it and they've passed it.
And they've won 4 times away already this season, Fulham, at Leicester, Palace, Leeds and Forest. 0-0 in the 16th minute, but an outswinging right-footed corner from Andreas Pereira, wearing number 18. It's into the 6-yard box, away by Joelinton. Willian back in, header from Botman, and then Wilson, Diop up into the air. Mitrovic challenging with Trippier. Referee's given Newcastle a free kick.
Handball. Mitrovic, handball.
Byrne with the ball on the floor, edge of the area, back inside the box to Botman. Botman with it again for Newcastle, and now it's Schär as they look to go on the attack. And ball over the top through to Leno in the Fulham penalty area. Now Bruno pressing at the edge of the area, trying to win it. Away it goes. Byrne with a header. It's been picked up by Pereira, and now Willian. Fabian Schär with a stooping header away. Willian nods on. Dan Byrne is just going to let this run behind, and does. And Newcastle have a goal kick. Bruno is down still at the edge of the Fulham penalty area.
Didn't see anything.
And he's holding
he's
right
twisted
foot.
his ankle. Looks like he's gone over on that ankle.
So the game has been stopped, 0-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle. I've just had a minute's applause at St James's Park for the memory of a big Newcastle fan, Amy Gadomski, who died recently, having contracted strep A, aged just 16, and the applause came when the clock reached 16 minutes. Bruno still down, physio is on. They've got 3 substitutes warming up, Newcastle: Murphy, Isak and Manquillo. The team is unchanged today. Sam Maxima also on the bench. 0-0, and I'll be hoping Bruno's okay and able to carry on. Grimacing, gets to his feet, plants his foot into the turf, and it's being walked off the pitch. Limping now, but fingers crossed he'll be okay. Nick Pope about to take a goal kick. What do you think of the game that you've watched so far, John Anderson?
There hasn't been a great deal of pace to it. We haven't started the game as we have in previous games with a high tempo, high press. It's been a little bit flat. Fulham have got it down and played when they can, look to get forward when they can.
Header forwards by Newcastle, volleyed away by Fulham, then on by Cher, and they've got Almiron in for the first time near the corner of the area, linking up with Trippier. Almiron, right-footed cutback, and a Fulham clearance, and it's in midfield now with Joelinton back to Botman on halfway. Gets away from Mitrovic, passes it to Byrne, who wants to come inside and does. Joelinton receives, and across to Bruno, who's limping a bit. That's why the crowd were groaning there. Needs to shake that knock off, Bruno. Still got it, Newcastle. Cher finds another black and white shirt. It's Joelinton onto Byrne. Willock and Byrne exchange a couple of passes, halfway line, and Botman in Newcastle's half. Square it goes, 20 yards or so. Cher bringing it up to halfway. Almiron's dropped off with Trippier out wide.
He's moving a bit freer.
He's turned Almiron and then found Trippier, and they've released Longstaff. Cut back, Wilson hits it, and it runs across the face of goal and into the corner. Willian plays it against Willock. It's a Fulham throw next to the corner flag.
Yeah, didn't really connect with it, did he? Sort of scuffed at Wilson. Wasn't the easiest one either. I mean, he's gone away from goal, trying to wrap his foot round it.
BBC Radio Newcastle. 0-0. There's the throw. Byrne and Mitrovic competing for the ball. Cher with it, and trying to get Trippier in. He's found the feet of Trippier. Back to Almiron. Trippier goes down. Referee lets Newcastle play on. They're still on the attack. Almiron sent out wide. Trippier to the edge of the area. Ream intercepts. And then Bruno intercepts João Palhinha's ball forward. Longstaff, 30 yards out, right of centre to Joelinton. Byrne gives it to Willock, carries on his run. Must have a taste for it. Byrne stayed up in this attack. Wide left, Botman to Joelinton and Bruno, middle of Fulham's half. Now Longstaff under pressure. Has got away from Andreas Pereira to Willock, back to Joelinton, moving it Newcastle. Trippier wants it, and Bruno pings it across to Trippier. Had to control a difficult ball with his shoulder. Fulham then win it back. Trippier then with a couple of challenges. Back to Cher. It's 0-0. But having more possession, Newcastle, and trying to create something. Botman on the diagonal to Trippier, brought down for Almiron, near to the corner of the box, cuts inside Almiron, back to Bruno, now wide again for Trippier, first time ball in, header into the hands of Bernd Leno. Wilson was in there, Joelinton too, Willock made the run, And Newcastle with an attempt on target, but a save by the Fulham
straight
goalkeeper.
To keeper. Good build-up play again, though. Worked it wide, decent delivery again. Trippier, good ball played in. I think it was Joe Linton with the header. Straight to keeper, though.
Again, short from the back, Fulham, and return to the goalkeeper. Leno upfield, Burns header. Wilson trying to flick it on. He's come through to Ream. 15 yards in front of their penalty area. Kazawa, who scored in the FA Cup at Hull last week. That was his comeback from injury. The on loan Paris Saint-Germain defender. He's got it again, finding Ream. Rolled inside to João Palhinha. Across it comes, Burn intercepts Willock. Flicking it on to Joe Linton, back through towards Willock, but it'll run nicely and kindly for Leno, who is able to pick it up inside the area. 0-0. And there's a challenge by Sean Longstaff, far side of the field. He's been fouled near to the halfway line. And Trippier, he's going to wait for Cher to go up. Botman has already gone forwards. Burn in the middle. Fulham just dropping their defensive line a bit, between 5 and 10 yards ahead of the penalty area. Alan Saint-Maximin warming up for Newcastle as Trippier looks to the edge of the box. Burn got the flick on. Willock beaten to the ball by Mitrovic, and Harrison Reed stopped in his tracks by Joe Linton near to halfway. Small in stature, Reed, the midfielder, but an important part of the Fulham midfield. Missed only one game, and that was through suspension. Tete with the throw towards Mitrovic, too high, and Botman takes it down, has a look, gets turned, and it's a square ball to Cher. Still no goals, and we're in the 25th minute, and not too many chances in the game of particular note. This is Longstaff on a run over halfway, chips it forwards, cut out by Kazawa. Ream to the full-back again, and now back inside to Ream, square to Diop. They're on the right side now. Full-back Tete sent forwards. Cher's come across, good first touch, and accurate ball back to Pope. Away first time by the goalkeeper. Tete is stretching,
did well,
flicked it out for a throw with Joe Linton dangerously poised next to his shoulder. They've taken the throw, Newcastle, 25 yards out. Bruno in the middle of midfield. Cher. Almiron with a couple of touches, back to Cher. Trippier brought in from Cher's inviting ball. The cross is blocked and then volleyed away by Fulham. Cher hooks it away from Mitrovic. And back to Pope, who's almost at the centre circle when he takes that with the first touch. Bruno coming forwards through the left side of midfield. Willock up to Wilson, who's held it well. Longstaff, options to the right. Almiron could get a shot away here. Almiron, edge of the area, through for Bruno. Back to Almiron, 18 yards out. Trippier near to the corner flag. Bruno with a first-time cross. Appeals for handball. Callum Wilson runs to the referee, Robert Jones. He's given a corner on the far side instead, 0-0.
Yeah, haven't seen it. Wasn't great appeals, was that? No, it's not handball.
Might have, I don't know, hit the shoulder perhaps, but arm tucked in against the body. João Palhinha, I think. Here's the corner. Trippier is taking this one. It's driven towards the back of the 6-yard box, and the goalkeeper, stepping away from his post, makes the catch.
Yeah, good take, wasn't it? Came through a lot of bodies.
It's gone very quiet, hasn't it? Ream back to Leno and João Palhinha. with Bruno behind him. He slipped. Jean Polinia after he played the ball, but no danger for Fulham. Almiron intercepts a pass out wide to Kazawa, and it's a throw.
I think Ream's the one you can play on, you know. He takes chances. Almost gave that straight to Almiron.
Well, they haven't taken the throw yet, Fulham, which is a frustration for a few Newcastle fans. They've got it back though. Trippier, and Almiron gets away from João Palhinha with good feet. Burn into midfield, back to Almiron, and it's come out wide left to Joelinton. He's got the ball on the floor, drags it back and gets away from Tete, and then around another defender. Tete recovers and has done very well, actually. Stopped by Burn, no good challenge by the big man.
Outnumbered when he had Willock and Bourne there was nowhere for him to go.
Eddie Howe staring at the floor, pacing the technical area. Jason Tindall orchestrating things from the side of the pitch. They've got it back from the Fulham throw. Burn on to Bruno. Almiron with a flick. Longstaff plays it back to Cher near the halfway line. Chip through the middle, looking for Willock in off the left, and it's gone through to Leno.
Good defending, Tete. Just blocked Willock off, I should say. Made sure he wasn't getting there. Let the ball run through to his keeper.
It's on the floor on the right from Fulham, from the back, and Harrison Reed has carried it into Newcastle's half. Willian drops his shoulder and goes down the wing, chips it over to the far side. De Cordova Reed, edge of the area, through for Andreas Pereira, blocked by Cher. Corner on the left.
Good move again, wasn't it? Good running.
Ream and Diop have gone up for the corner. They are part of a crowd of players around the penalty spot. Mitrovic is in front of the goalkeeper. Ball will be sent in right-footed. Andreas Pereira, lots of whip on it, and headed behind, but referee has spotted a foul.
Mitrovic on Cher.
Pope thought about doing it quickly, decided against it. Kieran Trippier made the run, furthest Newcastle player forwards. Trippier.
Mitrovic is all over Cher.
Botman bringing it out from the box. Newcastle have restarted the match, but it's 0-0 after half an hour against Fulham, and not a lot has happened so far. Botman having a look. It's in the middle of United's half. Bruno's come to get it off him and played a pass to Cher. Newcastle trying to quicken the pace of things. Bruno for Longstaff now. Out on the right, back inside to Bruno. In Fulham's half, Botman has got space to run into. He's picked out a pass to Joelinton, stopped by Tete. It's a good block by the defender, who's come up to halfway, and Joelinton makes amends for losing the ball by winning it back. Longstaff onto Almiron, turns back inside away from Kazawa, still got it Almiron. Reed pulling him down by the shorts. Free kick given.
He wasn't too sure where he was going, Almiron, was he?
Botman rolls it quickly to Willock. He's got two Fulham defenders right in front of him, so it goes back to Botman, and Cher near to the base of the centre circle. Botman on the ball again. 0-0, BBC Radio Newcastle. Longstaff has come for it, and Willock takes it away and around Tete and down the line and into the penalty area. Joe Willock looking for Wilson, just couldn't connect. Ball. It comes over for Trippier, and Almiron, edge of the area, hits the shot, deflection on the ball, Corner kick Newcastle.
Great play, Willock. Great pullback as well. Just needed somebody coming in, back post, get a strike on it. Eventually got the Almiron. It's come back on his left foot. Shots taken a deflection, gone behind, corner kick.
Nick Pope is over on the touchline speaking with Jason Tyndall. He's now run back into position. Every Fulham player defending as Trippier sends in an out-swinging corner that's headed away. Willock volleys.
Unlucky.
Volleys wide.
Yeah, it was there to be hit. Corner kick, headed clear, edge of the penalty area, is just waiting for it, Willock. Had every right to hit it, just didn't connect with it, did he? Came off the outside of his right boot, always going wide.
Fulham's manager Marco Silva is talking to the fourth official, Graham Scott. Nick Pope is sitting down.
Is that why they came over, to tell Nick Pope to go down?
Well,
so they can get some.
The doctor has come on. This happened at Liverpool, didn't it?
Yeah, remember what happened there?
He said he was feeling dizzy though, didn't they? Early in the game, he's sitting down. Bruno's having further treatment as well on his foot or ankle. It's being strapped. His boot is off. So, with 33.5 minutes on the clock, 2 Newcastle players receiving treatment. Longstaff, Cher and Trippier having a conversation on the pitch. Everyone else is with Eddie Howe and has picked up a water bottle. Fulham, all their players have come across to the side of the pitch. Still looking for the opening goal. Bruno does not look comfortable. He's in some pain with the ankle. Just planted his foot on the floor and a pained expression across his face. He's tying his right bootlace now. Martin Dubravka is the goalkeeper on the bench today. Nick Pope is back up. And the doctor, Paul Catterson, picks up his medical bag and runs over to the side of the field. And Bruno has been given some painkillers for
anti-inflammatories
for the ankle. It's a hug from Eddie Howe. He's waiting to come back on. Bruno Pope.
Why does he have to wait to come back on?
Pope was treated on the pitch. Newcastle have 10 at the moment. It's Fulham restarting with a goal kick. And Leno's just moved it across his 6-yard line. Some fans think the time wasting has begun already. Accurate ball out to Kazawa. Longstaff gets in the way. Fulham still have it, then they lose it to Longstaff. Quick ball down the line for Almiron, who can run inside to Wilson, looking to break into the box, but stopped by a Fulham challenge. And there's a ball.
Mitrovic isn't going to run for that.
From Kazawa into an attacking area, but no Fulham players there. A couple of black and white shirts. Back to Pope. Burn to Botman. Playing it around Mitrovic. 28 years old now. Serbia international. Shares popped up now in Fulham territory, looking for Trippier. Up to the edge of the area. Header away by Ream. Back to Diop. And on the 6-yard line has clipped it away. Willian. Burn behind him. Willian comes inside, away from Joelinton as well, and Willock. He's held off a few of them. And around Longstaff, that's good from a Chelsea and Arsenal player. And Fulham are into the final third on an attack. Kazawa's ball in from the left, straight to Pope.
Straight down his throat.
Pope, underarm throw. Dan Burn, he's got plenty of space to hit. Cuts inside. Away from João Palhinha. Bruno onto Longstaff, let it run. And then gets the better of Decordova-Reid in a challenge. Trippier into the area. Back through for Longstaff. Cuts it back, and Wilson at the near post. It's gone up. In fact, it was Willock, I think, rather than Wilson. Up and behind, but off a defender, and it's a corner.
How weak was Decordova-Reid? Oh, if you were a manager, you'd be pulling your hair out of that. He's got to win that. 70-30 in his favour.
Trippier with the corner. 38 minutes, still looking for the opening goal. Newcastle. An outswinger, plenty of pace on it, but João Palhinha with an uncontested header clear. Longstaff back out wide towards Trippier. Decordova-Reid with the header. It's come to Trippier from the Fulham player. He's had a couple of touches to set himself, then drives it into the box. Tete
good header
with a header out, and it's a throw rather than corner, but next to the corner flag on this near left side.
Yeah, good defending, wasn't it?
And they're going to leave it for Byrne, I think. To the feet of Joelinton and back again to Byrne, near to the touchline. That's given away to Pereira from the ball inside. Mitrovic stopped by Botman. Cher then gets around Harrison Reed, through for Wilson, takes it on the turn, gets the shot away, and it's pushed over the top by Leno for another corner. Callum Wilson set it up well for himself, and a powerful drive touched over the top.
Yeah, straight down the throat to the goalkeeper. Strong arms, just pushed it over the top. Good turn, Wilson.
Trippier with another corner. Almiron's available, corner of the box if they want to go short. Every Fulham player back. Another outswinging ball in, looking for Joelinton, header away by Mitrovic. Longstaff with it here, he's gone back to Pope. And the goalkeeper looks for Trippier, who heads on. Willock chasing, but Leno is quick off the mark and gathers. And it's an underarm throw to the feet of Willian. It's forced backwards by Newcastle pressure. Ream to Leno again. 6-yard box. He slipped as he's cleared it, but it's a big kick. Byrne with a header that's actually come to Mitrovic. Pereira wide right to Harrison Reed. Turns back to Tete. And he plays it to Diop. And they've gone back to the goalkeeper again. 0-0. BBC Radio Newcastle. Ream on the corner of his own penalty area. He's on a run, the American. And finds João Palhinha, runs into Joelinton. Willock tried to come away with the ball. Referee spotted a foul. Must have been by Joelinton.
No, it was Willock. Just had a little nick on him.
Andreas Pereira tries to play in Decordova-Reid quickly, but Trippier gets up above the Jamaican international and heads it back to Pope. Botman. Diagonal ball. Trippier in loads of space. Excellent first touch. Almiron down the line. He's gone back to Longstaff, who returns it to Trippier. Now through into the area for Wilson, and the cut back, and Tete is there to clear. They had runners, Newcastle, but they couldn't get on the end of the ball. Wilson now in the area again, trying to win a corner. It's blocked by the defender, and then another one plays it down the line. Trippier with a header to Almiron. They stay on the attack, Newcastle. Bruno back heel. It's come to Longstaff. He's chipped it into the box, away by Tete. Longstaff down on his chest. Around one Fulham player, then down. And free kick is given. And it's given Newcastle's way, despite the protests from Andreas Pereira.
Went looking for it, but it's a free kick.
That's why I hesitated, because I wondered whether it penalised Longstaff, but it's Newcastle's free kick. 42 minutes. And it's outside the box, right of centre. Referee's now having a discussion with
Pereira. He's called Pereira.
Tim Ream, the captain of Fulham, today. Tom Kearney is the club captain, but he's on the bench. Pereira is being spoken to by Robert Jones, the Merseyside-based official. Trippier is there, and the referee's moved it back a few yards. Trippier's picked the ball up again. And he's moved it forwards. The wall's being brought back. The spray goes down. And they're told to stand behind the line. Cher is next to the ball as well. Maybe they could move it to Cher and just let him hit it. So he's a long way out. It's 10 yards probably from the box. Just judging by the position of the wall, which is pretty much on the line. Yeah, Almiron has pulled off as well, edge of the area, in a bit of space. They could slip him in. It could be Cher, it could be Trippier. Trippier takes the free kick, off the wall, corner kick.
Yeah, went for it, didn't it? Wall stood nice and big. Ricocheted up in the air, gone behind, corner kick.
Well, they've taken it short, and back to Trippier, looking for Botman, headed up by Tete at the back post, and away by the Fulham fullback. And Cher plays it against Pereira, and Trippier has to come across and roll it back towards Pope. Bit of a short ball, but the Newcastle keeper has been able to complete the clearance, and it's a Fulham throw.
Tell you what, he's defended his back post well, Tete. Cross is coming in there. Not only did he win it once, he won it a second time as well. He's done that on a few occasions this afternoon.
0-0 at St James's Park as we enter the final minute of the first 45. Botman with a sliding challenge. Burn away against Reed though, and Mitrovic receives it outside the area, holds off a couple of defenders and holds it up, gives it to João Palhinha. Almiron almost intercepted Palhinha's ball. He got his studs onto it, but couldn't get a meaningful touch, and then Trippier has put it out of play. Back to Ream. Fulham will be pretty happy, I think, with the first half from their point of view. This is Tete down the line, and Harrison Reed is offside. Joe Willock had won the header anyway. Graham Scott, the fourth official, has the numbers board in his hands, and it shows a minimum of 3 additional minutes. Dan Burn with the free kick.
I don't think we'll see Bruno second half, you know.
No, he's not looking comfortable at all, is he? That twist of the ankle, it is heavily strapped. Newcastle trying to play it up to Wilson, and it's laid off, and now down the right they go with Almiron. Wilson in the box, Almiron's cut inside, found Bruno, back again towards Almiron, just like they did at Fulham away, but this time it's headed clear. And Wilson at the edge of the area, great turn, Callum Wilson!
Oh, he's got to score.
Oh, it's a brilliant chance, and once again he found the space for the shot superbly, but the effort, a curling shot from the edge of the box, is into the hands of Bernd Leno, and Wilson will be disappointed that
he's got to score.
He didn't get his 7th goal of the season.
Yeah, got to score. Great turn, did the big centre back, caught really flat-footed the centre back. He turns him, does the hard stuff really.
Fulham with Willian on halfway, down the line that goes, and it's the visitors' ball. Just looking at the midfield in that last attack, Joe Linton had popped up on the right. Bruno had gone further forwards, but they are back to where they started, with Bruno in the middle. But I agree with you, I'd be surprised if he played in the second half. And apart from anything else, they won't want to risk him aggravating the injury. Now the whistle has gone. There's a Fulham player on the floor, Harrison Reed. A challenge came in on him. He seemed to land on the ball, and it could be obstruction. And I didn't see the referee point either way. He's sending Fulham players away from him. Looks like it will be a Newcastle free kick.
No, I don't think it's a free kick. I think he's just going to give him the ball.
He's going to drop the ball.
He went looking for a free kick, Reid. He just fell. Laid there, looking for the free kick. They're just going to give him the ball.
Yeah, he's going to drop it at Dan Burns' feet. 0-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle. And Botman up towards Wilson, who was being held near to halfway. And Robert Jones has given Newcastle a free kick. It hasn't been a particularly
He's in
exciting.
tears, Bruno.
He's in
tears.
some pain. They're going to have to take him off, aren't they?
Yeah, he won't come out second half.
He's not going to be able to continue. It's a real shame. He's an emotional player. And he just wants to play his part for Newcastle, but with a heavy limp, he makes his way forwards. Trippier with the free kick, looking for Joelinton. It's come down to Almiron, hits it low, and it's stopped by Leno next to his left-hand post. And there's the half-time whistle. Joelinton gives Bruno a hug as the players head off the pitch at the break. It's Newcastle United 0, Fulham 0. It's not been a particularly exciting or great first half in any way, John Anderson, certainly not by this season's standards, but 0-0, and Eddie Howe will be looking for more when they come out for the second 45.
Yeah, still finely balanced. You know, it's to be fair to Fulham, they've come and they've been decent. They've got forward whenever. We haven't been at our fluent best. If anything, we've been a little bit too slow, too pedestrian. We haven't had that high press, that high pressure game that we've become accustomed to. It's all been a little bit slow and a little bit pedestrian, but look at 0-0 kicking down the hill in the second half. Still all to play for.
And with Bruno looking unlikely to come out for the second half,
no.
Though no news of quite what they're going to do with the substitution just yet. Who would you bring on when you look at the bench?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it?
You know, they could bring on an attacker and put Joelinton into midfield with Willock and Longstaff and go about it that way, just to try to have a greater attacking threat.
Yeah, they could push Joelinton in there, bring Isak on or St. Maximin on. Got Murphy there as well. You know, he's got options there. It's not as if he hasn't got the options to do that, so we'll just have to wait and see. But you'd be surprised if Guimaraes appears in the second half.
A win today takes Newcastle back up from 4th to 3rd, but after 45 minutes against Fulham, it's all square. Newcastle United 0, Fulham 0.
My name is Jane Cruddis and I work for My School Health.
Together, we can make a difference.
There's an awful lot of work for school nurses. I'm just trying to fill in a little bit of a gap so that they can concentrate on the big stuff and I can work on the smaller stuff. Things like sleep and eating and behaviour. The things that if they're not managed might escalate into big stuff.
She's really kind and caring and she does lots of fun activities with us. It just makes me feel nice and happy.
BBC Radio Newcastle, making a difference in the North East.
Dominic James back in the BBC Radio Newcastle studio, half time at St James's Park then. Newcastle 0, Fulham 0. We'll be back with Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson shortly for second half commentary. A few things to bring you before then. 2 other Premier League matches today. Also kicking off at 2 o'clock was Crystal Palace's trip to Chelsea at half time at Stamford Bridge. It is also goalless there. At 4:30 is the North London derby, Tottenham against Arsenal, and the Arsenal manager Mikel Arteta has been talking of the importance of today's match.
Emotional, very passionate, incredible feeling when you are on that pitch and just look around and feel the support and the tension and the atmosphere around it. I just love it. That's the reason why we are here, to play these kind of games. It's one of the biggest games of the season for us. We know how much it means right now for us on the table, and how much it means to our people as well. But yeah, when you win, it doesn't get much better than that.
Mikel Arteta there, the Arsenal manager, speaking ahead of the North London derby, which kicks off at 4:30 today in the Premier League. Sticking with football though, and our first commentary game today came from Eppleton, the River Wear derby in the Women's Championship, and it finished Sunderland 3, Durham 2.
This is now Durham's first corner of the game that Beth Heppel will take as a right-footed outswinger from the far side towards the penalty spot. There's a head on it, and that is the opening goal. And it's Sarah Wilson who scores the first goal of the River Wear derby at the Hetton Centre. 15 minutes gone. It is Sunderland 0, Durham 1. Lizzie Yuppie's in behind, first chance of a shot on goal, and she's equalised! Lizzie Yuppie on her debut against her former club. Sunderland are back in the game. Sunderland 1, Durham 1. Rio Hardy then with a chance to reinstate Durham's lead. Finds the bottom left-hand corner. It's a terrific penalty. And Durham leads by 2-1, and that is about as perfect a penalty as you can strike. Emma Kelly takes this corner again. This is the best one of the lot into the 6-yard box. It bounces down on the goal line and it's in! And Sunderland have a second equaliser, and Abby Holmes has poked it in from barely a yard out. The kick out from Claudia Moon, it's not a particularly good one. Challenge on the halfway line allows Sunderland to get the ball in behind, and Katie Watson's going to get there ahead of McAleen! Sunderland have taken the lead for the first time in this game with just 2 minutes left on the clock. Katie Watson's pace got her in behind. It got her to the ball in front of the Durham goalkeeper. She poked the ball, it was on target, that was all that matters. Sunderland 3, Durham 2.
Colin White there, and Helen Hardy on commentary duty at Eppleton this morning. And after the game, Colin went and spoke to the Black Cats defender and goal scorer Abby Holmes.
In the first half, we probably gave him a little bit too much respect, really, and we didn't get into him as much for the first probably 20-25 minutes. Then obviously they scored off a set piece, which was not ideal. We luckily managed to get the goal before half time, going at 1-1. I think we're on top at that point as well. Second half we came out, and I thought it was all us, to be honest. And then obviously we gave away the penalty, which was a bit of a shame, kind of stopped our momentum. And then I kept believing, and all the girls were really loud on the pitch, and there was like 11 leaders, and then we managed to luckily pop up with a second goal from a corner, even though I'm not meant to be up for corners, just saying. And then luckily Katie came on and obviously scored the winner at the end.
That is the Sunderland defender Abby Holmes there, speaking to BBC Radio Newcastle's Colin White after Sunderland beat Durham 3-2 in the River Wear derby in the Women's Championship. More reaction to that on Total Sport tomorrow evening from 6. Also in the Women's Championship today, though, Sheffield United are against Birmingham. Half time there, it is goalless. Also kicking off at 2 o'clock was Southampton against Lewis. Lewis 1-0 up there. The game that's just about to kick off is Bristol versus Coventry, and the late kick-off in the Women's Championship today is at 6 o'clock, and that is between Crystal Palace and the London City Lionesses. Moving up to the Super League today, and a top-of-the-table clash between Arsenal and Chelsea. Chelsea getting a late goal there to make it 1s each. So Arsenal were on course to move level on points with Chelsea at the top of the Women's Super League, but Chelsea with that late goal, meaning they do stay top. Few updates to bring you. We're just about, it's just almost over in the 90th minute between Everton and Reading. Everton winning 3-2 there. Half time between Manchester United and Liverpool women, and it is 3-0 there. The late kickoffs in the Super League. A post-match phone-in here on BBC Radio Newcastle. The Black Cats defender Luca O'Nien was sent off after just 18 minutes, and the head coach Tony Mowbray spoke to BBC Radio Newcastle's Nick Barnes after the match.
Instantly, I thought he missed the ball. Bottom line, I think the ferocity of the tackle is what got him the red card. Defenders are allowed to tackle for the ball. He doesn't make contact with the ball, and he catches the lad. So there you go. That's modern day football. You have to accept it. It's I think the speed that he came in is what got him the red card. So it was obviously a long afternoon for us after that against a team that bases itself on playing possession football, and you know, they're difficult enough to play with 11v11, and a man down becomes even more difficult. And you have to decide how you're going to do it. You're going to give the ball up and let them have it and try and defend your box, or are you going to leave yourself exposed at the back end where they can pick holes through you? So that's how we give it a shot. You know, and yet the momentum was towards their goal, whereas the first 20, 25 minutes or whatever it was, I think it was totally the opposite way. I thought we started the game really well. I thought our possession was good. Our ability to take the ball off them was intense. And don't need me to say, really, it would have been a different game, I'm sure, if we'd have kept 11 men on the pitch. But we didn't, and we lost the game.
That is the Sunderland head coach, Tony Mowbray, there, speaking to BBC Radio Newcastle's Nick Barnes. The full interview is available on BBC Sounds, and Corey Evans, the Sunderland captain, also spoke to Barnesy. That interview also on BBC Sounds. Go to our Twitter page and there's links to them there. Let's remind ourselves of yesterday's non-league action in the FA Trophy. Gateshead had a good 3-1 win in our local football roundup last night. Colin White spoke to the Gateshead assistant manager Ian Watson.
Yeah, really pleased with the result. Obviously, when we got the home draw, that's all we wanted. Anyone at home. And then when it had to get reversed, it was a little bit disappointing. But obviously, the manager we've got and the group we've got, it doesn't allow us to show any sort of negativity towards anything. So we just quickly got our heads around it. Then Oldham's an unbelievable club, and we were just looking forward to going to their ground. Obviously, it was a few of the boys' first time they'd been there, and when we got there, the pitch was obviously tough conditions, but we know we've got fighters and we've got a lot of heart in the group, so we thought we'd find a way to win the game.
Yeah, and it's a standard, typical cliched question when you get through to the next round of a competition. Who do you want? But is your answer once again you just want to be at home, and genuinely at home this time? Yeah,
I just want the home games. We love playing at home. We love our supporters. The boys love playing at the stadium. I know obviously certain people have their opinion about the stadium, but we love it and we love playing there. So anyone at home, and it's a competition that we want to go as far as we possibly can. And the further we get into it, we get that little bit more hungry for that Wembley trip. So we'll be looking forward to the draw, and hopefully we get a home one, and it gives us a good chance to get through again.
The Gateshead assistant manager Ian Watson there speaking to BBC Radio Newcastle after their 3-1 win over Oldham in the FA Trophy. Yesterday in the Vanarama National League North, Blythe Spartans lost 3-2 away to Scarborough Athletic. In the Northern Premier League, South Shields had lost 1-0 away to Guysey. Morpeth Town won 2-0 over Gainsborough Trinity. In the East Division, there was wins for Concert, Hebburn and Dunstan. The game for North Shields away to Tadcaster was postponed. In the Scottish Learning League, Berwick Rangers drew 1-1 with Heart at Midlothian Bay. And in the FA Vars, Horden, our only side left in the competition, lost 2-0 away to West Didsbury and Chorlton. In Rugby Union's European Challenge Cup this afternoon, the Newcastle Falcons were away to Cardiff. We had commentary via the BBC Sport website and sports app. BBC Radio Newcastle's commentary team of Ian Smith and Dean Gray can tell us how it finished.
Dom, that's perfect timing because the final whistle's just been blown and the crowd's on the pitch at the moment. Unfortunately for Newcastle, came into this game with sort of faint hopes of progressing to the round of 16 to pick up at least a bonus point down at this Cardiff Blues ground that backs on, of course, the Principality Stadium. But Cardiff Blues came with a squad packed full of international players, nearly 260 international caps in the starting lineup. Newcastle just found it a tough afternoon, to be honest. Cardiff scoring on the second minute. Tries from Lane and then Williams in the 5th minute, and Lane again a try on the 22nd minute, again the 19-3 lead after 20 odd minutes. Scuban kicked one penalty reply to that. Tries followed from Carré to give the 4th try out dead on half time. Unfortunately, half time Newcastle also received a red card for Bertienbo, the full-back, for a high challenge, so he was off for the rest of the game. Newcastle kicked off 14 against 14 as Cardiff received a yellow card as well. Tries followed from Adams. Newcastle managed to limit Cardiff Blues just to the 2 tries in the second half and scored one from replacement hooker Walker, converted by Schoolman. Final score here down at the Arms Park, similar to that score back at Kingston Park, but Newcastle losing 42 points to 10. Probably all thoughts of continuing this competition banished now, given at times a rugby lesson by a Cardiff Blues side that were just electric in attack and very, very well structured in defence as well.
Dean Gray, thank you very much indeed. Safe travels back from South Wales to the northeast. Yeah, so Newcastle Falcons remain bottom of their pool in the European Challenge Cup. A couple of other things to bring you then before we head back to St James's Park for second half commentary of Newcastle United versus Fulham. In the ice hockey later at 5 o'clock at Hill Heads, the Whitley Warriors take on the Sheffield Scimitars. Face off is 5 p.m. there, and the final of the Snooker Masters at Alexandra Palace is underway. Mark Williams against Judd Trump, and currently Judd Trump is 4 frames to 1, up its first to 10 frames in the final. So a good start for Judd Trump in the first session. But here on BBC Radio Newcastle, it is time for us to head back to St James's Park for second half commentary with Matthew Racebeck and John Anderson.
Matthew Racebeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Yes, 0-0 between Newcastle and Fulham after 45 minutes. And here come the 2 sets of players. Newcastle, though, Bruno Guimaraes not appearing for the second half after hurting his ankle or the top of his foot, and Alan Saint-Maximin is coming on. So he's been introduced as a late substitute in recent matches, Saint-Maximin, but now we'll get 45 minutes against Fulham as Newcastle try to find a way through and get themselves 3 Premier League points to move back up to 3rd position. No other changes, no changes for Fulham either. So Pope, Trippier, Schär, Botman, Byrne. Longstaff has gone into a sitting midfield role. Joelinton to the left of him and Willock round to the right. And Almiron, Saint-Maximin and Wilson is the Newcastle attack. And Fulham, Leno in goal. Tete, Diop, Ream, Kazawa, João Palhinha and Reed. Decordova-Reid, Willian Pereira and Mitrovic. BBC Radio Newcastle, NUFC TV. Second half has just kicked off, and Newcastle in black and white stripes kicking from left to right towards the Gallagher end, and Saint-Maximin's in already into the box looking for Wilson, who let it run, and it's come back out to Longstaff after Fulham cleared it. When Wilson tried to let it come across his body, they pushed it away, and Longstaff has smashed the ball well high and wide of goal from about 20 yards.
Well, we've seen him doing that a few times in the last few games, Sean Longstaff. Good build-up play again, comes to him edge of the box, coming onto it left foot. Just skies it, doesn't he?
Alan Saint-Maximin did some pretty extensive fitness work at half-time with Newcastle staff, while the other subs warmed up as well. The Frenchman is the player on.
Offside, he's offside.
And the flag has gone up against Decordova-Reid from a ball out to the Fulham left wing. Is that the substitution that makes the most sense to you, John Anderson?
Yeah, I think so. Put Joelinton in Bruno's position and put Saint-Maximin wide left. He could have brought Isak on, but Saint-Maximin's the natural one out there, isn't he?
And Schär is looking for him with a diagonal ball, but he slipped Schär, and it didn't have quite the right distance on it. It ended up in midfield. Newcastle have it back, and Schär again down the right. Kazawa header into midfield. Willock forwards, Harrison Reed away, Pope at the edge of the box in loads of room, plenty of time and space. Picks it up, rolls it underarm to the feet of Schär. And Newcastle's substitutes: Dubravka, Lascelles, Ritchie, Lewis, Isak, Manquillo, Wood and Murphy. Almiron on halfway in the centre, back to Schär. Joelinton receives it, Longstaff, and it's swept out wide to Alan Saint-Maximin, up onto the Frenchman's thigh. A couple of step overs, taking on Tete and Willian. Plays it out wide to Joelinton, who'd gone on the overlap, and Issa Diop has put it out for a throw. Newcastle now with Longstaff to Trippier, right of centre. Almiron wide, 35 yards out, linking up with Willock, and Kazawa has pulled Almiron down. It's a free kick, and it absolutely must be and is a booking for the Fulham defender, as clear as day. A foul worthy of a yellow card.
Yeah, he can have no complaints. Little 1-2 give and go. Just drag them back.
Well, decent position this. It's 10 yards in from the touchline on the right. And over 10 from the edge of Fulham's box. 49th minute. Byrne in the middle, Botman round the back, Trippier behind the ball. It's whipped in, it's too strong for every Newcastle player, and Mitrovic lets it run.
I didn't think it was the worst, it was just a little bit overcut, wasn't it? Fulham got a little bit too much on it, Kieran Trippier.
Throw from Tete down the line. Newcastle winning it back. Joelinton to a backpedaling Botman, and with his left finds Pope, who leaves his area and rolls it to Cher. It's given back to Pope. Fulham substitutes Rodak, the goalkeeper, Tosun, Wilson, Kearney, Solomon, Chalabar, James, Vinicius and Harris. And Fulham playing in what is described as a mint green with a bit of navy change kit. As Almiron into the corner on this near side for Newcastle. Goes for a 1-2 with Willock. Fulham get a block in, a couple of challenges, and Decordova-Reid. He's let that run out. He took it into the corner and just misjudged it, and the ball ran over the line, and Newcastle with a throw. That is a little bit careless.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Wood and Isak among the players warming up at the start of this second half. 0-0. Trippier to Willock, and Longstaff, corner of the area, drags it back and goes wide again to Trippier. Almiron down the line, through the legs by Trippier. Kazawa concedes a corner.
Yeah, good play. Little nutmeg.
Longstaff has stayed back. Saint-Maximin's in the D. Trippier over the corner. But plenty of black and white shirts in the penalty box. Trippier, it's fired in and headed wide by Wilson, who was about 10 yards from goal, near post area, near side of the box. Powerful header, but off target.
Yeah, it's a chance, isn't it? He's beyond the near post, that's for sure, but just doesn't swivel that neck, does he? Doesn't get enough swivel on the neck.
Just the
plenty of power in the header,
yeah,
plenty of power in the header.
And some home supporters urging Fulham to get on with it. Mitrovic held it up and turned away from Longstaff. Reid to Willian, takes a touch off Saint-Maximin, the ball forwards. Harrison Reed's cross is blocked by Sven Botman at the expense of a corner kick, far side of the pitch. Andreas Pereira with a right-footed delivery. There's no one in the 6-yard box. It's towards the back of the area, and it's headed high and up and over by João Palhinha.
Yeah, got nothing on it, did he? Wasn't the greatest header. Oh, he's just looping up in the air, looping over Pope's crossbar.
They play it to the feet of Dan Byrne, now to the feet of Saint-Maximin, facing his own goal, 10 yards behind halfway. Botman, a little shuffle in the corner, and onto Joelinton, headed to the left wing to Saint-Maximin, who's trying to get around Harrison Reid, who's made a challenge, and the throw is awarded to Newcastle despite the Fulham midfielders' protestations. 8th minute of the second half on BBC Radio Newcastle. Trying to get Wilson in, he's
pulling his short, isn't he?
Competing for the ball with
he's got
Diop.
He's got a handful of his short.
And he was attempting to spear away and run into the box at an angle from the left side from the throw. And the referee was looking straight at the shirt pull. So Fulham free kick near to the edge of their penalty area. Leno away. Beats Cher and Mitrovic. Trippier gets it back to Pope. He's wide of the goal. Awkward first touch, closed down by Pereira, and the clearance is into the Milburn stand. Kazawa back to Ream, still 0-0. Diop next to the centre circle. And Newcastle putting pressure on Tete, back to the keeper, Saint-Maximin chasing. And Ream, edge of the area, inside and away from Almiron. He's done well, the defender there, who had been played into trouble a couple of times in the first half, got away that time. Trippier's ball inside to Joe Linton is read by Harrison Reed and intercepted, and Fulham have it. Andreas Pereira to Levan Kazawa. 20 yards out on the left. Slips in De Cordova-Reid. Cross takes a deflection, and it's another Fulham corner. Pereira, cheered on by the away fans. They've taken 3 full blocks. You have level 7 behind the goal. Places the ball down. Every black and white shirted player in Newcastle's penalty area. They've got 2 in the 6-yard box this time, Fulham. And Pereira with a whipped ball in that Pope gets a glove on, and it's a corner on the far side this time.
Yeah, a lot of bend, a lot of whip on it, good pace on the ball. Just gets his right glove on it, pushes it behind, corner on the other side this time.
Outswinger from Fulham in the 56th minute, and flat towards the near post. And Saint-Maximin's got it. Willock's making a run. Oh, great ball, Saint-Maximin. Willock wants it from Wilson, who's chipped it to the far side, but the pass doesn't reach Joe Willock, and it's gone through to Bernd Leno. Now Fulham go back to the keeper from the right-hand side. It could have been a quick break, but it needed to be a different ball played by Wilson, I think, with Willock making that run.
Yeah, it just... Tell you what, they play out well from the back, Fulham.
And they'll be getting a bit of encouragement. But Saint-Maximin's pass inside to Wilson was the perfect ball and executed brilliantly.
Yeah, good ball. Break was on, didn't make the most of it.
Well, Willock might have been offside anyway when the ball was played. He was initially in the Newcastle half. But the pass was delayed. Now Leno in a bit of trouble, edge of the area, was rushed by Newcastle players. It's a long ball forwards, and Pope to Botman, approaching the halfway line. 0-0. He's given it to Byrne, foot on it. And back it goes to Botman, who'd dropped back into central defence. Willock for Trippier. Almiron makes the run down the line. Trippier has to come back to Cher. Fulham have closed off all the space. Almiron and Saint-Maximin both pretty much tight to the touchlines. Newcastle trying to stretch the play. Saint-Maximin's got it, linking up with a 1-2 just about with Longstaff, and he's cut inside. Saint-Maximin then tries to go outside. Tackled by Tete, who's defended well today. And this is Cher, deals with a bouncing ball, and Mitrovic at the same time, and hooks it back to Pope. Cher gives him an angle, gets it on this near side. Trippier's made a big run forward. Cher's carried it into the Fulham half, laid back by Trippier to Cher, and then trying to push it through for Wilson. Ream stops it with his chest. Cher challenges Pereira, wins it cleanly for Newcastle. And Joe Linton to Saint-Maximin. Burns made a bursting forward run. Saint-Maximin into the box to Willock. On the left, wide again to Saint-Maximin, twisting, turning, digs out the cross, cleared. Botman to Longstaff, back to Trippier, crowd responding to a good Newcastle attack. Longstaff, Cher on for Willock, Almiron will have it. and gets it on the touchline. In he comes, and then wide to Trippier. First time cross is goalkeeper's ball.
Yeah, poor ball. Not too many of them. Easy take for the keeper, but it's been better the last couple of minutes.
Kick from Leno from his hands. Has come out to the right side. Willock has just kept it in, and it's out off Bobby De Cordova-Reid. Trippier throws it back to Willock from halfway, and Cher. Botman 5 yards in front of Newcastle's box. Longstaff first time to Byrne. Joelinton. They're on that far side. Good ball inside by Joelinton to Longstaff, who had a bit of space and has worked it over to Cher. We've almost reached the hour mark. Still no goals. Willock to Trippier. Stretching. Gets it back to Cher. Infield it comes to Botman. Up to Joelinton, takes it around his man, gets through, another defender taken down, edge of the area, yellow card shown.
Great touch
by Robert Jones.
Yeah.
Joelinton with 2 excellent touches, and had he not been chopped down, he would have been in one-on-one with the goalkeeper in the box.
Yeah.
Ream with the foul.
Ream with the foul, yeah, he can have no complaints. Just late getting there.
Kieran Trippier's already had 1 free kick. It was from the other side, at the other end of the pitch, and it hit the wall. They want him to go over the wall again, like he's done on a couple of memorable occasions. It's the Joelinton chant rings out around St James's Park. No goals here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Cher is next to Trippier. Will be a different option.
Cher's over it. Looks like Cher fancies this one.
Trippier's there too. Fabian Cher does take it, hits the post, and then Almiron, deflection,
dear, oh dear.
Takes it narrowly wide and behind for a corner. It should be 1-0.
Great free kick, just whips it. De Cordova-Reid just hacks it anywhere, straight to Almiron, hits it first time, takes a big deflection, goes behind, corner kick.
Almiron almost guided it into the other corner after Cher hit the base of the post. Trippier with the corner kick, headed wide. It was Wilson again who got up, and it flashed across goal off the top of Newcastle's number 9's head from about 6 yards out.
Tell you what, he's had some chances today, Wilson.
They haven't been falling for him recently, but the opportunities have been there today for Callum Wilson.
We spoke about him not having chances in previous games, but he's had them today and he hasn't been able to put them in.
The crowd has been lifted again by that. And they had to wait until the second half on Tuesday against Leicester. Could be the same story today as Wilson goes on the move, on the attack. Pereira trying to bring him down, and has brought him down. Andreas Pereira shown a yellow card for a professional foul on Callum Wilson, a challenge that he will have felt that he had to make as Wilson was advancing towards the Fulham goal. He is the 3rd visiting player to be yellow carded. They've had 9 corners, Newcastle. And Cher took the last free kick. This one isn't really within shooting range. Trippier chips it into the box. Leno comes and punches.
Good punch as well.
With Wilson challenging. It's back with Trippier now on halfway. And he faces forwards, foot on the ball, inside to Longstaff, square to Botman. And they're going to come again down the left side. Joe Linton to Sam Maxima. Byrne carries on up ahead.
No, don't take a space. Don't take a space.
Runs into the corner and gets it back to Dan Byrne. Down the line backwards to Joe Linton. What a switched ball that is. That's superb to Almiron. Laid off to Trippier. Looking for Wilson. Headed away though by Ream. And Mitrovic gets to the ball for Fulham and knocks it down the left wing. Botman's come across with Deco Dover-Reid. Trippier there as well. Pereira in the middle. Byrne, Pereira's got it away from him and has gone down. And what's the referee said? They're playing on Fulham. I thought the whistle had gone. Well, Willock trying to get Newcastle forwards. Fulham challenge comes in and then Deco Dover-Reid wins it back and goes down at the edge of the area. Referee says Trippier won the ball.
He's unbelievable, him. He just threw himself to the ground.
It's a strange minute or two. Fulham thought they might have had a penalty shout and they'd gone to the fourth official. It was Dan Byrne's challenge on Pereira. Sam Maxima going down the left wing. Inside to Joe Linton, back to Longstaff, forwards to Willock, laid off to Cher. Still 0-0 and Newcastle coming forwards. Almiron into the centre. Kai Havertz has given Chelsea a 1-0 lead over Crystal Palace. Almiron on the attack, into the area. Almiron still going, wins a corner. A really positive burst from Almiron. Couldn't get the shot away. Corner kick.
Angle was always tight. He's just looking to pull it back square.
Fulham players running to the referee now. And Byrne on Pereira at the other end. We're just seeing a replay. And we're seeing a rerun of Deco Dover-Reid.
He just throws himself to the floor. He's unbelievable.
And VAR is checking for a possible penalty. We are getting the notification on the giant screen as the Fulham fans chant VAR. Mike Dean is the video assistant referee today. It was Byrne on Pereira. Referee is telling Kieran Trippier to wait at the Gallagher end because they may have to go back up to the other for a Fulham penalty. Play went on for a long time, and are they looking at the Bobby Deco Dover-Reid one now when he collided with Trippier?
Oh, that's never a penalty.
Referee is going to look at the screen.
Oh, you're joking.
He's been advised by Mike Dean to have a look at the pitch side monitor, and I think it is for the challenge on Deco Dover-Reid, not Pereira. Deco Dover-Reid got around one player, and then Trippier.
Oh, that could be given, that.
It's not. He seems to have caught him on the heel rather than anything with the upper body. And is it inside or is it on the right outside the line? Referee says penalty. Fulham have a penalty. And the challenge by Trippier on Deco Dover-Reid inside the box. It was foot onto the heel of the Fulham player, and penalty is given. Mike Dean on VAR and Robert Jones the referee, and a replay of the decision being shown on the big screen. Home fans don't like it, but Newcastle's run of clean sheets at home, we're now into what could be an 8th game without the opposition scoring, is under real threat because Fulham have a penalty. The last goal they conceded here was a penalty from Brentford's Ivan Toney in early October. We are midway through the second half. It's 0-0 and still arguments and conversations on the pitch.
They're not going to change their mind.
And who's going to take the penalty? Could it be Mitrovic or will it be Andreas Pereira? Or will it be Bobby Deco Dover-Reid?
Well, he's got the ball.
Dan Byrne's
got the other one, unless he's going to take it, is he?
Or are there two balls? There are two balls on the pitch. Well, Nick Pope has saved penalties in a shootout at that end in the League Cup. Alexander Isak is going to come on next for Newcastle, whatever happens. He's ready. And it is going to be Mitrovic. Well, a former colleague at Newcastle, Ivan Toney, was the last player to score a goal against them, and it was at that end, past Nick Pope, who's just been yellow carded. And Alexander Mitrovic, before the substitution is made, from the back of the box at the Leazes end, comes forward with the penalty and chips it in to the far corner of the goal, and Nick Pope runs to the referee. There's a Fulham player down in the box, and now what's happened? It's been disallowed, has it? What's going on? Referee's picked the ball up and blown the whistle.
He's
a double kick
twice
from Mitrovic. Fulham have a player down in the box. Yeah, Mitrovic has kicked it from his right foot onto his left. And Nick Pope, when he ran to complain, collided with a Fulham player. And Robert Jones has picked the ball up. Mitrovic scored the penalty. And now Newcastle have won a reprieve because it will not count, and Nick Pope will take a free kick instead, and Mitrovic thought he had come back to St James's Park to haunt Newcastle.
I tell you what, sometimes when it's going for you,
it has gone their way on that occasion. It's a let-off, and they need to make it count. Almiron worked out to Saint-Maximin. Joelinton goes on the overlap on the left. It remains 0-0. Almiron into the corner, wins a throw right next to the corner flag. Back to Saint-Maximin. Referee's got in the way. This referee's been here before. There was one game when I'm trying to think which one it was. It might have been Leicester behind closed doors. The game was stopped 4 or 5 times because the ball kept hitting him, and it's just hit him again. Joe Willock, who gets the full name treatment of Joseph Willock over the public address system, is replaced by Alexander Isak.
Now where's he going to play?
Well, they have a front four. They might go 4-2-3-1. And Isak and Wilson are on the pitch together. It remains 0-0, so the rule, the double kick is a foul. Mitrovic on the penalty. He chipped it to the goalkeeper's left. Pope dived the other way, but the goal doesn't stand. And Newcastle trying to get one of their own through Almiron, and now Longstaff wide to Trippier. Cher with a cross towards Wilson. Ooh, challenge came in, and it's going to be goal kick. Ball in caused problems, but Wilson and Isak in the centre couldn't get there. A couple of defenders with them.
Didn't touch anybody, just beat everyone.
Isak is playing off Callum Wilson, I think. And I don't think he's in central midfield. They may have changed the system, Newcastle, but we'll give it a moment or two to settle. Foul in the air by Mitrovic. Botman to Longstaff, has a look to the right. He's got lots of space to work into. It's a heavy pass through for Trippier, and goal kick for Fulham. 0-0. They still haven't conceded, Newcastle, but the last 2 Premier League matches finished goalless. It's better to draw than to lose, but this is one they could do with winning in their quest to finish high up the table. And they will remain 4th on goal difference at least if it's another draw. Joelinton, some tidying up in midfield. Burn away down the left wing. Wilson has come out to challenge Diop, and the ball's been put out, and it's a Newcastle throw. Byrne to Joe Linton. Fulham are going to make another change. Joe Linton back to Botman. Just over halfway. Isak, first involvement, takes a touch, goes out to the left. Defender holds him up, and then there are a couple of covering players. One of them, Willian, carries it across the pitch, loses it straight to Trippier. Now through for Wilson, but intercepted by Ream. And it was Almiron, wasn't it? Not Trippier.
Yeah.
Who won the ball back for Newcastle. Thought it was Trippier in an advanced position. My mistake. And just slipped it through for Wilson, but Ream got in the way. Left foot,
wasn't a difficult ball.
And Newcastle have seen another opportunity to score. Thwarted by Fulham, and it remains 0-0. It's going to be a double change from the visitors, but Almiron and Wilson almost combining to ideal effect. Isak hooking it forwards towards Wilson. Now Callum Wilson again on halfway with Ream. The header's gone out of Newcastle's centre forward, and it does look like that, Ando, that there's a line of three. Almiron on the right, Isak in the middle, and Saint-Maximin on the left behind Wilson. In a slightly tweaked.
Yeah, it's tweaked formation. It a little bit.
Deco Dover-Reid has won a free kick on the left wing, and it's 30 to 35 yards from the Newcastle goal. Andreas Pereira will take it, right-footed, and it's high and dropping, and Joe Linton heads it up, and Byrne gets his head to the ball. Harrison Reed back into the box, Botman, and then a shot which goes a long way wide of goal. Pope has gone out to retrieve it. João Palhinha with the effort. Now Byrne near the corner of Newcastle's box. Didn't have a lot of space, but he's produced some good skill. And then a pass to Longstaff, which is behind the midfielder. And Andreas Pereira thinking about a shot. Jumps over the challenge of Trippier. Back to Kazawa, flat cross. Deco Dover-Reid back to goal. Now in the D, Longstaff away. Isak back towards Saint-Maximin, and now Joe Linton. And they might have space, Newcastle. And they've got Isak, who jumps around the defender's challenge and then moves the ball on to Saint-Maximin. Great first touch from the Frenchman into the area. Oh, just too much on it for Wilson, who's gone round the other side of the keeper and kept it in. Callum Wilson, and then saved by Leno. Almiron on the left side, Saint-Maximin in the D, shifts it, hits it, just wide from Alan Saint-Maximin.
Got to hit the target, don't care what you say, almost got to hit the target. 18 yards out.
What about Wilson with that run around the goalkeeper? The cross beat them both, so he went around the goalkeeper, goal side, kept it in on the line.
Yeah, keeper took a chance, thought it was going out, didn't he?
Dan James, the Leeds loanee, scored in the FA Cup last weekend, comes on for Andreas Pereira, and Willian is replaced as well. Tosin Adarabioyo, the 6'5" centre-half, comes on for Fulham. So they may have a five at the back, or they may bring Ream out to left back and push
that's what it looks like
on.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Mitrovic, chest control, left wing. Newcastle throw. They've got 12 and a half minutes of normal time to play. It's 0-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle. Do you see them winning it, John Anderson?
Oh yeah, still plenty of time to win it. And you just think with that double kick for the penalty, you just, when you feel it's your day.
Well, they did lose Bruno to an injury in the first half. He carried on, but then left the pitch in tears at half-time. And We'll find out from Eddie Howe a bit more about that after the game. Botman with the diagonal ball. Kazawa, header back to the keeper.
Good header.
And Bernd Leno picks it up. Been their number one since they brought him in from Arsenal in the summer. Waving his defenders forwards. Kicks out of his hands. And Trippier and Mitrovic go for the ball. The centre forward wins it, comes away through Cher, fouls Trippier. Mitrovic hooking him back, edge of the box. Newcastle taking the free kick too quickly, and Mitrovic is still down. Which might be why the referee has said stop, because he wants to check on him first. I think Fulham have gone with a 5 rather than the 4. Newcastle with Isak and Wilson on the pitch. Sam Maxima there too. If you're listening to BBC Radio Newcastle, wanting to hear Fantastic 80s with Simon Logan, that will follow the match at 4. 2 hours of 80 songs coming after this game, which, as Ando says, still has enough time left in it for Newcastle to win. We're in the 80th minute now. There'll be an additional period. It's 0-0. Fulham scored a penalty through Mitrovic, but it was chalked off because of a double kick as he struck the ball. Joelinton across central midfield to Trippier. Forwards for Wilson, who's tried to peel off his man. He's given the free kick.
Oh, he didn't know what he was doing, the referee. He didn't have a clue.
Ream with the foul. And it's not really central enough for a right-footed shot, you would think.
Oh dear, how soft is that?
Yeah. Didn't think they were going to get it, but they do. Newcastle have the free kick. It's almost in line with the corner of the area on the right, about 5 yards back. Almiron jogs infield, and Trippier will take it. Byrne, Botman, Cher, Isak, Wilson, Joelinton, they're all in there. Trippier, it's a good ball, it's just missed Isak. Joelinton's brought it down and turned and hit and deflected into the hands of Leno, who was may have been caught by Wilson, who went in to challenge. I think Wilson slipped as much as anything. He didn't intentionally take the goalkeeper out. He's offside anyway. Wilson, had he connected with it, it wouldn't have counted. And Leno is just buying some time for Fulham and gets up. Hopefully, from a Newcastle point of view, any antics like that will be dealt with accordingly when it comes to additional time, because that's what they're supposed to do. And Newcastle know about that from other games this season. Joelinton winning a throw off João Palhinha. Tall Fulham midfielder, Palhinha. And they throw it back to the goalkeeper. Down the line, the left side. Botman helping it on towards Sam Maxima, out off green and navy Fulham shirt. Longstaff with a ball into a midfield area that's intercepted, and now it goes forwards towards James, who is competing for it with Botman, who's bigger and stronger, and comes away with the ball. And Sam Maxima still near the edge of his own area. Now Longstaff, across it comes to Cher, closed down, back to Longstaff, left of centre, 0-0, 83rd minute. Trying to get the ball forwards, Newcastle. Burn into Longstaff, and now it goes forwards to Alexander Isak, who's got space, left of centre. Through it goes for Wilson in the box, takes it wide and wins a corner.
Trippier goes all the way across. Big boys go forward again.
Almiron is in the D. Saint-Maximin's back down the left wing. If Trippier goes to roll it back, he doesn't. He sends a high ball in. Joe Linton tries to nod it across, and Leno comes and catches and lands on the floor in the 6-yard box, and slowly picks himself up. Newcastle 0, Fulham 0. BBC Radio Newcastle. It's a big kick forwards. Trippier on the chest and around De Cordova-Reid, back to Cher. Pope on the 6-yard line to Botman. Jacob Murphy is going to be next on. They look for Almiron in the middle. Ream gets up above him with a header. Almiron's won it back. Joe Linton is onto it there. And Almiron receives it on the half turn in the middle of midfield. Saint-Maximin, 2 to take on, comes inside, back to Almiron, laid off to Longstaff in front of halfway, forward to Isak, and taken down by Diop. Who I'm going to talk.
Good feet. Yeah, good feet. Just nicked it away from the big defender.
And Jacob Murphy is going to come on for Miguel Almiron. Seems like the obvious change.
Strange one.
Strange?
Yeah.
See, in terms of like for like, it's...
Yeah, but strange.
Jacob Murphy.
He'll get 5 minutes. Plus additional time, Murphy. There was some who thought he was in line
Be lively
for start
again,
today.
Almiron.
Almiron replaced. And Trippier with another free kick. Fulham players on the edge of the box. The free kick is between 30 and 30 yards from the goal. And it's into the centre of the penalty area, headed away. Fulham player down. And Newcastle play on. Cher wide on the right. Tries to get around Mitrovic. Referee stopped it because Fulham have intercepted. And waves on their medical team. And it's Levin Kazawa. So the attendance is given as 52,247. This is BBC Radio Newcastle. Total Sport back tomorrow. You can discuss the match on the phone, give us a ring, and hear reaction from Eddie Howe. We'll have the latest from Sunderland as well, as we always do, 6 till 8. Total Sport. 86 minutes on the clock. They've got players coming over to the side of the pitch. Newcastle having a drink, some final instructions. Kozawa is now being helped up. Looks like he took quite a bad whack. Wipes his face against his jersey. And comes over to the side of the field. And the referee drops the ball in front of Bernd Leno. Bounces it. Wilson stands next to him, edge of the area. And Cher's watching that one, nods it on to Joe Linton, inside to Longstaff's got a man on, he's moved it quickly, over to Byrne, drags it across his body, 88th minute, Saint-Maximin, near to halfway, comes in off the left wing, carrying the ball, strong challenge from João Palhinha, he took the ball, and play goes on with Saint-Maximin down, Trippier to Joe Linton. Saint-Maximin's going to pick himself up. It was obviously a heavy fall. Here's Joe Linton on to Isak, left of centre. Byrne, low ball in from Dan Byrne, blocked, throw, 10 yards from goal. It's all the way back to Longstaff, and now Botman on halfway. Forwards to Isak, he's picked up a good position, plenty of space. Fulham challenge on Isak, they want free kick, but referee says no.
No chance.
Isak doesn't appeal, in fairness. Murphy, good interception, and then on for Trippier, who takes a touch, and up to Wilson, now edge of the box, sidesteps the defender, laid off to Isak, could go left to Saint-Maximin. It's gone right to Murphy, and wide to Trippier, looking for a late winner, Newcastle. Trippier to Longstaff, high cross, Callum Wilson header down, Alexander Isak! Isak has scored, and it could be a late winner for Newcastle. And Isak nods it in on the goal line in the 89th minute for his third goal in black and white, and it's Newcastle United 1, Fulham 0.
Well, they just kept recycling it. Good ball played back post, didn't deal with it. Wilson just plays it back across goal. Simplest of tasks for Isak, that headed into an empty net. You're going to get a winner, that's the time to get it.
Longstaff with the ball in, Isak, Murphy, Trippier all involved in a good move from Newcastle that was down the left and then down the right. Wilson gets the assist, having competed in the air with the defender Ando, and then it was ball that he had to play across with his right boot, and Isak, well, not going to miss, but well done to Wilson in that duel with Diop. And playing it across, unselfish, because he's had his own chances today, and there he laid it on a plate.
Well, he was never going to score from that angle. That's all he could do, was lift it back into the middle. I mean, Diop just gets caught under the ball, doesn't get anything on it. Big goal, huge goal.
And Isak has 3 goals in 6 Newcastle appearances, and he's charged down a Fulham ball forwards from the kickoff, and Wilson's got it, and so here is Saint-Maximin. Fulham through Harrison Reed, challenged by Alan Saint-Maximin, who's done really well for the team. Gives out a huge roar and smashes the ball off the advertising board after he went into a sliding challenge and conceded a throw. There will be a minimum of 5 additional minutes, and we are into that period of time now, and Fulham are going to bring on 3 players. Carlos Vinicius, the striker, Tom Kearney, their captain, central midfielder, and Harry Wilson, the left winger. But Newcastle have the ball. Wilson, good skill. Trippier to Joe Linton, on to Longstaff, who deserves credit for his role in the goal with the ball to the back post. Burn on to Isak, could be the match winner. Could be away down the left wing, he's been challenged. He's taken a knock, it's a Newcastle throw. Now Fulham can make their triple change, going off Issa Diop. And Vinicius, the Brazilian, you may remember him from Spurs on loan a few years ago, comes on. Bobby De Cordova-Reid replaced by Harry Wilson, the Wales international and former Liverpool player, and Tom Kearney on into midfield. Kearney's the captain. He's played in every game this season. He's only started one of them. Comes off the bench, and he's done so again with limited time. And Newcastle having the ball where they wanted, Ando, at the attacking end of the pitch for this throw.
Yeah, it's where you want it. You want it at that end of the pitch. Now what's he waiting on the referee?
Well, Newcastle are getting Chris Wood ready. It could be that they were waiting for that, but the ball is back in play. Isak trying to win a corner. Goal kick is given, to the astonishment of Isak and Byrne and the supporters in that area of the ground. There seems to be an issue over substitutions. Are Fulham
got 12 players on the pitch?
I think is that Jacob Murphy's gone down now, holding his hamstring. Murphy's got a big problem here. This doesn't look good. he wouldn't go down unless he was injured, Murphy.
Hey, Razor, you come out with some crackers, you lad.
I did that purely for a reaction. Newcastle have been accused by some opposing teams of not necessarily tactical fouls, but tactical stoppages. That's what I was looking for. Murphy's back up and pointing at his hamstring, rubbing it. Fulham are talking to the referee who's come over. He's with Luis Boamorte, their coach, the former player. And Marco Silva's there. There's a bit of a row going on pitch side. Newcastle still want to bring on Chris Wood. They lead 1-0, by the way. BBC Radio Newcastle. Fourth minute of the minimum 5. And now there are some smiles between and jokes shared between the two sets of staff, but this is all very strange, and we're quite close to it, but we can't hear a thing. Chris Wood still waits. Newcastle 1-0 up. BBC Radio Newcastle going back up to 3rd in the table, and with Mitrovic having the penalty chalked off earlier in the half. It's what you said, Ando. Sometimes it's your day. Yeah. And it might just be Newcastle's day as Chris Wood now comes on for Callum Wilson, who didn't get his goal, but set up their goal for Alexander Isak.
Yeah, he's had chances today. He's had quite a few. Could have added to his goal tally.
And he gives Isak a high five as he leaves the pitch. Nice to see the two embrace. Great to see them link up. Standing ovation for Wilson. And Wood will continue his run of playing in every game in the Premier League for Newcastle this season, except Fulham away. They're almost there to another victory. Almost. Newcastle deep into added on time. Now we're beyond the 5 minutes. Wood challenges for the ball down the line. It's a goal kick for the away side, but I would think we'd see at least another minute. 1-0 Newcastle. Isak the goal scorer.
You would think so.
With all the substitutions and whatever was causing a problem in the dugout area. Leno forwards. He's been able to do that one quickly. Wasn't in a hurry earlier in the half at 0-0. It's come off Murphy. Trippier clears it away in front of the goal line in the corner. Palhinha, that was off the Fulham player last. Chris Wood put him under pressure in an aerial challenge. Wood is applauded for the desire and commitment that he showed. And Joelinton passes the ball on to Trippier, and it's a Newcastle throw. They'll go 14 Premier League matches unbeaten if they see this one out. Forwards by Joelinton, Saint-Maximin chasing. Leno, edge of the box, with a clearance off the outside of his right boot. Longstaff forwards off his thigh to Saint-Maximin. And João Palhinha behind the centre circle, playing it on to Mitrovic. Longstaff makes an important block. Trippier with a big clearance away. Leading 1-0. We're into a 7th minute of additional time. Isak charges down Tete's attempted clearance. A member of the Fulham staff's gone to confront Jason Tindall of Newcastle. He's now put back into his own technical area. Ream, left-footed. Botman grappling with Mitrovic. Final whistle is blown, and Alexander Isak has won the game for Newcastle, who go back above Manchester United and into 3rd in the Premier League, and 14 games unbeaten. Equals a club record in the top flight, set in 2011 across 2 seasons, and in 1950. Isak with a late header after Longstaff's cross was held back across goal by Wilson. And John Anderson, it was a difficult game in many respects, not a classic. There was the Fulham penalty incident, and a goal disallowed when Mitrovic double kicked the ball, and they got their goal, Newcastle, late, and it was their day.
Yeah, sometimes you just feel that it's going to be your day, and after Mitrovic double-kicked the penalty, you felt that it was going to be the day, because it wasn't the greatest performance. We didn't have the energy levels that we've seen in recent games. But kept plugging away. Wilson could have had a couple. In the end, he set up Isak for a simple goal. Fulham made it difficult for us, but kept digging at it, and in the end get our just rewards.
And I suppose significant in the Premier League table for them, having dropped a place yesterday. They're now on goal difference again, back above Manchester United. We talked earlier about it being a nice problem to have with other sides picking up form around them, but back up to third, brilliant.
Yeah, looking, and could have a problem with Bruno. Don't know how bad that ankle is. You know, it didn't look great. You just wonder whether it's ligaments, whether he's done ligament damage. We'll just have to wait and find out. Obviously, if there's swelling in it, they'll have to wait for that to go down before they find out any results on it. But kept digging away, kept plugging away. Isak came on, was lively. St. Maximin came on, and St. Maximin did what St. Maximin does, causes havoc. But as I say, kept plugging away, kept walking at it, and got the winner in the end.
And Isak couldn't miss with the header.
No, there was no way. Wilson's done great back post, great little ball pull back, simple little header. He was never going to miss.
BBC Radio Newcastle, we're live at St James's Park, where the celebrations begin after another victory. And Eddie Howe and the staff walk around the pitch to thank the supporters for their backing again. Another sold-out St James's Park, and they'll be next here in a couple of weeks for the League Cup semi-final. Second leg, Crystal Palace away next Saturday at 5:30, and then the home leg as the away leg at St Mary's in the Cup in the semi-final, as Alexander Isak gives a television interview on the pitch. And the black and white flags are out all around the four stands in the home areas of St James's Park. The away end is emptying pretty quickly. Isak and Wilson finally, Ando, hadn't played together until today. Now, it was a pretty simple task, I guess, to play the ball across, but just nice to see them combine and also be on the pitch at the same time as St Maximo, who got 45 minutes. And Eddie Howe made a lot of attacking changes today, and ultimately they all helped them get the 3 points.